In a future realm characterized by a post-apocalyptic backdrop, global biological mutations have ushered Blue Star into a new epoch, wherein a segment of humanity awakens their spiritual entities, thereby becoming practitioners of extraordinary abilities. Each individual is destined to awaken their attributes at the age of 16, which are primarily categorized into 6 major classes: S, A, B, C, D, and E. Those classified as D grade or higher will possess a spiritual entity that corresponds to their attributes. In the gentle embrace of early spring, the dawn broke at 6 o'clock. Xu Qiao meticulously arranged her bedding, freshened up, and donned a simple set of athletic attire. The building was populated with familiar neighbors, and she secured her well-maintained bicycle in the stairwell. Unlocking the door, she wheeled her bicycle outside, navigating along a narrow concrete path that separated 2 quaint courtyards, each enclosed by wooden fences. These courtyards belonged to the Xu family residing in Unit 101 and the Liu family across the hall in Unit 102. In this land where every inch is precious, the possession of a courtyard signifies an exorbitant property value that far exceeds that of other floors. To acquire this residence, Xu grandfather had expended a significant portion of his lifetime savings. The costly courtyard, naturally, was dedicated to cultivating exquisite fruits and vegetables. A century has passed since the onset of global biological mutations, marking the dawn of a new era for Blue Star, wherein certain individuals awaken their spiritual entities and become endowed with extraordinary abilities. These spiritual entities are nurtured within the crystalline core of the practitioner's minds, capable of manifesting externally as a nearly transparent, tangible energy form. The manifestations of spiritual entities are as diverse as they are wondrous, ranging from flora and fauna to electronic devices and mechanical weaponry, with each entity bestowing upon its practitioner unique abilities related to its nature. The Xu family has boasted a lineage of lotus spiritual entities for 4 generations, likely a testament to Xu Qiao's great-grandfather's passion for cultivating lotuses. The botanical spiritual entities impart wood-based abilities that can be categorized into 3 practical domains: cultivation, healing, and combat. With the advancement of technology within the base, the awakening of a practitioner's spiritual entity is accompanied by an automatic assessment that reveals their ability attributes. For instance, upon her awakening, Xu Qiao's assessment indicated: name, Xu Qiao spiritual entity, lotus primary ability, wood system healing level, C secondary ability, water system combat level. D dual or multi-system abilities are quite common, with examples such as the Liu family's plant-based spiritual entities, including wheat, corn, elm, and pine, where secondary abilities often align with the earth system, while aquatic plants typically exhibit secondary water abilities. However, secondary abilities are generally ranked lower than primary abilities by 1 or even 2 levels. In this new epoch, the mutation rate of crops not nurtured by wood system practitioners exceeds 90%, with mutated plants either posing threats or being inedible. Consequently, the base prohibits such individuals from cultivating crops independently. Among wood system practitioners, those specializing in cultivation can enhance growth and yield, while healing and combat specialists can merely sustain the growth rate of crops from the previous era. Yet this alone is sufficient to evoke deep envy among the general populace and practitioners of other systems. In the southeast base, the ordinary populace relies solely on nutrient solutions, while E and D grade practitioners may occasionally prepare meals. C grade individuals manage to meet their basic needs, and only those at a grade or above can afford to indulge in lavish feasting. Currently, Xu Qiao oversees both courtyards. 2 apple trees are adorned with a profusion of white blossoms, and the various vegetables she planted a week prior have begun to sprout green shoots. The base strictly prohibits criminal activity, and the second ring, where practitioners reside, is under particularly stringent surveillance, with an intricate network of cameras ensuring that no one dares to risk stealing produce. Contentedly, Xu Qiao bestowed her wood system abilities upon the burgeoning green shoots before mounting her bicycle and setting off. 10 minutes later, she secured her bicycle and entered the community's comprehensive supermarket alongside several elderly residents. The 5 floors above ground provide residents with essentials and various entertainment services, while the basement is dedicated to an array of foodstuffs and ingredients. The Xu family does not live in opulence, although Xu grandfather economizes in other aspects. He is generous when it comes to the family's daily meals. Xu Qiao has developed a discerning palate for fresh ingredients, and unless the day arrives when she is truly destitute, she would never compromise by consuming the bland and peculiar nutrient solutions. Before his passing, her grandfather left her a modest sum of savings, and now Xu Qiao has begun earning her own income, sufficient to maintain her previous standard of living. After a thorough shopping expedition, she gathered enough vegetables and fresh meats to last 3 days. Upon returning to the community, she pushed her bicycle through the unit door, only to have the door of Unit 102 swing open unexpectedly. She looked up to see Lu Yang. At 15, the middle school student stood nearly 6 feet tall, though his slender frame left him looking somewhat gaunt, the loose black school uniform hanging awkwardly upon him. This was her neighbor, whom she had watched grow up just last year. He had been robust, but since the untimely death of Uncle Lu during a mercenary mission, his spirits had plummeted, and the sudden reduction in resources had left the developing adolescent merely taller, without any accompanying weight. Xu Qiao smiled at him, retrieving 2 shopping bags from her bicycle's basket. "You wash up first, I'll prepare dinner. I'll call you when it's ready." Lu Yang cast his eyes downward, producing an empty nutrient solution container from behind him. "I've already eaten. Just prepare your portion." Without waiting for Xu Qiao's response, he retreated into his unit, shutting the door behind him. Xu Qiao. With one less dining companion, Xu Qiao proceeded to cook her vegetable and shredded meat egg noodles as planned. While the noodle broth bubbled and steamed, she leaned against the kitchen's sliding door, reflecting on the changes in Lu Yang over the past 6 months. Uncle Lu was a grade metal system mercenary, and despite having lost an arm, he was considered a formidable force within the Second Ring, home to 5 million E, D, and grade practitioners. Following Aunt Lu's death, Uncle Lu seemed to live solely for 2 purposes: to raise Lu Yang and to save enough for his tuition to military school. Military school, a shorthand for the Academy for Practitioners, is accessible to all middle school students who awaken their spiritual entities at the age of 16. However, due to limited resources within the base and the fact that practitioners are essential for maintaining security and resource replenishment, military school must charge exorbitant tuition fees, compelling most families to either toil relentlessly to gather the funds or to sign a decade-long indenture contract with the Academy. During the contract's duration, graduates must remain in the military, undergoing rigorous training alongside the guard forces and regularly venturing out to gather supplies. It is well known that the guard forces venture into perilous, yet unexplored territories, resulting in a persistently high mortality rate among soldiers. Xu Qiao's military school tuition was derived from the compensation her father received after sacrificing himself during a guard mission. In contrast, Uncle Lu had managed to save only 2 years of tuition for Lu Yang. After the funeral, Lu Yang briefly mentioned to her his intention to self-finance his military school education, planning to earn his 3rd year's tuition through tasks during the summer and winter breaks. Xu Qiao sighed. With both parents being practitioners, it was certain that Lu Yang would awaken a spiritual entity. If he inherited Uncle Lu's grade metal ability, undertaking missions outside the base would indeed be comparatively safe. Yet, what if he awakened Aunt Lu's cotton spiritual entity? The cultivable land within the base belongs entirely to the authorities, leaving wood system practitioners with little more than a modest salary. Uncle Lu's image of his stern, silent visage surfaced in her mind, causing a pang in Xu Qiao's heart. At the age of 16, upon awakening her lotus spiritual entity, her grandfather had passed away peacefully, leaving her under Uncle Lu's care for the subsequent 4 years. He shielded her from the harassment of domineering male classmates, guided her through the basic mercenary tasks that practitioners are mandated to undertake semi-annually, and intervened whenever others sought to threaten her into selling her produce at low prices. Whether through his guardianship or the bond formed from watching Lu Yang grow, Xu Qiao regarded him as a younger brother. After breakfast, Xu Qiao changed into her work attire. As she opened the door, Lu Yang emerged, carrying his school bag. They exchanged muted greetings, and he proceeded to push his bicycle. Bending down, his school uniform clung to his back, accentuating the contours of his spine. He truly appeared too thin. Xu Qiao remarked, "The base limits the purchase of nutrient solutions to 3 per day. This is sufficient for ordinary individuals, but as a soon-to-awaken practitioner, your nutritional needs are greater, and insufficient supply could impact your ability level. Even among B grades, there can be significant variation in strength." Lu Yang hesitated momentarily, replying with evident disbelief, "There are only 3 months left. It's not as critical as you claim."
Xu Qiao, sweet Jose.
"I have a suggestion. You could move into the 2nd bedroom of my unit and temporarily rent out your place. This way, you could pay me a monthly allowance for food while saving a portion of the rent." With a strong sense of pride, the middle school student pondered for several seconds, glancing at his own door before responding to Xu Qiao. Aside from the food allowance, I will also cover utilities and rent. Xu Qiao laughed lightly. You're calculating this down to the last detail, planning to move to the central district after awakening your great abilities, so as not to let me benefit from your success? Upon hearing this, Lu Yong grew flustered. No, Xu Qiao interjected. Then let's proceed according to my suggestion. Focus on your studies, and I'll handle the rental arrangements. With that, she did not wait for Lu Yang's reply and mounted her bicycle, riding away. The Southeast base is home to numerous large hospitals, as well as some personal clinics operated by healing system practitioners. While large hospitals offer high salaries and excellent benefits, they are also strictly managed, requiring annual reevaluations of medical personnel's skills and ability levels. Upon graduating from military school, Xu Qiao was constrained by her ability level to obtain only a grade physician's certificate, despite her pathological knowledge and proficiency with medical instruments being on par with a grade physician. Professor Lin held her in high regard and recommended her for a position at the first military hospital in the central district. Xu Qiao was both surprised and grateful, but just before starting her new job, during a brief holiday, she accompanied Uncle Lu to the base to perform basic tasks. While assisting a mercenary with treatment, she suddenly sensed her spiritual entity stirring restlessly. This was an experience Xu Qiao had never encountered before. From her studies, she understood that plant-type spiritual entities were generally stable and did not exhibit the erratic behavior characteristic of animal-type entities. After completing the treatment, Xu Qiao intended to release her spiritual entity for an inspection, but she caught a glimpse of a shadow and hastily retracted it. She could not articulate why she felt tense in that moment or why she instinctively believed it was best not to alert anyone else. Regardless, her reflexes were so swift that the mercenaries resting nearby remained oblivious to the fleeting appearance of a lotus spiritual entity. Upon returning to the base, Xu Qiao drew the curtains tightly and released her spiritual entity. What she was familiar with should have been a lotus emerging from 4 verdant, round leaves, adorned with 11 snow-white petals, each with a hint of pink at the tips. However, the newly manifested lotus retained the 4 leaves, but the number of petals had transformed into. Xu Qiao embraced the slender flower stem and meticulously counted each petal thrice, each time arriving at 33. From 11 to 33, it had tripled. Xu Qiao understood that ability users could control the size of their spiritual entities. The larger the entity, the more mental energy was expended by the user. However, she had never heard of a spiritual entity undergoing changes in detail autonomously. She was acquainted with several flower-type ability users, including a renowned actress from the Southeast base whose spiritual entity was a peony, consistently maintaining the same petal count when released. Having only passed a century since the new era began, scholars continued their fervent research into various spiritual entities and abilities, with new discoveries emerging almost annually. Rumors circulated that some laboratories and large conglomerates conducted human experiments on ordinary individuals or ability users, though these were mere whispers shared over casual meals, with no one in Xu Qiao's circle able to present tangible evidence. Previously, Xu Qiao could dismiss such tales with a smile, but when faced with her own peculiar changes, she found herself inclined to believe. Especially as the increase in lotus petals evidently enhanced her healing abilities, seemingly elevating them to AB rank. Merely having a more aesthetically pleasing spiritual entity would not attract the attention of researchers, but the fact that her ability level could actually improve. Xu Qiao dared not draw attention to herself. She chose to forego the prestigious hospital in the central district and instead accepted a position at a private clinic in her community, carefully managing her treatment outcomes. Earning fewer points was acceptable. Sufficiency was paramount, for life and freedom were of utmost importance. As long as nothing unexpected occurred, Xu Qiao was scheduled to work 5 days each week, comprising 4 daytime shifts and 1 night shift. Day shifts ran from 8 in the morning to 5 in the evening. At 7:50, Xu Qiao donned her white coat, exited the changing room, greeted passing colleagues, and proceeded to the 3rd floor of the clinic to check on the recovery of her 2 patients. Ability users possess superior physical resilience compared to ordinary individuals, exhibiting enhanced resistance to certain bacteria and viruses. However, they still fell ill when the time came, and injuries required treatment. The first patient was an early-stage skin cancer case who, reluctant to endure the hospital queues, had come to Dr. Hua's clinic, skeptical yet tempted by Xu Qiao's lower fees as a young doctor with less than 2 years of experience. Wearing a mask, Xu Qiao calmly examined the first patient's wounds, stating, "The recovery looks good, you can proceed with discharge." Treatments administered by ability doctors were classified into 3 tiers. 1. Primary treatment, conventional treatment from the old era, requiring no mental energy expenditure, with low costs and prolonged courses.
2.
Intermediate treatment, a combination of mental energy, medical instruments, and medication, with moderate costs and shorter courses. 3. Advanced treatment, involving substantial mental energy expenditure, swiftly restoring the patient to an optimal state for treatment, with high costs and extremely short courses. For severe injuries or internal ailments, most ability users within the base opted for the economical intermediate treatment, utilizing the doctor's mental energy to operate instruments for rapid excision of lesions and expedited healing of deep wounds, significantly shortening bed restoration, and then relying on conventional recuperation methods to return to full health. The second patient was a 3-year-old boy who had accidentally severed a finger. His grandfather hastily brought him to the nearest clinic, where Xu Qiao performed the reattachment surgery. The boy's parents were away on mercenary duties, leaving his grandfather to accompany him. As Xu Qiao bent down to examine the boy's finger, the elderly man gazed at her clear, innocent eyes, reminiscent of a student, and smiled, praising, "Dr. Xu, you truly are remarkable. Just yesterday, I was a bit skeptical about you, but I never expected you to treat our Chong so well. Your skills are not inferior to those of the senior doctors at big hospitals." Xu Qiao merely smiled, gently ruffling the boy's hair, and said to the grandfather, "The bones and nerves inside have healed, only the surface wound remains. Would you like to proceed with further treatment, or would you prefer to take him home to recuperate?" The grandfather looked shamefaced and regretful, saying, "My son and daughter-in-law entrusted their son to my care. It's all my fault for being careless. Not only has he suffered, but I've also spent 10,000 points."
Xu kêu lidt stand silenti.
The grandfather, noticing her lack of response, felt a tinge of embarrassment and pressed on, "Dr. Xu, my son and daughter-in-law might return tomorrow. The 10,000 points spent were my retirement savings, which I accept, but I dread their scolding for my ineptitude. Would you consider providing a bit more care and using a little extra mental energy to help Chong heal completely? After all, it's just a minor surface injury and it shouldn't consume much mental energy." Not wanting the first patient to overhear, the grandfather lowered his voice, the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes folding into a pleading expression that was hard to refuse. Xu Qiao, with her back to the first patient, softly declined, "I'm sorry, but our clinic has regulations." As a clever physician, her mental energy was limited, and for such bone repair surgeries, she could only perform 7 per day, without compromising her condition. If she helped the boy now, what would happen if she encountered a critically ill patient later? Though she might have already attained level mental energy, Xu Qiao had to maintain her disguise. Furthermore, the grandfather only needed to pay an additional 10 points to fully restore his grandson's finger. If he was unwilling to spend 10 points on his own grandson, on what grounds could he request her to expend the equivalent value of 10 points in mental energy? Please reconsider. If you have any requests, you can speak to the duty nurse. Having said that, Xu Qiao exited the ward and proceeded to room 206 on the second floor. Half an hour later, the duty nurse arrived to request her to issue a discharge notice for the boy. 10 points could buy 5 vials of basic nutritional fluid, sufficient for a 3-year-old child for 3 days, so it was understandable that the grandfather hesitated to spend. During the 1.5-hour lunch break, Xu Qiao joined her colleagues in the cafeteria. The staff meal consisted of 1 meat and 1 vegetable dish, quite decent compared to some companies that only provided nutritional fluids for employees. Xu Qiao placed her tray on the table and opened her tablet, browsing rental listings as she ate, meticulously studying the rental prices in nearby communities.
What are you looking at?
Zhao Lu asked as she sat beside her, glancing at the tablet with curiosity. At 27, Zhao Lu was more approachable than the more mature doctors in the clinic, preferring to befriend Xu Qiao. Xu Qiao replied, "Xiaoyan wants to rent out his house, so I'm checking the market." Zhao Lu responded, "It must be expensive over there. A single room would probably cost 3,000 points a month, right?" The second ring of the base accommodated over 5 million ability users, with housing prices escalating the closer one got to the inner central district. The Xu family resided in the Pingan community on the west side of the Second Ring, just 1 kilometer from the western gate of the central district, surrounded by supermarkets, hospitals, and schools. While other communities were high-rises packed with numerous households per floor, the Pingan community featured 6-story buildings with only 2 households per floor, spacious and comfortable. At that moment, Xu Qiao also deduced the market trends. A 3-bedroom, 2-living-room apartment in the Liu family was being rented out for between 7,000 and 10,000 points. After work in the evening, Xu Qiao rode her bicycle home. After a simple dinner, she activated her communication wristband and messaged Liu Yang. "Is it convenient for me to come over and take a few photos? I need them for the rental listing." Liu Yang had just exited the school cafeteria and had 2 more classes that evening. Upon receiving her message, he replied, "Sure, but my room might be a bit messy." Xu Qiao responded, "Okay, I'll send them to you after I'm done." Both she and Liu Yang had spare keys to each other's homes, and with his permission, Xu Qiao went directly over. The evening light filtered through the balcony, illuminating half of the living room. A wedding photo of Uncle Liu and his wife hung on one wall. After gathering all the photos, she began taking pictures, returning everything to its place afterward. The Liu residence, now just a solitary high school student's abode, was quiet and empty, with only Liu Yang's bedroom exuding a hint of liveliness. Xu Qiao took 8 photographs of the 3-bedroom, 2-living-room layout, including the kitchen, bathroom, and small yard outside. After Liu Yang confirmed their accuracy, she began drafting the rental listing. Although the Liu family's decor was somewhat dated, she set the price at 10,000 points, as the scenic view from the small yard could offer significant emotional value. The next day, upon waking, Xu Qiao checked her communication wristband, which had been on silent mode, and found several new messages from unfamiliar contacts, all inquiring about the Liu family's house. Some deemed the price too high and attempted to negotiate, resorting to insults when rebuffed. Others sought information about the landlord, while some requested to schedule viewings. Sorting through the myriad of messages consumed a surprising amount of time. Breakfast prepared, Xu Qiao called Liu Yang over to share the meal. "Xu Qiao, have you tidied everything up?"
Liu Yang,
"Xu Qiao, then you should head to school. I'll be back early tonight. Let's move your things over first so we can arrange the house viewing for tomorrow." Liu Yang, "Let's move now, it's not much, and I'm certainly stronger than you." He was well aware that Xu Qiao was a clever ability user, with a physique stronger than that of an ordinary third-ring armed police officer. Yet, in his eyes, Xu Qiao's fair skin and slender figure resembled a delicate beauty in need of protection from a powerful ability user in a movie, and he didn't want her to engage in laborious tasks. Xu Qiao set down her chopsticks, resting her right elbow on the table, and invited, "Come on, let's see who's stronger." Liu Yang's gaze fell upon Xu Qiao's raised right hand, her long fingers gleaming like jade. Arm wrestling? Liu Yang could hardly fathom how to grip her delicate fingers, nor did he wish to be overpowered by her. If they were to compete, it would be better to wait until he awakened his spiritual entity. He hastened his eating, placing his bowl down and standing up. "I'll go move things." Xu Qiao, those who preferred to rent in the upscale community of the Second Ring were mostly professional mercenaries. These mercenaries often undertook missions outside the base, facing high risks with great rewards. Some preferred to buy houses, while others sought immediate enjoyment. Rather than spending millions in points on a property they might not inhabit for long, it was wiser to rent a good place and spend their points on pleasure. One after another, potential tenants arrived at the Liu residence to view the property. Couples and partners who were also mercenaries, teams of 2 or 3, and solitary mercenaries who appeared fierce and intimidating, primarily clever ability users. Mercenaries of higher ranks could easily rent in the central district, enjoying a superior living environment. Xu Qiao and Liu Yang patiently selected candidates. Xu Qiao hoped for amiable neighbors, while Liu Yang, concerned for Xu Qiao's safety, sought female tenants who posed a lower threat. The base imposed strict penalties for crime, yet some ability users still succumbed to impulsive criminal behavior, committing heinous acts and leaving the base for good, never to return. Why didn't that couple work out? After cheerfully sending off a pair of mercenary lovers, Xu Qiao turned, glaring at Liu Yang in frustration. Liu Yang pursed his lips, watching the male mercenary's retreating figure. The man kept sneaking glances at you. "Xu Qiao, fine. I'll heed your advice this time, but if I find someone suitable next time, I'll go ahead and finalize it regardless of your opposition, unless you no longer wish to oversee me." Recalling how she had to respond to messages even while eating, Lu Yang agreed. In the afternoon, while Xu Qiao was attending to a patient, the screen of her communication wristband suddenly lit up. After the patient left, Xu Qiao opened the wristband. Another message from an unfamiliar number read, "Excuse me, is the house posted by ID Xiao Qitang still available?" Xiao Qitang was the ID Xu Qiao had registered on the forum. Xu Qiao. Yes, it is. Unfamiliar number, I'll take it. Xu Qiao fell silent for a few seconds, asking, "Do you not wish to view the house?" Unfamiliar number. If you need me to, I can. Xu Qiao remained quiet again after being scrutinized and haggled over so many times. This tenant was overly straightforward. However, she still wanted to understand the individual better during the viewing to avoid inadvertently selecting a difficult neighbor. Xu Qiao. When would be convenient for you? Unfamiliar number. Anytime. It depends on your convenience. Xu Qiao pondered for a moment, replying, "How about tomorrow at 1 in the afternoon?" Unfamiliar number. That works. See you tomorrow. As the conversation concluded, a new patient entered. Xu Qiao suppressed her surprise at the straightforward tenant and focused on her work. After having lunch at the clinic, Xu Qiao set off on her bicycle, arriving back at the community at precisely 12:45. It was already mid-March, and the midday sun shone brightly, causing beads of sweat to form on Xu Qiao's forehead and nose. Taking advantage of the tenant's absence, Xu Qiao washed her face again. As she turned off the tap, she caught a glimpse of herself in the mirror. With a thought, a transparent water arrow suddenly materialized between her and the mirror, stable and sharp, glistening like a finely crafted piece of glass. Xu Qiao possessed auxiliary abilities in water manipulation. Among the 5 common elemental abilities gold, wood, water, fire, and earth-only wood abilities branched into cultivation, healing, and combat, while the other 4 were predominantly combat-oriented. A-level ability users merely experienced enhanced physical attributes, with their spiritual entities and abilities unable to manifest externally, at most possessing talents related to their spiritual entities. For instance, A-level wood ability users found it easier to study agriculture or healing, while A-level gold ability users had advantages in metalworking or mechanical repairs compared to ordinary individuals. At the clinic during the night, the number of patients was sparse, necessitating only one doctor on duty at a time. Upon her arrival, Xu Qiao powered on the computer to familiarize herself with the status of several hospitalized patients, 4 of whom had been admitted earlier that day. As she opened the information for the 4th new patient, a familiar name caught her eye. A glance at the patient's mental signature confirmed that this individual was indeed a former classmate, notorious throughout the school for the peculiarity of her mental essence, often the subject of negative discourse. Around 9 o'clock, clad in her white coat, Xu Qiao proceeded to conduct her rounds. There were 10 rooms in total, each equipped with 2 beds, yet not all were occupied. Upon reaching room 306, she found only her former classmate, Meng Li, lying on the bed, wrapped in bandages. Her forehead bore fresh scars on a face that appeared gaunt and indifferent. The rest of her body remained concealed beneath a white blanket, but Xu Qiao suspected that Meng Li's injuries were more extensive and severe. Closing the door behind her, Xu Qiao removed her mask and noticed the slight surprise in Meng Li's eyes. "It seems you still remember me," she remarked with a smile. Meng Li remained silent for a few moments before lowering her gaze. "I didn't realize you were working here." Prior to graduation, all military academy students were required to undertake a practical assessment at an external base. As a lone wolf from the combat division, Meng Li had no teammates and was thus assigned to a group by the system. Though Xu Qiao had many friends in the treatment division, she too opted for automatic assignment, not wanting to deal with the complexities of selection amidst numerous suitors vying for her attention. Consequently, she became the healer for Meng Li's team, which under Meng Li's leadership, achieved first place in their C-level group. As Xu Qiao stood by the bedside, perusing Meng Li's medical records, she speculated, "Did you encounter a pack of aberrant beasts, or perhaps face a B-level one?" Given Xu Qiao's understanding of Meng Li, a typical C-level beast would not have inflicted such injuries. Meng Li's gaze drifted towards the drawn curtains, and she offered no response. Respecting her silence, Xu Qiao refrained from pressing further, instead discussing her injuries briefly before moving on to the next patient. After completing her rounds, Xu Qiao returned to the duty room, filled out some forms, and awaited potential night patients while browsing the latest medical literature. Around 11 o'clock, she received a case of acute myocardial infarction involving a 106-year-old woman, who, despite her age, appeared youthful. Her dutiful daughter opted for advanced treatment, utilizing her mental abilities to assess the elderly woman's condition. Xu Qiao still needed to manually perform the stent implantation. Immediately, she channeled her abilities to expedite the healing of all surgical wounds. Consequently, when the elderly woman awoke from anesthesia, she felt as if she had merely taken a nap, experiencing neither pain nor discomfort, and was ready to return home with her daughter after receiving her discharge paperwork. The elderly woman expressed concern over the medical fees. "Just the stent is sufficient. Why spend extra points on recovery? I can take my time to recuperate." Her daughter retorted, "If it were me, would you rather see me lively or bedridden?" As the mother and daughter moved further away, their playful banter faded into the background. Xu Qiao's thoughts drifted to her grandfather's passing. As a healer, she too could not escape the inevitability of aging, even for those with powerful abilities. Not even an S-level esper could avert the fate of death. "Don't cry. You've awakened your mental essence. With your intelligence, you will undoubtedly obtain a C-level medical license in the future. Knowing you can take care of yourself brings my grandfather peace. There's nothing to regret." A translucent lotus petal emerged, gently brushing against Xu Qiao's face, imparting a cool and soft sensation. She smiled, lightly stroking the petal with her fingertip. "All right, enough of that. I shall continue reading." The petal then vanished. At 2 a.m, while Xu Qiao dozed at her desk, a wave of agitation emanated from her mental essence. She straightened in her chair, immediately glancing towards the closed duty room door. Outside, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and the patients on the 3rd floor should have been asleep, the silence punctuated only by faint sounds in the corridor, rhythmic footsteps approaching the duty room. Her mental essence, which communicated emotions rather than words, conveyed not a warning of impending danger, but rather a sense of displeasure and resistance. At that moment, the footsteps halted outside the door, followed by a brief silence before a timid knock echoed, a sound so soft it seemed to belong to someone exceedingly shy, apprehensive of disturbing Xu Qiao. The duty room was equipped with surveillance, and her mental essence, which she had repeatedly cautioned against fully revealing itself, could only release 11 petals, swiftly arranging them to form a word: fear not. Xu Qiao could not decipher the meaning, and the petals were formed into the word fire. Understanding dawned upon her. Meng Li's mental essence? The petals nodded in unison. The lotus, a water plant, naturally resisted fire, a trait reflected in its mental essence. Despite her affection for her mental essence, Xu Qiao recognized that certain matters could not be dictated by it. Gently, she reasoned with the petals. Meng Li is my patient, and a former classmate with whom I have collaborated amicably. For both emotional and ethical reasons, I cannot refuse her. The petals fell forlornly onto the table. Xu Qiao gathered them and pressed them to her forehead, assuring them, "Stay here, I will see her. Rest assured. She will not harm you." With her mental essence secured, Xu Qiao rose from her chair and opened the door. A flash of red darted quickly to the adjacent wall. Leaning out, she was met with the sight of Meng Li's mental essence, a small, deep crimson fire scorpion. At that moment, the fire scorpion was no larger than a palm. Its long, sharp tail curled against its abdomen, its body pressed tightly against the wall. Its two black, round eyes glanced at Xu Qiao before quickly averting their gaze, presenting an appearance of a timid creature cornered by a bully, despite its fearsome visage. Students from the combat division were required to take a course on mental essence-assisted combat. Meng Li had gained notoriety at the 3rd Military Academy due to a video of her sparring with Zhao Feng circulating online. Xu Qiao had seen that video. Meng Li was recognized as the top combatant among C-level students, excelling in all subjects except for the ability to summon her mental essence in combat. Meng Li explained that her mental essence was reluctant to reveal itself, while the instructors believed she had not yet faced sufficient pressure. Consequently, they arranged for Zhao Feng, an ice-type esper, to spar with her. Zhao Feng, a B-level esper, possessed an overwhelming advantage, and he did not intend to engage Meng Li seriously, instead holding back to serve as a practice partner. Yet, no matter how many times he knocked Meng Li down, she stubbornly rose to her feet, prompting Zhao Feng to grow impatient. He unleashed his full strength, determined to force Meng Li to concede. When Meng Li was knocked unconscious, blood trickling from her mouth, a massive fire scorpion suddenly appeared in the arena, its deep crimson exterior, with some parts darkened, startling the spectators. Zhao Feng, intrigued, released a snow wolf to assist the fire scorpion in combat. Ignoring the scorpion's terrifying appearance, the clash of ice blades and fireballs provided a spectacular visual display for the audience. Ultimately, the fire scorpion succumbed to the snow wolf's icy projectiles, collapsing in defeat. The snow wolf, resembling Zhao Feng, approached the fire scorpion, majestically shaking its snow-white fur before howling triumphantly. Just as it was basking in its glory, the beleaguered fire scorpion suddenly thrust its tail into the wolf's mouth. The visible swelling of the wolf's mouth, tinged with black, reminded the onlookers that Meng Li was a dual-element esper, wielding both fire and poison at the sea level. The video concluded with the snow wolf retreating into Zhao Feng's form, who left, nursing his injured mouth, while the colossal fire scorpion vanished. And Meng Li was taken away by her instructor. Xu Qiao found it difficult to reconcile the memory of the enormous fire scorpion with the pitiful creature before her now. Taking a step forward, the little scorpion scuttled back in alarm. Xu Qiao stifled a laugh, bending down to inquire, "Has something happened to Meng Li?" The small scorpion nodded, glancing upwards. "I shall go check," Xu Qiao assured. Once she received the promise she sought, the little scorpion vanished. Xu Qiao treaded lightly up to the 3rd floor, entering room 306, where silence enveloped the space. Xu Qiao turned on the entrance light, and the illumination spread to Meng Li's hospital bed, no longer piercing to the eyes. Meng Li's face was flushed, her brows knitted tightly, trembling in her unconscious state. This was a postoperative complication, which Xu Qiao promptly addressed. Gradually, Meng Li's complexion improved. As dawn broke, the awakened Meng Li expressed her desire to be discharged. Upon seeing the itemized bill from her attending physician, she realized that Xu Qiao had provided her with an additional treatment the previous night. The unexpected expense caused Meng Li to frown slightly, but the nurse explained clearly that it was Dr. Su, summoned by her spiritual entity, and Meng Li cooperatively paid with her points. Her external injuries had only healed to the extent that she could walk independently. Leaning against the wall, Meng Li slowly exited the hospital. Just as she was about to summon her spiritual entity to carry her home, a black and white bicycle suddenly halted beside her. Meng Li looked up to see Xu Qiao, the top student from the treatment department, clad in a white shirt, smiling brighter than the spring sunshine. Meng Li averted her gaze and said, "I'm sorry for the trouble last night." Xu Qiao replied, "Just don't think of me as stingy. It's mainly that the clinic prohibits providing additional treatments to patients. I cannot break the rules." Meng Li nodded in understanding. With one hand on the handlebars and the other extended towards her, Xu Qiao said, "It's unfortunate that you are so severely injured, but I am quite glad to see a fellow alumnus." Meng Li hesitated for a moment before grasping her delicate white hand. Her hand was covered in abrasions. She intended to retract it after a brief shake, but unexpectedly, Xu Qiao clasped it firmly. Simultaneously, a gentle, cool breeze of spiritual energy swept over her entire being. And wherever the breeze passed, Meng Li's numerous wounds swiftly healed, including her internal tissue and nerve injuries, receiving the most exquisite and advanced treatment. Meng Li looked at Xu Qiao in astonishment. Xu Qiao smiled and remarked, "This is a special privilege for a fellow alumnus. There's no need for formality." With that, she mounted her bicycle and rode away, leaving Meng Li no chance to respond. Upon returning to the peace community, it was only 8:30 in the morning. Since it was Saturday, many ability users were resting, and the streets bustled with more activity than usual. Xu Qiao leisurely pedaled her bike, turning onto the street where Building 5 was located. There, she spotted a new neighbor standing in the Liu family's small courtyard, dressed in a black casual shirt, positioned upright beside an apple tree with his back to her. It was not until Xu Qiao dismounted that Qin turned around and, upon recognizing her, greeted her with a smile. "Good morning, Miss Xu." Xu Qiao responded, "Good morning, Mr. Qin. You seem quite interested in this apple tree?" Qin replied, "Indeed. I have never seen an apple at such an early stage of growth, or perhaps I am unfamiliar with the growth stages of all plants. So." Xu Qiao reassured him, "No worries. You are welcome to enter and take a look anytime." Qin thanked her, adding, "Rest assured, I will be careful not to trample the seedlings." Although they had only known each other for a few days, Xu Qiao felt a sense of trust in Mr. Qin. After their pleasantries, she entered the house. Lu Yang was seated in the living room, a vase of peonies before him, with an open shoebox on the floor beside him. Xu Qiao whispered, "Did Mr. Qin send those?" Lu Yang's expression was complex. "It's too extravagant." Xu Qiao laughed. "Mr. Qin is just that kind of person. His gifts are given with sincerity. We should simply accept them graciously." She then took out the gift Qin had given her to show Lu Yang. "Porcelain can last for years, and since you're still growing, you won't fit into these shoes next year if you don't wear them now. Let us not disappoint Mr. Qin's goodwill." Lu Yang replied, "He is generous, but how do we reciprocate? It would be impolite not to return the favor, yet we cannot afford it." Xu Qiao suggested, "Take your time. We are neighbors now, and there will surely be times when Mr. Qin needs our assistance." Lu Yang nodded, pointing at the peonies and asking, "Did he send these as well?" "Isn't it a bit inappropriate for a man to give flowers to a woman?" Xu Qiao explained. "He said his floral arrangement was too dense, so he simply picked a few for us to enjoy."
Lu Yang remarked.
"A grown man buying flowers." Xu Qiao replied, "That's called a sense of aesthetics. Mr. Qin is wealthy. Of course, he enjoys life as he pleases." Lu Yang asked, "Do you like this?" Xu Qiao playfully poked his forehead. "You spend all your time daydreaming. Have you eaten breakfast? After you finish, go to your study and do your homework. In the morning." Xu Qiao caught up on 2 hours of sleep. Upon awakening, she felt rejuvenated and dressed before heading to the living room, where Lu Yang was preparing lunch. "You take a break. It's the weekend, and I'm supposed to cook," she said. Through the transparent kitchen sliding door, Lu Yang cautiously replied, worried Xu Qiao might rush in to snatch the spatula from him. Xu Qiao regarded Lu Yang as her younger brother, but at a height of 1.8 meters. He was more than capable of sharing household chores, allowing her to relish ready-made meals. Leaning against the sofa, she opened her tablet to watch television. Over a century ago, humanity entered a new era in an extremely brutal manner. At the inception of the 4 major bases, Survivors toiled day and night to construct the new base and earn enough points for survival, leaving them no time for entertainment. It was not until the bases were completed that survivors could return to a more stable life, allowing the entertainment industries of film, music, and art to re-emerge in public view. Unlike the old era, the new era's films primarily featured ability users as protagonists, including motivational dramas about ability users from ordinary families, romantic dramas showcasing kind-hearted and strong ordinary heroines meeting powerful ability users, and melodramatic tales depicting the opulent lives of high-level ability users. There were also military dramas and heroic battles against alien beasts, heavily promoted by the authorities. Xu Qiao had eclectic tastes. As long as a show was well made, she would watch anything, even indulging in the occasional beast-slaying drama during periods of boredom. Recently, a new genre emerged: interspecies romance. Lu Yong reopened the sliding door and found Xu Qiao transfixed by her tablet, her dark eyes sparkling, radiating sweetness. As he approached with a plate of dishes, he glanced at the screen. A massive tiger sat on the ground while a beautiful, yet valiant heroine stood before it, cradling its head with her hands, their foreheads touching. The distant sunset bathed them in a soft golden glow. Lu Yong remarked, "Such misleading dramas actually pass the review? If one were to encounter such a beast outside the base, the heroine would have been devoured to the bone." Xu Qiao countered, "Those daring enough to confront beasts wouldn't become careless because of a television show. For those who are cautious, what is wrong with enjoying a bit of entertainment? Besides, this tiger is the only good creature in the show. The other beasts and insects are portrayed quite realistically, and it even warns that minors should not watch." Suddenly remembering Lu Yang's status as a middle school student, Xu Qiao quickly closed her tablet. Lu Yong remained silent. Soon, the dining table was set with a hearty meal of one meat and one vegetable dish. Xu Qiao shared her encounter with a fellow alumnus. Lu Yong inquired, "Aren't you still searching for teammates? Meng Li is so strong. Why not ask her?" Xu Qiao replied, "She is quite aloof, always solitary. Back in our practical training, 4 out of 5 team members exchanged contact information, but she didn't add anyone. She had witnessed 2 teammates attempting to request Meng Li's contact details, and she had heard her indifferent and distant rejection, prompting her and another teammate to refrain from approaching further." Lu Yong remarked, "It's fine to be solitary in school. But does she intend to work alone on missions after graduation? Even the simplest mercenary teams consist of 2 combatants and 1 healer. Unless there are exceptional reasons for not finding teammates." Xu Qiao explained, "I helped her out of camaraderie. It wasn't related to treatment. If she doesn't want to share this with a classmate she has only collaborated with once, I don't wish to presumptuously suggest forming a team, making it seem like I'm expecting a favor in return." Lu Yong advised, "You should hurry and find a reliable team. The closer it gets to the deadline for basic mission signups, the more part-time mercenaries will be vying for spots. Be cautious not to miss out on the flight. Basic missions are conducted every 6 months, with the bold ones taking action early, while the timid prefer to procrastinate until the last minute." Lu Yong thought that this would be the only opportunity. After the midterm exams, once he awakened his spiritual entity, he could accompany Xu Qiao on future missions, just like his father. Xu Qiao was more concerned about finding a team than Lu Yong. After a whole afternoon of selection, she set out early on Sunday morning with a small handbag. Lu Yong wanted to accompany her, fearing she might encounter difficulties in the chaotic mercenary association. With his tall stature, others could not discern whether he had awakened his spirit, and he could at least intimidate some.
Xu Qiao the Mac.
"If I need someone to accompany me to the mercenary association, what team would dare to recruit a healer like me? Mercenaries will strive to protect their healer, but only if that healer is sufficiently independent, rather than timid and relying on teammates for everything." Lu Yong was left speechless. As Xu Qiao closed the door behind her and stepped out of the building, she unexpectedly discovered that the new neighbor had set a rattan chair inside the fence of the Lu family's courtyard. Bathed in the bright and warm morning light, he lounged comfortably in the chair, and from behind, it was unclear whether he was basking in the sun or admiring the vitality of the small courtyard. Xu Qiao instinctively softened her footsteps. Just as she was about to quietly slip away to avoid disturbing the new neighbor's tranquility, Qinshi turned his head towards her, shifting from a reclining position to a natural sitting posture, greeting her with a smile. "Good morning, Miss Xu. Are you heading out so early?" Xu Qiao had grown accustomed to his polite demeanor and replied with a smile. Yes, I need to go to the Mercenary Association. The earlier I go, the less crowded the subway will be. The headquarters of the Mercenary Association was located in the Central District, with 4 divisions established in the southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest, serving professional or part-time mercenaries in each area. Mercenaries could receive tasks via tablets, and visits to the association were typically for task submissions, point exchanges, weapon purchases, or registering and changing team members. The spacious and brightly lit hall on the first floor of the association was maintained by security personnel, making it a popular place for mercenaries to recruit new team members or even engage in offline transactions. Qin had moved in on Friday, and during these 2 days, aside from interacting with the 2 small landlords, he had also met other neighbors while walking, grocery shopping, or entering and exiting the building. Dressed meticulously and speaking courteously, ordinary office workers had little time to socialize with him, but some retired elderly neighbors enjoyed chatting with Qin among them. A kind-hearted person had taken the initiative to tell him about the Liu and Xu families, including the fact that the Xu family had a legacy of 4 generations of lotus spirit bodies and a C-grade healer profession. Although Qin was not particularly interested in such trivial matters, he listened patiently and smiled as the elderly neighbors shared their stories.
In quin caese perspective.
The neighbor and landlord living opposite him was more worthy of attention than those on other floors, prompting him to inquire further. Miss Xu, are you going to the association for a specific purpose? The same question could be perceived as aggressive from some, while others might ask it merely out of social etiquette. However, Xu Qiao sensed a well-measured concern from Qin, neither probing into her private matters nor casually making conversation. Through the waist-high fence, Xu Qiao replied somewhat helplessly. I'm just hoping for some luck and see if I can join a reliable mercenary team. This aligned perfectly with Qin's speculation. His gaze shifted from the pale cheek of the small landlord to another courtyard behind her. Qin was quite satisfied with his current living environment, hoping to maintain this comfort during his recuperation over the next 2 to 3 years. According to the base regulations, a resident's property could only be inherited by direct descendants within 3 generations and could not be transferred to other relatives or friends. If Xu Qiao were to perish during a mission, the adjacent Unit 101 would revert to base public property and be sold by the authorities to new buyers. Would the new neighbor maintain such a pleasant courtyard by then? Qin continued, speaking of which, I just moved from another base, and I haven't undertaken any tasks in the past 6 months, nor do I have any teammates. If you don't mind, Miss Xu, could you take me along? Xu Qiao was taken aback. You must be a high-level ability user, right? I'm just a C-grade healer, and the teams I can join are all C-grade. Qin chuckled. I apologize for any misunderstanding. Allow me to introduce myself. I am a C-grade wind and space ability user, proficient in close combat, ranged attacks, and control. Xu Qiao beamed. That's wonderful. With you around, I can join a more formidable team. Every space ability user was a coveted asset. Someone like Qin could easily qualify for a B-grade mercenary team, and with a stroke of luck, even a lower-level A-grade team might welcome him. Qin said, Please wait a moment, I'll go change my clothes. Xu Qiao nodded, watching as he retracted the rattan chair into space and opened the fence gate to enter. 3 minutes later, Qin reappeared at the entrance, dressed in a black tactical jacket and black combat pants, his feet clad in black leather combat boots. At first glance, Xu Qiao perceived him as having a cold demeanor, but his gentle smile and polite conversation quickly dispelled that impression. Now clad in black, he again reminded Xu Qiao of her fleeting first impression. Noticing her astonished gaze, Qin smiled, his expression softening once more. I don't particularly favor this style of dress, but wearing formal trousers and a shirt might attract unnecessary scrutiny and complications when applying to mercenary teams. Indeed. You look more like a scholar or an heir to a wealthy family. Qin asked, Shall we drive? Xu Qiao agreed. Sure, I appreciate the lift. Once on the street, Qin revealed his understated luxury car, slightly bending to open the passenger door for Xu Qiao. Thank you, she said, awkwardly settling into the seat. Inside the car lingered a subtle fragrance, and while Qin was still outside, Xu Qiao quickly scanned the front space, spotting a small box of light gold packaging containing car air fresheners. She inwardly scoffed. wondering how someone at the C-grade level could afford such ostentatious decor and transportation, fearing he might attract unwanted attention. However, he did not seem like the naive, rich second generation often depicted in dramas. Perhaps he possessed some means of self-protection? As Qinshi took his seat in the driver's position, Xu Qiao put aside her thoughts. Being new to the southeast base, Qinshi was unfamiliar with the area and set the navigation before departing. To alleviate any awkwardness for the small landlord, he turned on the car's music system, having previously inquired about Xu Qiao's preferences and opted for a random playlist. However, simply listening to music felt awkward, prompting Xu Qiao to initiate a conversation. "Have you already started working at the 2nd Military Academy, Mr. Qin?" Qinshi replied, "I officially begin tomorrow." "Which military academy did you attend?" Xu Qiao responded, "The 3rd Military Academy." Qinshi remarked, "That's quite impressive. I've heard the 3rd Military Academy is notoriously difficult to enter. Only the top C-grade students can gain admission."
Xu Qiao countered.
"You being able to teach at the 2nd Academy is impressive as well." Qinshi smiled, "To be honest, I have some personal connections with the principal of the 2nd Academy, so."
Xu Qiao interjected.
"All 9 military academy principals are S-grade powerhouses. I suspected you weren't an ordinary person." Anticipating her thoughts, Qinshi added, "However, it's not a particularly close connection. If it helps me secure a position, I'll consider it a favor, but the rest I must arrange for myself." Xu Qiao nodded. "I've heard that several principals are quite busy. I've only seen our 3rd Academy S Principal Dong during the opening and graduation ceremonies." Just as Qinshi was about to respond, a voice message notification suddenly appeared on his communication wristband. "Sender, Dong Mingliang." Qinshi converted the voice message to text. "Dong Mingliang, you really moved to our southeast base? Lao Wei just told me, and I can hardly believe it." Qinshi had no time to reply. Dong Mingliang continued, "I just returned to the school. Shall we have lunch together?" Qinshi raised his left wrist to respond with a voice message. "I have something to attend to in the morning. If I can resolve it by 11, I can join." Dong Mingliang, "What is the matter? Maybe I can help." Qinshi replied, "Just a small issue. It's no bother." Dong Mingliang, "All right, but do let me know if you need anything. Don't forget." Ahead lay the Mercenary Association. In the spring of March, the southeast base was still observing winter time. Every morning at 6 o'clock, aircraft departed punctually, transporting thousands of mercenaries to various task zones. And by 5 o'clock in the evening, the aircraft would return to the base, carrying mercenaries who had completed or not completed their tasks. Mercenaries must submit their tasks at the association, which leads to peak traffic in the evenings. The efficiency of the association is commendable, typically completing task verifications before 8 o'clock at night. Thus, the majority of mercenaries willingly queue, preferring to finish their business within the day rather than encroaching upon the next. Only those with ample free time and a lack of patience for long lines opt to return home immediately after disembarking from their aircraft, intending to return the following day. In summary, the foot traffic at the Mercenary Association during the day is relatively sparse, with weekends being more bustling. Outside the base, there is a parking lot where Qinshi slows his vehicle. "Shall we park here?" Xu Qiao chuckles, "I thought you would simply store it in your space." After becoming familiar with one another and soon to be teammates, the two agreed to address each other by name moving forward. As Qinshi reverses the vehicle, he responds with a smile. While out and about, it's best to avoid drawing too much attention. After exiting the car, the two walk side by side towards the association's hall, a journey of approximately 5 minutes. Xu Qiao begins to share her situation. "I have only accumulated 3 contribution points, so I can only choose from teams with similarly inexperienced members. But what about you?" The 4 major bases are distanced from one another, existing in a state of communication disconnection, with only the official upper echelons or elite families possessing the means for interbase communication. Nonetheless, contribution points and scores are universally applicable across bases. Qinshi responds, "I must admit, I have 22 points, which is rather ordinary for my age." From 18 to 28, he has undertaken basic tasks twice a year, cautious and methodical, perfectly embodying the typical experience of an average C-grade mercenary. Xu Qiao remarks, "Successfully completing 22 tasks certainly reflects considerable experience, and with your spatial abilities, why not seek out teammates on your own? The opportunities could be more abundant." Qinshi replies, The higher the team's prowess, the stricter the expectations and limitations on teammates. I prefer to team up with familiar acquaintances with whom I can interact comfortably. Xu Qiao understands this choice. Using herself as an example, even if she were to join Zhao Feng's B-grade team due to their connection, would his B-grade teammates treat her equitably? Including Zhao Feng, who may harbor ulterior motives. Conversely, if she were to join a novice team devoid of experience, the teammates would likely coddle her, prioritizing her in every matter, only to become fodder for beasts when danger strikes. The ideal team composition consists of members with comparable strengths, mutual respect, and harmonious interactions. Xu Qiao retrieves her notebook from her satchel, flipping to the latest recorded pages, and presents them to him. Here is a compilation of alternative teams. Would you like to take a look? Qin Shi halts, examining the notes with care. Xu Qiao's handwriting is neat, with each mercenary team annotated with known details about their abilities, spirit types, contribution points, team size, and personality traits. Mercenary teams often disclose more information in their recruitment posts, and Xu Qiao's records are meticulous, with the simplest entries containing merely the team name and the poster's data. After perusing the pages, Qin Shi points to the subsequent 10 pages and inquires, "Is the information all similar?" Xu Qiao confirms, "Yes. Every month I select a few teams to apply to, but unfortunately, I have yet to succeed. Either they do not find me suitable, or I cannot accept certain character flaws displayed by some members." Qin Shi chuckles, "Then let us wish for a smooth team formation today." The first floor of the association is spacious and bright, with ample light streaming through 10-meter-high floor-to-ceiling windows. A large electronic screen scrolls through the recently available base tasks. For over a century, it has become customary for mercenaries to conduct transactions in the open space at the eastern end of the first floor, while the western end is designated for team recruitment and applications. With free space, utilities, and security, there is no more suitable venue. Xu Qiao leads the way, and Qin Shi strolls leisurely beside her, as if visiting a museum. Before entering, Qin Shi, citing discomfort in such environments, requests Xu Qiao to handle the discussions with various mercenary teams, assuring her of his full support for her decisions. Xu Qiao asks, "What if I find a team suitable, but there are members you do not fancy?" Qin Shi replies, "We collaborate only once every 6 months. As long as the other party does not exhibit any fundamental moral issues, I can accommodate any character flaws." Xu Qiao retorts, "You said it. Should you end up in a dispute with someone, do not blame me for poor judgment." Qin Shi smiles, "I trust your judgment in selecting individuals." However, Qin Shi indeed appears to be someone who does not easily engage in conflicts. Politeness seems to be ingrained in his very being. The vast open space at the western end is neatly arranged with 8 rows of stalls, each equipped with a 1-meter-long table and 4 chairs. These are provided by the association to facilitate mercenaries while preventing disarray. 5 rows are dedicated to combat mercenary recruitment, while 3 rows cater to healers. Combat mercenaries face inherent dangers with a high mortality rate, whereas healers, despite having teammates for protection, possess poor self-defense capabilities, resulting in similarly grim outcomes outside the base. Xu Qiao has memorized the names of the teams she intends to apply to, browsing the electronic screens of the stalls as they walk. Upon spotting a suitable team, she guides Qin Shi to queue at the end. Having arrived early, only 2 competitors stand before them, one of whom is currently applying. Xu Qiao glances at the 4 individuals seated behind the stall, 3 men and 1 woman. Almost as soon as Xu Qiao lifts her gaze, a scarred, muscular man among them locks eyes with her, unabashedly scanning her face before shifting his gaze to her chest, a smirk playing upon his lips. Such lewdness is impossible to discern merely through the written words in a post. Xu Qiao immediately prepares to leave. The scarred man suddenly rises from his seat and steps in front of her. "Hey there, are you a C-grade healer?" Xu Qiao maintains her composure, regarding the man emanating an overwhelming odor of sweat. "Yes, you are blocking my path. Please step aside." The scarred man, undeterred by her demeanor, grins. "We are in need of healers, and I feel a connection with you. You're perfect for our team. Since you are here to apply, you should be aware of our team's strength. We are undoubtedly the top tier among beginner teams, ensuring you return unscathed every time." His enthusiasm is palpable. Yet a tall, slender teammate frowns. "Old Wang, don't make unilateral decisions. Our captain has stated that recruitment requires unanimous agreement from all four of us. The scarred man turns his gaze to the bespectacled gentleman seated in the chair. The bespectacled man first assesses Qin Shi before shifting his focus to Xu Qiao. However, before he can speak, Xu Qiao interjects. Captain, you should be more aware of the rules in this hall than I am. Will you call your team member back? Or shall I summon the security personnel? The bespectacled man's expression twitches, and he coldly commands, Old Wang, return. The tone is authoritative, leaving no room for refusal. The scarred man clenches his fists, pointing a finger at Xu Qiao with a scowl. You're asking for trouble. Quietly following Xu Qiao, Qin Shi suddenly produces a pair of earplugs from his pocket, offering them to her. If you wish to avoid the noise, you might consider using these. Xu Qiao is momentarily speechless. The scarred man retorts, Say that again.
Qin Shi, maintaining a calm demeanor.
Responds, The distinction between humans and beasts lies not only in language and technological tools, but also in moral cultivation and cultural heritage. If you grasp my meaning, please correct the beastly tendencies within you. If you do not understand, then there is no need for further discussion. The scarred man comprehends the insult. He is being ridiculed. He raises his fist high, but the bespectacled man intervenes in time. Wang Li, do you want to end up in jail? Ignoring the scarred man's changing expressions, Xu Qiao and Qin Shi nonchalantly proceed to the next recruitment stall. Contrary to their hopes, Xu Qiao's applications continue to falter. She encounters arrogant male mercenaries who disregard women due to their own prowess, overly sensitive female mercenaries concerned about their boyfriends being swayed by Xu Qiao, and overly generous team leaders who, despite not being interested in Xu Qiao, are eager to recruit Qin Shi and are willing to offer Xu Qiao a chance. Of course, there are also the typical teams that simply dismiss her due to her lack of experience. The distinguished graduate of the 3rd Military Academy, Xu Qiao, feels a twinge of frustration. Could it be that the standards she set for her desired team are indeed too high and require adjustment? Her forlorn gaze inadvertently fell upon a recruitment booth across the way, which had been neglected by passers-by. At the booth sat a slightly plump young man, who appeared to be a recent graduate from a military academy, much like herself. Their eyes met, and the young man flushed crimson, lowering his head as he pretended to tidy up the sparse contents of his table, which held merely 2 sheets of paper. Xu Qiao had never encountered a male ability user so easily embarrassed. Intrigued, she approached his booth and pressed her hand against the papers he was about to collect. One was a blank form, and the other an introduction to a mercenary team named Silence is Golden, which at present had but one member, the slightly plump young man. Sun Fushan, a C-class Earth-type ability user with a turtle spirit, excelled in defense and was a graduate of the 2nd Military Academy. Notably, he stuttered, which made communication rather challenging. You graduated from the 2nd Military Academy?
Xu Qiao inquired, Astonites?
Sun Fushan nodded, his face still aflame. Xu Qiao glanced at her mentor, Teacher Qin from the 2nd Academy, pondering how difficult it was for even a B-class ability user from an ordinary background to enter the academy, while here stood a mere C-class. However, she swiftly concealed her curiosity and turned to the matter of recruitment. You are only seeking one healer, and you dare to venture out on missions? Sun Fushan produced another number plate for the booth, his head bowed as he stammered, First recruit a healer, then recruit others. Xu Qiao felt a pang of sympathy for his struggle, if she were to turn and leave after he had labored to utter so many words. Teacher Qin interjected, I will attack, he will defend, you will heal, and we should recruit one combat-type member. That should suffice. With attack, defense, and healing, the team would be quite well-rounded. Xu Qiao, weary of the repetitive interview process, pressed Sun Fushan for his contribution points. He extended 3 fingers and produced a certificate, proving he was an excellent C-class graduate from the 2nd Military Academy, graduating in the same year as Xu Qiao. Had it not been for Xu Qiao's inexplicable accumulation of petals on her lotus, their credentials would have been evenly matched, with Sun Fushan's academy background surpassing hers. Of course, it would be far easier for Xu Qiao to join a team as a healer than for Sun Fushan to establish one independently. She introduced her situation with Teacher Qin and asked, May we join your team? After several fruitless recruitment attempts, Sun Fushan stood up in excitement. Yes, that would be wonderful. With the team successfully formed, Xu Qiao exhaled in relief. Shall we go recruit our final teammate together? Sun Fushan eagerly nodded, quickly tidying up his booth and, after scanning to conclude the usage of the recruitment station, led the way to the combat-type recruitment area. It was 10 o'clock, and the surrounding area was bustling with people. Nearly all booths occupied. As Sun Fushan scanned the scene, he spotted an opening at a nearby booth and dashed towards it. Xu Qiao suddenly noticed a tall figure she had seen just the day before. Meng Li, clad in black combat gear and wearing an icy expression, had her sights set on a mercenary team's booth. Not far from her position, Xu Qiao leaned in to eavesdrop.
Meng Li?
You're back? Yes. I hunted 8 C-class beasts. You owe me 5 crystal cores for the mission. The rest I shall keep. But we thought you. We only hunted 10 C-class beasts that day. The captain and Xiao Tian reported yesterday. We still need to recruit. No, since you've returned, we needn't to recruit new teammates. We can go on a mission tomorrow to complete our tasks together. No, you may abandon me once. And you may abandon me a second time. Return my 5 crystal cores by the end of the month, and we shall consider that day settled. The 4 team members fell silent. After stating her terms, Meng Li turned to leave. Xu Qiao exchanged glances with Teacher Qin and smiled as she pursued Meng Li. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Meng Li assumed they bore no significance to her until Xu Qiao intercepted her path, prompting Meng Li to halt in surprise. About yesterday. Xu Qiao smiled. That is in the past. Our team still needs 1 more member, and I wonder if you might be interested? Meng Li had always been a lone wolf during her time at the academy and had no intentions of joining any team after graduation. Her first mission was undertaken solo. Each C-class ability user had a basic task of submitting 5 crystal cores from C-class beasts. Meng Li, calm and composed, specifically targeted solitary C-class beasts, successfully gathering 5 crystal cores. However, on her return journey, she was targeted by a greedy mercenary team, comprised of 5 members, for experienced combat-type mercenaries. Meng Li faced dire challenges and sustained severe injuries, narrowly escaping thanks to her unexpected toxic mist. Wishing to spare her family from worry, Meng Li sought treatment at a clinic. Watching her hard-earned points dissipate into medical fees, she truly understood the significance of recruiting a healer for a team, protection and cost-saving. Having experienced the perils of going solo, Meng Li visited the association's recruitment area, disliking the idea of wasting words in interviews with capable teams that would scrutinize her. She found a novice team that seemed acceptable, presenting her basic information. The team was pleasantly surprised and willing to accommodate her non-social nature. Thus, Meng Li became a member of the stable and steady team. Her first collaboration with them had been relatively smooth, and her 4 new teammates appreciated Meng Li's formidable strength, while she found their steadiness to her liking. This Friday marked Meng Li's 3rd collaboration with the team and her 4th basic task. Outside the base, dangers lurked at every turn. No one could rely on luck indefinitely. This time, the 5-member team encountered 2 B-class beasts. Meng Li faced one alone while the other 4 dealt with the second. Noticing her teammates faltering and casualties looming, Meng Li summoned her spirit to assist. At that moment, Meng Li thought that as long as they worked together, they had a 70% chance of defeating the 2 B-class beasts. To her shock, the 4 teammates, while the B-class beast was ensnared by a fiery scorpion spirit, abandoned Meng Li and fled, believing her doomed. They took the majority of the crystal cores she had helped to collect back to their captain, submitting their healer's task first. Meng Li could not forgive her former teammates for their betrayal, but she also would not continue to fight alone. Rather than seek out unfamiliar strangers, Xu Qiao, who had previous collaboration experience and a bright demeanor, was evidently a good choice. Meng Li followed Xu Qiao to the recruitment booth that Sun Fushan had just set up. Teacher Qin was already seated beside Sun Fushan, appearing calm and composed in the bustling market, a more fitting image of a team leader than Sun Fushan himself. Xu Qiao cheerfully introduced Meng Li's abilities, dual C in fire and poison. Even our strongest B-class peer has suffered at her hands. Though Xu Qiao did not exaggerate her strength, Meng Li felt compelled to clarify. At that time, he was caught off guard. I might not win against him again. Sun Fushan was left dumbfounded. A C-class facing a B-class opponent without conceding defeat, suggesting there might still be a chance of victory. She must be a formidable presence among C-class users. After the initial shock and elation, Sun Fushan suddenly composed himself. Glancing at the 3 individuals beside him, He first added Xu Qiao as a friend and then messaged, "You all are so strong. You could easily form your own team. I'm fine. I can continue recruiting. I'm not in a hurry if I truly cannot gather a team. I have bodyguards to accompany me." Xu Qiao glanced at the ordinary-looking, slightly plump team leader, who was focused on his communication device. Bodyguards? Yes, my family is wealthy and fears for my safety outside. So they always arrange for bodyguards to accompany me on missions. However, I believe this does not enhance my skills, which is why I want to form my own team. Initially, Sun Fushan had hoped to join an established team, but others had rejected him due to his inexperience and stutter, compelling him to take on the role of team leader to recruit members. Xu Qiao remarked, "Your family must be quite affluent. Why not hire a high-level healer to treat your stutter?" "We have," Sun Fushan replied. "They said my stutter is caused by psychological factors. Healers can only treat physical injuries." Xu Qiao understood. "It's all right. Meng Li is also a person of few words. When we undertake missions outside, we should refrain from making loud noises and focus more on our capabilities. Let us not have private conversations all the time. Create a group chat. And I will add Qin Shi and Meng Li." Sun Fushan, upon hearing this, lifted his head to meet Qin Shi's calm gaze, then turned to glance at Meng Li, who appeared cold and unapproachable. Quickly, he lowered his head again and silently created the group, naming it the same as their team. Xu Qiao gestured for Meng Li to sit inside the booth, where 2 empty chairs awaited them. Once seated, Sun Fushan sent the first message in the group. "Hello. I am delighted to form this team with you. I am not very eloquent, so it would be more time efficient for me to listen while you speak directly, as my hearing is perfectly fine." The 3 looked up. Sun Fushan's face flushed crimson, and he avoided eye contact. Qin Shi replied, "No worries, typing is quite convenient." Meng Li added, "Indeed." Xu Qiao remarked, "This is quite good. It aligns perfectly with our team name." Sun Fushan continued, I came up with the team name on a whim. If you have better suggestions, we can certainly change it. By the way, we should also consider changing the team leader. You are all more suitable than I am." Meng Li stated, "I do not wish to be the leader." Qin Shi explained, "As a teacher, I may find it tiring to grade assignments, so I am not fit to take on the role of team leader." Xu Qiao inquired Sun Fushan, "I work at a clinic. What about you?" Sun Fushan replied, "I am a librarian." Xu Qiao asked, "Is it busy?" Sun Fushan answered, "It's quite leisurely, from 9 to 5. Xu Qiao concluded, "Then you should still be the leader. We trust you." Qin Shi added, "Thank you for your efforts, team leader."
Mang Li akua.
Indeed. Sun Fushan, blushing, said, "All right, I will strive to excel in this role. By the way, have you completed the tasks from the first half of the year?" Xu Qiao responded, "Neither Qin Shi nor I have." Meng Li remarked, "It's a wasted effort. We'll have to do it again." A mercenary team with insufficient strength or luck might need to venture outside several times to eliminate a sufficient number of exotic beasts.
Xu Qiao sa Mang Li's plicht.
While Sun Fushan, oblivious to the implications, suggested, "Shall we select the mission we want to take on first? And then we can register our team information and claim it later?" The 3 concurred and ultimately chose a mission scheduled for the following Sunday. At 10:45, the 4 exited the association hall. Sun Fushan offered to drive Meng Li home, but after being declined, he awkwardly departed. Meng Li opted to take the subway. Aware that Qin Shi had a lunch appointment, Xu Qiao encouraged him to attend, planning to accompany Meng Li to the nearby subway station. As Qin Shi checked his communication wristband, he remarked, "I have a lunch engagement at 12. I need to go home to change. Let us head back together." Meng Li then walked off alone. Xu Qiao followed Qin Shi to the car, and at that moment, Meng Li's figure had vanished from sight.
Xu Qiao commented,
"All 3 of us contribute equally at 3 o'clock. You truly do not mind?" Qin Shi smiled. "I was worried you might think my age creates a gap between us." Apart from him, the other 3 were merely in their 20s. Xu Qiao jested. "How could that be? Besides, with you representing our team, other teams would dare not underestimate us." Qin Shi replied, "Well, I shall consider it as guiding students in practice." At 11:55, Qin Shi parked in front of a villa located on a tranquil hillside in the central district. The principal of the 3rd Military Academy, Dong Mingliang, had been waiting at the gate for a few minutes. Upon seeing Qin Shi, dressed in a suit, emerge from the black sedan, Dong Mingliang's mouth gaped in shock. Even as Qin Shi approached him, Dong Mingliang remained in a daze, akin to witnessing someone clad in a tailcoat preparing for a ceremony.
It has been a while. You.
How have you changed so much? Upon meeting Qin Shi's gentle and composed smile, Dong Mingliang instinctively took 3 steps back, clutching his goosebumps. He was still more accustomed to the stern, unyielding demeanor of General Qin in military attire. Qin Shi withdrew his empty hand and chuckled. Have I changed? I have always envisioned living this kind of life. I simply lacked the opportunity before. Dong Mingliang's gaze shifted to the unbuttoned white shirt and the beige suit jacket Qin Shi wore. He found it somewhat awkward but had to concede that Qin Shi's aura suited this attire far better.
Please step inside.
Give me a moment to adjust. Also, what are you holding? Qin Shi replied, I remember you enjoy drinking, so I brought 2 bottles as a token for my first visit. Dong Mingliang. As Qin Shi admired the villa's surroundings, he felt a certain disconnect with Dong Mingliang. Is this your home? Dong Mingliang sighed. Do not mention it. This villa was allocated to the principals of the 3rd Military Academy. When Uncle Li transferred the position of the 2nd Academy's principal to Old Wei, he followed suit and handed the 3rd Academy over to me, along with this villa. It is rather desolate. I hardly stay here. Knowing you prefer not to be in the limelight, I came here to host you. At just 38, with a demanding military career, he struggled to find time to accompany his wife and children, let alone manage a military academy. Yet, the elders insisted that a younger principal would be more relatable to the cadets and could enhance the military's appeal, forcing him into this role. Suddenly, Dong Mingliang's eyes brightened. Since you are here to recuperate and wish to find something to occupy your time at the academy, why not take on the role of principal for 2 years? Teaching involves grading assignments and dealing with students' frustrations. Being a principal is far less burdensome. Qin Shi replied, the principal bears the honor of the academy. The pressure is too great and not conducive to recuperation. Dong Mingliang. As they entered the dining room, the cook had set several dishes before departing. The banter about the principal and teaching was just a fade. Dong Mingliang was genuinely concerned about Qin Shi's health. What has prompted this sudden need for recuperation? Since the establishment of the base, threats from exotic beasts, particularly those from the sea, had never ceased. Whether S-class marshals or soldiers on the front lines, they remained steadfast. Apart from a few fleeting holidays, soldiers could only leave the battlefield due to severe injuries or death. Other injuries could be treated by therapists. Therefore, the Northeast base had granted Qin Shi a 3-year leave, and there must be more to this story. Qin Shi smiled and countered, aside from you and Old Wei. Who else knows I am here? Dong Mingliang replied solemnly, rest assured, it is just the 2 of us. Even if others are aware, they would have learned through other channels. Qin Shi nodded and raised his glass in a toast to Dong Mingliang. Just as Dong Mingliang was about to grumble about his former comrade's polite gestures, his pupils suddenly constricted. The hand holding the wine glass, originally long and fair, was suddenly covered in golden red scales that rapidly spread across Qin Shi's hand and crept into the sleeve of his shirt. Dong Mingliang stood up in shock. How could this happen? As soon as the words left his lips, the golden red scales vanished from Qin Shi's hand, leaving him wondering if it had been an illusion. Once Dong Mingliang settled back down, Qin Shi gazed at the slightly swirling transparent liquid in his glass and said, Professor Wu mentioned that my excessive bloodshed over the past decade has led to a more brutal and bloodthirsty spirit entity. When the desires of this spirit overwhelm my rationality, it attempts to seize control of my body. Professor Wu has termed this phenomenon beastification. Dong Mingliang frowned deeply. Is it treatable? Qin Shi replied, there are too few cases. Professor Wu is uncertain. I will give it a try first. Dong Mingliang inquired, too few cases? So, you are not the first person to exhibit symptoms of beastification? Qin Shi confirmed, yes, however, the others were discovered during the early New Era. Under prolonged pressure at the front lines, some warriors with animalistic spirit entities exhibited signs of beastification, but these individuals either perished or chose to conceal their condition due to fear, leaving almost no cases for study. Dong Mingliang released his own spirit entity, a brown bear, transformed into a colossal brown bear standing 2 meters tall. It immediately snatched the braised meat from the table and retreated to a corner to devour it voraciously. The external spiritual entity cannot truly digest food, yet it can absorb the energy contained within it. Dong Ming's heart was heavy with mixed emotions. I have killed for many more years than you. My bloodshed surely surpasses yours. Will there come a day when I too will succumb to bestiality? Qin lowered his gaze. Not necessarily. Besides killing, the beastification of a supernatural being is also related to personality and experiences. Do not worry too much, even if such symptoms arise. As long as the supernatural being can calm down in time, they can regain control over their body. After all, the spiritual entity is a part of us, not our enemy. Beastification also has its degrees. Qin's rest is aimed at halting the further expansion of this transformation. Dong Ming inquired, "To what extent have you progressed?" Qin smiled, "To a fully controllable degree." Around 2 p.m., Qin returned to the community in his car. Xu Qiao practiced her supernatural abilities in her bedroom, closing the curtains. She heard some noise outside but paid little attention, although she unexpectedly became a teammate with Qin. Their backgrounds, personalities, and ages differed significantly. Xu Qiao believed that she and Qin would be harmonious neighbors, exchanging smiles and polite small talk whenever they met. Yet it was unlikely they would become close friends to share leisure and time together. Moreover, Xu Qiao sensed that Qin harbored some secrets. Why, despite his wealth, did he not reside in a better environment in the Central District? Why, with 10 years of experience in base missions, did he not seek more suitable teammates, instead opting to team up with 3 recent graduates? And why did he leave his original base? Xu Qiao had no intention of probing into her new neighbor's secrets. She relished her current stable life and aimed to prepare well for the base mission that occurred every 6 months. Xu Qiao practiced for an entire afternoon, her continuous release of supernatural energy nearly exhausting her mental strength. She did not sweat, yet felt more fatigued than after running 20 to 30 kilometers outside, collapsing back onto her bed, unable to muster the energy to move even a finger. Just as she was drifting off to sleep, Lu Yong knocked on the door. "Dinner is ready." Xu Qiao weakly responded, "Coming." She donned her slippers, washed her face in the master bathroom, and smoothed her disheveled hair before heading out, planning to shower after dinner and retire for the night. Lu Yong was setting the chopsticks at the dining table, casually glancing over. Noticing Xu Qiao's weary complexion, which seemed even more drained than after an all-night shift, he curiously asked, "What were you doing in there?" Xu Qiao replied, "Practicing my supernatural abilities. Even though my water abilities are at a low level, they still possess some offensive capability. I cannot be completely defenseless."
Lu Yang,
unwilling to discourage her, nodded. The attack strength of a D-level supernatural being is comparable to that of an ordinary person wielding a cold weapon, only capable of dealing with low-level E-class beasts. D-class beasts cannot even breach the defenses of C-class beasts. Yet Xu Qiao, being a C-class healer, must venture into dangerous areas where C-class beasts roam for her missions. Halfway through dinner, Lu Yong observed Xu Qiao's hand as she held her chopsticks and remarked, "My father has prepared a set of B-class armor materials for me, but I have to wait 3 more years to use it. Rather than letting it sit in a box for 3 years, it would be better to let you use it first." The B-class armor, crafted from the fusion of B-class beast hides and rare metals through modern technology, can withstand the powerful bite force of B-class beasts. The technology for creating armor is monopolized by the authorities. Supernatural beings can obtain a set through military service, where it is distributed for free by the Guard Army, or by redeeming corresponding contribution points at the association, or by providing beast hides and metal materials to the armor makers at the association, albeit at a high processing cost. Xu Qiao was touched by her middle school brother's sentiment, but smiled as she declined. "First, I do not have sufficient savings to cover the processing fees for B-class armor. Second, we're going to a C-class danger zone, where the probability of encountering B-class beasts is exceedingly low. Third, if you wish to take care of me, then use your abilities to gift me advanced armor in the future, so as not to squander Uncle Lu's kindness." The first 2 reasons were acceptable, but the third one rendered the middle schooler speechless. Seeing Lu Yong lower his head, his pace of eating slowing, Xu Qiao reached out and ruffled his hair. "All right. Using the B-class armor on me is truly not cost-effective. Once you graduate from military school and have it made into armor, the safer you are, the more time you can devote to looking after me, right?" Xu Qiao treated Lu Yong as a brother, thus her kindness towards him was not merely an investment. However, having a B-class, supernatural brother around indeed allowed her to live more securely. Lu Yong nodded sullenly. After showering and drying her hair, just as Xu Qiao was preparing to sleep again, her communication bracelet, set to silent mode, lit up. It was the group chat titled Silence is Golden. Sun Fushan, I thought about it all afternoon and still feel we should create 4 sets of matching team uniforms. What do you think? Meng Li, too expensive.
Xu Qiao silenti chukka.
Sun Fushan, you don't need to worry about the costs. I'll find someone to design a few styles, and you can choose from them. Meng Li, not necessary. Xu Qiao understood that Meng Li did not want to owe Sun Fushan a favor, fearing that the enthusiastic captain would feel awkward. And typed, I have an old set of C-class armor. Though it's worn, it should last a few more years. How about this? Let us set aside some points for team funds each time we complete a mission, and once we accumulate enough, we can purchase armor, weapons, and other team supplies? Meng Li sounds good. Qin Shi, I support this. Sun Fushan. Alright, I'll prepare 4 team badge brooches. Made of brass. They are both cost-effective and of good quality. Consider it a small gift from your captain. Meng Li, as you wish. Xu Qiao, then I do appreciate the captain putting in some extra effort to make them look nice. Qin Shi, remember to use a matte finish. Reflective surfaces can easily attract mutated creatures. Sun Fushan. Got it. I'll hand them out to you on Sunday. After a restful night of sleep, Xu Qiao woke up on Monday feeling invigorated. She first went to water the fruits and vegetables in her home using her wood-based supernatural abilities. The growth of these plants primarily relies on the nutrients from nature. Xu Qiao waters them weekly, not only to substitute for fertilizer but also to ensure they do not develop diseases or mutations. After tending to her small garden, Xu Qiao crossed into Lu Yang's courtyard, employing her abilities while meticulously inspecting each vegetable bed for any wild weeds. Upon reaching the apple tree in the center, she suddenly heard the sound of curtains being drawn. Xu Qiao looked up and through the window of the adjacent bedroom, she met the gaze of her neighbor, who was clad in dark golden silk pajamas. He appeared to have just risen from bed, his short hair somewhat tousled, yet it did not detract from his gentlemanly demeanor. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Xu Qiao asked as Qin Shi opened the window, Did I disturb you? Qin Shi smiled. Not at all. I usually wake around this time as well. What are you up to? Xu Qiao explained her work. Qin Shi replied, Then I won't disturb you further. I'll tidy up. He did not close the curtains, and Xu Qiao courteously refrained from peering inside, quickly finishing her remaining tasks before heading home. In room 102, the bathroom door was tightly locked. A massive golden-red dragon expanded its form, nearly filling the entire space. A winding coil of its body left just enough room for Qin Shi to stand. As if oblivious to the terrifying dragon that could frighten an adult, Qin Shi apathetically brushed his teeth. The dragon, before the mirror, exhaled flames. Are you really going to let me breathe in here? Qin Shi mumbled indistinctly. It was you who emerged without my permission. He had actually been asleep moments ago, and it was only when his spiritual entity suddenly burst forth from his mind that Qin Shi jolted awake. Spotting the fire dragon lurking beneath the window curtain, its head inching upward, with golden pupils the size of lychees narrowing into slits, resembling a bloodthirsty mutated beast concealed in the shadows, poised to strike its prey once it had a clear view. Qin Shi had long grown accustomed to his spiritual entity. For others, the dragon's actions at that moment would have been more terrifying than any horror film featuring mutated creatures. The colossal dragon writhed around the Qin pool, flames morphing into new script. Her spiritual essence is a lotus. I have yet to witness a true lotus. The Qin family had not a single flower, not even a blade of green grass. The garrison stationed at Qin Pool was devoid of any floral adornments. Qin Pool remarked, Some individuals regard their spiritual essence as a private matter and would not easily expose it. Curiosity is permissible, yet to demand or coerce another into revealing their spiritual essence is exceedingly impolite. The dragon inquired, Is the fragrance of the lotus akin to that of the peony? Qin Pool's gaze turned frosty. I can tolerate your bloodlust, but should you harbor any lascivious thoughts, I would rather incapacitate my crystal core. The distinction between an ability user and an ordinary person lies in the presence of a crystal core in the former's mind. Should the core be destroyed, the ability user would simultaneously lose both their spiritual essence and abilities, reverting to an ordinary state. The dragon protested, I merely inquired about the floral scent. How is that indecent? Qin Pool replied, "You have 1 more minute. Today's reprieve is concluded." The dragon, enraged, attempted to wreak havoc upon the restroom's decor. Qin Pool warned, "Damage anything, and you shall face a week's confinement." The dragon yearned for the battlefield, craving to engage in frenzied combat amidst the beasts. Luyan was preparing for early self-study, leaving his residence at dawn, while Xu Qiao would not depart until 7:30. Upon opening his door, he unexpectedly collided with Qin Pool, who emerged from room 102. Xu Qiao's astonished gaze fell upon her neighbor, now clad in a sleek black suit, accompanied by a white shirt and a blue tie, presenting an exceptionally formal appearance. Recalling her 3 years at military academy, Xu Qiao realized none of her instructors had donned such attire. "Good morning," Qin Pool greeted with a smile, having secured his door.
Good morning.
"Are you departing now? Will you be late?" Xu Qiao inquired, aware that the second military academy, situated 4 rings away, would require at least 45 minutes by car. Qin Pool clarified, "I am teaching the 3rd and 4th periods today. Departing now is perfectly timed." Understanding, Xu Qiao bid him farewell. As she observed the familiar black sedan turning the corner, she speculated that he must be teaching a literature class. At the second military academy, a professor responsible for instructing first-year students in the forms and characteristics of mutated creatures was on an extended leave. Qin Pool, visiting the southeastern base for recuperation, filled this vacancy. With the principal, Wei Jian, absent from the base, Qin Pool briefly acquainted himself with a few colleagues in the office. When the time arrived, he proceeded to the lecture hall with his lesson plan. The forms and characteristics of mutated creatures was a compulsory course across military academies, required to be completed in the first year, though it remained a subject of examination in the subsequent years. Now, in the latter half of the first year, with only 3 months remaining until final examinations, the course had progressed to A-level mutated creatures. As a subject reliant on rote memorization, some students displayed a lackadaisical attitude, slumping on their desks, waiting to cram before exams. Upon entering the classroom and standing at the podium, the awake students, regardless of gender, were taken aback, while those still groggy sensed an unusual atmosphere, rubbing their eyes and lifting their heads. Qin Pool cheerfully introduced himself. A rowdy male student called out, "Teacher, why are you dressed so sharply for class?" Evidently a good-natured instructor, Qin Pool neither felt awkward nor angered, responding amicably, "To be honest, I enjoy dressing this way at home." Before the bell rang, the students enthusiastically engaged with their new teacher. "Qin teacher, how old are you? You certainly don't look like a military academy instructor." 29, specializing in mutated biology. "I wouldn't dare compare myself to the experts, but I should suffice for your education." Another student queried, "Teacher Qin, I'm asking for the girl in the front row. Are you currently single?" Laughter erupted, and Qin Pool replied, "Indeed, I am single. But I have no plans to change that status at the moment." After addressing a couple more questions, the class bell rang, signaling Qin Pool to quiet the students. He sat in a chair, connected his tablet to the teaching screen, opened the PPT, and addressed the students. "Today, we shall discuss the A-level blood mantis." Pointing to the screen, the second slide showcased a high-definition image of the blood mantis. Despite its clarity, the image's size diminished the perceived danger of the creature. Attentive students sat upright, while lethargic ones prepared to resume their slumber. Qin Pool smiled. "I believe that seeing a physical representation of the mutated creature will enhance your memory, so I have prepared one in advance. You will have 5 seconds to mentally prepare. After that, I will reveal it. Rest assured, it shall be a deceased blood mantis." The classroom erupted in a flurry of discussion. Some expressed excitement, others trepidation, while a few felt fear. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept across the students' faces, and in the next moment, a colossal blood mantis materialized, suspended by an unseen gust of wind, hovering merely a foot above the students' heads. As its name suggests, the blood mantis boasted a vivid crimson hue, each of its 6 pairs of appendages adorned with sharp spines, and its robust forelimbs bore 2 massive scythes, gleaming with a metallic sheen. The creature's head had been severed, lying lifeless against the wind, its bulging red compound eyes fixed upon a table of recently awakened students. Those under its gaze emitted silent screams, collapsing in disarray. As the initial shock and fear subsided, the students collectively turned their attention to teacher Qin at the podium. Qin Pool maintained his gentle smile, manipulating the wind to position the three segments of the blood mantis upright on one side of the podium, calmly stating, "Next, we shall begin with the physical characteristics of the blood mantis." Each time a task from the base was accepted, the intervening days of waiting seemed to pass with remarkable swiftness, and soon it was Sunday. The aircraft was scheduled to depart from the Mercenary Association at 6 o'clock, prompting Xu Qiao to prepare for her journey by 5. Outside, the sky was dim, and as she donned her sea-level battle armor and exited her bedroom, Lu Yong also opened his door. Clutching her helmet in one hand and a mercenary backpack in the other, Xu Qiao greeted the middle schooler with a casual smile. "So early, have you come to see me off?" Lu Yong, unable to muster a smile, produced a red cord necklace, unveiling a golden circular pendant containing a black crystal core, the very spatial core Qin Pool had given him. From within the core, Lu Yong retrieved a single energy gun, along with a beast crystal core, and addressed Xu Qiao. "You've learned to use the gun at the military academy. You don't need me to teach you, do you? This is a B-level model. Once its energy is depleted, simply replace it with a new B-level crystal core. There's only one gun, but 6 crystal cores. Use them if danger arises. No need to conserve." Just as Xu Qiao was about to respond, Lu Yong interjected, "You're my only relative. If you don't return, I..." He couldn't fathom whether he could be as resilient as Xu Qiao, living a fulfilling life alone. For the first time, Xu Qiao found herself at a loss for words, pausing for a moment before setting down her backpack, handing her helmet to Lu Yong, then donning the necklace and tucking it into her battle armor's collar. She stored the energy gun and crystal cores in her spatial pouch, assuring him, "Rest assured, I will return." Lu Yong smiled, continuing to hold her helmet while carrying her backpack, accompanying her to the door. Xu Qiao adjusted her backpack and was about to contact Qin Pool when the door of room 102 was suddenly pushed open from the inside. The siblings turned in unison. This week, Qin Pool, who had consistently donned a suit while entering and exiting the community, had finally changed his attire. Now clad in black combat gear and black leather boots, his cinched belt accentuating his slender waist. His broad shoulders and long legs made the ensemble highlight his tall and elegant figure even more than the suit. As the two young landlords assessed their tenant, Qin Pool's gaze also fell upon Xu Qiao. The officially monopolized battle armor, regardless of its level, was always a form-fitting design, typically favoring white attire. The youthful healer appeared fresh and vibrant. Now, clad in a slightly worn deep gray battle suit, her long hair tied back, revealing her fair and beautiful cheeks. She radiated an air of valor while still retaining her youthful innocence, particularly with her pair of glistening black eyes, pure and clear, resembling a military academy student yet to graduate. Out of courtesy, Qin Shi promptly withdrew his gaze upon touching his teammate's shoulder, nodding slightly before turning to secure the door. Lu Yong, puzzled, inquired, "Aren't you wearing your battle armor? With so much spare money for renovations, you surely can afford a suit of armor." Lu Yong had even prepared himself to see Qin Shi donned in A-grade battle gear. Previously, he had deemed his neighbor overly ostentatious. This time, however, he hoped to leverage Qin Shi's affluent aura for the safety of Xu Qiao. Qin Shi tucked away his keys and smiled as he explained, "If a rookie squad all wears battle armor, it blatantly signals to others that we are a group of easy targets. Xu Qiao, being a healer, must be well protected. I have my armor stored in my space, and I can don it when danger arises."
Lu Yang replied.
"Did you bring weapons?"
Xu Qiao when.
Mercenaries' personal weapons were a matter of privacy, and Lu Yong had overstepped. Qin Shi, however, was unconcerned. With a smile, he reassured the middle school student, "Rest assured, I won't let anything happen to your sister." Fearing that Lu Yong might inadvertently say something amiss, Xu Qiao promptly pushed him back into room 101 and shut the door from the outside. Once on the street, Qin Shi summoned a sleek black car, and Xu Qiao, clutching her backpack and helmet, took her place in the passenger seat. While Qin Shi focused on driving, Xu Qiao activated her communication wristband. "Sun Fushan, I've set off. Should arrive in about 30 minutes. Meng Li, 15 minutes. Sun Fushan, oh, why are you so early? Meng Li, I don't want to be late. Xu Qiao, Qin Shi and I are also on our way. We should arrive around the same time as the captain. Sun Fushan. All right, Meng Li. Grab a spot for us. See you on the aircraft. The Mercenary Association was conveniently located behind the airport. As Xu Qiao and her companion approached, the massive aircraft loomed like a slumbering beast in the morning light, with lines of mercenaries orderly entering the cabin, confirming that this colossal machine was merely a product of human ingenuity for transport. Xu Qiao positioned herself behind a C-grade team. The moment they alighted from the vehicle, Xu Qiao donned her helmet, the transparent visor revealing only the area around her eyes. Nevertheless, as she stood in line, several burly mercenaries frequently cast glances in her direction. The awakening of superpowers endowed humanity with greater capabilities, yet it also magnified the baser instincts in some individuals. In the bygone era, men often regarded women as mere playthings. In this new age, such attitudes had become even more prevalent. Many ordinary women or low-tier female superhumans were compelled to rely on the powerful superhumans around them for survival, or were forced into subservience. Xu Qiao despised such gazes. Yet she would not don an outer garment over her armor merely to appease them. She refused to compromise the essence of her battle gear. The form-fitting design of the armor was intended for ease of combat and protection, suitable for both genders. Men could boldly display their natural physique, and so could women. The group moved swiftly, and within minutes, Xu Qiao and her companions stepped into the cabin. The aircraft could accommodate over 10,000 individuals, divided into 5 sections according to the level of superhuman abilities. This was not an official differentiation, but rather a practical measure for mercenaries to disembark in corresponding danger zones, facilitating the movement of crowds. In the western section, approximately 1,000 C-grade mercenaries embarked on missions daily, and 300 to 400 were already seated inside. Meng Li had reserved a spot in advance, and as Xu Qiao approached her designated seat, she caught sight of a dark-tailed fire scorpion held aloft. Meng Li sat nearby. The deep crimson creature sprawled across 3 seats. Xu Qiao felt a wave of resistance from her lotus spirit, which she could only soothe with her thoughts. It is merely helping us secure our seats. Otherwise, prime spots would be snatched by other mercenaries. Meanwhile, Meng Li, noticing Xu Qiao and Qin Shi, withdrew her spirit. Xu Qiao naturally settled beside Meng Li, with Qin Shi sitting next to her. Meng Li was attired in a dark green combat suit. Before Xu Qiao could fully comprehend the situation, Meng Li suddenly fixed her gaze on Qin Shi and queried, "Why aren't you wearing your battle armor?" Qin Shi, who had been observing nearby mercenary teams, took a few seconds to realize Meng Li was addressing him. He smiled and countered, "Must I wear it?" Meng Li replied, "Your armor is your choice. I simply hope you aren't concerned about my pride." This teammate of Qin Shi clearly hailed from wealth, while she had previously mentioned her inability to afford armor. Xu Qiao, caught in the middle, reflected on the matter. While she understood the importance of self-protection, she knew Meng Li would not take offense at such trivialities. Stealing a glance at Qin Shi, she felt that his decision to forego armor might indeed be influenced by Meng Li, considering his consistent gentlemanly demeanor. Given Sun Fushan's affluent background, he would undoubtedly wear armor. Thus, if 3 out of 4 in their team donned battle gear, Meng Li, the lone exception, would likely feel awkward. Unfamiliar with Meng Li, Qin Shi might naturally harbor such thoughts to be considerate of the new teammates' feelings. Confronted with the gaze of 2 young women, Qin Shi calmly articulated, "I have contemplated this, but ultimately, it remains a personal choice. I detest the constraining sensation of battle armor. After wearing it for over a decade, I've simply had enough." The fire dragon spirit within him, equally averse to constraint, desperately sought to emerge or contest control over this body, yet it remained tightly suppressed, relegated to a silent frenzy deep within Qin Shi's mind. Meng Li comprehended, adjusting her posture to face forward. Xu Qiao, glancing at her own armor, which felt overly restrictive, eagerly anticipated Sun Fushan's arrival. The sound of rushing footsteps drew her attention. Turning, she spotted Sun Fushan clad in C-grade armor. Mirroring her attire with a backpack slung over his shoulder, his helmet temporarily in hand. Xu Qiao waved at him cheerfully. Sun Fushan, slightly plump with a cherubic face, flushed under her warmth as he scanned the 3 of them and stammered, "Why you guys, hello." Xu Qiao encouraged, "Please take a seat. No need to stand on ceremony." Sun Fushan nervously settled beside Qin Shi, taking a moment to compose himself before producing 4 dark golden brass badges from his pocket, one for each member of their quartet. The simple circular badges bore the phrase "silence" is golden around the edges, with a lotus pattern intricately etched in the center. Meng Li, after inspecting it, promptly affixed the badge to her chest. Qin Shi exhibited no reservations either. Xu Qiao, curious, inquired of Sun Fushan, "Why is the lotus engraved?" Sun Fushan gestured towards the communication wristband, typing, "I initially wanted to engrave all our spirits, but too many designs would look cluttered. Then I thought, the healer is the soul of every mercenary team, and your lotus is quite fitting as an emblem, so I decided to simply imprint the lotus." There was another aspect he was unaware of. He had no idea what Qin Shi's spirit was, and since Qin Shi had not disclosed it, he felt it inappropriate to inquire. When a spirit remains within a superhuman, their senses are interconnected, often even more acute than the physical body, enabling them to detect hidden dangers. Thus, Xu Qiao realized that Sun Fushan's explanation was effectively perceived by her lotus spirit as well. A transparent lotus petal delicately detached from Xu Qiao's body, drifting gracefully past Qin Shi and resting before Sun Fushan. The petal, pure white with a hint of pink at the tips, exuded a subtle, enchanting fragrance. Sun Fushan's eyes widened, his mouth agape in astonishment. The lotus spirit, appreciating the perceptive young captain, made a point to touch the badge on Sun Fushan before retreating back into Xu Qiao. Xu Qiao was taken aback. She had only recently discovered her spirit's vanity, relishing comparisons with other flowers and delighting in compliments. Most critically, she wondered if her teammates would misinterpret her character based on this behavior, questioning why outwardly, while secretly reveling in it. Heat rose to her cheeks as she softly explained to her companions, "And my spirit is rather vain." Meng Li, who had witnessed Xu Qiao's original 11-petal spirit, remarked, "It is indeed beautiful. I can understand." Sun Fushan excitedly typed, "It's stunning. The lotus carving I chose pales in comparison to yours." Although he had only seen a single petal, he could easily envision the entire flower. Lastly, Qin Shi added, "Your spirit is quite adorable." Xu Qiao made a concerted effort to suppress the impulse of her spiritual entity, which yearned to soar once more, and deftly shifted the topic, inquiring, "What time is it? Should we be setting off soon?" Qin Shi, while restraining the frenzied dragon raging in his mind, glanced at his wrist. There are still 10 minutes remaining. Over 1,000 sea-level mercenaries had gathered, while E and D-level mercenaries continued to queue outside. At 5:55, the aircraft initiated its countdown. By 5:59, all hatches of the craft sealed shut. At precisely 6 o'clock, amidst a thunderous roar, the massive body of the aircraft began to tremble and subsequently ascended, heading towards the exterior of the base. Without windows, Xu Qiao silently observed her 3 new teammates beside her. This marked her first departure from the base since losing the protection of her elders. In the year 126 of the new calendar, as the population burgeoned, the 4 major bases gradually expanded outward. To achieve this, the surrounding safety zones must first be established. The criteria for a safety zone dictate the absence of any mutated life forms, encompassing aberrant beasts, insects, and mutated flora. Grassroots, seeds, and insect eggs necessitate continuous official treatment with extermination agents, a process that can span decades. Constructing a complete perimeter of isolation walls is also a monumental endeavor, rendering the safety zones of each base still quite limited. Beyond the safety zones lies peril. The further one strays from the base, the more treacherous it becomes. Abilities users undertake tasks corresponding to their levels within the danger zones, maximizing safety. However, aberrant beasts and insects are mobile entities that occasionally breach official surveillance, leading to safety incidents should high-level mutants encroach upon lower danger zones. The aircraft, being excessively large and heavy, reduced its speed, and after 2 landings to discharge E and D-level mercenaries, an additional 20 minutes passed. At precisely 7 o'clock a.m., the aircraft landed at its final destination, Jean City. Jean City serves as the nucleus of the sea-level danger zone in the southern region of the Southeast Base, where sea-level mercenaries conduct their missions. A and B-level mercenaries generally possess their own means of transport, and, after an hour of the base's shuttle, they would promptly embark on their journeys to more distant high-level danger zones. As Xu Qiao began to unfasten her seatbelt, a familiar mechanical voice echoed overhead, announcing, "The aircraft will return at 4 p.m. Please board on time, as latecomers will not be accommodated. Should you encounter mutated life forms of sea level or above, ignite a signal flare and the patrol team will respond immediately, though timely arrival is not guaranteed. Please strive for self-rescue." The announcement repeated thrice before the hatch opened. Their seats were positioned close to the hatch, making them the first sea-level mercenaries to disembark. Xu Qiao walked alongside Meng Li at the forefront. The dust stirred by the aircraft's landing had yet to settle, casting a misty veil over the bright morning light. While colossal remnants of dilapidated structures lay scattered in the distance, with ruins as far as the eye could see, accompanied by a rising roar, a series of modified off-road vehicles and armored cars emerged from the aircraft's A and B zone hatches, kicking up a cloud of dust as they departed. Some sea-level mercenaries watched enviously, while more seasoned ones cautioned their companions, "Hurry up and leave, or the nearby aberrant beasts and insects will surround us." Regardless of the level of the mutated creatures, once they congregate, they become exceedingly difficult to deal with. Sun Fushan exchanged glances with his teammates, leading the way southwest. In truth, he preferred for the oldest member, Qin Shi, to take charge during the mission. However, this easygoing mentor, reluctant to take on such responsibility, had firmly declined. Meng Li felt the chill, while Xu Qiao was more accommodating. Yet, as a healer, it hardly seemed appropriate for her to lead the charge. Thus, Sun Fushan had no choice but to continue fulfilling his duties as captain. Tasks in the sea-level danger zone varied widely, from excavating abandoned structures to gather usable resources to hunting aberrant beasts. The former, often referred to as garbage collection, consumed considerable time and depended heavily on luck, though it was relatively safe to remain within the abandoned urban area. The latter was more time-efficient but came with a higher risk of being killed by aberrant creatures. Meng Li had no inclination toward scavenging, and Qin Shi clearly did not wish to take on such a role either. Sun Fushan had abandoned the notion of forming a protective team to enhance his own combat efficacy. The healer would entirely follow the combat-oriented teammates. But Xu Qiao favored the task of hunting aberrant beasts, particularly when her companions were dependable. With over 1,000 sea-level mercenaries dispersing in various directions, after approximately half an hour, the four of them found themselves devoid of any other mercenary presence. Sun Fushan opened his portable map and pointed to a mountainous area southwest of Jin City, asking, "Is this the place?" Meng Li replied, "Should we run there?" Sun Fushan, a blend of pride and embarrassment, responded, "I have a vehicle."
Mang Lirdia.
He turned around, retrieving an off-road vehicle from the spatial crystal core, painted in deep green camouflage, with 2 rows of 5 seats. Qin Shi remarked, "Not bad." Xu Qiao teased Sun Fushan, "Had you listed this condition when recruiting teammates, you would have filled your roster in no time." After leaving the base, their communication wristbands retained only the function of displaying time. Sun Fushan endeavored to express himself succinctly, for equipment, for people, it's different. He sought companions who would appreciate his personal strength and not mind his stammering speech. Sun Fushan took the wheel, and as Xu Qiao moved towards the back seat, Meng Li followed suit. Observing this, Qin Shi occupied the passenger seat to allow Sun Fushan to concentrate on driving while remaining vigilant of the road ahead. Under normal circumstances, sea-level danger zones that had been cleared and inspected by the authorities should not harbor high-level mutated creatures, so the noise from the specially treated vehicle would not attract formidable foes. However, the once smooth concrete roads of the old era had been largely destroyed, leaving only earthen paths trampled by abilities users or aberrant beasts. Thus, the off-road vehicle jolted for nearly an hour before they reached the foot of a mountain. The vegetation at the mountain's base was sparse. Sun Fushan secured the vehicle and, as usual, took the lead, with Xu Qiao following closely behind, while Meng Li and Qin Shi lagged a couple of steps behind, maintaining a triangular formation to keep the healer protected in the center. The nature of their personalities, combined with the environment, rendered the team eerily silent, a true embodiment of the saying silence is golden. This area had once been a scenic spot, with a towering rock at the entrance, the colorful name of the attraction having been worn away by over a century of rain, leaving only the faded base inscription. On either side of the rock were large pits that could accommodate 4 individuals, likely formed by 2 mutated trees that had been cleared by the guard force. As Sun Fushan approached the pit and leaned over to peer inside, a basketball-sized gray aberrant creature suddenly lunged out, aiming directly for his face. Xu Qiao's heart sank. But in the next instant, a brown earthen shield, slightly larger than the gray creature, materialized before Sun Fushan, accompanied by the sound of piercing flesh. The reverse side of the shield was flat, while the other side bristled with sharp earthen spikes, which the gray mutated rat impaled itself upon. As the shield vanished, Sun Fushan deftly extracted the D-level crystal core from the mutant rat, ensuring he could at least earn some points. Xu Qiao cast a glance at Meng Li, who perhaps had not noticed that she had caught a glimpse of a fiery red streak darting toward the gray rat before vanishing mid-flight. Meng Li pursed her lips, seemingly regretting her unnecessary intervention. The newly formed team naturally required time to become familiar with and adjust to one another. Xu Qiao suggested, "Next time we encounter a mutant beast, let Meng Li take the lead, and the following time, it will be Qin Chi's turn. You 3 should familiarize yourselves with each other's attack speeds and strengths." Sun Fushan nodded vigorously. The 4 of them continued deeper into the area. Their second encounter with an attack came from a cluster of climbing vines along the mountain wall. The vines, appearing no thicker than chopsticks, seemed unmutated at first. However, as the group passed by the wall, one vine suddenly sprang into the air, revealing a blood-red underside that had been pressed against the wall. The tip of the vine split into 3 tendrils, lunging toward the nearest, Meng Li. The ambush was sudden and silent. Neither Sun Fushan nor Xu Qiao noticed, while only Qin Chi turned his head slightly to glance. Sensing the impending attack, Meng Li caught the sound of rushing air, and 3 fiery lines swiftly coiled around the tendrils of the vine. The climbing vine recoiled sharply in pain, yet the 3 flames continued to envelop the vine, quietly burning away. The climbing vine urged its fellow vines to extinguish the flames, but the fire surged instead, transforming the mountainside into a blazing inferno. At this moment, the 4-member team had all turned to observe the spectacle. Sun Fushan's eyes gleamed. C-grade climbing vine. What a fruitful find right after arriving. It seems I chose the right location. Once the climbing vine had completely lost its vitality, Meng Li grasped the main vine with one hand and pulled forcefully, extracting a primary root as thick as an arm and over 2 meters long. Though this root was buried in the earth, it had been charred to a gray hue. Meng Li brandished a dagger and sliced it open, revealing a pale green crystal core that had nowhere to hide. She did not linger to admire it, handing it directly to Captain Sun Fushan. Sun Fushan chuckled, "Keep going. We still need 19 more." Carnivorous mutated creatures find it difficult to resist the allure of prey. As Xu Qiao and her 3 companions ventured into the forest, their scent wafted through the air, attracting nearby beasts and insects with keen senses. A mournful cry echoed from above, and Xu Qiao looked up to see a small, airplane-like shadow hurtling towards them. "Snake eagle," Sun Fushan exclaimed, anxious. The snake eagle is a common raptor in the southeastern basis forests. The mutated C-grade variety can spread its wings up to 3 meters wide and has talons strong enough to lift Sun Fushan into the air. Flying beasts typically excel in speed, making them a tricky adversary that can escape even if they cannot overpower a psychic. While Meng Li found it relatively straightforward to deal with C-grade mutated plants, the formidable defense of C-grade beasts required multiple precise strikes to breach. With the snake eagle darting around so swiftly, it would be a challenge for Meng Li alone to slay it. Sun Fushan's earth abilities would struggle to subdue the creature. Thus he turned his hopeful gaze towards Qin Chi. Meng Li was well aware of the snake eagle's formidable nature and inquired of Qin Chi, "Should we join forces?" The advantage of wind abilities lies in control, albeit slightly inferior in attack strength compared to fire. Qin Chi nodded in agreement. Xu Qiao observed silently. The airborne snake eagle, having a penchant for flesh, had zeroed in on the plump Sun Fushan, who was helmetless. Ignoring the other 3, the snake eagle lunged at Sun Fushan with blinding speed. Just as it was a mere meter away, a sudden gust of wind knocked the massive eagle off course by 3 meters. The snake eagle, which had never been thwarted in its flight, was momentarily stunned. Before it could regain its bearings, 3 fist-sized fireballs struck its neck in succession. With 3 explosive sounds, The snake eagle was cleaved in two and plummeted from the heights, filling the air with the tantalizing aroma of roasted meat. Sun Fushan's eyes sparkled with excitement. He barely restrained himself from leaping in joy. His teammates had dispatched a sea-grade beast as if it were child's play. Overjoyed, he approached the carcass to collect it, while Meng Li turned to Qin Shi, praising, "Your wind control is impressive." Previously, her squad had a wind user, but they could only hinder small mutated beasts. They were incapable of redirecting such a large snake eagle so far. Qin Shi humbly replied, "I've practiced for 10 years. I've become quite adept." Just as Sun Fushan was about to dissect the snake eagle's head, he suddenly turned to ask, "How about your wind blades?" Understanding his intent, Qin Shi maneuvered the wind to reposition the snake eagle's head and expertly wielded another wind blade to swiftly extract the crystal core. Sun Fushan was thoroughly impressed, exclaiming, "So fast! So powerful!" Meng Li shared his admiration, though her enthusiasm was more subdued. Qin Shi smiled lightly, glancing at their well-armed healer, whose head was thoroughly protected. Having received compliments from both teammates, Xu Qiao felt compelled to praise Qin Shi as well, just as he had admired Sun Fushan and Meng Li's talents. "You're remarkable, and I've never seen anyone extract a crystal core so elegantly." The crystal core equates to mission fulfillment and points, with higher grades being more valuable. Mercenaries typically extract cores with one hand pinning the beast and the other wielding a knife, resulting in bloodied hands. Qin Shi, however, stood apart. His wind blades were intangible, and the moment he extracted the core, a gust of wind swept away the bloodstains, leaving everything pristine. This unique compliment took Qin Shi by surprise. After a moment's thought, he chuckled and explained, "Perhaps I'm unaccustomed to scenes of brutality and bloodshed." At least in front of the three young individuals, Qin Shi desired to avoid displaying any signs of bloodlust or savagery. Xu Qiao nodded, affirming that this aligned with his usual demeanor. Meng Li overheard but feigned indifference, mainly due to her lack of interest in such details. Sun Fushan recalled the gruesome sight of a mutated rat that he had skewered with his earthen spikes and wondered if Qin Shi would be put off by the bloodshed. Around 8:30, Xu Qiao and her companions entered the mountains, engaged in combat until midday, and had successfully collected 16 C-grade crystal cores, leaving only 4 more to complete their mission. Qin Shi and Meng Li were the primary attackers, while Sun Fushan protected Xu Qiao and utilized his earth abilities to assist the duo. The newly formed team, having rapidly adapted, showcased remarkable efficiency, rivaling that of seasoned teams with years of collaboration. "Shall we rest for 10 or 15 minutes? The flying vehicle was scheduled to depart promptly at 4 in the afternoon, allowing an hour and a half for the return journey. The team had 2.5 hours remaining to complete their task, yet no one could guarantee they would maintain the morning's good fortune. Thus, they needed to control their restoration. The teammates agreed. The 4 sought a patch of shade. In the danger zone, the mutation rate of flora was high, but not every plant had undergone transformation. Sun Fushan sat cross-legged, ready to share the fresh boxed meals he had preserved in the crystal core space, only to witness Meng Li and Xu Qiao each produce a tube of intermediate nutrient solution. One drank it boldly, in a single gulp, while the other sipped daintily, but finished it in 3 swallows, promptly donning her helmet again, exhibiting utmost caution. Sun Fushan. He glanced at Qin Shi. Qin Shi had intended to enjoy the delicious boxed meal he had meticulously prepared, but seeing the 2 young women so adept and cautious, finishing their lunch in under a minute, he hesitated. If he were to eat, the enticing aroma might attract beasts, creating unnecessary trouble for his teammates. Scanning the 4 box meals in his space, Qin Shi reluctantly opted for a tube of high-grade nutrient solution instead. It was not a matter of showing off. The intermediate solution could not meet his nutritional needs, and his storage held no stock. Sun Fushan, witnessing this, also set aside his boxed meal. Meng Li closed her eyes to rest, while Xu Qiao noticed that the 2 affluent teammates seemed reluctant to open their nutrient solutions. Realizing this, she chuckled, "Did you bring box meals? If you're worried about the smell, you can eat in the vehicle." Sun Fushan blushed, stammering, "No, it's fine." Qin Shi replied, "I prepared 4 portions, so I thought I'd have the nutrient solution for lunch and save the boxed meals for dinner." Xu Qiao responded, "Sounds good. After a busy day, I also prefer not to cook when I get home." Once they finished their nutrient solutions, Xu Qiao inquired, "How is your energy consumption?" The nutrient solution replenishes stamina, but the expended abilities and mental fortitude do not restore quickly to peak condition. Meng Li replied, "In a one-on-one scenario, I can still handle 5 more C-grade beasts. Any more would be quite taxing." Being taxed implies a risk of injury. She was among the stronger C-grade fighters, possessing both poison and fire abilities. Qin Shi, introducing himself as a wind and space dual C, noted that only his wind powers could be utilized in combat. He had the advantage of greater experience compared to Meng Li and stated, "I can manage about 5 as well." Sun Fushan chimed in, "That's sufficient." His depletion was not as severe. While Earth abilities excelled in defense, they were also capable of decent attacks. With teammates of such prowess, Xu Qiao felt reminiscent of her time following Uncle Lu on missions, where she hardly had opportunities to contribute as a healer. Of course, Uncle Lu did not treat her merely as a decoration. He took the opportunity to impart various experiences, aiming to cultivate her self-defense skills outside the base. Yet, Xu Qiao preferred to contribute modestly rather than see her teammates gravely injured. In this new era, safety was paramount. Worst-case scenario, her teammates might eventually grow weary of her and leave her behind to tackle missions alone. Following their break, the 4 members set out again. With only 4 more targets to hunt, they chose an alternate route leading out of the mountains rather than delving deeper. In late March, the afternoon sunlight was glaringly bright, and the windless forest was eerily quiet, with even the chirping of birds having vanished. Meng Li, leading the group, suddenly halted, glancing towards the knee-high wild grass on either side of the path, whispering, "There's something there." Sun Fushan turned to shield Xu Qiao behind him, fixating on the grass nearby, stating, "There's something here too." Qin Shi swiftly concluded, "There are a total of 9. We are surrounded." Xu Qiao's heart raced. 9 could be considered a small pack of beasts, and if they were all Class C, accompanied by a command-like shriek, 9 elongated, triangular heads of the stone dragon lizards emerged simultaneously from the grass surrounding them, their bodies covered in metallic-hued, brownish-yellow scales, with reddish-brown stripes extending from the neck to the tail. Their stout bodies measured about 2 meters in length. Meng Li said coldly, "Stone dragon lizards, judging by their size. They are all Class C." Sun Fushan felt a shiver of dread, exclaiming, "There are just too many." Xu Qiao added, "A stone dragon lizard can lay up to 16 eggs at once. Typically, they are solitary creatures. The fact that these are acting in unison suggests there may be a female controlling them. If there is indeed a female, it must be of Class B, or even Class A to command 9 adult Class C stone dragon lizards." Before the humans could analyze further, the 9 stone dragon lizards launched an attack. Even ordinary lizards from the old era could move at speeds of up to 20 kilometers per hour, and the mutated Class C stone dragon lizards were even more agile. Neither Meng Li's fireballs nor Sun Fushan's massive earth spikes could successfully strike any of them. Only Qin Shi's large sandstorm managed to keep the stone dragon lizards at bay momentarily. However, given the speed and weight of the stone dragon lizards, it was only a matter of time before they realized the sandstorm posed little threat and would charge forward with ferocity. Meng Li quickly devised a strategy. Each person takes 3. After declaring this, she conjured a blazing fire serpent, driving 3 of the stone dragon lizards together. The fire serpent expanded, forming a protective circle as the lizards, fearful of the strange flames, took up a defensive stance back to back. Meng Li controlled the flames, and her massive fire scorpion spirit leaped into the fiery circle to confront the 3 lizards. Sun Fushan, following suit, transformed the ground beneath him into a massive earth dragon, rumbling as it herded 3 stone dragon lizards into a corner before erecting towering earth walls around them. The lizards attempted to leap over the top, but a heavy ceiling lined with sharp earth spikes suddenly descended, transforming the walls into an impregnable prison. The remaining 3 were confined within Qin Shi's sandstorm, where invisible wind blades attempted to slice through the bodies of the imprisoned stone dragon lizards. Unfortunately, the lizards' thick, metallic scales provided formidable protection, and their intelligence allowed them to shield their vulnerable underbellies, leaving Qin Shi and Sun Fushan unable to inflict harm. This confinement required sustained supernatural energy and mental support. Xu Qiao glanced at Meng Li's fire circle. The fire scorpion, obeying Meng Li's mental command, initially unleashed a cloud of toxic mist, only to discover that the stone dragon lizards were unperturbed by the poison. 3 of them coordinated to attack the fire scorpion from different angles, one biting its tail to prevent it from using its tail stinger, while the other 2 targeted the connections between its pincers and body. Meng Li could not stand idly by as her spirit was assaulted, continuously launching fireballs at the 3 stone dragon lizards, but ultimately, they were at a disadvantage, unable to secure a victory in the short term. Meanwhile, Sun Fushan's defenses were obstructed by the earthen prison, and Xu Qiao anxiously turned to Qin Chi. Qin Chi's wind blades relentlessly assaulted the eyes of the stone dragon lizards. Just as he successfully blinded one of them and aimed to pierce its body with a wind blade, the other 2 lizards, after repeated failed attempts to escape the high-speed windstorm, suddenly burrowed into the ground. The wind blades could not penetrate the soil, and Qin Chi signaled Xu Qiao to stand behind him. Simultaneously, he sent his wind blades into Meng Li's fire circle, catching one of the stone dragon lizards off guard and stabbing it in the eye. Seizing the opportunity, the fire scorpion's spirit pivoted, its massive left pincers clamping down hard on the second lizard's elongated triangular head. Just as Meng Li prepared to assist, the ground beneath Xu Qiao trembled unexpectedly as a stone dragon lizard, fleeing from Qin Chi's direction, burst forth from the earth, its jaws wide open, aiming to bite her feet. A sudden gust swept Meng Li aside, and in the same moment, she hurled a fist-sized fireball into the gaping mouth of the lizard, which had exposed 2 rows of sharp teeth. With a muffled thud, the defenseless lizard collapsed, thrashing a few times before lying still. Another lizard underground lunged at Sun Fushan, and just as Qin Chi attempted to manage both the assault on the lizard within the fire circle and the wind to rescue Meng Li, he was 2 seconds too late. The lizard's enormous jaws were about to snap shut on Sun Fushan's leaping feet when a turtle spirit, as large as a grinding stone, materialized beneath him and slammed down. The lizard's jaws were crushed in an instant, flattened against the ground, and killed outright. The turtle spirit, perhaps feeling distaste for the scene below, slowly crawled aside. As it did so, its round, dark eyes turned towards Xu Qiao, who was anxiously watching. Noticing the beautiful girl fixated on it, the dark green turtle stretched its neck higher, a sense of pride unavoidably evident. Xu Qiao thought, so this is how a turtle can be used. However, for Sun Fushan to summon a turtle spirit capable of crushing a stone dragon lizard, the consumption of his mental energy was immense. The nearby earthen prison became difficult to maintain, and the 3 lizards within immediately broke free. Qin Chi had already killed 2. Meng Li and her spirit had taken down 1, and the turtle spirit had dispatched another, leaving 4 remaining. Sun Fushan retracted his spirit and sought to replicate his previous success, but having been caught off guard before, the lizards swiftly evaded when the large turtle appeared, making it impossible to crush them. Furthermore, merely striking their bodies would not guarantee a kill. Thus, they decided on a new strategy. Meng Li would control 2, while Qin Chi would control 2, with Sun Fushan reinforcing the fire circle. The remaining 4 stone dragon lizards found it increasingly difficult to escape the ground beneath them. Aware of the wind blade's threat, the lizards within the windstorm tightly shut their eyes, actively defending themselves. Meanwhile, the 2 lizards in the fire circle, focused on the fire scorpion, dared not close their eyes, leading to a collaboration where Qin Chi's wind blades complemented the fire scorpion's attacks, while Meng Li set the lizards in the wind circle ablaze. No matter how resilient their scales were, they could not withstand high temperatures. As Qin Chi and the fire scorpion spirit each eliminated one of the lizards in the fire circle, the remaining 2 in the windstorm were left to shriek in agony from the searing flames. Suddenly, a tremor echoed from deep within the earth, moving with unprecedented speed. Xu Qiao and the others barely had time to notice before the ground beneath them shattered. Before they could comprehend the beast's full form, a 2-meter-long, sharp tail swept through the air, and except for Xu Qiao, who Qin Chi managed to carry away with the wind, both Sun Fushan and Meng Li were struck by the residual force of the tail against their waists and lower legs. Had it not been for Qin Chi's wind control, they might have faced instant death from the blow. Taking advantage of the mother's distraction as it approached the last 2 remaining Class C stone dragon lizards, Qin Chi summoned the injured Sun Fushan and the struggling Meng Li to his side. As they landed, Xu Qiao immediately crouched down to assess their injuries. Sun Fushan had sustained a fractured vertebra, while Meng Li had a broken leg with a portion shattered. Sun Fushan, too pained to speak, trembled as he pointed toward Meng Li, indicating that Xu Qiao should tend to her first. Meng Li fixed her gaze on the 5-meter-long maternal lizard, stating gravely, "It's Class A." As a healer, Xu Qiao understood the urgency of treating her teammates. She focused on Meng Li's leg, directing her lotus spirit to release 11 petals into Sun Fushan's damaged armor, applying them to his waist to expedite the healing process. Under the influence of the fire dragon spirit, Qin Shi's gaze lingered for a brief moment on the 11 lotus petals resting upon Sun Fushan's waist before shifting back to the A-grade mother lizard across from him. The stone dragon lizards had entered hibernation since early autumn and now marked the season of their awakening. They had either evaded the patrols by remaining hidden underground or had been drawn out by the scent of mercenaries. Suddenly, Sun Fushan produced an energy gun. Trembling as he handed it over to Qin Shi, "It's an A-grade." The squad leader's opulence prompted even Meng Li to glance at Xu Qiao, puzzled at how their classmate had acquainted himself with such affluent company. Xu Qiao, however, was too preoccupied to be distracted. Sun Fushan's bone injury required mental energy to heal, and Meng Li's shattered bones were in even worse condition. She would need to meticulously piece together the fragments before employing her wood-based abilities for healing. If any of the teammates sustained injuries, they would have to expend a significant portion of an A-grade healer's energy. The 2 A-grade stone dragon lizards required time to recover and had vanished into the underbrush. The A-grade mother lizard watched as her young disappeared into safety before lunging at the 4-member team. Qin Shi's marksmanship was exceptional. He fired 3 shots in quick succession, all striking the fast-moving mother lizard. Unfortunately, while the A-grade energy gun could breach the defenses of an A-grade beast, it did not guarantee a swift kill. The mother lizard glanced back at the minor wounds inflicted by the 3 energy projectiles, her reddish-brown eyes narrowing as she pursued Qin Shi, disregarding the 3 junior mercenaries left behind. She intended to consume the one wielding the gun. By the time she returned, her offspring would have finished off the others. The commotion generated by the A-grade beast's attack was deafening, and Qin Shi had to divert the mother lizard's attention. Otherwise, a mere tail swipe could obliterate the 3 young mercenaries. Sun Fushan lay flat on the ground, watching as Qin Shi's figure disappeared deeper into the forest. Worry etched on his face. Can he manage? An A-grade ability user wielding an A-grade energy gun against an equally ranked beast was akin to adding wings to a tiger. However, for a C-grade ability user, it merely provided a modicum of resistance. Achieving an over-leveled kill was still a daunting task, particularly against a heightened sensitivity and defense like the mother lizard. Leaning against a tree trunk, Meng Li rummaged through her backpack and produced a signal flare, firing it with one hand. With a resounding boom, a brilliant red smoke signal exploded hundreds of meters above their heads. If Qin Shi failed, the mother lizard would return swiftly, and the Silent is Golden team would face total annihilation. Rather than placing all their hopes on Qin Shi, it would be more prudent to seek assistance from the patrol team. Should they arrive promptly, they might be able to rescue Qin Shi from the mother lizard's jaws. Xu Qiao shared Meng Li's concern for Qin Shi, yet recalled the calm gaze he had cast upon them before departing and the composure he exhibited while diverting the mother lizard. She had a faint sense that Qin Shi might navigate this perilous situation unscathed. However, this was merely an instinct. The threat posed by the mother lizard was formidable, and she supported Meng Li's decision. "Captain, please remain vigilant." As Xu Qiao concentrated on mending Meng Li's fractured leg bones with her mental energy, she remained acutely aware of the 2 concealed C-grade stone dragon lizards nearby. The lizards' armor-like scales boasted formidable defenses. Once they recovered from the discomfort of the scorching heat, they would surely resume their hunt. Sun Fushan signaled an okay with his hand, then focused intently, not allowing any rustle of the grass or breeze to escape his notice. For the moment, no enemies emerged from their vicinity, yet the sounds of gunfire and crashing trees echoed from the direction where Qin Shi had fled, indicating a fierce battle. Meng Li spoke softly. "Qin Shi can manipulate the wind. That's his advantage. Yet I wonder how long he can endure." The earlier skirmish with 9 stone dragon lizards had depleted both her and Qin Shi's energy reserves significantly. Sun Fushan extracted a soil-based crystal core from today's hunt, absorbing one for himself and offering another to Meng Li, his eyes gleaming with intent. While they're still absent, quickly replenish your energy. Just then, the sound of beasts rushing through the underbrush suddenly resonated around them. In the next instant, two familiar stone dragon lizards lunged at them from either side, one aiming for the prone Sun Fushan, the other targeting the injured and unarmored Meng Li. Sea-grade beasts possessed a certain level of intelligence. During the previous melee, Xu Qiao had not made a single move, and the two lizards had assumed she posed no threat. Sun Fushan reacted swiftly, erecting two thick earthen spikes to intercept the lizards' assaults. Upon failing to secure their kills, the lizards crashed to the ground. Sun Fushan's earthen cage encased one lizard, while Meng Li's fire circle ensnared the other. The one trapped in the earth cage repeatedly slammed against the walls, causing them to tremble as Sun Fushan struggled to maintain his abilities, sweat streaming down his cherubic face. Meng Li faced an equally daunting challenge. The lizard was impervious to poison mist and adeptly evaded the fire scorpion spirit's pincers and stinger, simultaneously attempting to break through the fiery enclosure. Meng Li could only focus on raising the temperature of the flames, unable to assist the fire scorpion in its assault. Observing this, Sun Fushan produced an A-grade gun from his space and handed it to Xu Qiao. Kill. If an A-grade energy bullet could not slay the mother lizard, surely it could defeat a C-grade hatchling? He acted extravagantly. But Xu Qiao found it wasteful to employ an A-grade energy gun against a C-grade beast and paused her healing of Meng Li. Noticing the change, Meng Li turned to look. Before Xu Qiao stood a transparent water arrow, resembling an ice sculpture. Understanding her intent, Meng Li conveyed a thought to the fire scorpion spirit. The fire scorpion deftly repositioned itself, quickly driving the stone dragon lizard within the fire circle towards Xu Qiao's line of sight. Had Qin Shi been present, the lizard would have been wary of the impending wind blades, yet it was now solely focused on devouring the fire scorpion, confident in its familiarity with the squad's entire array of attacks. Consequently, when it successfully bit off one of the fire scorpion's pincers and blocked its stinger with its robust tail, the lizard's eyes widened in triumph. At that moment, the transparent water arrow shot through the air, piercing the dark brown eyeball of the stone dragon lizard. Anticipating this, the fire scorpion seized the opportunity to flip the lizard's elongated triangular head with its remaining pincer, while its elevated stinger plunged deep into the lizard's vulnerable abdomen. After a sustained struggle lasting half a minute, the last stone dragon lizard succumbed to its injuries, and the fatigued fire scorpion spirit shrank in size, limping toward Meng Li. Sun Fushan exhaled in relief, prepared to express his gratitude for surviving this ordeal, when suddenly, the cooling sensation in his abdomen vanished. He raised his head, astonished to see 11 lotus petals returning to Xu Qiao's form in a hurried frenzy. Ah, is it over? He marveled, discovering he could move his previously immobilized waist. Only Xu Qiao understood that the lotus spirit had been intimidated by the fire scorpion, hastening its healing process and fully manifesting its B-grade capabilities. Due to the presence of another class of female lizard, Xu Qiao did not dare to hold back. In just 5 minutes, she healed Meng Li's leg and feigned extreme exhaustion from the use of her abilities, leaning weakly against a nearby wall. The patrol team had yet to appear. Meng Li picked up the second-class A gun that Sun Fushan had retrieved and said, "You stay with Xu Qiao. I will find Qin Shi wait." Sun Fushan exclaimed, hurriedly producing a set of Class A battle armor from his space pouch, stuttering, "Put it on, it can fly." Xu Qiao and Meng Li exchanged glances. 2 minutes later, the tall Meng Li donned the loose-fitting Class A battle armor and, once accustomed to the flight mode, swiftly headed in the direction where Qin Shi had departed. Qin Shi had not strayed far. Contrary to the perilous scenarios imagined by his 3 youthful companions, he concealed himself in the dense foliage of an ancient tree halfway up the mountain, affording him a clear view of Xu Qiao and the others. As for the class of female lizard, no matter how fiercely it struggled, it remained ensnared by a gust of wind. Crashing into trees and creating deep craters in the ground, its reddish-brown eyes filled with disbelief and terror. The fire dragon, unable to manifest, roared furiously in Qin Shi's mind. Why was it that even a small fire scorpion or a clumsy turtle could display such prowess, yet it was confined? Leaning against the tree trunk as if conversing with himself, Qin murmured, "Professor Wu said you must cultivate self-restraint." At the mention of this, the fire dragon grew more agitated, its golden red scales creeping up Qin's arm, only to be silently suppressed by him. Yet, Qin understood that mere suppression would only intensify the spirit's hostility. Noticing the 11 lotus petals returning to Xu Qiao's body, he smiled and remarked, "Do you like lotus flowers?" The tumult within his mind indeed ceased. "I grant you a chance. Whether you see the flower depends on your own fortune." When Meng Li, clad in Class A armor, reached the halfway point, Qin dropped to the ground and retracted his wind confinement of the female lizard. It immediately turned to flee. Qin was compelled to redirect the wind to bring the lizard back. With no escape, the female lizard charged at Qin, its sharp claws clawing at the ground as it rushed forward, nearly leaving an afterimage. As it lunged at close range, Meng Li witnessed the scene. The 5-meter-long female lizard was about to crush Qin when, suddenly, a tangible gust of wind appeared behind him. The wind slightly impeded the lizard's momentum, but the next moment, its razor-sharp claws deeply slashed through the combat suit on Qin's back. Just as the lizard opened its jaws to bite at Qin's neck, he swiftly turned, aiming his energy gun at the beast's mouth and firing. The force of the energy projectile sent the female lizard flying, and seizing the opportunity, Meng Li fired 3 consecutive shots at its exposed underbelly. The second shot pierced its armor, and with the third, chunks of flesh and blood erupted from the wound. Meng Li refrained from firing a 4th shot, maintaining a safe distance to ensure the lizard was indeed dead before descending beside Qin. He propped himself up slowly, glancing at his back, where the lizard's claws had nearly torn his combat suit in half, revealing both gruesome gashes and untouched areas. He quickly retrieved a black windbreaker to cover himself. Just as he intended to check on his teammates' injuries, Meng Li, having seen nothing in time, said nothing. Was Qin afraid of alarming her? Or did he merely value his bodily privacy? Regardless, Meng Li chose to respect it and quickly explained the current situation. "We have fired a signal flare. The patrol team should arrive soon." Qin was already on his feet, his steps slow yet calm as he approached the deceased female lizard. "For our squad's level, killing a Class A beast alone could attract unnecessary trouble. When the patrol team inquires, we will say the female lizard was only Class B and fled from the energy gun." Meng Li nodded, noticing Qin's ability to manipulate the wind, and followed him back. The two conversed about their cover story with Xu Qiao and Sun Fushan while returning the 2 Class A energy guns and the battle armor to Sun Fushan. Just as they finished, a patrolman clad in Class A armor swooped down. After a brief assessment of the situation, the patrolman departed to pursue the Class B female lizard, restoring tranquility to the squad. Xu Qiao offered to treat Qin. Meng Li glanced at Qin, who had zipped his windbreaker up to his neck, and discreetly called for Sun Fushan to handle the bodies of the 9 Class C stone lizards. Only after they had walked away did Qin turn his back to Xu Qiao and unfasten his windbreaker. The female lizard had left a nearly 30-centimeter gash on his back, the deepest part exposing bone. As he had not tended to it promptly, blood had soaked his entire back, but as it coursed down to his waistline, a gentle gust of wind whisked it away and onto the ground. Xu Qiao winced at the sight, kneeling beside him to utilize her water abilities to cleanse the wound and the bloodstains on his back. Feeling the refreshing sensation of the water, Qin reminded her, "You've already expended considerable energy healing them. I only need you to stop the bleeding here. No need to overexert yourself." Xu Qiao pressed her fingertips against the edges of his wound, her voice gentle. "It's a flesh wound. It should heal." With that, a similarly cool wood-based energy flowed into Qin's injury, gradually mending the gruesome gash. With each healing touch, Xu Qiao's fingers moved slightly lower along Qin's spine until she reached the end of the wound, located on his slender right side. Being a professional healer, she focused solely on her teammate's injury, oblivious to anything else. Yet, Qin felt a slight itch as the physiological sensation of healing took hold. "I have sent someone to bring Sherpati in. You should release him now, right?" Chu Foam exclaimed anxiously as the black mouse's vitality waned and urgently required treatment. The elderly lady tightly grasped the hands of Jia and Qinghuan. Having witnessed the troubles befalling the Xie family, Jia had been reluctant to leave. and now even Nanyang had sent people. Such timely assistance was indeed precious in these harsh times. Xu Qiao was naturally aware of Xu Liangchen's presence. On the way, she had already spoken with him over the phone and made arrangements. After a long separation, the two found it hard to part. Eventually, Gu Shizhen lifted his head, breathing heavily. As his power stood firm, he knew that unless those old monsters from the Xu family intervened, ordinary people would not stand a chance against him. Godfather, let me accompany you. Chen Yang, who had studied traditional Chinese medicine, massage, and acupuncture, felt he had reached a professional level, despite it being an elective. 3 more months? Xu Xiaoping exploded in frustration. Every night felt like an agonizing eternity, and he even contemplated death, feeling as if he was living through a year in just a few days. If those princes were indeed the offspring of other royal families or ministers, then the Qin emperor was allowing them to slaughter each other without their knowledge. Jia could hardly fathom how a man long incapacitated could possess such strength. She felt as if her waist might snap. Outside, over 1,000 guests filled the venue, creating a lively atmosphere. They were surrounded by admirers. Yet with personal matters weighing heavily on their minds, it felt quite awkward. Each advancement in human tier grants an additional capacity to lift an extra 100 pounds of weight, and thus, at the 9th tier, one could exert a force of 900 pounds. Fried steamed buns are prepared by slicing the buns into approximately 1 centimeter thick pieces, coating them in egg batter, frying them, and finally sprinkling sugar over them before serving. Chao Guipin clutched her chest tightly, her heart racing and ears buzzing, her already pale face growing even more ashen. Liao Yong gently took He Xian's hand and placed it on his chest, though feeling quite embarrassed. He Xian had no desire to withdraw her hand this time. When will you learn to conceal your abilities? The Prince of Ruzhuang patted her hand and said. Jin's nodded in agreement, realizing that her impatience had led her to rush out when the streets were relatively empty, thus arriving directly at the entrance. Now, however, the streets were bustling with people, making it impossible for a carriage to navigate through. On this night, with the moon shining brightly and the stars sparse, the moonlight cast a layer of grayish-blue hue along the roadside. Although the ground was somewhat obscured, there remained a degree of visibility, preventing the distance from becoming an impenetrable darkness. Once the net of heaven and earth was revealed, the 5 individuals fell without resistance. Witnessing Li Zhan's ability to counterattack even under the net caused even the usually composed shadow guards to gasp. Given that he was a member of the left consort's faction, Liao Yong felt little concern. However, he pondered what had transpired this time. The previous visit to the left consort's palace was to identify a person, but what was the purpose this time? Qi had arranged everything before leaving home, but she did not anticipate such a tumultuous beginning on the first day. Thus, it was hardly surprising that the residents of this area had fled, turning it into a stronghold for armed factions. Yet, why had the radar failed to detect even a single living soul? Could it truly be, as Huang Paopao had said, that there were no people here, only ghosts? The concubines gazed in astonishment at Sumi's profile, quickly recovering to surround her. Though they uttered words of consolation, the underlying schadenfreude was palpable even to the deaf.
Doug.
You are truly insidious. In the next match, Ron Arts did not forget to express his admiration for Doug Rachel. After determining the route, Chun Banshan and Su Ying entered the forest along the river. Of course, the two were not foolish enough to walk directly along the riverbank. They merely used the river as a reference, proceeding in its direction. This was largely due to the immunity granted by the Yin Yang treasure garment, rendering Yang Han's threat nearly negligible, not to mention that even the masters of the 3 great families had not anticipated the extent of this ability's power and terror. The meeting concluded, yet matters were far from resolved. After the adjournment, someone informed Lin Jinjin that General Zhang wished to see her. Lin Jinjin could vaguely guess the reason and insisted on accompanying Feng Junzi. Feng Junzi understood that this final hurdle had to be crossed. Thus he accompanied Lin Jinjin to Zhang Ziguang's office. Observing Su Mi's increasingly slow pace, he could not help but glance around. Just beyond Qianghua Garden, one could soon catch sight of the Bai Bo pool. Naturally, these monsters had been suppressed. Despite their strength, there were indeed individuals and weapons dedicated to hunting them. All right, enough jesting, let's get down to business. You all come here. Noting the expressions of the two, Yichen decided to cease his playful banter, inviting them to sit as he recounted the day's experiences at the Adventurers Guild with Shuang Lingyun. With all arrangements in place, troops were mobilized, and in the spring of the following year, Zhao Su and his companions set out according to the original plan. Ma Chao also received orders to lead 150,000 Shiliang cavalry and an additional 50,000 Chang soldiers to rendezvous with Taisher Ci at Tongguan. Apologies, but the higher-ups have instructed you, as the party involved, to accompany us. With that, Hu Yuan entered the vehicle. Under the gaze of the crowd, Liang Yi and Tang Hao began to walk toward each other. Amidst the anticipation of those present, both threw a punch simultaneously. A myriad of eyes fell upon Lin Tian, their expressions rife with astonishment and reverence. Li Ji recounted to Wang Yuchen the encounter of Lin Qing with the peculiar old man and the curse of only 3 days left to live. Wang Yuchen was taken aback, as Lin Qing had never mentioned this matter to her. It was no wonder Zhao Su had acted so rudely. Huang Zhao's excitement was understandable, considering his 30 years of solitude in his past life and the joy of becoming a father for the first time. Ning Seheo's room was upstairs. He had previously mentioned returning to his quarters, which was indeed where he should have gone. Gazing at the scene he had orchestrated, a smile involuntarily crept onto Liang Ye's face, dispelling the previous negative emotions. The significant threats were few. This did not necessarily align with the desired image. Yet, such indulgence of darkness and complacency, too comfortable and untested, increased the theoretical probability of failure. With such enthusiastic service from you, my irritation has dissipated. Moreover, those Chinese pigs have likely met their maker, boasted the man. Initially, when facing Nami, Khalifa had utilized the 6 styles, later employing the bubble fruit. What scent do I detect? Li Jinchun leaned closer to her ear, inhaling deeply. No, I do this for White Star, for the princess, for Fishman Island. Chino continued to smile, waving his hand dismissively. Thanks to Chino's previous lesson in teaching manners, Sabo had also recognized his own shortcomings in strength, aside from his tasks. He devoted most of his time to training. The vast majority of the audience possessed limited rank, with a superficial understanding of the game, predominantly measuring strength by competition results and official rankings. Within the county office of Lingqiang County, the former Han officials were either dead or had surrendered. Following the Chang people's takeover, numerous Chang decorations adorned the place, as if the Chang had claimed this Han territory as their own. Thus, Yuan Lesheng had quietly followed Wei Qi Jifan, not only because such assistance was genuinely needed but also due to his own bewilderment in the presence of Li Jinchen. During this time, neither the Black Robe Sage nor the White Robe Sage had considered the feelings of the elder members of the Azure Dragon Association, making decisive choices without hesitation. Very well, if you possess such skill, watch as I use the Dragon Diagram's imperial aura to overwhelm you, Bao Longtu declared. As the dragon diagram unfurled, a golden dragon surged forth, majestic and awe-inspiring, rendering onlookers unable to avert their gaze. These individuals bore numerous wounds, unmistakably having perished by sword and blade, not to mention my master. These individuals are inadequate. Bring in others, He Tianyu stated. No need to thank me. I should be thanking you. If you hadn't informed me of this news, I would likely have regretted it for a lifetime, Zhang Ning replied. The sword hero contemplated that if possible, he would certainly strive to master all passive skills and enhance every aspect to the maximum level, which would be ideal. The verdant bamboo grove resembled a vast sea of bamboo. On the moss-covered stone paths, traces of blood could still be seen in many places. Yu Su and the other 2 flew swiftly, nearing noon as they approached the borders of Shixian town. Lu Wu's gaze was torn. He did not wish to implicate others, but was equally unwilling to surrender the item. Old fool, you dare to attack my heart's demons? See if I don't strike you down with a single blow. Sun Wukong roared in fury, exerting all his strength to struggle, yet felt the weight of the mountain pressing down, shaking the heavens and earth, unable to break free. Why were the common folk so easily incited to rebellion? And why were there often reports of armies numbering in the tens of thousands? This was the reason. The people had no food to eat, unable to survive, while also enduring the heavy burdens of labor imposed by the court and the cruel exploitation of local officials. It was no wonder they rose in revolt. Hearing Wang Hao's words, Hua Mulian felt a stir within her heart. She had long known from Linglong and Weiyang that Wang Hao was a man of integrity. Indeed, a fine gentleman. At this moment, I found myself amidst the ravines flanking the highway. Even with my indestructible form, under such formidable superhuman power, I was struck down and lost consciousness. Knowing all this, did we still have a chance of survival, O nameless deity? The commander among the Atlanteans turned pale. Yet his gaze remained resolute, refusing to yield as he glanced at Tracy before solemnly questioning. At that moment, a wall nearby, which had originally contained an oil painting of a noblewoman enjoying a spring outing, suddenly came to life, the figure in profile speaking as if awakened. Brother Song, have you forgotten how my master sent those otherworldly cultivators to Sangma Palace? Peng Ing smiled. Upon entering, the great hall's doors closed, and an overwhelming aura of imperial majesty permeated the chamber, a formless pressure akin to an ocean, enveloping the space like a small boat on the vast sea, easily overturned by a careless wave. This imperial majesty could capture the soul. If Yuan Lin's will were not steadfast, he would collapse on the spot. He had just mentioned the decade-long period of the Mirage. In truth, given its desirability, only the 4 major sects, those at the level of sect leaders and elders, could enjoy such privileges. If Zhu Yan wished to attain her desires, it remained uncertain how much effort she would need to exert. These individuals were exceedingly competitive. Xiao Hong couldn't help but think this to himself, though he refrained from overly reflecting such sentiments on his face. Beneath a tree, a rocking chair was covered in dust. Chun Dao stepped over, brushed off the dust with a flick of his sleeve, and tentatively sat down. A skull reached out its hands, mercilessly plunging them into another skull's eye sockets, ruthlessly extracting its soul's flame. I am a half-step true god, a powerful being. The cursed fox screamed in madness, swiping its massive claws toward Chin Foam. Yet, as its claws entered the realm of purifying power, they recoiled as if struck by lightning. Yang Ji paused after uttering a single phrase, then resumed fervently drinking from a beer bottle. Jiang Fan observed with a furrowed brow, but chose not to intervene. Lao Zhong and his companions dashed along, nearly jolted from their seats by several large potholes along the way. In less than 10 minutes, he had spotted the command post. Before the motorcycle could come to a halt, Lao Zhong hurriedly jumped off, almost losing his balance and tumbling to the ground. Yi Wudao's words left Zhong Lingxian speechless. She had not anticipated that Yi Wudao would also wield the Tai Su Xingyue sword, and the embarrassment of showing off her skills before him made her cheeks flush with heat. For reasons unknown. Upon hearing Lu Xian instruct Dong Yuanqing to summon Qin Yan and bring her to his bed, a wave of anger surged within him. Shortly thereafter, the corpse of the masked man fell into Zhang Jinnan's hands, who was currently collaborating with a forensic expert to examine the body. Indeed, it's true. Although it's a transport plane and a trainer aircraft, they have already begun their descent towards our ship. An officer quickly clarified. Yan Shi, you seem to have misunderstood. I meant no harm. It was they who intended to strike me first, Jiang Kairan explained. However, at that moment, England shockingly launched the first nuclear weapon, leaving the world in astonishment. Yun Yu obediently nodded, signaling her agreement. Xu Qiao, satisfied, affectionately ruffled Yun Yu's hair. As time was of the essence, Xu Qiao wasted no time, summoning the Qingming sword and soaring toward Chang'an. He had believed that RW would only commence their targeting after reaching level 6. But unexpectedly, they made their move at level 3. It seemed that their recent capture of Nightmare had induced a sense of urgency. After a lengthy wait for the good news she had hoped for, she was instead met with the slowly emerging Lu Jiming. Though he had not learned the language of the great Yuan kingdom, he could communicate through supernatural means. She glanced out the window, noting the persistent darkness. Yet sleep eluded her. Resolved, she sat up, burying her face in her knees, closing her eyes to piece together the fragmented scenes from her dreams. The Mo Ke and Luo family jewels were intertwined. If this incited displeasure from the Huang family, it would also be detrimental to the Luo family. Moreover, the initial remarks had clearly come from the Jin family, and she could not allow them to have their way. Lin Bixiao sensed by Qianma's unusual attitude towards Qiao Tan, but did not perceive it as a matter between Qiao Tan and the Bai family. Casting a glance at the passage on the other side, Yuan Ling lay back down on the back of the three-headed dog, closing his eyes after giving it a pat. This sparked Robert's desire to meet Lin Bixiao. He was determined to seize anything related to Bai Qianma, Lin Bixiao included. Xiao Changke surveyed the varied expressions of the crowd, issuing a stern command, his eyes cold and menacing. Dugibo secured the soul bone, gazing at Wang Li and Duguian, genuinely smiling. His two greatest wishes were to cultivate the Bihuan serpent to its ancestral form and to witness Wang Li and Duguian truly grow. The Qing Kingdom? Guo felt unsettled. The name Qing Kingdom was far too ungracious, even more so than the Manchu Tartars. Report, Commander. Urgent message from Changchun. 5 nautical miles away. Li Zhen was engrossed in the spectacle, marveling at the terrifying power of aerial weaponry. As soon as the plane departed, a messenger reappeared in his command tower. Following the inclusion of Qingyu Network in the promotion, both parties agreed to raise the original 3 million promotional budget to 5 million globally, with each side shouldering half in the first month. The dear Lord pressed down on me, pulling my garments open to their fullest extent, while a corner of the court was engulfed. He practically wished to thrust the entire bag into me, the force making my feet tense. Simultaneously, he held a plump bean, using it to nibble with his toothy smile. Various astonished exclamations echoed, and at that moment, the aura surrounding Chu Yun became wild once more. After browsing a few stores, as they stepped outside, someone called out his name from behind. Gua Yongren was momentarily taken aback, then turned around to reveal a bitter smile. How was it possible to encounter these two? If he could, he would have preferred to turn and leave, wishing to avoid meeting them. The green-haired donkey was displeased to be treated as an ordinary mount, but upon seeing Chu Yun's demeanor, he understood that Chu Yun was merely bored and seeking amusement. So he feigned being an ordinary steed. The documentary officially embarked on its theme, showcasing the majestic and beautiful scenery of Shushan, the deep affection between Haiwa and Hainyu, the rich biodiversity, and the perfect ecosystem, featuring 2 tyrannical hawks cooperating in hunting and their intimate life, captivating all who beheld it. These were 2 entirely different trends. One did not require professional calculations to discern the player's enthusiasm and the trending topics. One was on the decline while the other was gathering momentum. Previously, her elder brother had brought her everything from the county. Later, she had discussed with Zhao the butcher, who agreed to help her bring back any pig entrails he encountered at the slaughterhouse. Nie Yuan had not thought much of it, merely attributing it to his own illness. Rubbing his head, he stepped outside. The old lady was equally confused, questioning, "Wasn't it you who mentioned the figures? Why are you asking us now? We said we wanted 100,000. Can you provide that?" In order to create the colossal Huangtian, Shen Qingyan needed to provide Zhuge Yan with sufficient financial support. The funds sent by Xiang Qi or Xiang Chun might not suffice, but even the smallest contributions mattered, and Shen Qingyan was not prepared to overlook them. "Absolutely. I guarantee you'll want to come back for more after your first taste," Yang remarked while serving the dishes. As night fell, many cameras had already shut down, and Jiang Zhao quietly wrapped herself in a blanket on the balcony as she connected the call. Amid the dust-laden road, Yi Feng, sitting in the driver's seat, suddenly straightened his back, his gaze electrified. They had to race against time. Even if an enemy surrendered, they had no opportunity to deal with prisoners of war. Upon hearing that Melbourne had arrived, the once boisterous African was instantly subdued, heading to greet his leader.
Boom.
The long spear struck down, stirring a massive wave in the sea of blood, enveloping everything in a vast expanse of red sand, the ground creaking ominously, the sound piercing enough to induce faintness. The 4th ranked Bai Heching, the Heavenly Emperor, appeared as an unremarkable young man clad in embroidered robes, seemingly ordinary, with nothing noteworthy. In the past, when Nanshan first laid eyes on the water, he too had marveled like Bai Moj, but later lost interest due to her demeanor. Once familiar with her true nature, he often glimpsed her captivating figure. How could he not harbor thoughts? At that moment, away from the crowd at Wang's gate, unafraid of being detected, Summer Faye was the perfect alternative, unwilling to let the opportunity slip. Li Song mused that these saints, though illusory, possessed the power to turn the tide, and he did not belittle their esteemed names. The Kunpun was renowned for its unparalleled speed across the 3 realms, yet in ancient times, When all things turned towards the azure, the phoenix was the first to emerge, followed by the simultaneous birth of the great Peng and peacock. The peacock queen mother was the first peacock born from chaos after the creation of the world, originally a twin egg. However, Kong Xian claimed precedence, thus delaying its emergence. Lin Lang's crimson lips were slightly swollen. Shun Zhongnan's kissing technique was rather inexperienced, driven solely by primal impulses, rendering it somewhat rough and bewildering. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Lang's lips were bruised, and she found herself breathing heavily. Do not pretend to be a rogue before me. I shall cling to you for life. Even if you marry, I shall not let you go. Do not forget, I am a person devoid of moral boundaries. Tong Yufei wore a radiant smile before taking a sip of her drink. Shun Zheng momentarily paused. And only then did he vaguely recall the first eyewitness to the discovery of the body, named by Tong Tong. I am going downstairs to cook. Wang Taika fantasized for a moment, but ultimately returned to reality. The reality was that he was quite hungry, and eating was the priority. The doctor cleaned and dressed Zhou Zihan's wounds, leaving behind some anti-inflammatory medication before departing. Lady Li was astounded. What was this? Privilege? Wang Taika possessed not only wealth but also power? Upon returning home, Mama Wu covered Zhou Zihan with his vest, and he, surprisingly, fell into a deep slumber. Rin Fei felt somewhat embarrassed by his earlier behavior. Hearing Gung Li's instruction to take out the fish pearl, he quietly followed behind him. In an instant, whether it was the words spoken by Gu Hanshi or the ambiguous gaze he cast upon her, Lin Lang felt a fire igniting within her, burning fervently. Thus, when Hu Qingsui suggested a gathering for drinks that Friday night, he accepted, without hesitation. Almost simultaneously, the perilous situation of that day resurfaced vividly in Xiaowan's mind. Yet, after running just a few steps, her body suddenly weakened, as if all her strength had been drained in an instant. Moreover, it felt as if a fire was raging within her. Zack was no fool. He understood the circumstances at hand. And the pride of a man was inconsequential at this moment. Upon hearing these words, Xia Huanhuan glanced at Zack. At that moment, Yan Chuyan's emotions resembled a plucked string. Uncertain whether the strumming was intentional, yet she truly felt lost. He knew that at this juncture, he should not be present, and she would not wish to see him. Several ribs were fractured, and the wound on his forehead was alarming. Not a single part of him was unscathed. He had lapsed into a month-long coma before finally awakening, and upon regaining consciousness, he inquired about Hengqing, aware of the gravity of the situation. The pain in his already aching head intensified. It felt as if something within was on the verge of shattering. Those layers of shackles appeared to be completely unfurling under the weight of these memories. Unable to restrain him any longer. How far ahead lay the path? Huang Er was now mostly recovered, like most of the injured remaining in the city. They primarily focused on recuperation to prevent their wounds from reopening or to restore their health. At this time, he was surrounded by over 30 soldiers nursing their injuries. Upon returning to the office, Chen Gong summoned the individuals from the petition room. Upon inquiring, he discovered they had never encountered the elderly man. Hearing this, Chen Gong felt perplexed. Did the old man enter without filing a petition and simply leave? The following was straightforward. Lomling was close to Kaifeng, so after receiving the news, Gao Mingyi personally led a team to assist. After all, Lomling was a key area under the jurisdiction of the Tianchi Mansion, and De Miao's group was targeting that stronghold. The ancient 10 fierce beasts were nearly annihilated, with only the 4 divine beasts remaining, lacking only the vermilion bird. Once I eliminate Wu Jing, everything will fall into place. Bai Songming declared. Thank you for your assistance, store manager, in helping me enhance my cultivation. If you have time during the Wind and Thunder Conference, why not come and watch the competition in person? Luo Ling smiled at Qin Ming.
All right.
Once you've settled everything, come and let me fly with a sword. I slammed the table excitedly, my face beaming with joy. The implication was unmistakable. The question of whether Naruto would be removed from the shelves was no longer his to decide. The news from several major stakeholders was quite astute. Once the carnival activities commenced, they received intelligence from the IP camp. I do not know where I have offended the immortal. Please enlighten me. I respectfully inquired. Let us eat. Do not speak further. And Liangbi picked up his chopsticks again, serving a dish de joie, suppressing his anger as he ate. Having children would be ideal. If not, he would not insist, as long as he could be with Mei Shuling. Indeed, the issue had emerged. Wei Pinggan had lost not just one soul, but also the most crucial one. My mother even spared us the trouble of answering, turning and heading straight into the house. Fang Yi and I exchanged glances, utterly unsure of what my aunt intended to do. Upon changing shoes and entering the house, we were astonished by the sea of used tissues scattered across the floor. I was rather reluctant. Hong Mao actually wanted to hit me, so I dashed into the alley to pursue Ili Ju Luo. She had vanished from sight, yet I could still see her walking leisurely down the passageway, as if taking a stroll. Although she had only met Zhang Qiyuan once and had little interaction with him, Jiang Yufei incessantly mentioned his name. He not only knew that Zhang Qiyuan was the director of the assessment office at the X-City branch of the Xindu Energy Group, but also that he was among the earliest promoted section-level cadres in the company. Immersed in the sorrow of my dreams, I had yet to regain my bearings. And I dared not ask around for Fang Yi. The multitude of people around me instilled an overwhelming sense of panic. I anxiously glanced out the window. Dawn had arrived. These seemingly ordinary words radiated boundless power. As I looked towards the lower right corner of this first page, I noticed it was somewhat tattered. Could it be that the life and death ledger spoken of by the ice dragon had not been destroyed? Instead, had someone secretly preserved it? Unlike before, he had grown immensely powerful, and in his eyes, there was not only greed but also pride. As for me, I was in search of that pride that would render me utterly invincible. Because of trust, and aware of Xia Nian's guilt towards Luo Ming, Mo Shiza would grant her the time and space to sort her thoughts and manage her feelings towards Luo Ming. The method to identify low-tier mermen was quite simple. If they were nearby, their bodies emitted a stronger odor, their scales were filthy and dull, and their fins lacked adornments. They belonged to the low-tier category. If observed from a distance, one could also note the tools they employed. Those using stone tools were undoubtedly low-tier mermen. Xu Qiao drank one bottle after another. The low-alcohol beer failed to summon his courage, but rather stimulated his urge to urinate. At this moment, Fan Yunqing dared not speak lightly. Uncertain whether the emperor would grant his request to allow him to bury the body of Qifeng. Upon returning to the field, he discovered that the knight had replaced Amon with Koval. It seemed the opponent truly intended to compete fiercely with New York in this quarter. Xiao Hong thought this was the only option left. He felt exceptionally irritable and waved his hand, dismissing everyone. After the gap appeared, the clouds rolled, easily obscuring the scene. It was as if a pebble had fallen into quicksand or raindrops had struck the water. That classmate vanished in an instant. Upon hearing the messenger relay Yuan Shu's words, Lu Zheng, Lu Yi, and others were outraged. Liu Bei remarked, Yuan Gonglu is ambitious yet lacking in talent. Merely a lapdog, I should have anticipated such behavior. He decided to withdraw the troops. Zheng Qing accepted the cowhide letter, listening to Lao Yao's rambling, and thought of the icy waters of Linzhong Lake in this season, along with the stinking mermen residing within, causing him to shiver involuntarily. I take my leave. Fan Yunqing slowly exited the meditation room, clutching the emperor's edict, hurrying towards the capital's prison. The purse was originally intended for his brother Liang Sheng, but feeling it was inappropriate for a poor scholar to possess such an exquisite item, he had left it in the basket, not realizing it would suddenly vanish. Thus, prior to the arrival of the Portuguese, there was no possibility of Timbuktu emerging in the Angola region. Yang Zichuan was plotting to seize the 9-5 position. Su Shu's words weighed heavily on Lu Da's heart. Upon this reflection, the Grand Commander of the Imperial Guard, who had served from the Chengkong to the Longwu era, offered a slight smile. He retrieved the list sent by Zhao Shi from his sleeve, glanced at it briefly, and turned to return to his quarters. For many years, he had believed himself to be the solitary admirer of Ingiji, only to find not only his affections unreciprocated, but also to have his entire family tragically executed. It was a pitiful thought. A pure and innocent heart had been offered only to be shattered and trampled upon. She was now regretting summoning this creature, yearning to flee, yet was horrified to realize she was rooted to the spot. Soon, she noticed the creature extending its hands toward her, as if demanding something. What is the extent of overlap between these two conceptual realms, and what geopolitical context does such a division entail? Once it was confirmed that the village was safe, the white wolf ceased hesitating and leapt from the woods, hoping to find survivors to ascertain his whereabouts and understand what had transpired. However, he possessed the instincts typical of a Yuaning cultivator. Upon locking eyes with Meng, he sensed danger and issued a warning in advance. At last, after 13 attempts, Longxing managed to sustain the roots of the flourishing trees in the rain, causing them to extend further. This signified that Longxing could no longer evade the likes of Lao Lu and his companions with such ease. Moreover, Longxing bore grievous injuries at that moment. After speaking, Xiao Chun was the first to consume the yin-yang xianlong pill adorned with pill patterns. The next instant, the pill transformed into a wave of heat that coursed down his throat into his body. The imperial seal has always symbolized the authority of the Central Plains, akin to the divine wolf Fong of the northern Liang Kingdom. Having been passed down from the Eastern Sea Kingdom for over 10,000 years and currently residing in the Weiyang Palace, Auto Master S disciple Lin Fei donned the garb of an alchemist, with 3 ripples across her chest denoting her status as a third-grade alchemist. Deep down, he felt that he and Qi Yu were fated by heaven to be together in this life. Xiao Chun gazed at the distant silhouette of Gu Yuan, shook his head gently, took Menger's delicate hand, and stepped forth, vanishing into thin air, his voice echoing atop the mountain. What kind of artists does the market demand, and what increases the likelihood of an artist achieving fame? In other words, he bore not only his own life, but also that of Lin Yuya. The latter two should perform without issues, yet the problem lay in the wildness of their appearances. Cold-blooded and heartless, they trampled upon Gu Yang's self-esteem, obliterating all his efforts over the years. Just as Yu Lingying emerged from her seclusion, less than the span of a joss stick had passed when Hua Yi promptly arrived at her side. Yi Haochuan instinctively touched his face. Indeed, his skin had sagged, as if he had aged decades in an instant. "Yu Di, I sincerely apologize for keeping you waiting. I was drenched in sweat and dared not meet guests until I had cleaned myself up and personally prepared some food and drink as an apology," Tuka Foam expressed regretfully. Lin Yi sensed immense hostility surrounding him. While a few demons were manageable, facing 16 at once posed a significant challenge. Wang Chun had been in dire need of money lately, dreaming of completing the task assigned by the beggar sect. He had survived the most arduous part, and now the only hurdle remaining was financial. After many days of waiting, he finally received what he sought. However, human souls are more complex, animal souls simpler, and plant souls even more so. Debu Shui Yun gently placed Qiao Xian on a chair in the reception room, silently gazing at him. Luo Ju had finally elevated his strength to the innate realm in a remarkably short time. In truth, if he had been slightly more astute, he would have noticed a detail. During the period of his ascension, although brief, it lasted nearly 20 to 30 seconds. For a master, such a duration was ample to determine victory or defeat. The empress, consort, and virtuous consort of the harem had all passed away, and although some concubines had entered the palace to serve afterward, none could replace the esteemed positions held by the empress and others in Yang's heart. The 3 listened intently, realizing they had truly exposed themselves, their faces reflecting disbelief. With their concealment techniques, even a postnatal realm practitioner could be easily overlooked, so they pondered where they had revealed a flaw.
Fool.
Lu Tong's true self coldly uttered this word. Nevertheless, to ensure absolute safety, he still gathered his illusory shadows around him for protection against a potential counterattack from Junyan, preventing him from dragging him down. Laha Su remained far away. He could neither steal, nor deceive, nor even beg. Were it anyone else, this path would have been insurmountable. "Really? Is everything all right? Has someone checked with the doctor?" A deep male voice sounded somewhat surprised. A sliver of light streamed through the window. Using this illumination, Shui Yu barely discerned Ji Lingxing's features, which now bore sharper angles and a more resolute demeanor, yet the underlying dominance remained unchanged. This was the very reason Qin Yang had told Lin Zhu that he would not be exposed. With such an item, there was no need for concealment. Merely a change in voice sufficed. The entire process felt akin to casual conversation. Was this how communication occurred between the living and the dead? The rising sun warship altered its course eastward, its speed rapidly escalating, slicing through the sky like a meteor. He also understood Dian Wei's intention to block Su Huang moreover. With Su Huang returning to Liu Bei's side, he was an unavoidable figure if one wished to seize Liu Bei. Although there were issues with mindset, the primary cause lay with that scoundrel Tianyu. Hai Chi glared at her, his eyes seemingly ready to ignite, yet he did not dare to move a finger. Dozens of monstrous insects rushed toward Zhao, their claws outstretched and gaping maws dripping with viscous slime. With newfound confidence in rescuing Sha Du Tian, Zhao did not falter this time. As the slime flew toward him, he deftly evaded, miraculously dodging all the goo. Now Luo Erjia had entered a weakened state, pleading with Yen Yu to cease scanning, lest the Yu family team be fully exposed. Chen Sheng was equally unrefined, boldly seating himself on a couch before the two, legs splayed wide. This crude gesture caused Zhang Liang to frown, while Han Cheng's expression darkened further. Feng Wu twisted her slender waist, the crimson belt coiling around her like a serpent, lunging toward the approaching Hong Kun. The opponent, already heated from battle, brimmed with fighting spirit. It was unwise to confront such ferocity head-on, and adopting a defensive stance was the sole strategy. Their strength did not permit them to lag behind. After all, as brothers of Chao Go, they could not be utterly inept. Such news swiftly leaked, inciting discontent among Wei Yaoshi and others. Handing over the newly annexed army would mean allowing the Song dynasty to label everyone as traitors. That included the Chongqing army, leaving them with no means of survival and stripped of their military, which was something Wei Yaoshi could not tolerate. The master's expression grew solemn. Her subordinates had informed her that numerous outposts of the Heavenly Dragon assassins had been discovered and dismantled by the police. Her mood was extremely foul, verging on the dire. Just as everyone assumed that the medicinal materials were undoubtedly secured by the individual in box 23 above, someone unexpectedly emerged to challenge him. Helan Qingyuan was destined to meet a disgraceful end, and she would ensure he knew the glory of Helan Yao when he perished. All this had long been anticipated. She was merely here to witness the unfolding of events. Yu Shaoxing furrowed his brow. The Ling family's rise to the royal family of Dongling Kingdom surely involved unscrupulous dealings. He feared that the Ling family might employ underhanded tactics to wrest the tri-leaf fruit from the hands of the eldest brother. Was there truly no other means to counter this? Lian Wan inquired, observing from a distance that Ling Xiao and Qian Shiyu appeared to be embroiled in a dispute, their expressions decidedly unfriendly. The lord of Beiyuan City, Qin Qiyan, is a renowned figure at the border, known for his audacity and ruthless tactics. Most notably, he commands his own troops, effectively making them private soldiers. However, Mu Yuanjia must rely on Qin Qian's formidable reputation to secure the frontier, necessitating certain compromises. Tong Tong has now freed herself from the blood centipede's body, which has likely succumbed to the merciless blows of those beggars. With the blood centipede's demise, I am left without a means to threaten them, and it is imperative that I find a place to hide. The Su family, a prestigious lineage spanning millennia, continues to harbor hidden talents both within the court and beyond. The branch of Su Ruhui is of direct descent, with Su Wanrun, her elder uncle, serving as a venerable general in the court, though he is retired due to illness, leaving his title to be honored in the vicinity of the capital. The 300 third-grade Xiangguasian pills he previously presented are already sufficient to account for his actions to the clan. After 2 days of rest, Mao Lian visited the Grand Empress Dowager to pay his respects. However, had he known he would encounter the Ning concubine, he would have resolutely avoided it.
Dio.
Should you discover that I am married, you would surely want to end my life, Wang Yu mused, shaking his head in self-deprecation. The masked man had long been on guard. Since Lin Yao was present, it was unlikely that Yi Welong had vanished without reason. The most probable scenario was that this despicable individual was lurking nearby, plotting to ensnare him. Wang Wei held a deep affection for this elder, akin to a child's special bond with a friend of their parents. He sensed the trust the elder had in him, a trust that was entirely unreserved. The thirst for knowledge is humanity's driving force for contemplation, and contemplation is the impetus for progress. A lack of curiosity stifles thought, and without thought, there can be no learning. Thus, a thirst for knowledge is indeed commendable, provided one does not become the answer themselves. After Lei Juexiao became the deputy commander of the Imperial Guard, the Lei family rapidly ascended to prominence in the capital. Zhe Gushao nodded in agreement. promptly stepping onto a raft fashioned from bamboo ladders, lifting a horse lantern to illuminate the way. Upon discerning the direction, he commanded the others to row forward, as 3 rafts headed towards the center of the pond. Initially, the coalition of warlords from the east, led by Xu Qiao, clashed with the coalition from the west under Dong Zhuo. Both sides were evenly matched, neither holding a significant advantage. Supported by the 3 Liang, Dong Zhuo had the potential to hold the Tiger Fortress, risking defeat for Yuan Shao's alliance. The monster laughed heartily, noting that a similar descent was occurring around him. Yet he remained unharmed. Even if she were to return occasionally, she intended to reside in the estate granted by the emperor, which she had previously visited and found meticulously prepared for immediate occupancy. Since my words hold merit, why not hurry along? How long will you delay? And Hong Han raised his hand and flicked Shiji's forehead. Yet, in her silence, she could not fathom that her thoughts were influenced by her resentment toward Shi Baiwan for abandoning her years ago. Relieved, Shiji swatted away the intrusive hand, settling comfortably into an Hong Han's embrace. This arrangement had been established by Baiminging during their time in the Qingfeng domain, adhering to the protective formations of the Beihuang realm. Pack your belongings. We shall set forth in a few days, the leader commanded without hesitation. She had kept all dangers at bay, ensuring the safety of the Jun family for over a decade while nurturing her own growth. The whinnies of horses in the camp grew louder, swelling into a cacophony as countless steeds joined the chorus. At that moment, the abandoned citizens and rulers of the celestial domain found themselves with no means of escape. Qi Shiyuan did not believe that discussions of state affairs required the presence of 2 children, thus he waved his hand in agreement. At this moment, Xian Jiao disregarded any envy from others, crouching down to examine the old man's ailment.
Bang!
Both fell to the ground, with Yi Shilei pinned beneath him. Instantly, that seemingly frail yet soft body ignited a spark of joy within his gaze. The man glared at Huanzhen before turning away towards Ming Luan Hall. Soon after, a figure rushed in, appearing to be in his 30s. Despite wearing military attire, his physique was notably slight, hardly resembling that of a warrior. Huanzhen weighed the piece of wood in hand, contemplating its suitability for use as a bearing if processed correctly. However, first, he needed to ascertain the type of tree it originated from and where it thrived. Upon reaching the realm of mortals, Chen Qingniu led Yi Zhang and others into a large conference room already filled with attendees. Unbeknownst to Qin Yang, while speaking, the once tranquil river surface suddenly erupted into towering waves. He turned back, startled by the commotion. I know what you're thinking. Do not dwell on it. Yi Feng will surely help you heal this wound, Yi Feng declared, grasping Mu Zhaoxue's hand as they stepped outside. This was no boast. His culinary skills rivaled those of chefs in 5-star hotels, if not surpassing them. Huanzhen inadvertently overheard a discussion among the Ministry of War officials regarding this individual, prompting him to prepare gifts for a visit to the Fan family's guest house that very evening. Everyone was to return to their respective quarters. The vanguard commander issued a similar order. This meant that the craniotomy had been performed while the patient was conscious. The vice president's statement was met with shock from the patient's family and other hospital staff. Anger swiftly followed. They could hardly fathom the agony of undergoing such a procedure without anesthesia. Jian Yang leaned down, attempting to discern the fragrance of the flower, a common instinct when encountering such a splendid bloom. At this time of year-end, patients suffering from the cold, poor diets, and coughs crowded the entrance of Qingyu Hall. If I possessed this inner strength, I would have already conquered the world. I could thrive from underground fights and later become a film star, living a carefree life, while disregarding the trivialities of law enforcement. Thus, the disciples entering this sword domain were all ranked as second disciples. When they sought assistance in designing blueprints, Xu Qiao provided suggestions based on modern architectural characteristics from decades hence, all of which were accepted. Subsequently, the focus shifted to drafting the blueprints and hiring construction teams. These matters were beyond her purview, as she found herself missing the 2 children and returned to Jiangtian City. They longed to flee, yet had no opportunity. The fireball bore down upon them, and the 2 demonic experts at the rear lacked the strength to resist, instantly consumed by the flames, leaving no trace behind. Are we not there yet? Lu Xiaoying's eyes flickered with disappointment. She herself could not fathom why she so desperately wished to see Du Hao's true visage. Although the Mongols had been defeated, they were not entering the land of Shenzhou as princes, but as figures from the martial world, thus permitted entry. Elvi had suffered an injury and lost considerable blood, preventing her from accompanying Ji Tianji to Miaofa Temple. Thunder rumbled as the heavens darkened. Ominous clouds rolled in, transforming the previously bright sky into darkness, with countless lightning strikes illuminating the atmosphere, as if something dreadful approached. In the early morning, the streets were deserted, save for soldiers returning to their barracks after the night watch, who encountered Lin Sheng's family. Upon seeing Lin Outyen behind Lin Sheng, the soldiers hastily stepped aside, kneeling on one knee. Hence, the most favorable outcome would be for Songzhan Ganbu to submit to the Tang dynasty, allowing Li Shimin to feel at ease and preventing immediate conflict with Tubo. Damn it! Li Xiaoyao felt himself spiraling into madness, the flames of desire in his abdomen intensifying perilously, nearly consuming his reason. After a few minutes of restless waiting, the sister from the intelligence department finally returned with the summary of the operation. Not only the Alliance and the Horde are advancing in technology and magic, the Scourge Legion is also unveiling new and ruthless tactics. Arthas and Yaxaron learned about the extermination order through spies embedded within the Awakened and humans allied with the Twilight Cult. If one were to engage in battle against Park Jinchong now, Ning Feng could still defeat him with Tai Chi. However, he could never achieve the same fluidity as before, always feeling as though something was missing. The third prince exerted every effort to seize the throne. With Murong Rufeng's departure, his ambitions seemed within grasp, only for Murong Wanjun to emerge unexpectedly. While it is true that as long as one pays the electricity bill, the power company would not cut off the supply, the energy output has its limits, and exceeding that threshold could lead to unforeseen consequences. Under the guidance of Khadgar and the Archmages of Silvermoon, a massive and energy-consuming arcane communication matrix was established. Tong Ran remained oblivious, still deeply asleep, while Li Qin's grip on his weapon tightened, his gaze darkly fixated on her slender, pale neck. "You lecher, I will fight you!" Zhong Feifei cried out, ready to engage in a desperate struggle with Xing Tian. "Please,
Chevroter, spare-me."
I promise I will never do it again." Wang Ergen sobbed on the ground, wishing to cling to Su Jing's leg to express his determination. Ling Huchong was taken aback, realizing that the matter had unexpectedly involved him, and he quickly waved his hands, exclaiming, "No, absolutely not. I am certainly no match for him, regardless of Yu Feng's formidable skills." Ling Huchong was acutely aware that comparing himself to Yu Feng would be akin to seeking humiliation. Duo Luo chuckled, "Yang Ling, you have an opportunity. Visit Jinyuan Daoist. This old fellow has enmity with Go Li Yen and may lend you a hand. Additionally, I have a gift for you." He reached out and produced a weapon. "Young hero, you take your shot." Just then, Reninging spoke again. The members of a Huashan sect were in turmoil, while others from different sects remained completely unaware. In their eyes, Yu Feng was merely a rising star with decent martial arts skills, not to mention taking disciples. Even if he did, he would only mislead them. The Xing mansion showed no significant changes. Due to the formations laid by Xing Tian, the spiritual energy here was far denser than elsewhere, and the flora thrived more abundantly, with many vines sprawling along the walls, completely concealing them. Mo Yaochen, disregarding everything, passionately kissed her. Suddenly, he felt a tightness at his waist, and in an instant, he was hoisted onto Mo Nanju's shoulder. Ji Ningming offered no resistance, nor did she weep. She quietly allowed Xia Qianqian to lead her away. Life in ancient times was undoubtedly more challenging. Some people found mere survival to be a struggle. Today, I deleted a post from a friend, as he said nothing but merely expressed disdain for the current author's penchant for writing such toxic points. Old Master Su arranged for him to handle asset issues in the northern province, but due to greed, he fell into a deep pit. Not only had the Su family's funds been transferred, but the newly established company also had its assets frozen due to illegal fundraising. Chun Che seemed to perceive his thoughts and bluntly stated, then promptly stuffed a golden apple into the zombie villager's mouth. "Princess, the Jin family stores elsewhere have already contracted severely. Ever since Dudu acknowledged his roots, others have become wary of the Jin family. Lu Songfeng seemed taken aback by Wu Yin's aggression, yet he reacted swiftly, unleashing his aura to push back the younger generation behind him, narrowly dodging the sharp sword's edge. The modulation decoder, in simple terms, translates the redstone strength of an item and conveys the corresponding redstone signal. Explaining it in detail is far too complex for a brief description. Unable to compete with others, Deya had no choice but to entrust Wanbao Tower to keep an eye out for other treasures related to bone strengthening. As for the promoted county magistrate, it was indeed an unavoidable circumstance. Weida understood that Luwen had his own difficulties and would likely assist in explaining matters to the influential families. William speculated that when Nami and the villagers of Cocoa West received the news, they were extremely relieved. Intelligence from Zhongao confirmed his suspicions. The current situation across the continent was tense, with heightened vigilance in Dongling City. Even the slightest misstep could arouse suspicion. The two exchanged glances, seemingly in disbelief. And after a moment, their faces lit up with joy as they knelt together, fervently bowing their heads in gratitude, for this truly felt like a windfall from the heavens. When Yang Hao found Jishu, the old man was squatting on the steps outside the village, puffing on a pipe. Flam was always so impulsive. He couldn't even wait for me to finish speaking. Tom chuckled again, though this time his smile bore a hint of bitterness. Bai Jianjia was rendered speechless. Watching Lu Zizhou finish packing all his belongings, yet lacking the courage to utter a single word to him. Perhaps one day, it would be necessary to unearth it. By the time it was torn open, one might have almost forgotten. Your father anticipated this day long ago, Lady Yuan said. The Qin family once saved his life. And thus he was destined to repay the Qin family. In the past, it could be concealed, but ever since the old man assisted the princess in childbirth within the palace, anyone with intent could uncover the truth. Could it be that this robust man before me is from Yangshan prison? Furthermore, how did they know we were coming? Could it be the tracks of the vehicle, fresh? Could it be that, from the beginning, we were under surveillance until we ascended the mountain, where they then blocked our path and ultimately captured us? Just yesterday, he met with Shi Dongyu, and today Shi Dongyu was kidnapped? What a remarkable coincidence. There must be something amiss, yet should he simply stand by? Upon seeing this, Fui hurriedly jumped down from the window and forcefully pushed Yuan and Xie Rui aside, speaking sternly. After the honey water was prepared, Qi Kongwen personally fed Li Jia, and he would also tenderly hold and feed the children of other concubines with princes, demonstrating great attentiveness. Zhun Xian returned without anyone knowing, as Sikom Lan habitually stayed up late and slept in, while Sikom Jia did not rise early either. After speaking, I glanced around but did not spot old Li's figure. I surmised that he might have already returned. Upon reflection, I felt that old Li was not so simple, possessing even the Zhang Tianshi seal. Perhaps he could solve many problems. With that thought in mind, I decided it would be best to pay old Li a visit.
Now,
let us test the power of this advanced Xian-level combat skill. Clenching my fist tightly, Xiao Feng gazed at the silvery waterfall, his competitive spirit ignited. The setting sun cast its last rays upon Lin Feng's face. The decaying soil exuded a foul stench. Abruptly summoned to this foreign world, Lin Feng could only struggle to survive in ignorance. Anna looked at Ling Yu and inquired, her expression shifting from one mood to another, rendering her utterly perplexed. In the past, the three Su sisters did not consider a 70 stake to be significant. After all, their past earnings were modest. Now that they had struck it rich, that 70 stake truly stirred envy. They needed to prove themselves to the rulers of the other side's empire through numerous arduous tasks.
nearby,
Zhang Jun and his companions realized that something must have transpired, their brows furrowing in concern. Before Lu Xing'er could finish her words, Su Jingdi's lips had already brushed against her forehead, her eyes, her nose, and her lips. Master, what do you think? Lu Yu could sense some details, but did not dare to speak openly. Lu Son's order to execute Yang Yan's entire family was merely to conceal the truth. Feeling the tension in the air, Lin Feng's skin tingled as he licked his dry lips, yearning for a crystalline apple. During your absence, did you venture into the underworld? Chu Yan's voice quivered slightly. Shortly after, numerous ice shards appeared, dancing freely beside the giant spider. Regardless of the circumstances, the enmity between the six families and Yi Chun has been firmly established. a deep-seated animosity that seems irreconcilable. Some families closely allied with the Six are beginning to worry that today's events might implicate them as well. I spent a night sitting on the airport floor, and in the morning, the police located me, informing me that someone had found my identification at a CAF, but alas, only the ID was recovered. Everything else remains lost. Setting aside the soul-devouring hammer's enchantment and power, it stands on par with the skeletal gun and blood-drinking dagger. Who claims Qin was not inebriated? I think his drunken revelry is merely a diversion. The calluses on his fingertips scraped painfully against my wrist. Upon realizing the extraordinary nature of this red coral, Lu Qing began to take it seriously. He extended a thread of spiritual energy toward the coral, simultaneously enveloping the surroundings with a diffusion of spiritual force enhanced by the water spirit pearl, attentively observing the situation around him. He merely intended to visit a bar for a drink to alleviate his boredom, and after playing the role of a hero by rescuing a budding flower of the nation. How did matters escalate to this point? Feng Ruxiue suddenly spoke, providing a definitive stance on the matter. She had indeed contemplated capturing Zhang Hao to extract information about his master, but one who could cultivate a profound master within a year must possess formidable strength themselves. Hades and Poseidon both sighed in relief. Facing Wu Yang was indeed a considerable strain, and if possible, they wished to avoid him altogether. An athlete from Huizue High School was dribbling a basketball towards the hoop of Jingcheng High School, preparing to shoot. As the thunderbolt struck, Ming He stood unflinchingly, allowing the divine lightning to strike him, as if resigned to fate, offering no resistance. However, after the first bolt dissipated, they were astonished to discover that Ming He appeared unscathed, even emanating a stronger aura, leaving them utterly perplexed. Luo Chen altered his stance, swiftly retracting the fiery dragon sword. Around him, countless sword shadows began to manifest. "Fatty, where are you?" Li Cheng called Xiao Fei, while driving. At that moment, the burly native finally discerned Luo Chen's intentions, waving his hand and shouting. As Ling Diu spoke of leaving, Jiang Zhiyuan paused, recalling a statement made by Ling Diu. He had effectively blocked his own path to survival. Trembling with urgency, he asked, "Do you have a method of healing?" His heart brimmed with hope. "Sixth son, although you refer to me as master, I have not taken you as an apprentice. If you cannot reach the heart-moving stage within a month, it seems the connection between you and Mount Shu is not meant to be," Ho Yi reminded Zhang Liuzi once more. The agitated Bai leapt up, not rushing to seize the eerie red talisman but instead directing his attention to the glowing symbol on the ground. Yet now, Yuqing Shangrun had raised this matter, and the intent was unmistakable. It was clearly an excuse to deal with Lu Bai. Lu Bai whispered a hasty command, swiftly rolling off the bed, just as hurried footsteps echoed from outside the door. Unable to identify the seed of the spiritual herb, Xiao Xiao closed the lid and stowed the ink jade box into her storage bag. After hanging up, I hesitated for a long time before dialing Chen Yuanyuan's number, only to be met with a notification that the phone was off. I sighed softly, feeling a twinge of complexity in my emotions. After taking a cigarette from a hallway, I adjusted my mindset, rubbed my face, and feigned nonchalance, resuming my seat on the steps at the entrance. I was filled with trepidation, wishing to turn back. Yet my limbs did not obey my commands, propelling me forward instead. This was no longer a mere walk, but a frantic dash. I surmised that my earlier vigorous action in calling the elevator must have summoned the serpent. Thus, I suddenly froze. It stopped half a pace away, coiling into a circle, raising its head and swaying side to side while flicking its tongue, yet it did not attack. Zhang Liuzi and Tony exchanged glances, lowering their heads, afraid to utter another word, lest Yu Pinger fail to find a celestial being to turn them into specimens. Thus, she blamed no one but herself for lacking the fortune and capability to rectify Zhou Kai's flaws. "Sisters, do not acquiesce. He desires you to sacrifice yourselves for an enemy nation, to become concubines in his harem, serving as his ladder to ascend the ranks," she sure exclaimed. "Humph. Is there even a need to wager? Betting is a certain loss for you." Lu Shan glared at Tang Zeng, who was casting glances in her direction, indignantly. Tang Fei mused that it was no wonder he and Xin Xinglan were at odds. Since time immemorial, the struggle for the throne among dragon heirs has been notoriously brutal, with the eldest and second-born being particularly vicious. This hyena tribesman unexpectedly collapsed onto the ground, weakly leaning against a nearby stone. Xiaoya, the sect master, was indeed a martial genius, a master of his generation. He had doted on his disciple Cui Daolin, initially believing that Cui had passed away suddenly, causing him much distress. Moreover, Ling Yunxiao was of superior quality, a half-step master, a well-known figure in the realm of cultivation. This very master had caused Garibaldi's forces to lose the border stronghold of Baldur, the renowned fortress of Tobruk, the vital town of Benghazi, and even the entirety of Libya. As the elegant and soulful strains of classical piano filled the air, she wished to share a glass of red wine with Tang Fei, reminiscing about the past on their native soil and harboring beautiful aspirations for their future lives. Originally anticipated for May Day, circumstances prevented Sanjiang from proceeding, as the requirements for various classifications differed significantly, with the urban channel demanding even higher standards, leading to frustration. "It's nothing. I've just caught a chill." The sudden gust of wind had exacerbated Jingmu's discomfort, already quite severe. In Han Cheng's mind, this principle had always been his guiding tenet. There was no need to escalate matters into a spectacle, ultimately leading to his own embarrassment. However, in this place, where many voices would inevitably chatter, if word got out, it would be quite unfavorable. Nevertheless, he retained faith in this group of people. The distinction between mortal and spiritual levels represents a fundamental divergence in the essence of life, resulting in a staggering disparity in combat prowess. At this moment, the waves at sea were tumultuous. Even a master of the heavenly soul realm needed to exert considerable effort to navigate through. The man appeared to be hospitalized, and when Qiao Ling bumped into him, he collapsed to the ground. Li Yiming had recently suffered the loss of family, his village devastated, and his emotions surged to the level of national ruin and personal loss, a sentiment he intentionally amplified. The work for Mingzhou was to be set aside. I would not be subdued. Would the national poem suffice for weight? The underlings of the third son failed to transmit the message smoothly. Yet I still fell victim to an attack. The situation was far more intricate than anticipated. Their gazes crossed amidst the clamor of the crowd, and upon locking eyes, Wan Jinyue instinctively averted her gaze, feeling a pang of guilt. Luo He's mood soured, seemingly reminded of the desolation and decline of his own tribe. I don't know, but I believe you should be taught a lesson. Chu Yun casually toyed with the flames in his hand. This place featured 4 long-running tracks, necessitating a draw for group assignments, determining who would run first. Ever since its arrival, it had been concealed by Yi Tan, for its mere presence would agitate the horses here, rendering it unsuitable. The century-old fiery liquor was potent. Wang Jing chuckled, explaining that this wine had been preserved from the Shushan world, specifically to cultivate goodwill among those who cherish strong spirits. It was evident that his goal had been achieved. As Yan Qixia appeared thoroughly satisfied, he seemed to generate an immense explosive force capable of compressing air without even moving his limbs. Following the beam of the flashlight, Han Yu's expression grew serious. Emboldened, she disregarded Song Qing's pull, stepping forward to open the restroom door. "Ah, Jing, you finally arrived." The moment I returned, I felt as though someone had been watching me in this room, a sensation even stronger than before. Upon seeing Wang Jing, Yu Fei hurriedly disclosed her fears. She was genuinely terrified, constantly feeling the presence of someone nearby. Despite his handsome appearance, no one had ever gone to such lengths for his looks. In the preceding moment, Run Tingting had jested that if she continued to open the door in such a manner, she would launch herself into outer space. Little did she anticipate that merely minutes later, such an incident would unfold. "Xiao, do you have any alternative proposals?"
Valente inquired in a grave tone.
"This New Year's Eve, out of compassion, I have come to visit old acquaintances and to deliver some news." Luyu smiled gently, her dark eyes cold and penetrating like a serpent poised to strike, instilling fear in those who beheld her. "What on earth is happening?" the elder Lu involuntarily exclaimed. At this moment, the 2 Lu figures had disengaged from their combined transformation, as transformation itself necessitates the consumption of energy, and combined transformation is even more depleting. Thus, it is customary to revert to a normal state when not engaged in battle. He stretched his limbs luxuriously. During the era of the great ancestor, the pervasive atmosphere of fear was indescribable. Today, One could be a leader, and tomorrow, one might find themselves in the stocks for reflection. This cycle of rise and fall is not one easily borne by the faint-hearted. I care not how Pompey's faction arrives. My sole responsibility is to ensure he neither ascends nor lingers in Ponticabian. Carabas grinned sinisterly, while Audiana found amusement in this expression, which brought her great delight. The officers of the Heroga's legion hurriedly engaged in animated conversation. Yet, as Arthur straightened and gestured with his hands, the crowd instinctively fell silent. Whoosh! Tung Chuan burst forth from the sea of flames, his face darkened by soot. The acrid smoke was overwhelming, prompting him to cough violently. Although Ashina Mogul did not look up, his gaze subtly shifted towards Tuli, and even Ashina Yun cast a concerned glance at his father. At his core, CLA had inherited much of his mother's gentleness and warmth, yet his adeptness in the political arena, marked by a steady ascent, was undoubtedly a product of the commendable traits he inherited from both his father and grandfather. Audiana, having observed the entire battle from the tower, descended with a mixture of astonishment and contemplation. Arm strength, go to duck. Come, let us spar, but be mindful not to unleash any devastating techniques. Should one employ destructive light here, it would be no surprise if the entire school were to be obliterated. Shang Xiaoshuan scoffed, gesturing dismissively to the crowd behind her. Her voice cold. I had presumed that Chief Qian was a hero of sorts, only to discover he is but a lackey of me truly disheartening. Her tone dripped with sarcasm, and her eyes reflected disdain. I inexplicably trust that this state of the foolish tiger represents more than 60% of its peak spiritual condition. With such a state, its spiritual prowess is akin to that of a significant figure, and it can easily buy me ample time to execute a spell. Marriage alliance. Shi Shozhen furrowed his brow, casting a meaningful glance at Wei Yixin. Princess Anshou is 14 this year, which is typically the age for marriage. However, Wei Yixin has persistently sought a suitor for his grandson. How could he bear to send Anshou away? The setting was already on a hillside. Qi Hao was determined, firmly wrapping his arms around Aishilia's neck, shifting his weight entirely downwards. The audience listened intently, their hearts dancing in rhythm with the flute's lively notes. As the spring breeze caressed them, flowers blossoming vibrantly in the warm sunlight, brimming with vitality. When they beheld the individual indicated by the Emperor of Jingwa, their expressions transformed dramatically. The serpent-headed immortal and young Master Gao momentarily froze, then a glimmer of schadenfreude danced across their faces. Men do not speak in vagaries, Chun Lin remarked. Last night, I did indeed indulge in fanciful reveries for a time, but fortunately, I am familiar with methods to adjust brainwaves. In the spirit of reciprocity, Chun Lin replied in the dialect of Guangdong. Dean, with your mastery at the 10th level of the Jade Balance, I presume what I mentioned has come to fruition. Zhou Wutian observed with a smile after the others departed. Qi Hao found Xiao Dan amusing. It was already past 7 in the evening. Where would she go for an inspection? Qin Ming remained puzzled as to why John had called him with such urgency. Upon turning back, he was taken aback to see Qing Xian before him. Mouth agape in astonishment, unable to articulate anything but awe. It must be the celestial beings intervening in this matter. However, only the Emperor of Humanity possesses the ability to summon assistance from all realms, declared the Peacock King. The following morning, upon seeing Hong Kuen's resignation letter, Chung Gang erupted in fury. He immediately placed a call to Hong Kuen, who was now in Helen. He began to familiarize himself with his office and prepared to meet Qing Xian. Words eluded him. He was at a loss for how to address the current atmosphere. And his heart was not in it. They were all guardians of memories, and whenever hope appeared, they would inevitably recall the times when hope had seemed a distant dream. Yi Feiyong hastily approached, lifting a box. Where shall I place this? Oh well, it's not particularly valuable. I'll just set it down. Within the storage bag lay the spiritual rice harvested from the spiritual fields previously cultivated by Gao Dali at Lu Yi's behest, amounting to about 20,000 pounds of high-quality medium-grade spiritual rice. Lu Yi also assured him that if their collaboration proceeded smoothly, this spiritual rice would be supplied continuously. After receiving instructions from Zhang Curson, Boss Gao ordered the staff to load the gambling stones onto the shop's cart and wheel them out to the stone-breaking machine at the stall. Li Shang sat in the passenger seat, his 5 elements eye activated, continuously surveying the road ahead, harboring a tinge of unease. Meanwhile, Zhao Liangxi appeared oblivious, brandishing his treasure hammer as he relentlessly pursued Lu Yi's whereabouts, hurling insults that left listeners aghast with their vulgarity. In a fleeting moment of confusion, he became aware of his surroundings and recalled events leading up to his slumber. Li Shang let out a cold chuckle, disregarding the voice echoing in his mind, his body swiftly descending without heeding it. Wang Kai sat at the head of the table, greeting them with a radiant smile, while others were taken to different locations. The atmosphere here shrouded in darkness. Upon hearing Yi Qingma's words, Dongfang Fingfei was overcome with tears. Was this a veiled assertion of her own genius? However, the phrase seemed strangely familiar, as if she had previously used it to manipulate someone. Li Wenxia promptly unleashed a powerful move to evade the impending blow, and as she landed, she swiftly executed a skill to retrieve all her feathers, immobilizing Shaun while also stripping Su Yanan of her resurrection armor. After stepping outside, she remained lost in thought about this matter when she unexpectedly spotted a familiar figure casually leaning nearby, smiling faintly at her. Lu Hao, seated, was filled with excitement, rising to shout in the room, while Zhou Hao and Cui Jiadong also stood to embrace and cheer, their faces alight with joyful smiles. Thus, Su Yanan's troll, responding to Mu's call, rushed down the lane, preparing for a surprise assault, while previously, the SSW team's Frost's ultimate had already been unleashed upon Shang Maja in the top lane, rendering the latter without a significant ability for the time being. In the absence of her ultimate, Frost was indeed quite vulnerable. Mu Xiang still had unfinished business. It was not yet the season for curing salted meat, and these wild delicacies would certainly require curing for preservation. He was so gravely injured, yet he can rise on his own? Dai Shui's ears perked up. Yesterday, he could barely stand. Today, he was already able to get out of bed. This was inconceivable. Although she had never seen the absolute source blade, the 5 primordial artifacts were the supreme treasures of this universe, and how could their wounds heal so swiftly? Having packed her belongings, I and Tao Jing set out. Being aware of the origins and progression of this matter allowed for better preparation this time. The flowers at the wedding of Yi Ning were all personally selected by Xiao Xiao, and she had even participated in the venue's arrangement. For her best friend's wedding, she naturally would contribute all her efforts. Aren't you the same? Distinctly felt that Prince Hao's touch had become considerably gentler, and thus she obediently allowed him to take her hand. I cast a glance toward my 5th and 6th brothers, only to find them looking at us with envious eyes, tinged with a hint of admiration. Xia Xiao turned her face away, muttering about how self-absorbed one could be. Yet she dared only to harbor such thoughts silently, for it seemed she had indeed grown more infatuated with him. The authenticity of this man, coupled with his abundant affection,
Was captivating.
Assistant Xia, how do you do? Wang Ru feigned ignorance of Xia Xiaoxiao's identity, maintaining her previous manner of address and greeting her with a bright smile. Today, her attire appeared more polished, lacking the flirtatiousness of previous days. Am I to understand you cannot comprehend human speech? If you cannot even grasp that, why should I bother to explain? Jingyi retorted coldly. Time passed, and eventually, Dai Shui regained her senses, her weary eyes fluttering open slightly, as though she had caught a voice drifting in and out like a whisper. To Tao Hua's surprise, in the following days, Wang Kai consistently appeared at the same time, occupying the same seat and ordering the same drink. Gu Xiaojun reasoned that the Beast City Police possessed a remarkably advanced forensic laboratory, equipped with cutting-edge technology far superior to that which ordinary people had access to. Dressed in a tattered shirt, the hem worn down significantly, and patched black trousers, his sun-baked face was lined with wrinkles. Yet, upon seeing her emerge, those aged hands reached out, pulling her to sit beside him. The police had inquired similarly, and she could only express goodwill.
Sui Shurup.
From the highest ranks, including Prince Qi and military supervisor Yang, down to various military leaders and scouts, everyone had tasted the new military rations delivered from Hanzhong. Most alarming was that within a week of the news breaking, nearly 100 top-notch lawyers and their firms worldwide stood ready to offer free legal defense for Su Yi, even willing to lower their stature for collaboration, vowing to safeguard her interests. Swallowing hard, grappling with the urge to conceal the truth, she reluctantly recounted the events of that year. Indeed, were it not for the dynamics of the pirate world, where the magma fruit held dominion over the flame fruit, Fire Fist Ace could not have been easily vanquished by Admiral Akainu. Yi Miao gently laid Lu Xiu on the hospital bed, the faded, whitish sheets accentuating his pallor. Old Master Sheng harbored his own thoughts while engaging in casual conversation with Jiang Yunqing, who remained unperturbed, able to respond to any question he posed, even occasionally reflecting his inquiries back at him. Gu Ming had long familiarized himself with this information. The cult of the evil god was not a profession but akin to Gu Ming's own network of spies, representing a certain identity. Lu Xinting watched Mu Ning from the side, muttering to herself and blushing, deeming her behavior abnormal. Zhou Jiaojiao, unable to comprehend their dialogue, had come in purely to make up the numbers. It was said that the deity ranking was not found in this realm, and it was uncertain whether other deities would be summoned in due time. Lu Darren remarked, Li Yanran holds a grudge, still pursuing Zhou Man over ancient grievances from 800 years ago. Ren Shi Mao was indifferent, questioning the need for such theatrics. Lu Zhenghua would not regard Hu Jianjun as a child. His actions were those of an adult, not something a child could conceive. This was not solely to tarnish his reputation by suggesting collusion with the Death Eaters, but also to provide a more legitimate excuse to incorporate Harry's name into the mix, thus achieving two objectives with one action. As the door swung open, Wang walked in, cradling a pot of freshly prepared food, accompanied by Abu Fusi, both smiling. You received news from the old priest as well? Wang, not clad in a robe, perhaps as the document suggested, had departed from Wudong. This order was signed, and there was no recourse to breach it now. Explanations to the senior were equally undesirable, so it was best to proceed as is. However, in addressing internal medical issues, the symptomatic treatment approach of Western medicine was not particularly effective. As the ominous energy surged, Zhuanglan swiftly evaded, narrowly escaping the grasp of the menacing aura. From the outset, they had been selective, seeking individuals capable of discerning the stench of blood, myself, my senior sister, and my senior brother, with only a handful of others deemed worthy. Indeed, Fanzhua was one, and Fengzhen was even more eager in this regard. As the center of the Ba Meng lay in Badong. Since you're aware, I'll grant you one last opportunity. Afting Yuanzai return to our organization immediately. Otherwise, prepare to face dire consequences. The opposing party threatened upon hearing Long Yi expose their identities. All present were seasoned veterans, unwilling to face punitive measures, thus standing tall and maintaining their composure. An Englishman, gazing towards the explosion, screamed. The location was the town's sole warehouse, where all goods unloaded from that port were temporarily stored. The leading man entered, found a seat, and exhaled smoke rings, appearing to relish the unfolding drama. The insect tribe and dragon tribe were both ancient races. One's choice could hardly be mistaken, or so they believed. Hearing this, Yin was equally astonished. General Niu, the most enigmatic tycoon of the Xiaomao TV, missing for half a year, was unexpectedly the man seated before him. I'm so scared, Brother Luo Fan. What should I do? The plaintive voice, delicate as a songbird, reached Xiao Luofan's ears, filling his heart not only with concern but profound compassion, as he had always regarded Huang Yusin with the tenderness reserved for a sister. Li Chong lowered his gaze upon the now slumbering Edith, his previous excitement silenced, leaving him at a loss for words. The Western gentlemanly demeanor was only extended towards fellow Westerners, as they inherently possessed an Anglophile superiority complex. As Zhuge Wenjin had noted, William had been engulfed in extreme anguish and fury these past few days. Her soft lips lingered on his, a taste of exquisite delight, repeatedly demanding more, as if the act would never suffice. Had it not been for Ji Xinqing needing to breathe, he would never have paused. Momentarily taken aback, she awkwardly placed her fingers to her lips. As Yi Tingshen's demeanor softened, a rare sight. Curious netizens, eager to uncover details, swiftly began digging through a wealth of information. For in the age of the internet and big data, information was never in short supply. With this thought, Cole realized there was no need for haste. Rather, he should patiently explore the true intentions of the general. Additionally, she employed multifunctional satellites to monitor the globe in real time, Several operatives on malicious missions had already been struck down by dark matter particle energy cannons, eternally entombed in the Pacific. Li Chang's illusion faded as he moved aside, settling into a corner to catch his breath and gather his thoughts. Lin Zuxian observed the predatory gazes from the audience, noting the unrestrained aggression reflected in their eyes, her body trembling involuntarily. Even if he refrained from covertly aiding, Jiang Han, not yet elevated to the next tier, could not withstand Xianyuan Changyuan. But self-preservation was certainly within reach. As he spoke, Xia Han sought out a clansman, and reluctantly, Nangongyu followed him to the so-called safe place. The old shopkeeper trembled, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, aware that this assumption was likely grounded in reality.
Kill.
Zhou Wang's eyes were bloodshot, and the entirety of the Zhou family's living force was committed to this battle. Beigong Han rode atop a batch of chestnut-colored steeds, clad in silver armor, two long swords at his side, gazing proudly at the approaching Xiao Xiaobei. You are commendable to engage with the weakest among us. Should you face the king or the 8 great knights, you shall truly grasp the meaning of despair. A creature jeered. Pizhong Medical University boasted 3 cafeterias, strategically positioned in 3 directions, presenting a triad of dominance. In the palace, Yang Yu had spent over a decade navigating the intricacies of court life and had finally attained the role of host. Unlike other higher-ups, she displayed neither sternness nor anger towards her subordinates. Are you truly alien? Without losing his composure, he disregarded everything else, stepped forward, and tightly grasped Luo Ying's hand, unwilling to let go. May I utter another expletive? Jiang Yu was at a loss for words. This is all you're doing. Besides, I am not even a cultivator. Your so-called role model is nonsensical. A role model for cultivators? Jiang Yu was uncertain whether to boast or not. Rui Shui believed that only sweetness could alleviate the bitterness in her mouth. Finally, she found her appetite and consumed nearly half a bowl in one go. The elders of the Zhang family learned of her excursion to the mountains and could not refrain from scolding her. Yet, upon seeing the fish she brought back, their delight was undeniable. Fang Gongan appeared somewhat uncomfortable as he glanced at Su Li and Tang Yuanchao, his expression filled with embarrassment. Indeed, in the end, when Zhai Hua purchased the house, it fell under her name. However, afterward, Zhai Hua became even more devoted to Wei Da, treating Wei Wei as her own son even before Huai Jieji's arrival. After all, it was not only Wei's parents who noticed Wei Da's regard for Wei Wei. Zhai Hua had perceived it even before their marriage. Yet, some individuals not only refused to pay, but also deliberately went to the starting point website to berate me daily. I simply cannot tolerate this. Why should I indulge these people? The two exchanged glances, stood up with smiles, and after taking a few steps, Yang Shirlei took her hand and suddenly pulled her back into his embrace, kissing her several times. Xiao Nan's recurring bleeding indicated that the child could not remain within her body for much longer. Just then, Qing Mo and Ding Ding arrived simultaneously to report that Fang Hua had been knocked unconscious under Chen Yu's orders, and that the assassin Yang Wu was also under Chen Yu's influence. Bai Manwei sensed the nefarious spirit lord drawing near. In her anger and hatred, an inexhaustible power surged within her. Let me give you an example. Without mentioning anything else, just consider my despicable teacher. How powerful is he? Tai Su nonchalantly asked after taking a sip of wine. Andora's heart was filled with increasing doubts and sadness, feeling that she and Su Chenxi shared an unspeakable secret. Had Su Chenxi grown tired of her? Had he lost his sense of novelty towards her? Jiang Xian pulled up a chair and sat down. When I stood to serve him rice, he did not stop me, indicating that his sudden return might have been to check if I had eaten. Tangya blushed profusely as she hastily covered herself, only to find Shen Tiany's face looming closer, gradually drooping. As for what the Infinity Stones represented, others might struggle to comprehend, yet Pashi could not be unaware. The Infinity Stones were not merely meant to be fitted into Thanos' gauntlet, but served as a formidable weapon in their own right. You truly are a domineering CEO, yet I find it appealing. And I Huang remarked while playfully tugging at Xiao Erfan's chest. My goodness, why do I feel you have the potential to become a flirtatious individual? Xiaoyu said. Her face flushed. Song Taihua was somewhat unsettled by the ongoing changes, directing the mist to envelop Ling Jiao's head. Not a single one of them was a choice made willingly by Lu Yajun. Several faces turned pale, unable to comprehend what she was truly implying. Master, does your hand hurt? The wet pine flower, cradled by Jing Ruhua from the basin, nestled obediently against her hand, refraining from shaking off the water droplets as it usually did after a bath. Rest assured, tomorrow at school, I will settle accounts with Bai Hua, she consoled. That Bai Hua has truly gone too far. What do you intend to do? Xu Qiao struggled to break free from his grasp, her expression somewhat pained. How long had it been since she had smiled like that? When she smiled, he found himself entranced, unable to open his eyes. No more talking. Xue Ming suddenly exploded in anger, just as a clear, melodious voice rang out. Mr. Ku expressed his confusion, utterly disbelieving that such a situation could arise in this world. In the courtyard, Lu Shanbao and Wei Qigong's steward coordinated a group of servants to prepare the banquet setting. From that point onward, no force dared to disregard the warnings of the four supreme royal families by sending powerful emperors into Zheshengzhou.
Now,
Each of the four supreme royal families had emerged with formidable emperors, significantly elevating Zheshengzhou's status. Furthermore, apart from the Panlong, the creatures of ancient lore could be categorized as follows. Those with scales were called Jiao, those with wings were Ing, those with horns were Qiao, and those without horns were Qi. None of these could be termed as dragons. Dragons are embodiments of the Great Path and immortality, divine entities, while the aforementioned four were not dragons. Although the Sword Sect and the Underworld Sect were powerful, they could not shake the influence of the five emperors. Conversely, no emperor could undermine the Sword Sect and the Underworld Sect, as their overall strength was roughly equal. Any battle between two sects would result in mutual destruction.
all right.
Everyone responded in unison, fully aware of their captain's intent. The distance between them was not far, and everyone remained vigilant, ready to support one another in case of any issues. After checking their equipment, the group split into two directions, and within mere 5 or 6 steps, they could no longer see each other. With a mere thought, Hong Ling was released from the demon-slaying sutra by Long Tian, her alluring visage, graceful form, and flowing red hair captivating all gazes. If you stayed there for a month, you'd be like this too. Chili turned back to say, while Yu Wuming and Charlotte fell silent. Hence, after the battle, they felt that following Charlotte into the flames had more promise, collectively applying to become her followers. When they heard that they were to serve this noble lord today, panic set in. They were utterly clueless about how to navigate life in this noble estate, let alone serve their master. The sound lingered as Long Tian made his way towards a nearby peak, followed closely by Ouyang Qinglong. While not widely announced, the silence brought forth by the ministers from the palace still resonated with the citizens of Anyang. The number of involved parties had significantly decreased from over 1,000 to merely 200, with all memories erased. Zhong Chao's soul was being tempered by 3 calamities. While the chaotic external messages were scattered by the sinister winds, consumed by the flames of karma, or shattered by the thunderous tribulations. What seemed like persuasive words laid the groundwork for future mistrust. No one was willing to relent, leaving each to rely on their own abilities. Upon witnessing the arrival of Shrek Academy, members from other academies cast many glances, with the most attention drawn to the pitch-black 6-ringed Xiang Wentian and the equally powerful Shimin Chue Shui. Demonstrating strength was undeniably the best means to prove oneself. Yet, what they were more concerned about was how to defeat the Shrek Academy battle team. What is it? Song Yu just informed me that he intends to hand this matter over to you. This is your opportunity to establish yourself in Yendu. Will you let him down? Jiang Ning impatiently tugged him up, and Gu Mingchao, fearful of aggravating Xie Songzhao's injuries, immediately released his grip. His words effectively transferred the task to Yu Fei, who readily accepted. Not only did she wish for Lu Xiao to spend more time with her, but she also wanted to create lasting memories. Yi Chu's eyes reddened with blood, her hands trembling violently as her body convulsed, yet she could not alleviate even a fraction of the pain. Cheng Fei listened to Gu Mingchao and the doorman's conversation, formulating a plan in his mind. Gu Mingchao was making it clear that he and Su Nancheng were not as harmonious as they appeared on the surface. However, Tang Tian and Tang Ming from the 5th Division, along with Tao Jingming and his 2nd Division's enforcement, were in stark contrast to him.
No.
I must see the prince. I must make him understand that this is not about fulfilling me, Min Yang suddenly cried out. clutching onto Fan's garment as though it were her only lifeline. Her curled body gradually unfurled, the bones cracking as Songwan's hair, once only reaching her waist, now cascaded down to her ankles, luxuriously spilling over the purple cocoon like a purple waterfall. Upon returning to the Hundred Herbs Hall, the head of the Zhou family took out a great nourishing pill given by Luo Hao, using his fingernail to take a tiny piece of the medicinal flesh and tasting it. "That's wonderful. Will you be discharged from the hospital in a few days?" Yemen visited the recuperating Shinohara, observing that the latter's injuries appeared to have healed. "It's not the 9th floor, Sister Hao. Your brother is not that incompetent. It's the 12th floor." As Zhang Jianli spoke, his thoughts conjured 12 miniature towers, each embodying a unique attribute, perfectly aligning with his 12 true flames. Wang Mang enforced a mandatory labor policy for the unemployed. Those without specific jobs were required to pay a fine of 1 piece of cloth annually or perform labor, with the state covering their food and lodging. It seemed this traveler despised those who reaped rewards without toil during his previous life. Li Xiao glanced back at the dozen ordinary dragon warriors surrounding 2 tables, feeling an unprecedented hesitation within. "My suggestion is to open a few shops yourself and rent out the rest, for money is an endless pursuit," Wang Ping'an advised. Taking a deep breath, Chu Ming channeled streams of spiritual energy infused with the demon spirit lotus into the body of the Xiahou Ding. The crowd raised their cups in a lively exchange, laughter and cheer resonating within the military tent. Song Jianli paused again, casting his gaze toward a particular white tree. This tree bore no significant distinction from its neighboring counterparts, yet an inexplicable sense of unease struck him. This was his initial impression. Eventually, I realized that it was the guidance of His Highness Luo Hao that opened a new realm for me. At that moment, I was nearly at a loss for how to express my gratitude. Without granting me any time to react, a dagger lunged toward my chest, wielded by none other than the recently fallen Pai Tun. At the dock, Li Er and Simon quietly observed the blazing flames. Someone approached and whispered a phrase into Li Er's ear, which Simon also caught. If tonight's game was indeed predetermined by fate, did the heavens themselves remain oblivious to the ultimate outcome? This scene solidified Andrew's resolve. Certainly, the worthless Arshak would not acquire this wealth. If Arshak still harbored even a flicker of desire for this gold, he would have to collaborate with Andrew. Huang Fu Hun seethed with rage, a gray luminescence embodying destruction. A formidable presence from beyond surged forth as he unleashed a chaotic sword strike. The young woman nodded, as I grasped Liao Yi with one hand and supported the girl with the other, hastily escaping through the back door. A torrent of potent demonic energy surged forth, causing Fei's expression to shift dramatically. She recalled the last instance when Qing Wei absorbed demonic energy amid perilous circumstances. Did this imply that such a scenario was poised to repeat itself? The entire floor descended into darkness. The building, an older structure that once served as the parliamentary hall, lacked adequate emergency lighting. Only a few flickering emergency lights remained. From the power outage to the activation of the backup power, a maximum of 5 minutes lapsed, leaving me and Xing Xiaonan with merely 5 fleeting minutes. Was the long-dormant sea spirit awakened, issuing jubilant cries? The heavens quaked with a cacophony of thunder, winds howled, and countless whirlpools surged forth. Was her husband, Feng Wuxing Yufeng, also present? His gaze swiftly shifted to the side, where he indeed spotted a dashing figure clad in silver hair and simple attire. Nie Yuan's earlier kick had been forceful. As Qin Shou struggled to rise and was about to unleash a torrent of curses, he happened to witness the assassin's sudden appearance, prompting an exclamation that clearly revealed recognition of the assassin's identity. For ordinary strength, many Spirit Meridian Realm experts could potentially withstand it with effort and cunning. Chung Ho chose a position on the opposite side of the flower shop, gently placing the pumpkin house on the ground and applying nutrient solution. His gaze then fell upon the tidy arrangements within the shop. Noticing his dirt-stained coat, he pondered briefly before removing it, folding it neatly, and setting it on the floor by the door. He dusted off his pants before pushing open the glass door. Lin Mo retrieved 3 silver needles for disinfection, then positioned them between his thumb and middle finger, channeling his true energy, causing the needles to vibrate incessantly. "Why advise me to divorce?" he mused, recalling Shun Ke. who often attempted to match him with Jiang Nan. He annotated key points beneath the incorrect problems, then identified the fundamental questions for Zhao Songjia to tackle first. Wanwan looked at her sister with envy, yearning to approach, only to feel a wave of grievance and return to clutch Xie Qingchuan's leg. A few steps further revealed an underground gunpowder processing facility, piles of hundreds of barrels of unshipped gunpowder in the corner. Moreover, in a post-apocalyptic world, being devoured by zombies, no, to be more precise, being feasted upon, was a thought so terrifying it left an indelible shadow. Indeed, this question left Lu Lang feeling quite awkward. It seemed the only connection among the three of them was that one video. Running here offered a rare tranquility, with only an occasional vehicle passing by. As the male host posed his question, Miao Miao and Zhang Wanqi outside the stage suddenly held their breath, attentively awaiting Qin Xiaojing's response. He lacked nothing, inherently radiating a kingly aura and confidence, yet one could never rule out the possibility of unforeseen events. What? Could there be different conditions arising from the placenta's aura? Lu Lang inquired, though he was already striving to perceive the essence of the placenta. In 1982, hearing someone mention brewing coffee left him, a traveler, feeling quite disheartened. Before his journey, he had also consumed instant coffee, yet anyone capable of brewing coffee was deemed to possess a refined lifestyle. Unless one deliberately sought destruction or unleashed a devastating attack with overwhelming force, such catastrophic occurrences were seldom witnessed in ordinary circumstances. Song Jie hesitated momentarily before asking, if one commits murder, would that warrant the death penalty? Having been raised in a society governed by law, she chose to trust in the legal system. Originally, the forensic officer at the Security Bureau had already cleared the body, yet Laster, out of respect, had arranged for it to be returned after a thorough examination. As the vehicle departed, Fang Daju sighed. The previous owner's dreams seemed unattainable, and his emotions would remain solely in his own hands. The immense Bodhi leaves, numbering 48 million, fell and ignited, engulfing the entire Bodhi tree in flames, transforming the Bodhi realm into an inferno. Surely I must be seeing things. Those skeletons are indestructible, capable of reforming even after being reduced to dust. How could they not rise again? It must be an illusion, Xue Pony murmured. One-armed. Is this not self-evident? I wondered why I encountered the cawing of crows so early. It turns out I stumbled upon the kin of the vampire Lien family. The one-eyed cripple appeared enlightened, casting a mocking glance at Lien Xishan. The crux of the matter was that if one were merely unfortunate, say, the prey failed to arrive or bypassed the trap, or perhaps due to unforeseen circumstances, the trap malfunctioned, such outcomes could still be accepted. As soon as Bao Bei arrived, a brother who remained here guided him swiftly toward the hospital room. Outside the ward, a doctor emerged just as Bao Bei approached, and he seized the opportunity to inquire about Jiang Ye's condition. Before him lay a collection of items that Gu Feng had amassed over the years from the Yi family, all having undergone the purifying trial of heavenly thunder. It could be said that, at this moment, cultivators above the foundation stage from the 4 major sects were assisting in nurturing the spirit beasts, alleviating his burden significantly, albeit still insufficient. Liao Xiuzhang sought out Wu Yuyu and happened upon such a scene, his eyes gathering storm clouds. Bai Su nearly misspoke, only realizing now that Guan Fair had not inquired about Jiang Ke's name. Otherwise, it would have been quite awkward, one surnamed Bai and the other surnamed Jiang, a clear distinction. Now, before everyone clarifies their stance, allow me to contribute some information regarding Konoha's investigation into the Akatsuki. Tsunade, unwilling to argue with an old-timer and a short-tempered individual, deftly shifted the topic. With a heart of 9 thunders, summoning this tempest should pose no challenge. Possessing this item would grant me an additional lethal technique. Dongfang Xing momentarily froze, still processing the situation, when suddenly, Tang Yi grasped Dongfang Xing and forcefully hurled him towards the formidable punch of Lord Shang. Outside, Zhu Nao and Jingjia huddled by the fire, when footsteps approached. They turned to see Xia Wuji coming their way, though he had long anticipated a confrontation. Seeing his son in such a state softened his heart once more. Liao Shishan's strength was undeniable. He could easily toss her around like a toy. And if he truly intended to strike, he could shatter Liao Xiuzhang's backside without hesitation. The The colossal sword of lightning surrounding Jian Wuqing instantly transformed into a torrent of electric power, all absorbed by the nine-colored electric arc finger technique. Given that a fierce battle had just unfolded here, any curious onlookers would undoubtedly investigate the scene, necessitating a thorough cleanup of the battlefield to avert unnecessary complications. I had presumed I would feel envy, however, it unfolded so naturally, as if it were meant to be. Rong Qian suddenly expressed a desire to host a banquet, and remarkably, the usually elusive nobility were all present at home. Upon receiving the invitation, they promptly made their way to the palace. As Lu Fei strode in, flanked by admirers, an unprecedented aura emanated from him, eclipsing even that of movie stars, leaving the onlookers in shock. Some immediately raised their cameras to capture Lu Fei in action, while Lu Yu basked in the adoration of the crowd. "Did you not perceive my jest?"
Ni million.
Taken aback, inquired with evident confusion. What elements must the world possess to be truly called a world? And what constitutes the foundation of such a world? "Lums, you stay," the Grand Commander declared abruptly as everyone began to exit.
Today.
The old leader's mention of this student triggered Fu Tian's instinctive reaction. Fong Bai was still alive and had drawn the attention of the 6th Regiment. The man laughed boisterously in an infuriatingly exaggerated manner. Listening to that crude laughter, Kelly was overwhelmed by a sense of despair. The child, akin to a blind, deaf, mute, and frail being, felt utterly incapable of doing anything. Her sole task was to affirm her stance and engage in deeper contemplation. After this realization, Zhou Longfei felt a surge of anxiety. He had not anticipated another group would be targeting Song Yuanshan's treasure, and he pondered how they had come to learn of it. Indeed, I would be glad to see her demise, and her death was orchestrated by me. So what? Now, you are the one who will kill her. Su Rushue, stirred by emotion, blurted out. The air in the room, already dry from the underfloor heating, became humid due to the heated and ambiguous atmosphere between the two. Upon learning of the return of those former friends, he happily stepped out to greet them. After the Bitian ship departed from Feinan, although strange changes might have occurred within the vessel, peace finally returned to Feinan City, and the people who had returned to their homeland began to chatter once more. The market of Feinan was no longer merely silent. She remained oblivious that number 99 had noticed the abnormal energy emanating from her just before it threatened to explode, and though it could not discern Koya's appearance, it certainly sensed the fleeting, terrifying power within her. The group wasted no time and set off immediately. However, in the vast desert devoid of landmarks, they soon lost their way. The candies, when savored, sweetened the heart, swiftly dissipating Yi Lin's negative emotions, leaving only happiness. Her brother was like her last bastion, never once disappointing her. With a few swift movements, Zhou Hantian effortlessly halted in an open space. Chao Ming clearly aimed to curry favor with Qin Fei, showering him with compliments and recounting his achievements from birth to the present in meticulous detail. "No, without your presence."
I.
Qingfeng shook his head, about to decline, when he saw Xia Zheng swiftly grasp his hand and throw him towards the sword pellet. Up until now, I had not witnessed any of the so-called righteous actions from my side. Indeed, this struck me as exceedingly peculiar. Sun Shining suddenly realized her recklessness. She thought a quick run would incur little time, believing Yin Qi harbored no ill intentions and that she could simply explain herself upon return. However, she had not anticipated causing unnecessary concern for everyone. In the current tense atmosphere, any further misstep could lead to dire consequences. The pumpkin showed no signs of awakening. Su Man was somewhat astonished. He had been asleep for quite a while. Watching Su Fan teasing him with a grin, Guan Ximing shyly shot him a glance, clearly aware of his intentions. This overwhelming force, infiltrating from all directions, was so formidable that even Xia Zheng found it impossible to resist. At that moment, Yan Qinglong's eyes brimmed with a grayish light, filled with murderous intent, and a sinister expression graced his face. "Why are you the only one here? Where is your master?" Shin Nange maintained a calm exterior while her heart had already surmised Gu He's intentions. Beneath a large tree, Zhou Zheng leaned against it, gasping as he spoke to the woman in his arms. "Jiang Xiaoyi, did I not instruct you to set traps in the city? Why do you appear at the city gate now?" Bai Qingzhu's voice carried a hint of anger. "After all, Expressing gratitude would be akin to plainly informing Zhou Zheng that he too wished to lower the commission rate, which would only deepen Zhou Zheng's grievances. At this moment, she truly understood the principle of not engaging in anger with fools. That was truly self-punishment. She suddenly recalled the words of Dr. Gu, finding herself able to grasp their meaning more profoundly. The external harm seemed inexplicable, yet as long as her inner strength remained formidable, no one could easily inflict harm upon her. These detectors were originally designated for Mars exploration, and after subsequent modifications by the rabbits, their material strength remained commendable. Liang Tingting pursed her lips, careful not to show too much amusement. She actually knew Xu Tiantian. Su's father was a business associate of her father, and she had attended Xu Tiantian's splendid wedding years ago. However, back then, they were merely children, and now it appeared that Xu Tiantian had completely failed to recognize her. The choice of the Magic City Drama Society, where Hong Jingtao resided, harkened back to several years ago's transformation. A person difficult to part with. Should anyone dare to harm her? Luo Wushang paused before continuing. The Zhou family's courtyard, neighboring the Chun family, lay empty, containing only a simple bed. 2 large boxes, a big 8 immortals table, and 3 stools brought by the Chun family. Yet it was clean and refreshing, with several vases of flowers adorning each room, arranged in bowls and teacups. The Wind Chaser believed that Changla certainly possessed further plans, though they estimated that such plans would not be extensive. The primary challenge lay in the difficulty of wielding thunder-based spells, rendering the offensive capabilities of most thunder practitioners rather limited. The others also sensed the spiritual energy. Though their expressions remained impassive, their hearts were filled with astonishment. You too, merely going through the motions. Is it truly necessary to seek out such a severely ill patient? Professor Zhang remarked with some reproach. Jingyu reached into her storage space and retrieved a pair of shackles intricately carved with various complex runes. These rune-etched shackles were specifically designed to restrain cultivators. Once locked, their meridians would be suppressed, rendering them akin to ordinary individuals. Sicheng exerted all his speed, soon distancing himself from the pursuers, but this was merely a temporary solution. A strategy must be devised. Perhaps it was a form of trepidation towards the formidable practitioners present here. Regardless of the reasons, the once highly regarded Li Dongxiu has now plummeted to great depths. A violet beam of light shot up from the ground, startling the 2 pilots of the warplane. Before they could react, the beam was shattered from within. It is said that a pill master has arrived in our city. Lu Huafu sat opposite Xingquan. Haha, Brother Tong. Is that you? Li Dongxiu, far from being surprised, was instead filled with joy upon hearing the voice. Clad in black armor with a dark sword sheath at his waist, his low-key attire, devoid of any personal guards, caused the surrounding soldiers to exchange glances. As Uchiha Obito had yet to obtain the Rinnegan, he was unable to control the outer path golem, and its unexpected appearance left him rather astonished. How could the outer path golem appear here uncontrollably? What has transpired? Asked Yakushi Kabuto. Shao Chen was not intentionally aiding the Eastern nation. Rather, the threats posed by the Yamada no Orochi, the Demon Lord, and other malevolent entities were significant risks that would inevitably endanger Huaxia. He felt compelled to eliminate them all for lasting peace. Although Lan Juyu hailed from a wealthy family, she was not unfamiliar with cooking. She was not entirely unacquainted with the culinary arts.
Crazy,
Roared Luo Xiao. As he headbutted a pillar, Luo Yuanzong rushed over, biting his middle finger and forcing his blood into Luo Xiao's mouth. Observing this, Gu Mingyu merely cast a disinterested glance before turning his gaze elsewhere. Without naming names, the public's ire had reached a boiling point. Many officials could no longer tolerate it. How could they endure hearing the left minister insulted before them? The 7 maidens, full of gratitude, hurried back to their respective meditation chambers to ponder their thoughts.
Meanwhile,
Hanyu opted for a more direct solution, taking the household matriarch to bed, akin to a bandit leader bringing home a captive. Such actions were excessive, after all. They were there for a martial arts demonstration, not a life-and-death struggle. If such extremes were taken, the reputation of the dynasty would be irrevocably tarnished. Often, when faced with formidable foes, the undying tortoise exhibited no concern, capable of even dozing off amidst the fray. The 2 students who had been staying off campus along with several others who had come to class during this time, had already departed. Upon seeing Xia Lingxian arrive, the three greeted him warmly. Xia Lingxian observed their differing attitudes but remained silent, subsequently inquiring about their respective strengths. Afterward, he led his army away without anyone daring to impede his path. Was he not anxious that his sister had been captured? Did he truly have time to come and play cool? It must be said that he did indeed look quite stylish in his trench coat. He had initially worried that Hanyu would cause a scene over this matter, but reality proved otherwise. I truly wish to see just how terrible the misdeeds he spoke of are. Why am I so exhilarated? As if something sacred awaits me in the next moment? Upon realization, I understood that these individuals had misunderstood, and as I approached, I unexpectedly found myself on the ground, lying on my back. Luo San Pao was also desperate. He had intended for Suyi to speak with Song Ku and the others to prevent further conflict. Who would have thought he had walked into a trap, only to be rescued by Xiao Luo and Song Ku? Had it not been for Xiao Luo's timely intervention, he would have been oblivious to his impending doom. The invincible sword maiden, unable to escape, was once again expelled, directly taken away by the waiting war shadow SQ skill. This evening seemed to render many tasks impossible to accomplish. I chose not to linger further and retreated to a guest room to rest. In the past, I would have been moved, but at that moment I thought to myself, I did not ask him to return and keep me company. As my hand shrank back to a typical size, I was taken aback when Jian Lihua suddenly grasped my hand, unwilling to let me leave. Was this mere coincidence or a deliberate arrangement? If it was coincidence, how could one explain the existence of this driver? If it was orchestrated, who was the mastermind behind it all? What was the objective? I could only blame myself. The sun truly was peculiar. Suddenly, as if recollecting something, I lifted my gaze to the sun above. Target, target. Xia Mengyu closed her eyes, took a deep breath, then suddenly opened them wide, once more aiming at it, the very entity entangled with Yun Feiyu. Think carefully. You must understand that in this world, when you choose one thing, you must completely abandon another. Child, consider wisely. With that, Captain Yuan handed the bottle to Duo and turned to leave. As he spoke, the old gunman hastily led his men to flee, but they had barely taken a few steps when an AK-47 was pressed to their foreheads, forcing them to turn back. Indeed, class was interrupted, and even the heavens wept uncontrollably, the glass becoming a blur. Facing the powerful being before me, I offered a slight smile, nearly misnaming him in my surprise. In a critical moment, I quickly corrected myself, smiling as I spoke. Gao Qing felt a wave of despair wash over him. It would have been better had the other party not uttered those words. Seeing the other's expression, he realized without a doubt that he was being deceived. Does everything revolve around him? I suspect he has a hand in this. Lu Yaoshi descended from the elevator to the first floor, rushing to the door to hail a cab toward Xiao's direction. I assumed that for them, Wang Yandong must be the strong one, while they remained unaware of my own considerable prowess. In utilizing the environment, demon cultivators were no less adept than humans. Indeed, certain uniquely gifted great demons could exploit their surroundings to the utmost, much like the formidable call of the Xian Zhou-Yu's possession. Regardless of the difficulty, I had to persist. The sleeping bug was a rare control-type magical artifact, and it belonged to the category of growth. Even Sun Wukong, as a Tai immortal, retained the sleeping bug, underscoring its significance. No matter how arduous, it was worth the pursuit. These earthlings had managed to establish such vast colonies in the normal world within a mere 200 years. And it was less about their inherent intelligence and more about the fact that they had access to substantial advantages. Upon hearing this, Yun Hanhai steadied himself. Acutely aware that he lacked the ability to catch up with the lone tree, he could only remain within the forest, causing a ruckus to exhaust the tree's true energy. Upon witnessing the battle between the human coalition and the Mecha clan, could these cultivators truly refrain from intervening? Loose cultivators were no pushovers. Upon seeing an opportunity, they would undoubtedly seize it. Lu's lips tightened, suppressing her tears as she watched Jia Huan, curious to see how he would repay the debt of vengeance. Your Majesty, where shall the troops be stationed in Brivik City? Asked Florist. Upon hearing this, Yi Chu's expression shifted, and he gazed at Yi Daoxing with a penetrating, somber glare, slowly nodding in response. As game time reached 23 minutes, all 6 defensive towers of EDG had been reduced to rubble by hit, and the economic disparity between both sides had widened to 12,000. Hello. Very well, Zhenghua Fan exclaimed, fully aware of the thoughts occupying the minds of the generals. Many were practically wearing their intentions to surrender to the Han army on their faces, had it not been for his previous acts of kindness. The Ling army would have likely disbanded long ago. All right. Ma Yonghui and Ma Kaiyuan could only nod in agreement, their expressions filled with doubt. With such a fierce attack from the boss, could the Dragon Roar Knight truly withstand it with just these 3 priests healing him? Or was the knight's endurance beyond my expectations? Yenwu took a deep breath and clicked into Yi's Weibo, glancing at the statement he had posted. This satisfied Qin Yang, who had his own calculations regarding the reform of the education system. The ideal candidate for the Education Bureau director was precisely someone like Shen Weibing, who would obey orders. A more active individual would only cause Qin Yang concern and dissatisfaction. The lighting here was pleasantly warm, with flickering orange hues resembling dancing firebirds lining both sides of the courtyard, orderly yet relaxed. Although not overly bright, it imbued the space with a serene and inviting atmosphere. Before their meeting, Rong Nancheng had always presumed that Yuzhan shared a temperament similar to Rong Jinyan's. However, it now appeared he had miscalculated. I gently dabbed at my wound, then tore off a piece of tissue to place beneath the sheets, leaving traces of my blood upon Pingping's bed, which stirred a sense of discomfort within me. The moment she stepped out of the school gates, Fu Jingxi had taken notice of her, her head hung low, embodying a timid demeanor that captivated his attention entirely. Luo Wei held a dismissive view towards Chenyu, the unexpected interloper, especially since he had become the target of Duwan's frustrations from the very first day of his arrival. However, the following day, Duwan's attitude underwent a complete transformation, instilling in him a sense of impending crisis. With a timid push, Mui slipped through the crack of the door and leaped inside. The Wulwan Hall had always been a place of longing and fear for Mui. Now, her despondent mood rendered the palace particularly daunting. She found herself pondering the whereabouts of the man who once resided there, shrouded in uncertainty. To vanquish the rebel forces, Tong Yan and Qingming had nearly paid with their lives. Yet now, they were merely given a directive to leave the underworld by dawn. Conveyed through the lips of Di Ting, Tong Yan felt a profound sense of disrespect, aware that the 10 halls of Yanluo, accustomed to their lofty positions, would hardly concern themselves with a mere mortal like him. Come and take my life. Qi Feng seized the moment to let out a low growl. Rolling his eyes and drooling, extending his hand towards Hua Qi, having previously witnessed Yi Fan's prowess, had protested against this young man's ascension to leadership, only to be swiftly taught a lesson that made him realize the depths of his own limitations. Yi Suiyun and Yan Huio instantly grasped the intention behind a single command, their hearts in sync as they split up, one ascending and the other descending. After waiting for the mechanism to unleash another burst of flames, Yi Suiyun silently recited a mantra, thrusting both palms forward to strike the creature's abdomen. With a thunderous crash, the mechanical beast staggered back, halting its movements. The black demon shark, not devoid of cunning, evaded the golden light with a swift maneuver, though this shift caused its massive body to collide with the side of the giant turtle. Henceforth, their journey would necessitate traversing on foot. Upon disembarking, Tong Yan realized, after hearing from Poison Dragon, that he had inadvertently slept for an entire day and night. Shishin smiled mysteriously, then pressed something against a wall, causing a metallic barrier to rise entirely. Lang Tianla reluctantly removed his shirt and settled into position. The grueling training of recent days had sculpted his muscles into a noticeable form, instilling a sense of pride within him. What makes it inconvenient? Wei Ming's gaze probed into Wei Qingqing's office, squinting as if he detected a hint of secrecy before striding forward to forcefully push the door open. Was it the heavenly thunder that reduced Tong Yan to ashes? Or did something peculiar occur during the third strike of heavenly thunder? Chu Qi did not conceal from Zheng Shu the incident of rescuing Xinjia, indicating that Zheng Shu was a trusted confidant of Chu Qi. Given the stringent scrutiny of the Genie Wei towards military officials, Chu Qi could not overtly retain his confidence, delegating many matters to Zheng Shu, which seemed entirely justified. Furthermore, She found little of significance in the two items associated with Lin Feng, with matters regarding the medicinal concoctions reaching a conclusion. Lin Yan recalled the incident with the lightning crossbow cart. After the siege that evening, a third of the carts had been destroyed. Among the Red Maple Alliance, Lin Yan was even more renowned than Lei Ying, primarily due to his role as the initiator of the Immortal Alliance. The tangled and unclear accounts left her baffled, unsure of what potion consort Xia had administered to the Empress, leading to the late Empress's extensive protection of her. It was this bond of friendship that prompted Emperor Rinshou to elevate consort Xia above the other concubines. However, Zhou Yingying remained troubled by the situation, questioning why it felt increasingly familiar. Could it be that her parents were aiding her? If so, how had they accomplished such a feat? After a moment of discussion among the attendees in the Grand Hall, Niang raised his hand to signal for a pause, indicating that the conversation should temporarily cease. All present were somewhat calmed by Lin Yan's remarks, although unease still lingered palpably. The individual she frequently summoned was Master Li, one of the three leading figures in their massage parlor. If he could not meet her needs, perhaps it would be prudent to concoct an excuse to decline.
Yang Yan kindly advised.
Just as the external gaze once again focused on the apostle, Bufan quietly departed the territories of the three great empires, utilizing a teleportation magic circle to arrive at the capital of the Longhua Empire. This visit to the imperial city held two significant purposes for Bufan, Long Yuan and the Spirit Clan. Meanwhile, the vessel beneath him suddenly plunged downwards, as if sinking to the depths of the river. Since the world has never witnessed the Supreme Sage, allow me to take a chance. Luo Tian donned a purple robe, his expression austere. Before the emergence of the evil dragon, it was imperative to accomplish as much as possible to preserve one's life. The myriad golden sword shadows vanished in an instant. The essence of the divine sword was abruptly hurled away, its brilliance extinguished as it plunged into the earth. Yan Kai, too, had achieved a state of unity between heaven and man. The audience gasped in astonishment. Their gazes towards Yan Kai shifted significantly. The numerous restrictions of the Buddhist sect on Shumi Mountain were inescapably triggered by the vast army. Chu Yun and Yu Yan sat atop a high platform, resembling tyrants observing the unfolding chaos below. Ultimately, he was pulled away by his bodyguard. At last, he approached Xia Mengyu, young Master Zheng. Ling Qingxian, who was in pursuit of a wild beast, spotted Jiang Mo's figure and exclaimed in delight. Of course there is. Gu Yaoyang remarked, what use is a mumbling agent? Are they here to hold your shoes and lift your skirts? With a roar, Yin Yulong dashed from the distance, merging with the rock face as he swiftly whisked Yan Kai away. Aren't you pleased that I survived? Xue Jian shot her a glance, his tone exceedingly unfriendly, provoking Xue Jian to suppress her emotions further. Seizing a rare opportunity to escape, Zhao Runshun would not hesitate to grasp it, asserting that it was not his reluctance to treat ailments, but rather the necessity of adhering to Murakami's words. The chief of the demon faction, seated within the stronghold, bore an expression tinged with mockery. Countless disciples wore expressions of shock, as resources had dwindled, rendering treatment a challenge for many. Next to Wu Daming stood a hefty man, brandishing a hunting rifle, firing a shot into the nearby woods. However, in Chen Longxiang's eyes, Eliza possessed a piercing gaze. Investing 200 million, she undoubtedly foresaw the future prospects of the Snowflake Scar Removal Company. Upon hearing this, the previously tense Qi Jingfei and Hua Yi sensed an aura of danger. After exchanging glances, they simultaneously halted hostilities, directing their attention towards the Daoist youth before them. Observing the equally excited expression on his face, Jiang Jingjing realized that their thoughts had converged. This revelation elicited expressions of surprise, confusion, and anger from those present. Having pointed out the counterfeit heiress and saved Madame Hua's life, Jiang Ru had garnered even greater trust and closeness from her. Considering various factors, Jiang Ru requested Madame Hua to keep the matter of acupuncture confidential. However, the chaotic element of magic, resulting from the fusion of two magical elements, was not pure. The more magical elements merged, the closer they approached a pure chaotic essence. Only through the complete amalgamation of all magical elements could pure chaos be born, representing the fundamental power of the world. Nonetheless, Su Haoran still had a hidden card yet to be played. With a wave of his right hand, the Roland sword vanished into thin air, seamlessly relocated into a storage ring. Ultimately, the last words of the system remained intact, as not everything could be conveyed to Yin Qingji with complete clarity. When that tender, soft voice uttered the word father, Yu Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement and joy, moistening at the corners, and his response was choked with emotion. Qidong, with a look of astonishment, now appeared rather foolish, spouting nonsense, which infuriated Yunling, causing her to grind her teeth in anger, her delicate form trembling slightly. Having suffered past injuries, it was no wonder she had occasionally ignored him. It was due to this reason, Tang Chen realized. The two cultivators, having heard Qin Yibai's vague explanation, could not help but display expressions of understanding. Meanwhile, Wan Daihong, a prominent figure of the nation, immediately lifted his teacup to take a sip, as if he too was eager for what was to come. In the home of Shura, the atmosphere was festive, adorned with colorful decorations, as preparations for the wedding day of the Red Flower were in full swing. The entry-level disciple, Zhang Riyun, possessed slightly inferior talent compared to his peers, and it would only be after a decade that he would achieve any notable success, his cultivation stagnant for life. However, 13 years later, with the assistance of Yenyang and Xin Qixia, he would finally complete his pure yang cultivation, enabling him to aid the Green Child in wielding the Yimu sword Qi, thus standing proudly among the world's cultivators. With the blazing gemstone and glacial armor, coupled with talent that diminished cooldown times and the innate insight of the astral realm, Yuang's cooldown on his thresh had already surpassed 30%. It was not merely a matter of personal capability, but rather that of his friends. Taibai smiled slightly, affirming that regardless of Duan Jinyu or Yin Yuan and Yang Tianqiao, the current situation with the supernatural beings was perplexing. Could it be related to ancient cultivators? Ouyang Pengcheng inquired, his gaze fixated on the second-place contestant, Miss Fang Xiang, who had donned new attire. She appeared radiant in her flowing white garments, her long hair cascading down, her beauty surpassing that of flowers. He recalled the fortune-teller who had mentioned sending him to where Victor resided, after which he had fainted, and his head still throbbed with a lingering pain and confusion. Shilling Yu's gaze was filled with resignation rather than anger as he slowly approached her bedside, his gentle azure eyes momentarily revealing a deep yearning as he reached out a long, clean hand, as if to caress a treasured gem. Opposite them stood 7 forest wolves and a black wolf king. Li Mu, uninterested in lengthy discussions, summoned 20 knights and 4 musketeers. Due to the unique nature of this entourage, he did not feel overly drained mentally. The entire process required only the exchange of 2 3-star energy cards to complete, highlighting the severity of energy consumption. He was a true warrior, a powerful figure forged in the fires of battle and blood, unlike the students one might encounter. Lin Mo knew that Li Mu would often fight in the city's arena whenever he had a chance. Just as Ji planned to slip away, a figure appeared at the alley's entrance, causing her heart to race. The vastness of Shuntian Kingdom made it challenging to locate Ming Yan's portrait. Perhaps we should split up and search separately? If anyone finds it, we can signal each other. Upon entering Shuntian Kingdom, Tian Shuichen made this suggestion. At that moment, Li Ningxiang emerged from her room, dressed in a striking emerald outfit, exuding a refreshing air of confidence unlike her previously delicate demeanor. A brilliant sword energy suddenly erupted from the blade, tearing through the sky and powerfully barreling towards Wu Gonghong. Xiaoyu felt a chill along his neck. It was no surprise that such advanced techniques as the lightning strike and instant kill were mastered by Xilon. He slightly shifted his body, his right hand still pointed like a sword. Thus, Xilon circled around Xiaoyu, striking again and again. However, sitting in this location, it appeared there was no real opportunity for privacy. After all, it was merely a public venue with communal seating, unlike other players who frequented nightclubs that had private rooms. Old John and Old George exchanged pleasantries, after which Old John hung up the phone, turning with an expression of excitement. Initially, he intended to share the good news with Victor in the kitchen, but found Victor standing right before him. Zhang Zhen surveyed the furnishings in the room with surprise. Everything appeared somewhat aged and not specially prepared, yet this contradicted the notion that such a household was lesser than the typical common family in Jiangning. After a brief tidy-up, He set off in his luxury off-road vehicle towards Lishou, driving day and night for 5 days until he reached the scenic Jingshan mansion in Lishou. After deliberation, he purchased a fully furnished villa near the Xu family estate. Not far away, a potion master was refining elixirs using water elemental power. Wu Liang felt inspired and employed water elemental laws to extract the medicinal properties from the herbs, blending them together before refining the liquid essence with divine fire. Zhang Zhen wiped the sweat from his brow and slowly donned his attire, crafted from high-quality Shu brocade, though entirely black in hue. The stone giant attacked directly beside its original form, while 2 mages began their offensive and the others stood guard, fending off the pink spiders charging towards the mages. This soldier appeared ordinary, in his 40s, with gray streaks in his hair. He hurried over to Chen Dao, quickly bowing in respect. This scene left Xu Qiao and others in astonishment, as they had yet to intervene. He pondered if he could summon remarkable individuals who would dare provoke him again, easily incapacitating them. For quite some time, the news of Lu Xiao circulated throughout Jiangdong, overshadowing other news from Jingzhou. Some knew the two were kind-hearted and enjoyed assisting others, thus seeking them out to exchange worthless possessions for items of value to sell to merchants, while others feigned misfortune to borrow money from them. Her silken form moved gracefully beneath him, attempting to evade all dangers, yet inciting the awakening of feral instincts within him. Yang Su could no longer contain the fervor within. Flipping Zhang Yuan onto the bed, the curtains swaying incessantly. All eyes were fixated on Qiyu, surrounded by a myriad of colorful lights that gradually merged into his being.
Disappearing from sight.
Observing Qiyu's pale face regain a hint of color after sustaining severe injuries was nothing short of miraculous. The words exchanged were mere platitudes, designed to comfort Lu Xiao, urging him not to grieve excessively, to remain focused on the larger picture, and to take care of his health. Sister, do not heed your elder brother's nonsense. He is merely rambling, Su Shui admonished Su Yun. No one could ascertain whether passing overhead would indeed lead to a stable entry into that spatial realm. Ultimately, it was the Ji family's elder who frightened off the ancient deity-level being from the heavenly god palace. However, Ji Yuqin could no longer hope to refine the red blood pool. Facing his brute force, Mu Wanqing felt transported back to a time when Hui Chun had similarly treated her with such roughness in the bathroom. Her eyes widened in shock, hollow yet betraying a flicker of fear that she could not conceal. Chun Long fell into contemplation. Could it be that Inter Milan was involved? They had even resorted to kidnapping? She would never forget that voice, even after 10 years. The Pig Demon King continuously refined crystal after crystal, reinforcing the entire blood-floating tower to prevent any potential self-detonation of the mental space that could lead to its collapse. Returning to the second hospital, it was already past working hours when the broadcasting team from Tudanet called to inquire about recent availability. Yi Qin contemplated briefly before declining their interview request. Had it not been for these events, Lin Jiao might have maintained her composure, and the villa would have enjoyed a period of tranquility. However, ever since Lin Jiao returned from Xiamen, that peace had been shattered. To attend this grand event, Cristiano Ronaldo would undoubtedly come, akin to Pelé and Maradona. This comparison did not imply their footballing prowess equaled that of the former two, but rather served as a simple analogy. I have never seen Du Gang as serious as he is now, as if every word he utters comes straight from the depths of his heart. The world is ever-changing. Although she is unaware of the consequences of losing the sacred medicine, cherishing the present remains her wisest choice. Regardless of what may come, she will stand by his side, willing to protect him in return. Linning inquired, "Is that why the Jialing River is narrow?" It was his first departure from his hometown, and naturally, the Yangtze River was a sight he had never encountered before, leading him to believe that all rivers should possess such vastness and grandeur. As the waiter spoke, I noticed a large cup of dark beer and a half-burnt cigarette resting on the counter beside the lift chair. Xian Zhongji truly is a remarkable talent, expertly orchestrating our military maneuvers, yet we have yet to breach the city walls, lamented Guan Yu. Before the valiant Mu leader could eliminate Manchula, he himself had already sustained multiple wounds to his shoulders and back, blood streaming from his injuries. Gritting his teeth, he turned to survey his surroundings. Realizing he had become a solitary warrior, besieged by 3 or 4 Tunisians. Look at them, their meals are quite impressive, far superior to the fare at our cafeteria. Yuani could not help but remark. Mother, this is where I met Xu Qiao when he went missing, down by that mountain. Did I not mention that I had encountered a young general and exchanged techniques with him before he crossed the river? That young general is the very one we just saw. El Hong scratched his head, seemingly unaware of the young general's name. However, his ability to reach this point already surpasses that of the majority of the human race. From another perspective, their objectives have also been achieved.
Now,
Everyone eagerly anticipates the 14th of July, the agreed date for their contest. If this method fails, I possess alternative strategies, the young lord remarked. Has Miss Nanrong shown any particular affection for someone, or regarded anyone with special attention? If so, this matter would be easily resolved. Liang Qi's eyes brightened with delight as he spoke to Mo Chongli. Suddenly, the red boy exclaimed, Big brother is going to the moonlit sky. It won't do. Big brother must go. He's formidable. The red boy's elder brother is none other than the naturally gifted senior disciple, Mo Wentian. His father and mother wish to arrange a marriage for him, but he is reluctant, fearing they may resort to unscrupulous means to compel him. Upon confirming the essence was of profound significance, Lian Qingyu suddenly cried out and soared towards the black tower standing at the center of the 4th floor. However, at that moment, Qingxi, seated on the ground in meditation, gradually faded, akin to the earlier heart demon, vanishing completely within moments. Just as the assassin was engulfed in uncertainty, a powerful sense of crisis and murderous intent surged towards him, causing his heart to race as he turned to see a faint silhouette flash before him, followed by a fist approaching like a spear in the night. He could only silently extend his hand, pressing against the rough wooden wall, gently caressing it as if tenderly stroking Asuka's hair. Liang Dong spent a day here, fully immersing himself in the pastoral life. In the evening, the couple, Bu Rigid and Gu Da, prepared a sumptuous dinner for him, leaving Liang Dong's mouth watering. After the meal, he set up a tent beside the yurt and rested for the night. The atmosphere grew increasingly intense, suggesting that something terrifying was gestating within the sea of blood. Although the incarnation of Shinnong was merely a manifestation with a trifling level of cultivation, his inherent realm remained unchanged, endowing him with extraordinarily keen perception. The remaining soldiers, though not as clearly perceptive as those from the starry side, were nonetheless deeply shaken, their hearts filled with dread. Suja was drenched in blood, appearing almost demonic. His eyes filled with a frenzied murderous intent as he launched an unyielding assault on one challenger after another. Indeed, Lu Feiyong said with a smile, What is there to see on the wall? Why not play a game instead? His smile sent a chill down Yin Huayu's spine. As two fists clashed, a powerful surge of energy erupted, causing the face of the fierce bear to change dramatically. Just when success seemed imminent, an unexpected figure emerged to thwart his actions. Suja suppressed his excitement and immediately summoned Blood Curse, hoping for a breakthrough. This town was not particularly large, and it housed only cultivators of mortal rank. Naturally, there were no specialized markets for exchanges among cultivators. Yes, I like Wu Chuang. Gu Xiaobei, though apprehensive towards Li Haonan, felt a surge of courage born from love. In other words, if I return, I must confront the mirage and the provocations of the Ji family? Dantai Mingyue inquired. Given the current situation, it would take only a few years for Liwei Group to ascend to the top 3 nationally, becoming a colossal presence. Yin Wenliang lowered her head in silence for a long time. Seeing her demeanor, Li Shua understood she was reluctant to leave, yet every additional minute spent here felt like torment. However, the immensely powerful Spirit Lake Realm Spirit Master Mingfeng had indeed sustained numerous injuries while attempting to approach the Fox Clan Spirit, Fox Heart Master, who had dealt him a severe kick, exacerbating his wounds. There was no rush to break through. He thought that if the issues were numerous, he could promptly rectify them, making amends for the previous shortcomings as the Yuan Master advised. This is manageable. With that, he drew his sword, severing his emotional ties, retrieved a paperclip from the bedside cabinet, straightened it, and waved it in front of the sleeping water before heading towards the door. Having revived in the city, Murong Ru tested the void-breaking magic eye and found, indeed, that the target being tracked by the system was offline. They were all considered among the more remarkable youth of Jiangcheng, each possessing a background. Although Jiang Xing's status and standing were incomparable to the Tan family, he was still a trusted aide of Boss Yu. Constructing a factory would require at least 200,000 to 300,000. However, they did not intend to build a large structure, but rather to set up a mobile panel house alongside an expansive workshop. Upon hearing Haiba's words, Xu Qiao raised an eyebrow, his expression remaining unchanged. Dai Ming looked puzzled, following Haiba's gaze towards Bladder, who was hiding behind them. They were now on the ice, surrounded by large blocks of ice, rendering it impossible to discern any differences. Liang Dong understood better than anyone that this was impossible. Ordinary ice could not obstruct him. Dantai Enlin held Dantai Mingyue in high regard, striving to comply with her wishes. However, whenever Dantai Mingyue mentioned her mother's disappearance or cause of death, Dantai Enlin fell silent, not uttering a word. When everyone arrived at the training ground, transformed into a camping site, they felt an unusual excitement, especially the siblings Qian Beibei and Qian Duoduo, who had never been there before. Qian Beibei, elated, temporarily set aside her brother's concerns. The true secrets lie in the unique refining techniques, with the same herbs and formula. Why can some alchemists produce superior pills while others fail repeatedly? This pertains to the nuances in the refining methods of various alchemists. Orders were issued, and the cultivators in the front defense zones swiftly established multiple lines of defense for interception. In no time, they detected Yuan Fanhai's escape light from afar. For beams of light struck the Atlantis, but were immediately repelled by the protective shield. Following this, the red energy projectile also met the shield, only to explode shortly after. Akin to how Mo Qian's injury from the Max Cannon Blast had shaken the Atlantis as well. Within the narrative, the mechanics of PK death and equipment loss serve to intensify conflicts, thereby increasing the likelihood of story development. Suddenly, he heard a crisp eagle's cry. Turning slightly, he beheld a pure white eagle, seemingly sculpted from jade, bursting forth from a thick cloud, leaving behind a long tail. With a sweep of his consciousness, he recognized it as a remarkably rare jade eagle. In the land of Huaxia, a rather unfortunate phenomenon persists: the prioritization of seniority over capability. In virtually every industry, the experienced are favored regardless of their actual abilities. Those who possess talent but lack credentials are often disregarded. When confronted with Mo Ping's insidious needle technique, Yi Wu appeared oblivious, or perhaps too late to react. It was only when the biting cold wind pierced his body, causing the hair on his skin to stand upright, that he became acutely aware. Transactions unfolded before him, with the game's supervisor granting the account holder priority in selecting playtime and advances on a salary of 6,000 yuan for the new world. Subsequently, he shattered a zither, casting its remnants into the hearth, igniting a fire, pouring out wine to wash his feet while pouring ink from his inkstone into the pot above the flames to brew, and then lifting the chessboard to strike it repeatedly, a satisfied smile gracing his face, as if he found this sound far more melodious than that of the zither. At this moment, a transformation occurred within Wu Tian's inner energy, with his attribute panel reflecting this change as his true energy morphed into the power of the heavenly path. The treasure map provided by Zhong Chongsong indicated that this treasure lay in the Pacific Ocean, not on a nameless deserted island as before, but beneath the sea. The exact nature of the treasure remained a mystery until one arrived. Ice was never an adversary for the dual-born ice wings, but merely a part of one's own body. The ice swords unleashed by Yi Huan not only failed to harm the dual-born ice wings, but instead restored a significant amount of their vitality. Certainly, one could empathize with the Dragon King of the South Sea. After all, the overall level of the Panlong Cloud Sea realm was rather low within the entire celestial domain, making it impossible to come across treasures of such caliber. Regrettably, Chu Xiangyun was mistaken. Even within the Chu clan's restaurant, the frenzied beast, Jing Hu, would make an appearance. However, before his right palm could strike the ghost, a tremendous force suddenly propelled the spirit away, revealing the Yin-Yang corpse before me, which landed a punch upon my right hand. In that instant, it felt as though the heavens and earth conspired to bind him, his body uncontrollably yanked back, crashing heavily before Yu Shuang. The classification of spiritual stones generally divides into inferior, middle, superior, and exquisite grades, with further distinctions of rare and precious beyond that. When I brought you here, I had already inscribed the Flying Thunder God technique upon you.
Zhang Ye se shadow loomed bem da luo si.
Merely a second-stage Susanoo. not its complete form. Zhang Yi felt no fear of its might. The imposing door stood 10 feet tall, the lantern at its entrance extinguished, with no guards in sight. As if everyone had vanished. This foolish being had indeed captured Li Qiushui, but was nearly caught in a trap, almost leading to their mutual demise. It now seemed certain. Each time a martial's soul underwent a transformation, it invariably emitted the aura of a martial soul fusion technique. Sister Shun Tan, could you please sign this for me? I admire you greatly, Fu Niantong asked eagerly, her hands clasped together. She couldn't continually ask Lord Rue Beast for money, could she? A 10,000-year-old rabbit possessed no skills beyond consuming carrots. The barrage of comments in the live stream went wild. Lu Youqi had learned of the matter and intended to discuss it with Zhang Fengzhu, but upon seeing him on the phone, he halted. Yu Qingling felt dazed. Pinned beneath the man's broad form, the cool touch of his lips sending her thoughts spiraling into emptiness. Upon reaching level 4 and unlocking the facility shop, one could construct not only swimming pools and pond fountains, but also pavilions and bridges as public amenities. Master. Upon seeing her, Qi Hu felt immense joy. For 3 years, it had accompanied its master. None understood her trials better than it. 13 was a prime number level, thus not yielding attribute growth or new hero skills. Lingzi found an NPC named the High Mountain Fortress Manager in the center of the fortress and directly accepted the trial quest. The audience certainly seized this moment to assert their presence, a fervent applause resonating throughout the computer's audio. Grandfather, I shouted, racing to the cliff's edge to gaze below, spotting my grandfather precariously clinging to a rock. Furthermore, today was the Zhongyuan festival and the temple was bustling with worshippers. Inciting the public's anger was all too easy. Have you forgotten another matter? Mo Dongyan remarked. There exists a barrier. The white tiger fell silent. It was only with Xia Qidong's company that Si Huang's frustration from being outsmarted by Wu Long found relief. Who would have guessed that a kidnapping stemmed from such a reason? It's truly wonderful that the North Palace young master recognizes me. With his palm open, spiritual energy once again shimmered upon his hand. This will suffice. I never expected him to achieve more. Yu Xian held no expectations for Zhong Haohai and had no intention of nurturing him to resemble Si Huang. The body of the three, leveraging the impact of colliding with the blood shadow battle spear, swiftly turned and launched itself at Han Dong midair without touching the ground. Covered in wood shavings, the individual engrossed in repairs was none other than He Lan Ting, with whom I had shared a brief encounter not long ago. In 3 to 4 days, Hao Xian and Huan Yu gradually awakened. However, due to severe injuries, they could not rise. Fei Su continued her daily visits to each room to deliver meals. Zhang Shaoxing nearly choked on a mouthful of blood after speaking for so long. Even Su Ruo had been driven away, and he had endured a sword strike from Yu Duo, who remained oblivious to his gentle trap. The tavern's cacophony abruptly ceased as several intoxicated patrons swayed to their feet, exchanging glances. At that very moment, as she cried out, the bespectacled man unexpectedly stumbled, causing his new body to lag behind. How dare I say anything? She hastily shook her head. No, I was merely inquiring. Under the icy stares of both, she suddenly felt a desire to retreat, sensing she was courting disaster. He dared not linger, hastily rolling away to hide amidst the chaos. For reasons unknown, upon awakening today, she felt remarkably light, brimming with energy and spirit. Thus, it would not be an easy task for Huan Yu and Huan Yi to infiltrate the Tower of Time. Elder Du and the Huan brothers deliberated several times before deciding to enter from the tower's peak. Around where they halted, the bean people cleared a space and kindled a fire from plants. In truth, Du and Wen had been eavesdropping on their conversation from her room. Upon hearing Xiao Yu's words, she appeared extremely agitated and leaped out. On either side of the high platform sat many, including Lin Yi and the others, Guizhou and Shirley also present. I quickly shone my flashlight to examine closely. It was a painting of a man crafted using ancient Chinese techniques, which made it relatively easy to distinguish. Ancient artistry starkly differed from modern styles. Approaching the Tower of the Primordial, Long Wu marveled at the sight. No fewer than 1,000 cultivators above the Foundation establishment stage congregated here, each sect having its own camp, a sea of black. At that moment, a man's voice resonated from nearby. Lan Duo lowered her head to grab her teacup. shielding her eyes, her heart swirling with confusion. After leaving court and returning late into the night, what was he up to? Could it be that Luo Yun instilled a sense of crisis in him? During this period, nothing unusual had occurred. If there were to be any anomalies, it would be the recent increased activity of the Dragon Gang, along with the appearance of unfamiliar faces. Is there a problem with that? Zhang Qing inquired. Ying Er lay by her bedside, her cries clearly feigned, leaving Lan Duo to mourn silently. Those who had genuinely spent time with her wouldn't worry about her well-being. Was she a cockroach that couldn't be crushed? Yun Bao was the second most capable youth of the Yun family, recently reaching the bottleneck of a 9-star warrior, preparing to enter seclusion to strive for the realm of a martial master. Should he succeed, the Yun family would gain yet another young martial master. Upon hearing Yang Chuanqing's words, Mu Lao, standing a foot away, suddenly flickered, creating a whirlwind as he thrust towards Yang Chuncheng with a hand gesture. After wandering aimlessly around the streets, finding little interest and noting the time, he took out his phone to call Mr. Hu. Lao Zhang. I know you are acquainted with Ningjia. Could you assist me in locating him? Shirt Songshao picked up the cigarette box on the table and skillfully lit a cigarette. In his view, Zhang Fong, being a fellow Stronghold resident and former comrade-in-arms, helping to capture a drifter was hardly a significant endeavor. Play me that song. Sister on the boat. Lao San raised his neck and drank a cup of wine, gesturing toward the screen with his cup. Although his body had come to a halt, the blood and energy within him continued to surge, akin to boiling water. I've heard that Wuji Tiangong is recruiting. What does that have to do with your assistance? The first dissenting voice, upon hearing the fatty S words, immediately retorted. If Director Jiang were not here today, and if the friend being introduced was not the illustrious Xiao Bohan, you should try it and see what expression he would wear. It would be strange if he did not make you uncomfortable for several days. After all, the bandit groups originally occupied territories far from Zhejiang, often in barren lands. Otherwise, they would not have been able to seize them. Without the protection of Susanoo, Rin Tosaka and the others gazed at the descending massive hand and the grinning Aoyuan Feng beside them, suddenly feeling a wave of despair. Yao Jiuchen and the others quickly reacted, disregarding any illusions, and brandished their weapons to engage in battle. Ami's colossal form instantly transformed into millions of fiery dragon serpents, charging toward the trio of Kaima. They witnessed a flash of sword light, and then Yuan Hong's head soared into the air, blood spraying into the sky. Captain, this time the Yis won't escape unscathed. I fear that within a month, he will have rolled up his bedding and departed. In an office, Fan Jinshan spoke to Chen Kunfei, revealing a smug and sinister smile. Yang Ji donned his knight armor, fastening it securely, and equipped himself with a helmet, bow, arrows, and waist knife, grasping a spear as he galloped out from the back of the hall. The village head, noting that Wan Tingyu was looking for someone, arranged for a villager to guide him. Wan Tingyu and his brother Jiezhen agreed to meet the next day at the Gongfu Tavern and then took their leave. The death of Bai Shui dealt a tremendous blow to Luo Feng, but fortunately, Bai Shui retained her soul. In her mind, the indifferent voice suddenly grew exceedingly arrogant and chaotic, incessantly echoing in Su Fei's mind, leaving her feeling disturbed. As screams erupted, a figure draped in a black robe materialized Tenjiang in front of Yunfei. Lao Jiang, lacking knowledge of martial arts, was oblivious to the true power of Shui-era's strike. He merely observed the terror-stricken expression on Qian Mian's face and suddenly felt a pang of regret and pity. His two triangular eyes suffered severe damage, nearly having their eyeballs knocked out, tears mingling with blood. The last time, he had been thrown off his mount due to carelessness, which had left him quite resentful. Thus, he volunteered to descend to the 5th level, seeking vengeance against Jiang Tian. I am uncertain. When I entered that magical formation, I lost consciousness. As if all life entering there loses awareness. I sense the changes in the boss, yet I cannot articulate what changed, a Jing pondered while perched on Quan Quan's back. 9 purple lightning dragons suddenly erupted from Quan Quan's chest, swirling frantically around. The surrounding black tentacles recoiled from the lightning dragons, seemingly terrified. The next moment, as the black tentacles withdrew, a bright passageway appeared before Quan Quan. You can modify firearms? Yu Feng looked at Quan Quan in astonishment, suddenly feeling that Quan Quan had become even more mysterious. The reason Fourth Master could develop the Yiming Alliance into such a powerful entity is that he approaches every endeavor with utmost caution, understands the importance of concealment, possesses a strong sense of the bigger picture, and harbors grand ambitions. It would not be an exaggeration to call him a hero. Strangely, although the Blood Clan man was not particularly stout, he was able to swallow him whole from head to toe, as if his mouth possessed formidable retractile and digestive capabilities. Scum, I would dare to say it 100 times. Do not forget, your power is bestowed by the common people, Xu Qiao stated, his tone frigid. Thus, when he later learned that Xu Qiao had actually been reborn in Lin Lang's body, he could not contain his emotions, almost without hesitation, abandoning all matters to rush to the border at night. This state of mental disarray was, in fact, a manifestation of chaotic energy, resulting from energy surging to the head and obstructing the transmission of information in the brain, thus causing confusion. The man was initially startled by the gaze of the raccoon rabbit, touched his racing heartbeat, then turned to pull at Xuemeng's hand. He possessed the keen gaze of an eagle, a sharp mind, and an ability to perceive everything. Otherwise, how could he have made figures like Xiao Moran, Su Jinyan, and Zhang Gui submit to him, becoming the youngest and most beloved monarch since the founding of Kinglan? Bai Li Yenyu's lips curled into a smile, cold as ice, devoid of the previously playful demeanor, leaving Lung Qianing feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Due to the low entry requirements, numerous martial artists from various regions participated, and the competition adopted a group elimination system, dividing participants into several groups based on their numbers. Lung Qianing casually remarked, as if the Minghua Tower were just an ordinary tavern rather than a renowned brothel in Shifeng. He was well aware of Qin Yu and even knew of his deep infatuation and longing for his sister. However, after experiencing Luo Feng's ordeal and nearly losing sight of his sister forever, he would no longer entrust his treasure to anyone else. The heavenly Tao was blinded in one eye by the piercing of the Emperor's sword, which penetrated half of its brain, partially unsealing its memories and rendering the entire heavenly Tao increasingly irritable. Mu Xiaogong's peach blossom eyes gleamed with a hint of light. As long as she was willing to accompany him to Tianlin Kingdom, he had ample time to spend with her. The crowd on the city wall erupted in cheers. After drifting and wandering for so long, they finally encountered relatives from the Tang dynasty. Returning to Tang was now just around the corner. The once overly confident old turtle was now shaking his head, a sudden jolt in his heart. In the next moment, the moonlight curved like a new crescent moon in the night sky, gracefully passing around Wang Yuetian, slicing toward his back. Yi Xia felt that these years at the Qin family had not been in vain. Qin Fangping had given him everything he was owed, and he had learned other skills, such as excellent disguise. Upon witnessing this, Zhou Yan roared in fury. His left arm's fracture turned crimson, and the once smooth-cut surface became uneven. Following that, it appeared as if magma was writhing, as something extended from Zhou Yan's body. At this thought, Xiao Yuman displayed a smirk. She would ensure her complete humiliation in front of everyone. This guy is a fraud, Xiao Mei transmitted, immediately identifying the old Taoist as a charlatan. Chen Yun could also see through it, but chose not to expose him publicly. He was rather curious to see what tricks the old Taoist had up his sleeve. With this giant present, the morale of the camp visibly surged. The gloom brought by the morning's transformation into zombies slowly dissipated, and Chengyu's guitar continued to play restlessly, while Pu Zaifan's strings seductively lured. The struggle and compromise, excitement and tranquility melded together in a beautiful melody that nearly set hearts ablaze. Junior brother, senior brother, are you all right? The disciples of Qinglong Li rushed to support Lu Jinlong, whose complexion was pale and forehead drenched in cold sweat, as they shouted in concern. The hastily assembled Eastern Gate Guards, under the lead of a subordinate general, symbolically dealt with Guanhai's army before promptly retreating southwest. Regarding this, Yilei wholeheartedly agreed and had already begun to contemplate adjustments to better align with the actual situation of the Liaodong anti-Japanese base. Zhang Ziqiang, though lacking the ambition to unify the continent, found merit in this strategy. The middle approach is slightly superior to the upper one. It allows for steady development on one's own part while simultaneously weakening the enemy, thereby narrowing the power gap between both sides. After the malevolent spirit retracted its ghostly flames, it began to float off the ground again, hovering approximately half a foot above, reminiscent of its initial appearance. However, at this moment, the malevolent spirit had transformed from a shadow into a green figure, complete with limbs and a head, resembling a humanoid silhouette, likely due to the retraction of its ghostly flames. It was not that Zhou Yu disliked the BMW. Possessing a provincial license plate BMW that could seamlessly travel to the island was indeed a great convenience, and driving such a luxurious vehicle could serve as a tool for intimidation. However, the favor from the Hor family felt excessively burdensome, prompting Zhou Yu to decline. This time, Lin Feng, drawing from past experiences, exhibited remarkable composure. As he ascended, he adeptly channeled his true energy through his limbs, firmly anchoring himself on the cloud-piercing rope without a hint of instability. My situation is somewhat unique. You need only know that this is the arrangement of our esteemed master. Potus stated. After Hongai expelled a torrent of blood, he felt a tumult within his vital energy. Realizing that part of his meridians had sustained damage, an indication that today's events had escalated dramatically. When had a dignified Yuan master ever suffered such humiliation, causing himself to bleed from the recoil of his own attack? It was truly disgraceful. At this moment, Ziyang found himself at a loss for words, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face. He could hardly contain his emotions, recognizing that in such dire circumstances, any verbal expression would be futile. Only tangible actions could convey his sentiments. As Parker observed the extinguished flame giant sword in his hand, he could not help but roar in frustration. His sand flame aura surged forth, albeit dimmer than before due to excessive consumption. Despite the unremarkable appearance of the Inn-S interior, it was bustling with dining and lodging patrons. Zhang Liang, witnessing Liu Bang's deepening despair, felt a twinge of anxiety. Unable to suppress his feelings any longer, he requested an audience with Liu Bang. The pool, measuring 2 meters square, was of unknown depth, yet the thick, roiling blood within emitted no trace of a metallic scent, as if it were merely a basin of clear water. She sat there lost in thought when suddenly, a blinding white headlight illuminated her figure. The high-ranking officer instinctively raised a hand to shield her eyes. Qin Mo's hand trembled visibly, causing him to fumble and drop his pistol with a loud clatter. A subtle smile graced the corner of White Rose's lips, realizing that this young master was indeed a master of contradiction. If he liked her, why deny it? He had not anticipated that a mere jest would spur Mi Li to kiss him, filling him with uncontainable joy. He observed her slumbering form, pondering the essence of her being. He heard her murmurs, sensed her nightmares, and witnessed her tears flowing freely, indicative of her profound sorrow. Happy pretended to stumble again, and Bai Cheng grasped her hand. Happy initially thought Bai Cheng would effortlessly pull her closer, but she mischievously leaned back, hoping he would exert more force, ideally to the point of being unable to move her. In her life, she sought not to achieve extraordinary value, but was resolute in not dying at the hands of those she once considered kin. Nor would she allow a complete deception to claim her life. After all, these individuals had their own holidays, their work schedules differed from hers as a seamstress, necessitating careful arrangements. Strangely, after being bitten by Shun Eryi, it had been nearly half a month when the chief minister's residence dispatched Shun Huan to visit her. Suddenly, amidst the howl of the wind, the mournful howls of wolves could be faintly heard, followed by the restless whinnies of the stallion and the frantic barks of shepherd dogs. Upon seeing her alluring visage, I was instantly transported back to the time when she sought refuge at the northern town king's mansion. Nothing will happen. Nothing will happen. The calamity lasts a millennium. Xiao Jinyu will surely live a long life. Although time alone does not reveal much, if Xiao Zhao's methods proved utterly ineffective, he would not have lingered there for so long. Su Tsong, upon hearing Fan Tui's words, wore an expression of exuberance. As a Chinese individual, it was undoubtedly gratifying to hear a foreigner speak so highly of players from his homeland, prompting him to smile broadly as he translated the words. In certain moments, Xiaolon secretly wished for Zuoli to change, even if just a little, allowing her to let go with greater ease. However, it was evident that Zuoli remained unchanged. He had witnessed Jia Xian's plight. The overwhelming pain he bore sent chills through him. What kind of hatred could drive someone to such lengths? Shinmizu Nabahiko felt a spark of realization. He was now certain that the person inside was Matsuna Masaru. Yet, Ziyuan was indeed present, merely seated with her back to him, cradling her knees on a large stone, seemingly lost in thought, not immediately noticing Lu Yu's arrival. Within the command center, Lu Hong, Zhang Ziqing, Wu Feng, and Wei Haixing were gathered together, seated around a table, cracking sunflower seeds while discussing the current situation. As the deadline passed without the arrival of Silver Shuttle, the landlady grew anxious, but upon reflection, she reassured herself that her belongings were safe with her. Deciding to wait a little longer. I am powerless, but others are not. Perhaps you may not believe me, but a year ago, I was nothing more than a waste who had yet to condense a spiritual wheel, Zhou Hui remarked with a smile. Fortunately, they had not afforded Jichuan Gate any respect. Otherwise, one might truly think they had preemptively summoned assistance. Perhaps this statement appeared contradictory. Yet, for a student of 15 or 16, it was indeed commendable. When Xingyu had never encountered such a version of Shi Yiming, she had completely forgotten her previous anger, simply gazing at him as he drew closer, accepting his proximity and his kiss, without hesitation. Under the pressure of the true form of the Ape Emperor, Mui chose the most arduous and perilous path. Should the fusion of water and fire essence succeed, it would undoubtedly repel the impending strike. However, failure would lead to utter annihilation. Nana, after such a long absence, it brings me immense joy to see you again. Upon my return, I immediately inquired about your whereabouts and hastily made my way here. The two bowed and exchanged solemn vows before stepping outside. Lu Man turned back, saying, "Senior brother, please return to your room and rest. I will escort my brother." With that, she walked toward Lin Jianlan's room, finding the unutilized long sword resting on the table, appearing to be a renowned artifact from its scabbard. As those who tread the edge of danger, if I were to conceal my intentions, it would instead arouse suspicion and aversion. Conversely, ahead, the current position of the Star Prison Warden, situated roughly 60 zhang in the void behind him, drew his attention to the remarkably distinct differences amidst his rapid flight. Shui Yuehen wielded the Fang Tian Hua Ji, using it to firmly hold the Qing Ming Jiao's body. With a resounding crash, Shui Yuehen was directly smashed downwards, losing the initial contest with startling ease. The fallen Shui Yuehen was driven into the ground, leaving behind a Fang Tian Hua Ji that had snapped in two. Xiao Shou's 3 aunts and 2 sisters had but one purpose in their performance, to deliberate the distribution of their assets. "We shall pledge our lives to serve." Li Ru and the others bowed deeply, their fervent voices nearly shattering the tightly shut windows. The gloomy city of Chang'an seemed to respond to this ray of sunlight, rekindling its fiery brilliance. Fortunately, Jian Yong had not forgotten me. With a smile, he turned to his father and said, "Xuanda, your son, though young, possesses a spirit reminiscent of your own in bygone days. Why do you not inquire where he has been today? Based on his words today, I ought to treat him well in the future, at least as I do with my second and third uncles." At this moment, apart from the director of the 3 institutes exclaiming, "The devils have invaded the village. The devils have invaded the village," the others were nodding in agreement or signaling their approval. The May Garden became a hive of activity. Apart from Master Ma and Zhou Leping, nearly everyone was mobilized. At that moment, Zhang Yan seemed to have uncovered an astonishing secret, gasping in disbelief. The ominous aura and murderous intent emanating from the elegant and handsome man created an oppressive atmosphere that warned others to keep their distance, as the air thickened with tension. "Sister Yanluo, are you certain I can survive and make it out alive?" Qing Tian's voice trembled slightly. This time, Du Yanhang's concerns were indeed unfounded. Once they arrived in Xingong City, they encountered no obstacles, confirming Lisa's predictions were accurate. It's all right, Kohler said, visibly moved, as she embraced Zhang Mu's, pressing her bosom against him in a flirtatious manner. Master Gongsun Qianqiu, the only master alchemist of the Corpse Nightmare sect, was capable of independently refining first-grade mysterious pills. With the assistance of the ancestral 9-star pill corpse from the Gongsun family, he had already begun to concoct second-grade mysterious pills, which were highly effective for late-stage, nascent soul cultivators. According to prior notifications, everyone attending the mobilization meeting, including city lords and leaders of various factions, was to arrive independently, simply due to the overwhelming number of attendees. Xu Qiao responded, noting that among the company's executives, only Zheng Xiaoqian seemed agreeable to him. Their conversations were always in sync, reaching consensus during management meetings, while Ren Huangdongping and the finance officer Ji Shangyun's collusion yielded them no advantage. You, move the traction machine aside. Don't block the way. And you sit in the duty room and wait. We need to conduct a thorough inspection. The port police issued the commands with practiced authority. Time seemed to halt as two Azuras approached the Yu clan, their ghostly scythes sweeping through the air while a ghostly spear pierced one of the Yu clan's bodies. However, Li Fei was still provoked by a need, feeling as if he had thrown a stone only to injure his own foot. Call a cab, Li Fei admitted honestly. He had slipped out of the hospital secretly and dared not summon the family driver. Had it not been for Bai Yuding arriving at his company and discovering Jean Lanxin, he might soon have faced a grave crisis. Lin Qianxue's gaze fell upon the face of the man behind Xiao Xinran, momentarily failing to recognize him. Upon reaching the seaside, they spotted Dido's father fishing in the ocean. A glance around revealed many fishing boats but no yachts, let alone the likes of Mao Ritian and his companions. It was no exaggeration to say that a demon lord like Kuei Ba, should he descend to earth, would be a force to reckon with. Thankfully, he had received the news in time, otherwise he would have missed the spectacle. Such marauders were undoubtedly individuals whom no visitor to the Xuanxia star wished to provoke. Just as Sun Li pondered the peculiar emotional state of Jingji, a piercing siren suddenly blared, approaching rapidly. Although he had slipped into a faint, Sherluo was aware that without Mu Ye's assistance, he would never have stood there. This life-saving grace was something Sherluo would never forget.
Yeving junk.
Being only 10 years old, despite his arrogance, was intimidated by the lightning in Yi Qingli's eyes. At that moment, his sole thought was to flee. Everyone's here. And isn't there a life jacket available? There shouldn't be any issues, right? Master Tang remarked. Those who needed to leave had done so. While the remaining individuals rested in the luxurious reception room of the hotel, including Zhang Lixing, Lin Siwei, Wu Ning, Wei Saida, Yang Hongqiao, and Feng Qingfeng. The reception room was filled with numerous attendees. Mother, it's like this. Yesterday, I went with Master Jingfan. Yao Chudai divulged everything to Zui Yun, as she was the person she trusted the most, never withholding anything from her. As three burly men emerged, the leader conferred briefly with the two behind him before sprinting towards them. No. Xin Lang felt his heart nearly shatter in that instant. He dared not approach to check his grandfather's pulse, nor could he accept such a grim reality. Speaking of which, his skills in making dough had improved significantly, and the dishes he prepared recently surpassed those from the previous year. Elderly nodded, acknowledging his lingering doubts, but choosing not to inquire further. He understood that Pei Feng harbored many secrets, yet he cared little, provided Pei Feng's character remained intact. In this lifetime, due to his incessant meddling, the progress of their relationship had stagnated considerably. In the face of a fifth-tier strength, he found the sixth tier a mere trifle, and he felt no fear. Did this film's preview actually receive positive reviews? Has Haohuan opened the door for domestic sci-fi films? The special effects rival those of Hollywood blockbusters? A middle-aged man swiftly distanced himself from Liang Chun after letting go, pulling out a mirror from his pocket. Liang Chun was left bewildered. Lu Xian dashed forward. Yet upon reaching the place where Zi Luolan had stayed, he found nothing but scattered formation flags, with no other discoveries. Out of respect for his future father-in-law, he hesitated to speak directly, although the progress payments for the project were either delayed or less than agreed upon, resulting in constant setbacks. Xiao Yixing felt a surge of emotion, realizing he had indeed exhausted himself over the past few days. Running around to pick up the GMD team's Qinglong in the morning, and then rushing to fetch Nan and the others in the afternoon. Perhaps out of anger, or due to Li Guanqing's unnatural military demeanor, he had shifted from referring to himself as this general to I. Upon hearing this, Zhao Junqin couldn't help but smirk coldly, believing that He Yu's death still significantly contributed to Liaodong town, as many matters could be attributed to the deceased He Yu. Yan Lan thought of Mu Qingxue, Jin Xingxia, and others, who also shook their heads slightly, not understanding the truth. I suspect Xia Wucheng should secure the win. Hassan Whiteside remained confident in Xia Chen's abilities. Perhaps after all these years, the previous owner had grown stronger and deemed him unworthy of pursuit, or perhaps he had perished in battle or died of old age. In such cases, it was even less worth mentioning. The blood-poisoned sex millennia of effort, on the brink of success, would be squandered for another's gain. How could that be tolerated? At this moment, the entire Lakers team had also arrived in Oklahoma City, accompanied by the Timberwolves trio and Hassan Whiteside, who were mere spectators, munching on popcorn. Pat Riley, who had attended the previous 2 games, chose to remain in Los Angeles. It would be best to let them rest for a while, ideally until they fell asleep, at which point they could throw glass at them, ensuring they were disturbed throughout the night, testing their endurance. This was the second battlefield to erupt that night, already reaching a fever pitch, even more intense than the preceding rain of arrows. With that, the two tidied up briefly, erasing any traces of their conflict, and with their magical energy restored, Fong Huairan allowed Zhou Tong to enter the Celestial Tower, leading her onward. The Heavenly Tribulation and Thunder Tribulation were incomparable. The former contained not only far more formidable natural forces, but also the will of the Heavenly Tao, the might of the Heavenly Path.
Come.
Let me see how far you have come. Lord Feng's gaze turned somewhat distant. This black-clad elder was the same one who had eliminated 2 troublesome cultivators when the fleet first set sail. At that time, Zhao Junyu had effortlessly extinguished a troublesome initial-stage Spirit Division cultivator, leaving a lingering impression with the full-strength blade wheel he had unleashed. A chilling presence approached, as if a being encased in ice was about to emerge. With a single step, Zhen Kong maneuvered the war chariot closer, golden light obscuring the sun. As 9 true dragons, 9 divine phoenixes, 9 white tigers, and 9 black tortoises guarded the 4 directions, the surroundings filled with clouds and mists, resembling a true sun god. Yi Fan, what are we waiting for? Shall we sit down together? I quite like it here, and wish to cultivate with you, Lan Jing said eagerly. Endless, deathly energy, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of demonic majesty, emanated from above. This matter is beyond our control and requires consultation. After exchanging glances, one of the students from the Dragon Elephant Martial Arts Academy spoke up. Ban Ming, having seen such reports online, merely smiled faintly. He had personally ingested many essence of origin and was well aware that its benefits extended far beyond what was commonly known. Su Qingwei was left speechless. It seemed exceedingly unfair. She had faced numerous dangers on her journey, while the others had arrived effortlessly. Silence. Come here, Kane barked, causing Niu Shisan to shrink his head and obediently approach, for he dared not defy the authority of the clan leader. Her focus was solely on her son, lacking the clarity of perception that De Ming and Air Ming possessed. At least they had established the Soul Beast platform over the past 20,000 years. What had she accomplished? As butler who entered the estate, he was informed of a serious incident. The lady had become furious and ordered the arrest of Chef Huang. However, her future path was fraught with challenges, the first of which was the matter of the reviving lotus. To the right of Qin Ling sat Lu Dongzhan, the Grand Minister of the Earth Clan, while Qin Ling held the highest military rank. Thus, Lu Dongzhan took his place at Qin Ling's side. As this was a military camp, perhaps there were circumstances beyond their control. Ning Fuchan sighed inwardly, acknowledging that Boss Zhong was indeed astute and decisive, a person capable of great accomplishments. First, the soldiers remained hidden behind cover, with layers of filtration at every air intake. Secondly, each soldier was equipped with rudimentary gas masks. No worries, tonight will be quiet. The members will be snuggling with their wives, and no one will come to intrude upon our campfire gathering, nor will anyone eavesdrop. We can freely express our thoughts here. Sun Naijing relaxed his vigilance. When the old man heard the words Fuchan Group, he was startled. Someone in his position was privy to many things that should remain undisclosed, including the activities of the high echelons of Huaxia.
Su Chuan not dead.
Aware that his tribulation would create considerable commotion, despite his efforts to control it, he found himself overwhelmed. Had it not been for the assistance of the Qingyi Daoist in dissipating the power of the heavenly tribulation, hundreds of thousands of casualties would have likely ensued from his attempt. You scoundrel! You lie! My Anne is not like that at all. Zhong Li continued to twist and evade desperately. Even standing several meters away, the ethereal, milk-like spiritual energy emanating from Su Chuan's consciousness surged towards the head of the unicorn beast, forming a graceful arc visible to the naked eye.
Oh,
This spirit herb can actually move? Zhang Taishuanji approached a spirit herb, reaching out to grasp it, only for the herb to burrow into the ground and emerge from another location. Envy illuminated the faces of the onlookers. They believed that the technique displayed by Qin Feng was surely a family secret, as they had never witnessed anything like it within their sect. At that moment, Anyang heard a peculiar splattering sound, as if something viscous had sprayed forth. No more noodles or takeout. Grocery shopping would naturally fall to Lin Yun, but the old man could manage cooking himself. A flying sword materialized in the young man's right hand, emitting a faint cold light as spiritual energy radiated from his body. He hastily looked into the distance, then roared and charged towards Qin Feng's direction. She was puzzled by Qin Mian's gaze upon her, as if she had wronged him. Human nature is reflected in actions. If they do not trouble you, you ought to treat them with respect, for in terms of hierarchy, the supervisor is the overseer, responsible for the construction party. Observing the descending wind god, the Dragon Kingdom princess smiled, though a faint worry flickered in her eyes. Without granting him much opportunity for scrutiny, Qi Jian picked up a bag and closed the door, her gaze constantly darting. However, this time, they did not kneel. Instead, they gracefully floated and sat cross-legged, not far from the ground, quickly centering themselves, hands forming seals, gazing up with infinite longing at the magnificent figure seated upon the exalted throne of the true Yuan Great Emperor and Princess Kuan-Yu, residing at the pinnacle of the 9,999 levels. It could be said that they had already allied with the evil King Hall. Or perhaps these individuals were inherently part of the evil King Hall. By now, the four spirit young masters had achieved perfect unity in their human forms, with the heavenly spirit body and the direction of time and space development. Lu Qianlang was the spirit water rhythmic youth, proficient in water. Lu Wan was the soul spirit rhythmic youth, while Cheng Yuanfang was the demon spirit energy youth, and Cheng Shifeng was the immortal spirit chi youth. Such magic was only wielded by high-ranked holy temple knights, hence. Malisa, she said dejectedly. Fine, I shall heed your words, but what about the Golden Soul King? Lu Qianlang raised her eyes towards the direction of the Golden Soul King's quarters. In response, Lu Qianlang repeatedly reflected upon her past celestial thoughts, beginning to believe that the delineation of friend and foe in the divine realm had its flaws. Thus, they were anxious about whether Jiang Xiaoxue had encountered some misfortune, each one fidgeting like ants on a hot stove. Xue Jingxi waited a moment, but saw no one arriving. Just as he began to feel puzzled, a waft of fragrant wind floated through the pavilion, causing the red silk to sway and his vision to blur, his steps becoming increasingly unsteady. Subsequently, he felt an uncontrollable heat surging from his lower abdomen. Jiang Ning activated his spiritual energy, unleashing his wild battle body, radiating a purple-gold glow, a manifestation of his bloodline power. Arms emerged from behind him, each forming seals. Holy artifacts howled, life and death. The five elements imprint revolved, and colorful fist shadows exploded through the air, hurtling towards Long Lao. Li Hanchun, our grievances end here. This time I shall not kill you or cripple you. But if you dare trouble me again, do not blame me for being merciless next time. Take care. Cold Mingshua's words were the last Li Hanchun would hear. Cheng Aizi's eyes twirled, astonished to find Xiang Yang in the Myth Network world today. He had fled last time, and it was uncertain where he had taken refuge. Yet, encountering him here after a few days indicated that Xiang Yang was not dead and was indeed nearby the main god city. Xue Wu did not need to assemble a team. The assault squad, including him, consisted of 8 warriors present. Upon noticing the figure contained within the vibrant light, Xiao Long immediately recognized what it was. Sun Chonglai sighed ruefully, muttering that this was rather impressive, though he dared not voice it aloud. Master. Sun Jiaojiao and Wu Ziyu rushed forward upon seeing the newcomer, tears welling in Sun Jiaojiao's eyes. After decades of efforts to eradicate feudal superstition, the ideology had taken root in people's hearts. Gao Jun wished to see what new tricks they might devise. As Hua Heng approached, Kai Xiaoxia stepped forward. But at that moment, a bodyguard appeared before her, blocking her path, as Hua Heng passed closely by her and Li Tianyi. Beside them, Lan Xiaoxiao, Muzi Xuan, and Li Zian listened to their conversation, feeling utterly bewildered. As Gao Jun spoke, his tone shifted, and even his accent changed, subtly adopting an official tone, indirectly demanding her to contribute, revealing a repugnant demeanor akin to a corrupt official seeking bribes. Uncle Shi, what are you saying?
Li Hanyun retorted angrily, her checks flushed.
Yin Xingran felt a bit warm. Such a direct question made her wonder. After spending the entire morning researching, grocery shopping, and cooking, it seemed she truly had not thought of him. Summary: the brown-feathered pheasant is a bird species that inhabits the wild. It boasts leaf-colored plumage, aiding in its concealment, and possesses a sharp, elongated beak as a means of self-defense. Li Hongyun appeared to have imparted little guidance to Xu Qiao. Nonetheless, in terms of pre-war preparations, post-war evaluations, and wartime experiences, Xu Qiao found himself virtually devoid of knowledge. Kilian was momentarily taken aback, while Anderson's typically pale complexion took on a vivid green hue, illuminated by the midday sun streaming through the restaurant window. This verdant glow rendered Anderson's entire face luminescent, even causing the roots of his hair to adopt a similar shade, evoking in Kilian thoughts of garlic sprouts and scrambled eggs with chives. Sometimes, certain matters simply do not withstand scrutiny. Tang Ning was in the midst of composing an article about Daoxiang Village's almond pastry when Diana burst in, brimming with excitement, exclaiming, "Teacher Tang Ning, how about tasting the almond pastry I made?" As she spoke, she produced a dark, unappealing piece to thrust into her mouth. One could only wonder how the ambitious senior inspector would feel upon discovering this divine creation the following morning. The next morning, Su Li was awakened by her phone's alarm, her neck, hands, and feet aching with focus. Rubbing her disheveled hair, she stared vacantly at her computer screen, which had long gone dark. She had inadvertently fallen asleep at her desk the previous night, though fortunately, she had set the air conditioning to a comfortable temperature, thus avoiding the risk of catching a cold. "There's no need to check. I already know what their weaponry looks like," Wang Yu mused. As the competition for power intensified, Jing Tang and Gu Tiahao were compelled to leave Qingping County to assist Xi Yunqing in undertaking more formidable tasks.
Yet,
it was astonishing that such individuals dared to abduct those dear to him right under his nose. After earning over $1 billion at an auction yesterday, Lin Feng and Mei Wuhua directly checked into a hotel in Tingchong. Ning Hua invited them to the night market, but Lin Feng politely declined. "Have I ever mentioned that I served in the military in China? Surely, you cannot be that foolish," Li Haolong remarked coldly. Lin Jiran had considered resisting. Yet upon seeing the overwhelming numbers and the presence of long-range weapons, he resolutely declared, "Do not shoot. I will accompany you." A true man can endure and adapt. Being captured and restrained for a time is nothing to fear. Held back by Zhao Jingguan, Xian Feng paused, for blood ties run deep, though he continued to mutter curses. Recently, however, the Wild Wolf Gang had seemingly offended someone, as overnight, all its leaders met a gruesome end in the streets. Had he not been preoccupied that day, he too might have perished. The Wild Wolf Gang was disbanded, prompting him to seek new employment. Is Lu Yunyan truly unscathed? Da Wuhui, upon hearing Meng Fei casually recount their month-long conflict with Jiyushin, could imagine the perilous situation. He was alarmed to learn that Lu Yunyan had nearly been absorbed by the master of Jiyushin, prompting him to ask again in concern. "I'm fine," she replied. Due to her height, Luo Li often had to tilt her exquisitely delicate face upward to see Chu Yun's expression, which bore a distinct trace of concern. Warming her heart, the crimson abacus, as Xu Qiao had stated, was intended for calculation, yet whether it possessed genuine foresight remained unclear. Why Snow Demon had not imparted this knowledge to Chinda was a mystery. Upon hearing of the abacus, he too wished to ascertain its efficacy.
Zhao,
"Why aren't you coming inside?" Upon seeing Zhao Xia, Liu Xiang'e was startled and immediately pulled her into the house. "What is the matter?" Hu Buqiao inquired, noticing Yang Fan had already stopped there. After all, exploring uncharted ruins was no trivial matter. One misstep could cost a life. "Is it Mordred?" A voice called out, but only half the syllable was uttered before it vanished, akin to a chicken having its throat grasped. Mordred, known as the Demon King, instilled an inexplicable fear even in those of equal strength. "Who told you I could not walk?" "Initially, I was merely contemplating how to greet you and what to discuss thereafter. As for my momentary daze, it was simply a fleeting reflection in my mind." Mo Ming's expression stiffened, and he spoke with a strained tone. He understood that if the occupant was indeed one who had comprehended the laws of time, his presence might have been detected, leaving no room for complacency. Departing in such a disheartened manner left him unwilling, as pride and the desire to protect his brother from unwarranted bullying weighed heavily upon him. The armored vehicle halted at the periphery of the abyssal passage, with everyone peering through the windows, filled with trepidation and dread. The desolate mountain range was perpetually shrouded in ominous clouds, a gray mist enveloping the entire world. On the other side, the Earth's shadow received the same report, his mood diametrically opposed to Jiraiya's. Both his body and mind were ravaged by the Black Death energy. Zhou Meng slowly turned his gaze, witnessing crumbling walls, scattered corpses, and the grave expressions of all those from the Mo clan. Recalling his journey westward in pursuit of scriptures, encountering numerous formidable demons, he had always been the first to seek aid from the heavens. But is a lack of communication truly preferable? The Lord of Yaodi clearly doubted this. She maintained that although the number of demons transmitted each time was small, it nonetheless allowed for some seeds to be sent forth to learn, with the hope they would contribute to the betterment of their kind upon their return. Silently covering his wound, Yangji refrained from crying out in agony or uttering any further harsh words. Each awakening ceremony represented the continuation of various family bloodlines. The number of awakenings indicated the vitality of the lineage, while fewer awakenings foretold a bleak future. Thus, each ceremony determined the family's fortunes. At this moment, Yi Tian directly employed his mysterious energy. Under its augmentation, his physique became even more formidable, his strength doubled. A single punch surpassed that of the golden-horned rhino. I dare not. I shall return to prepare, Zhao Yunqi said in trepidation, beads of cold sweat streaming down his face. He dared not speak further, fearing the emperor's wrath would obliterate the last vestiges of his hope. Yet Yangji knew this was only temporary. The light behind him could only provide a brief respite. Once these nocturnal wanderers fully awakened from their slumber, his situation would become dire. However, the current circumstances shattered the rabbit demon's understanding. Guardians could indeed perish. The Windleaf clan had enjoyed peace for nearly a century, and this first taste of bloodshed left him feeling bewildered. After all, this place was teeming with experts, and he did not wish to reveal the treasures he possessed too readily. Discretion was wise. Yinghua watched Yifeng's actions with keen interest, a cheerful smile gracing her face, exuding an air of ease. Ning Kuan had previously experienced Zheng Hao's prowess. With no one else around, he refrained from further comment. In her view, Xiyu usually did not exhibit such fiery enthusiasm, yet she felt her demeanor did not resemble that of Ruo Fei, prompting her inquiry. After casually inscribing a character on each slip of paper, she crumpled them into balls, resting them in her palm. In the time it took Feng Qi to cover his wrist, several police officers surged forward, subduing him completely and pinning him to the ground, handcuffing him. Nalan Ruofei used her hands to untie the ropes binding Qiao Shirshir, who was using her mouth to tear at the tape on Nalan Ruofei's mouth. Once the tape was removed, they could call for help. Of course, the hall was now empty, but it was still a method of self-rescue. Noticing the situation, Fang Qingwei expressed disbelief at the unimaginable scope of Cynthia's social welfare systems. Compared to their external intrigues and mutual suspicion, Cynthia's entire territory was a realm of peace. Yet now, Fang Qingwei had unexpectedly offered to impart celestial techniques, something even legendary ascendants might not possess. Due to Guo Jiagai's location at the foot of the mountain, the troops of the Central Revolutionary Alliance must ascend to the mountainside to secure an optimal position for attack. Bai Meng abruptly altered his course, avoiding a collision with the 10 black rays. He appeared poised to break through from the left, maneuvering towards the rear of Shun Yi and the others. Fuxi smiled faintly and replied, "When the time comes for you to know, I will tell you. For now, go and summon someone to tidy the cave." Huashu ceased her inquiries, bowing in compliance. "Yes, I shall obey and arrange for the cleaning of the cave, as well as the reception." With that, she turned to exit the cave and instructed the attendants to clean the chambers. Bai Jingyu took a seat nearby, accepting the fragrant tea that Cui Shi offered with a smile. After taking a sip, he set it down on the table. The smile on Shi Wang's face faltered as he turned to look at Lin Runan, his gaze icy enough to send a shiver down her spine. After a night of turmoil, it was only with the first light of dawn that Mei Mei finally fell asleep in his arms, while Su Junying contentedly embraced his beloved wife, vowing never to reveal that her wild antics were provoked by the sour plum ducks from earlier that day. Amidst the enchanting melodies, the sun god zither in Zhao Rui's hands began to radiate resplendent golden hues. As Yu Haba rushed here, he gathered his strength to stabilize himself. Just as he landed in midair, he crushed the large arrow lodged in his chest, causing the blue spiritual arrow to disperse into ethereal particles. With a cold glare, he discarded the remaining popsicle into the trash and stepped forward to confront the 4 individuals before him. The true enhancement of a cultivator does not come from solitary meditation in a chamber, but rather from comprehension and growth through real combat experiences.
Stretching languidly, Yang Luo rose.
Retrieving the newly bought underwear belonging to Nie Qinyu from the carriage of Yun Qingya. Sitting on a park bench, Qiyu waited with a sense of ennui, having arrived much earlier than the agreed time. Unbeknownst to him, someone nearby was observing him through a high-powered telescope from an apartment window. If a typical promotional strategy costs millions to familiarize the masses with a film, then merely opening a window to let in a breeze was far simpler. Sitting by the window, Qiao Yingying observed him and remarked, Ziqing never anticipated that things would proceed so smoothly. Swiftly donning the turtle's attire, which appeared somewhat oversized, she felt it was preferable to her previous outfit that barely concealed her body. Who would still be willing to exert themselves in vain to advocate for the Wang family? However, with the emergence of gaps in the formation years ago and the subsequent events, the soul of the killing god met its ultimate demise, causing the last spirit of the sealing formation to lose some vitality. Now that Lin Jingqiu had completed his fatigue recovery, the only way to gain experience was to venture to the Tower of Delusion. This version of the game, capable of soaring through the skies, was no simple feat, and traversing the realm of the Dark Owl was even more complex. Lin Jingqiu glanced at the PK level of his opponent, astonished to find it had reached Supreme Level 5, indicating a formidable expert. Gu Bei and Xia Waner found a vacant spot to sit, and upon looking up, they noticed Wang Quan had already dashed to the bar to place an order. At this moment, Chen Yiheng retracted his earlier nonchalance, wearing a smile as he stepped back a few paces. Haha, Mr. Chu is just joking, Shou Tiao Masao chuckled, though his gaze subtly shifted towards Shou Tiao Ayako, who nodded in understanding, casting a mysterious smile at Xu Haoran. After calling out for several minutes with no response, Sally genuinely became frightened and began to scream. And Qing suddenly recalled the hawthorn fruit Xiao Nanfeng had given her that morning. The spatial stone emitted waves of spatial energy, with the red characters appearing like reflections in water, exuding an air of mystery. The leader of this organization, even the higher-ups within it, held significant social standing. Shaking his head in an attempt to clear his mind, he felt even heavier, unable to utter a word before collapsing onto the bed. Throughout the journey, Jia Yingren had engaged in discussions with Chen Tang about the matters of the celestial stars, enlightening Chen Tang about many local secrets. Han Sufei felt compelled to offer a word of advice. Otherwise, sitting idly here would be futile, and she was growing weary. Conversely, Qianli cast a deep glance at Bai Mo, aware that such an exhilarating competition was possible because this youth could match the rhythm of Wanmu. Until the matters of the Wan Shou festival were resolved, Wei did not wish for her to encounter any issues, as she still needed to enter the palace the next day to perform splendidly. And Qing raised her chubby 3 fingers in a dismissive manner, indicating there was no room for negotiation. Kong Jiu, however, refused, sharing the same sentiment as Chen Tang, insisting that he must remain with his kin, unless the Tianxiang realm was entirely secure. Su Qingyu observed the stubborn Bao Bao squatting in the yard directly opposite the Prime Minister's bedroom, ultimately resigning to squat alongside him. Despite his injuries, he coaxed Bao Bao to sit on the ground, hurriedly laying down thick bedding while the dandy fetched 2 large quilts. The Genesis does not possess a lineage like yours. The cold words of Yao Rong resonated with an icy detachment. Only pseudo-saints and those of equivalent status could carry away their corpses without facing peril themselves. Miao Yunfei and Zhang Tianai understood why Ma Jiu was acting this way. Having been humiliated by Lin Chen previously, witnessing his subordinates fawning over Lin Chen naturally irked him. However, just as Emo closed the door, preparing to stroll outside with foam, that prince appeared once more. If it weren't for their interest in you, would you have survived this long? Ji remarked with a lightness that belied her earlier determination to mourn for Li Jia when he had walked out. While she was undoubtedly clever, there were circumstances where she could not devise a plan capable of altering fate. Zhou Qing gradually lifted her head, using the clothes Li Jia had tossed her to cover her body, gazing at him for a considerable time. She noticed the expression of mild disdain on his face, which only intensified her feelings of grievance. Seeing the courtyard door had closed, Shen Linfeng quietly concealed himself beneath the archway, straining to eavesdrop on the movements within. They were unaware that the monetary acumen of monks and Taoists was quite formidable, and with Lu Tao and Guan Renjia, the 100,000 mid-grade yuan stones could indeed be gathered. Su Dashen had embarked on his cultivation journey for merely over half a year but had gained profound insights. What defines a cultivator is simply a seeker of the principles of life within heaven and earth. Particularly, the oppressive aura emanating from Yi Feng was entirely distinct from his usual amiability. Before arriving, the former boss repeatedly instructed that one must treat the person before him with utmost care. Should there be the slightest hint of dissatisfaction, he would no longer have a place in the company. Upon hearing this, the members of the Wolf Spirit clan exhibited expressions of astonishment, speculating on the identity of Lang Xiaoran's beloved. It was a blatant threat. Though Mu Zhen could transform into thunder and move with the swiftness of lightning, Lin Yun could not seize him. Yet what of his subordinates? What of those in Huangyan Fortress? Could they escape? Thus Yi Lin, the leader of the Seven Sons of Yushu, resolved to first visit the martial arts headquarters in the imperial capital to seek out Director Li Lei, aiming to uncover details regarding the circumstances surrounding Jiang Wudi's death. Hoping to find some clues amidst the chaos, he should have felt elated, having narrowly escaped calamity, yet inexplicably, joy eluded him. The elder Peach Granny, spoken of by her, was none other than the peach tree that had long sheltered him. Had it not been for that tree's protection of Mei Yuyo, she would have been captured countless times. Now, Jiang Yuxuan had rescued Mei Yuyo, but the ancient peach tree had exhausted all its essence, ultimately perishing. I advise you to flee quickly, Liangzi urged Mu Qindong. He Xiao, having endured such humiliation, will undoubtedly return with reinforcements. Jiamu stated solemnly, I understand. I see who in our two households would dare speak ill. Our family's union was, after all, the dying wish of Qinggu's father. Now that the concubine has acquiesced, it brings him peace in his final moments, preserving his filial piety. However, one was merely a simple radiant magic pattern, while the other represented the pinnacle of the magical realm, a diagram of spatial magic, a contrast in complexity and profundity that appeared incomparable. Without contemplation or doubt, a beam of light bright enough to illuminate the entire world converged at his toes. Accompanied by its movement, a beam powerful enough to annihilate hunters surged forth. The brilliance of today flowed with fervor. Under the gleam of the sword, waves of sword energy danced through the skies, creating a tumult that echoed for hundreds of miles. As the sword energy stirred the winds and clouds, the battle today was as if the sword itself was at war. Fang Yi could not help but smile bitterly, dismissing the idle chatter as he stepped away from the observation deck, preparing to leave. The only notable difference was the shadow within the halo, a middle-aged figure in his 30s, more mature, commanding, and worn than the current Tang Ming. In truth, Tim Duncan was also there for an internship. His post-retirement career plan was to become a coach. Yet due to his low profile, few were aware of his intentions. Maggie gestured towards the sidelines, and the camera followed, capturing Charlie Zerlin. Clad in a leather jacket and jeans, her short hair exuding a sharp elegance. She was not seated with Alba nor near Machio and Leonardo. Yu Huan declined Derek Fisher's invitation to lunch, citing discomfort, cleverly making him believe she was merely adjusting for the evening's match. With the cannon cleared and loaded with projectiles, the remaining few pushed the artillery towards the trio. After a significant number of miners were dispatched, those left behind seized the opportunity to incite a rebellion. The furious bear shield struck the monster on the head with a force that left it dazed. Xiao Han refrained from allowing the system to intervene, not only to avoid the system absorbing these residual souls and becoming erratic, but also because, having faced tribulation, he felt confident in handling matters himself. By the way, wasn't the chief well before? How could he suddenly fall ill? Yi Tian inquired curiously. Indeed, as Tao Shang anticipated, upon hearing Guijia's words, Bai Rao's expression turned grim. Was it truly that the wise ones were so idle as to dig pits for others to leap into? Hadn't he originally sought to pursue Su Anren? Why did he now feel as if he were making a wedding dress for someone else? Can I speak candidly? Sun Yang glanced at Mo Xiaochen, torn. Yet Xu Tian remained skeptical. He had achieved the cultivation of the demon soul and now wished to delve into the divine soul. This passive ability slightly restored his health. Yet against the high-level mages and archers, it bore little effect. It seemed he was rushing to deliver good news. When Wan nodded, lying down, fatigue overtaking her. With this meet, the main house would not stir up trouble. All right, Yi Qianli remarked post-battle. She had not anticipated Liao Zongming to be so invested, thus Rong Mo could only continue accompanying her. As the last wisp of holy flower energy was absorbed into Yi Qianli's dantian, her previously faintly purple dantian appeared as if it had been purified, emanating a rich violet glow. What does it mean to have an advantage? I speak only of my strength. I continued to kite Ha Bai through my movements. At this moment, Shen Guhong was too pressed for time to explain much. He sealed several of Yen Chao's acupoints, bending down to observe his complexion. How could it speak? Lin Xuexin exclaimed in surprise, staring at the butterfly in her palm. Disbelief filling her eyes. With a command from the burly man, several warriors sheathed their weapons and turned towards the cabin, while the rest, though unarmed, also lowered their guard. Gazing upon this stunning visage so near, with fair skin flushed in ripe hues, moist lips, and eyes glistening with tears, exhaling like orchids, Zhou Bingren felt an overwhelming softness in his heart. Bu Fan had laid his intentions bare, but Anna denied any ulterior motives, insisting she genuinely admired Bu Fan. Since some refused to speak the truth, the conversation inevitably stalled. While there were hints of discord, Anna was determined not to let Bu Fan slip away. When Su Ning looked again, the arrow had already reached its target, and there was no escaping its path, striking him in the throat, causing him to tumble from his horse and fall to the ground. Faced with Zhang Beishan's promise, Zhou Bingren naturally acquiesced. He also believed that, given the circumstances, this individual named Zhang would likely refrain from exhibiting such arrogance in the future. Bu Fan, too, found himself in agreement with Kalinuo's assessment. Although this battle marked a significant victory for the Spirit Clan, the losses were primarily borne by the Pan-American Alliance, while the foreign deities suffered no losses at all. Instead, they found it even simpler to acquire the bloodline of the Spirit Clan. Jing and Luo cast a glance at the box, revealing greenish-orange dried melons, grapes resembling purple jade, and emerald-like raisins. She casually picked one up and inhaled its fragrance, a sweet aroma filling her lungs. There was also a critical matter concerning the gang's crystal, essential for the defense of the gang's revival point. If the gang's crystal were destroyed by members of the attacking faction, the battle would conclude immediately, resulting in a defeat for the defending gang. The president of the local association, Li Jingdong, a senior at the university and vice president of the student union, was a high school alumni of Ho Changfeng. At this moment, Chunyu stood beyond the three-point line, rising to take a shot, seemingly unaffected by the 5 missed three-pointers prior. Despite the numerous movements in his step back which typically would influence his shooting rhythm, his touch today was remarkably precise, affirming the validity of his reputation for three-point shooting. As the final class of the morning approached its end, the homeroom teacher, Zheng Mingjian, personally intercepted Ho Changfeng at the classroom door, summoning him to the teacher's office. What's the matter? Why that look? Tang Zui thought it peculiar that he felt as though he were being regarded as a fool. Wenting stared vacantly at the sword in his hand, unable to believe he had severed the head of the one-eyed demon wolf. The wooden sword, enveloped in spiritual energy, proved remarkably sharp, slicing through even the toughest hide. Upon witnessing the enemy's retreat, a wave of jubilation erupted within the water stronghold, and every gaze turned toward their guest, Che Chen, filled with reverence. Then I shall not be polite. I want to let your money go to waste. Su Qianshuan promptly replied, as she was indeed in dire need of funds. He sought to demonstrate that, even without acquiescing to their demands, he could thrive splendidly. Tang Feng took a taxi to the vicinity of Tingduan, disembarking to stroll toward the villa area. From a distance, he spotted a faint light emanating from the sales office, indicating the presence of a night watchman. While only the courtyard lights along the main road of the villa area illuminated the otherwise dim surroundings. Zhang Xian's heart raced at the thought of 20 billion. Even with his management of Jiuzhongtian, he had no inkling of how long it would take to amass such wealth, rendering him genuinely tempted. When Lin Xiaoxiao ordered a meal, the proprietress informed her that she had procured some pickled vegetables and was attempting to make pickled fish. Inquiring if she wished to sample it, the boy had only vaguely heard of the title War King and was unclear about its significance, but after listening, he assisted Zhao Feng in returning home. Even the elder spoke thus. Could it be that everything was indeed orchestrated by Ling Qingyuan? Su Deming, of course, would never dare to divulge the secret. He would cling to it even in death. To calm Jiang Ao's heart, Zhen Rou subsequently concealed her own uncertainties, articulating her thoughts from the past few days with resolute conviction. Across various realms, the flames of war raged incessantly, countless innocent civilians succumbing to the brutality of conflict, and numerous prominent families and factions sacrificing innumerable loved ones, with only the elite offspring managing to safeguard their homesteads. Beneath the red veil, her eyes fixated on the floor ahead, and upon spotting the black boots, she clenched her teeth, steeling herself as she drew her dagger and lunged forward. Yun Fei and Rong Fei began to prepare themselves, yet unfortunately, Xu Xian had not attended court for several days. Rumors abounded that Madame Bien was exceedingly virtuous. Regardless of the truth, it was evident that under her management, she would not overtly oppress Chao Jin. The Jiutian sword was remarkably sharp, and the blade wielded by the man was equally formidable. Each move was executed with precision, aimed squarely at his life, reminiscent of the techniques employed by professional assassins. Is everything all right? Xiao Xiao is too mischievous. Zhao glanced at Xianyuan Ling, splattered with water. Unexpectedly, the myriad laws, the essence of dragon and phoenix, had forged the Xiao Longke blade into an artifact's embryonic form. Merely observing the effects of this pill, one could ascertain its superiority over Cheng Feng's rage elixir. However, it was effective only for those below the 5th stage Dowang. Beyond that rank, it offered no enhancement. Of course, for celestial realm martial artists, reaching such heights alone was nearly impossible unless supported by a Dao realm expert. It seemed unlikely they would find another suitable faction, as the True Spirits, Nether Clan, Demon Clan, and others had all participated in the extermination of the Insect Clan. Could Sister be able to collaborate with them? In the next moment, energy surged wildly from Cheng Feng's body, causing him to appear as though he had expanded momentarily. It was Liang Quan. Ouyang Kuan suddenly understood. Recalling the venomous gaze he had observed yesterday, instantly recognizing him as a petty individual. The group halted, their leader furrowing his brow as he surveyed the ground below, only to find the corpses of heavenly evil sect disciples scattered about. The neck was crushed, and a massive head tumbled from the air. As a 4th stage star Xian realm demon beast met a gruesome end at Cheng Feng's hands, wide-eyed and incredulous even in death. Perhaps by tomorrow, the sect would cease its search for the demon royal family, at which point you and I could duel on the martial arts platform. Elder Lei declared, sweeping his sleeve. Departing with a light heart, survivors from the primordial era had entered Earth ahead of time, controlling humanity in its ancient past, reenacting the events of antiquity. All to ensure that future generations' long black hair cascaded down like a spider's web, adorned with oval silk balls resembling cocoons, undoubtedly containing Zhang Jie and her companions. In the distance, a few enemies lingered, while Jiang Baichuan rested in the dormitory. Su Yi had no choice but to activate the microphone to report the enemy's positions to him. Due to Jiang Fu's critically low health, he rushed to save her without even turning off the microphone. Though the previous battle was brief, the group was utterly exhausted from the oppressive environment of the cave and the mental assault of the monstrous creature. What credentials did Wang Zhihua possess? He had been a major general staff officer during the era of Zhang Laoshui. Had he continued his military career, he would have undoubtedly achieved the rank of lieutenant general by now. The Great Witch spoke in a remarkably calm tone, her voice still hoarse, yet devoid of any emotional turbulence. The black lotus rotated slowly, its petals subtly contracting and rising gently. Yet Duo Bao felt an ominous threat emanating from it, his brows twitching. I have long asserted that he bears no resemblance to a typical 17-year-old Asian player, someone remarked. His on-field judgment, timing for shots, and passing choices are astonishing. The assistant coach beside him nodded in agreement. This field was the culmination of Qin Jiangzi's lifelong studies, having consulted with the three pure ones countless times before finally completing it. I trust you this once, but you must agree to one condition first. Yang Mani suddenly leaned against Chen Luobin's shoulder. No one is permitted to enter or exit the city without the emperor's command. Those who disobey will face execution. Treat it as treason. After speaking, Rongqi lifted her gaze to meet General Anding's. Although Chen Luobin feigned impatience, he promptly got out of bed, swiftly dressing before heading outside. Damn it! Qiao Yi was at a loss for words. He had initially hoped to attain the rank of a final sword wielder, but now, that hope was utterly shattered. Nonetheless, both parties appeared to benefit, yet they had left loopholes in the contract. It failed to specify the duration or the models covered by the authorization, leaving uncertainty about whether Intel was feigning ignorance. What do you think of Li Gang's remarks? Some had indeed forgotten why the common folk supported them and the manner in which they were supported. I propose canceling this year's foreign aid program and redirecting food supplies to disaster-stricken areas, especially those severely affected. Just as he finished speaking, he began to cough. Hu Chong scrutinized the contract, dense with various clauses. Regrettably, such documents bore no legal weight even in court, though the name inscribed at the bottom left him momentarily stunned. Upon realizing he had finally dismissed the young masters, I felt a wave of relief. If I were to take them for level training, I would surely be driven to madness. No, it ends here. Chen Luobin shook his head, his gaze fixed on the 5-story corridor before him. Yu Tao suddenly panicked, rushing towards the steep cliff, but the wall was nearly vertical and impossibly smooth, devoid of any footholds. How could he possibly ascend? After a few strides, Yu Tao fell heavily, the pain overwhelming. Yunfeng's body was violently shaken, the immense force snapping him back to his senses. He cast a deep glance at Hu Gao's figure, which, though continually shrouded in shadows, pressed forward with unwavering determination. Lone and resolute, Leng Yan charged out atop Jin Mao, instantly invigorating all the soldiers stationed on the city walls. Perhaps Yao Qingliang wished to avoid Yao Shi's conversation. They might have been en route to the dock or contacting others. Suddenly, Yao Qingliang hung up the phone without a word, even turning it off. The brazen arrogance perplexed Mei'er. In Wu Chen's memories, Princess Meiyu also exhibited such capriciousness and favored Xia Jinxian, leaving her uncertain whether to trust Meiyu's words. At times, Shuang Er witnessed him shooting down birds flying over the courtyard, tearing them apart and consuming them raw or drinking their blood. Although it was not human blood, the sight of him drinking the blood of those animals was still terrifying. During the war, Zhu Bihe successfully sealed Yi Lanlan with blood, largely thanks to their ancestor, Gao Yongshan, who took advantage of his position to alter the embellishments on Yi Lanlan's gown. Can you break this seal? A youthful voice, heavy with fatigue, emerged from the giant egg, evidently directed at the Black Lotus. At that moment, Zhong Kuei seemed to be their treasure, inciting immense anxiety among them. It was relatively easy to locate, as dozens had already flown in the same direction, drawing the attention of those outside the city, convinced that treasure awaited, leading to an increasing throng of hundreds. The matriarch of the Wu family, a descendant of the royal court, was indeed a fact, albeit an understated one. In the instant Sasuke landed, Danzo's formidable wind release surged toward him, leaving him little time to react. Watching the soaring figure, Hu Bai shouted in alarm. Not only he, but everyone felt a chill of sweat, yet now was not the time for concern. The only solution was to swiftly eliminate the other foe. An investment of 15 million diamond points was not entirely unwise. At the very least, the benefits Ling Xiao received far outweighed the worth of the displayed diamond points. The old monk lowered his gaze and calmly remarked, I perceive that you are not of malevolent nature. I implore you to lay down your blade and attain Buddhahood. This is not a refusal to execute your command. Rather, a question weighs on my mind, Faisal replied, still furrowing his brow. Exiting the South Sea branch with a heavy heart, Wang Nanbei gazed skyward at the now darkening sky, the evening's colorful neon lights casting an unreal glow. Having just retreated, Shaga propelled himself forward with renewed vigor, appearing to have made no movement at all to outsiders, delivering a powerful punch directly to Xian's abdomen. Fragments of memory coalesced, akin to a dramatic narrative that left him astounded. Wang Nanbei remained silent, perhaps tacitly agreeing with this assertion. If one were to feel pity for their mortal enemy, how could they act decisively when the moment arose? Moreover, when one is on the brink of death, their words often bear a gentler tone. Should one heed them then? This location lay approximately 600 to 700 miles from the front line. During the barbarian army's offensive, their main forces were led away by Nicholas to Xingrua Fortress, resulting in a swift occupation overnight, leaving them with no opportunity to react. Naturally, this was primarily due to the swift maneuvers of the barbarian army's Songlong cavalry. Upon returning home, Fan Xiaocheng glanced into the living room while changing shoes at the entrance and spotted a man seated there, his features obscured from view. Although he currently had no intention of capturing a tailed beast, it did not preclude future possibilities, should the need arise. Possessing the spirit of the Uzumaki clan would be exceedingly advantageous. Jiang Shaoyang nearly stumbled, the excitement on his face dissipating in an instant, his mind tangled in confusion. Simultaneously, drawn by the commotion, many turned their attention upon hearing terms like second-rate empire, foolish dog, and commoners, curious to discern the unfolding events. In the year 1001 of the divine martial calendar, in March, Li Tian, at the Qingyang City Square, executed the court's Grand Master and Royal Totem Master, Bai Jingyu. Seeking death. Tsunade's eyes blazed with fury as she raised her leg, striking the ground with the force of a meteor. After the shadow of the sword vanished, the body of Mo Dao Huan revealed itself, still gripping the demon lord's axe, eyes filled with unyielding resentment. Much like the cultivators slain by the evil sect, who, moments before in paradise, found themselves plummeting into hell, only to be abruptly attacked by a rogue cultivator. Lin Bian did not glance back. Money held no significance for her, as she was already well compensated, and the research funding allocated by her organization and international bodies exceeded her annual needs. It imparted a sense of grandeur, as if standing before the divine, devoid of any inclination for resistance. It is often said that a wise official finds it difficult to resolve domestic disputes. The security personnel, upon witnessing the scene, exchanged bewildered glances, uncertain of how to proceed. To intervene in a moment of injustice, one must consider the identity and background of the parties involved, weighing their own capabilities. Yet, within that smile, there lingered a hint of coldness, as if addressing a soul on the brink of demise. "Was it you who orchestrated the negotiation with Li Ke?" Lui Chen inquired, casting a scrutinizing gaze upon him. Dong Cheng's pupils widened in shock, gradually calming as he exhaled deeply, seemingly realizing the recklessness of his prior actions. As the two divine beings prepared to depart for another candidate world, a melodic voice suddenly pierced the air. Despite its youthful timbre, it stirred an odd resonance within the hearts of the two. "Old class leader, deputy class leader, I have returned." Yi Feilin burst into the bass, saluting Chao Tian and the others with fervor, his eyes glistening with emotion. "I wish to say goodbye," Cheng Hai declared, yet even after consuming sustenance, his strength remained considerably diminished. It is evident that Li Ru bore no selfish motives in his correspondence. His keen observations and incisive analyses of human nature and the prevailing situation were astute, and he had foreseen Lu Zhu's future trajectory. Ultimately, as her index finger began to move, Gu Bai relented. "I shall acquiesce to your request," he proclaimed. Some cats bore bamboo arrows embedded in their bodies. Though they had not succumbed to death, they writhed in agony, their cries shattering the stillness of the night. Contemplating this, Tang Qing felt a sense of relief, gazing at Anna's bright, watery eyes, leaving him momentarily speechless.
He.
Wang Dongsheng and Xia Tian exchanged knowing glances, breaking into smiles. They were somewhat familiar with Lin Yifun's military prowess, having witnessed his evolution from swimming to climbing and then to ambush tactics, culminating in a recent obstacle course that showcased his formidable might. The two individuals traversed entirely divergent paths, yet should a conflict arise, it would prove challenging to discern a victor, each equally matched, like a chess match between worthy opponents. Suddenly, the visage of Lu Qi flashed across Tian Shan's mind, a fleeting yet vivid memory of his indomitable spirit. A blow from the left was deftly parried by the monk's palm. Yet the strike from the right struck solidly against his shoulder as he withdrew his hand too late. Li Mingxue often accompanied Wu Xiang in transcribing scriptures, and over time, she had become familiar with their contents, yet she had never penned them herself. The formidable aura of Yuheng Wang Zuolij's icy energy was indeed remarkable, however. The more he gleaned from the memories residing within Wenqi, the deeper he fell into misguidance. Employing a 5-star weapon was a suicidal endeavor, an act seldom attempted. Its installation in this machine was solely for the purpose of enhancing the 5-star empire's capabilities. The individual daring to claim the title of leader in the senior year possessed not only formidable strength, but also a penchant for cunning. This was one reason why the Dark Knights offered an exorbitant bounty of 500 million for the extermination of Xia Yuanbo, a task that no one dared to undertake. At present, various factions gazed at the unfolding scene with confusion. It was not an offensive initiated by the Aza Empire, yet the opposing side adopted a defensive stance, leaving all parties baffled by their intentions. Ling Zihuan dared not cast another glance at Wan Qixue, fearing the sight might disrupt the impending battle. 10,000 Void Army. A voice, akin to a vengeful spirit, erupted from Yi Xiangyu's throat. Just moments ago, he had exuded elegance, resembling a celestial being, yet now he appeared disheveled, his garments tattered. Abandoned, Juning redirected her focus to the two gentlemen before her, noting their eager expressions as they looked at her, longing to follow Yin Wan's lead. Her demeanor remained stoic, seemingly lost in thought, unsure of how to confront him. Ultimately, Xiao Jing fell silent, waiting patiently to board the aircraft. Glancing at the multitude of calls that had come through. Rising, Jiu Shou awakened simultaneously, and the two ventured toward the main hall, only to discover that Wu Mo and his attendant had already exited. Now that she had finally entered the Zhuxian Academy, her foremost desire was to delve into this matter. The cloaked figure displayed a degree of respect, for prior to his arrival, his master had spoken of this man with reverence. The narrative had reached its most oppressive juncture. After a day of filming, Juning returned home, her silence palpable. Young Masterly, it is nearly noon. Perhaps you should consider resting in a suitable place?
Zhu Dini.
Ever perceptive, suggested to Li Yun. Indeed, Gong Sunzan, initially appointed as a general, was presently leading his forces in resistance, and because of his efforts, Zhang Chun had yet to seize control of Right Beiping. Zichai nodded in agreement. All sages had sought the whereabouts of the Eastern Emperor Bel, yet none had gleaned a single clue. In contrast, the obstinate Tong Tian had miraculously located its resting place, albeit without claiming it. Its devouring divine light was the bane of all zombie creatures, a true nemesis capable of turning the tide of battle and engaging in combat beyond its level. My family, the Yuans, carries within its bloodline a sense of pride and a thirst for conquest. I assure you, grandfather is not merely speaking in jest. Gu Fei was momentarily dazzled by the array of jade artifacts, jade incense burners, jade vases, and so forth, followed by gold ingots, gold good fortune symbols, and gold abacuses. To find oneself in this place, yet remain silent, was disheartening. All around lay stretches of sand, surrounded by indifferent passers-by, with no connection between them and the strangers. Jin Shi, observing the dear demon's swordplay, executed it with precision and grace. Fearing for her sister, she leaped into the fray, brandishing her golden claws to aid her sibling. Young Master Long Jiao's father, Long Sanyi, the dragon mountain leopard, bore bloodshot eyes, his body radiating an aura of murderous intent. I am the captain. Such decisions typically rest upon my shoulders, and my choices are generally accepted by my team. Noticing Zhu Yalin's flushed countenance, Long Tian quietly established a barrier within the room before responding to Zhu Yalin's alluring tongue. As he spoke, the formidable specter abruptly emerged from the coffin, turning to face us, seemingly devoid of any intention to intimidate. He had cleared a path. This artifact was undoubtedly a treasure from before the Great Cataclysm. Obtaining even one was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Striking with full force felt akin to striking at cotton. In this regard, both Ling and I felt utterly helpless. The Red Moon Dynasty, a name from the distant past, stirred memories within many, and at that moment, a realization dawned upon them. The storm was upon them. This fact alone sufficed to affirm the Black Rose's unparalleled identity, for only artisans of exceptional skill, under imperial decree, could engage in the crafting of dragons and phoenixes. Otherwise, it would be a capital offense. Curse the Fox family. Ron inwardly lamented, having come to realize during his time in the capital that neither the current emperor nor Prince Chris was of commendable character. Upon learning of Wukong's desire to meet Chen Feng, Li Shun patted his chest, assuring Wukong that he would arrange the meeting that very night. Chen Feng's invitation for dinner would have been a source of displeasure for anyone else. Upon hearing Long Tian's words, the ghostly figure regarded him with trepidation. Turning to his companions, their eyes filled with uncertainty. Dinner was laid out within the room, and after Lu Ranjun finished her meal, she sat upon a stool, embroidering a screen as a profusion of peach blossoms began to bloom. Within the castle of the metallic life forms, Zhou Tianxi had entered an enigmatic state, where countless principles of destruction manifested within his primordial spirit, both from the realm of the winged beasts and this world. Had Xu Qiao adopted a gentler tone, perhaps Guiyang might have willingly shifted his position, for he held little regard for superficial formalities. However, Xu Qiao's commanding demeanor was discomforting to all who heard it. "You dare insult me? You are courting death." After a long while, the enchanting figure finally reacted. Although much of what Yun Shao said remained unclear, the term demon pierced his heart like a sword. Despite the grievous wound inflicted, the presence of divine and demonic powers within Long Xinglin ensured his survival. After all, death was not imminent. "Are you suggesting that Wu Qintong's soul was present at that moment?" Wu Yun's grip on the steering wheel nearly faltered. The most difficult truth for Yelwansi to accept was that Chai Zongxuan had quoted words once spoken by Chai Rong. A strand of dark nebula was merely one attribute of the dark matter of the Dark Emperor Abrodi. Not only did it nearly bring about the world's destruction, but it also trapped Stern, a being of both human and divine strength, for over a millennium. This was made possible by the assistance of the Gate of All Phenomena. Without it, even 10 Sterns would have long perished. Xu Qiao spoke while appraising the other person, who reciprocated the scrutiny, creating a moment filled with subtle tension. What delighted him further was witnessing the slowly healing land beneath the accompanying veins, reverting to its original state. This place was truly remarkable, although nothing seemed amiss at present. He believed unimaginable transformations would soon unfold. The idea of planting was met with unanimous approval, and another group from the Zhuang family village had decided to enlist. In the end, Hu Yenzon's count revealed nearly 500 recruits, leaving him astounded. He praised Zhuang Fang's cleverness for conceiving such a brilliant idea. Though the boy's gaze was primarily fixed upon Heficheng, the sight of the cultivators marked on his brow chilled him. Lei Jun, as the captain and her superior, was beyond reproach, while the doctor remained unapproachable, silent as a scorpion, leaving Neza unfortunate. In the stillness of the midnight hour, after enjoying a rare moment of tranquility, the previously silent night suddenly took flight, shrieking as it soared. Tai Bugai and Qi Hua led their men, unexpectedly appearing at the border city. "Indeed, once filming concludes, this miraculous star will be yours. It will undoubtedly prove beneficial to you," Li Fangqing lamented. Having multiple identities in Japan, he naturally hoped all would proceed as smoothly as before. However, within the Wenyang sect, not all factions operated under the White Tiger Hall model. For instance, Yichong's Qinglong Hall pursued a mercantile path. Yichong had yet to grasp the specifics, but he planned to investigate how Qinglong Hall conducted its business as part of his efforts to consolidate the power of the Wenyang sect. "And what about you?" Bai Yutong felt warmth in his heart. He was not one to enjoy being indebted to others. His coldness was reserved for foes, not friends.
No, no.
"I am not deterring you. Rather, why not inquire of your friends?" Noheim said. In the distance, Tiger Yi and Leopard Air gazed at Yi Tian as if he were a monster, their bodies icy. The United States would certainly not relent, and thus, while arms dealers from various nations were envious and even exerted pressure on Huaxia through the president, their efforts were in vain. Finding treasure on the ground, asking heaven and earth yields nothing. According to the thieves' mindset, whether it be goods or people, as long as they brought it back, it belonged to them. "So, you are encroaching upon my space to save me, is that it?" Lin Ai expressed disbelief. She recalled being flung by the force of an explosion. However, that should not have been fatal. Her heart trembled with fear, her unicorn ceased its rotation, and her eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Unable to fathom that such a terrifying punch could come from the Starlight-level native, Han Dong. The others, initially perplexed about how to handle the egg, nodded in agreement upon hearing Jenny's words. After listening to Gua Fuwei's introduction, he observed the approaching Chu lying with interest. Indeed, she was beautiful, clad in tight military attire that accentuated her perfect figure. Upon returning, Su Ran found Dr. Buluin examining Ji Ruohan's condition. Hesitating for a moment, she retreated to a corner and retrieved her cell phone from her bag. After hearing the words of the Green Serpent King, Chenxi displayed no overt surprise, as the Chaos God had previously instructed him to assist elsewhere. Even if he ventured to another place, it mattered little. After all, he hailed from Earth. And living conditions were ultimately the same, were they not? Lu Liang recognized he could no longer remain on the defensive. The adversary clearly intended to eliminate him, compelling him to take the initiative. Recalling the Emperor's summons of Xi Pin, Aunt Sun discreetly glanced at Xi Pin, who sat quietly with her head bowed, lost in thought, rendering her unreadable. Others followed Chu Liang's bow, expressing their gratitude to Chenxi. However, the household responsibility system was different. The grain in the fields, aside from the tribute, belonged entirely to the family, significantly motivating everyone. Such a place as Agi was not just any locale. During the reign of the previous emperor, any entanglement with the harem was strictly forbidden. Who would still pray for his blessings? This was his preparation. Having mastered the divine arts he had taught, ascended to the highest level, what was there to fear? His hand drifted from his face to the still-developing bosom, where only modest protrusions resided. Yet they equally captivated Feng Yifeng's wandering hands. Wan recognized that this could not continue. Yet she lacked the strength to resist, and could only passively accept the affections of the boy she loved. Thank you, 7th senior brother. You are truly the best. Unlike 6th senior brother, Yu Qingren shot a glance at Shenlan Luo. Zhu Biao shared the desire to try, but as the crown prince, his status forbade such actions. Otherwise, should Zhu Yuanzhang or Empress Ma learn of it, he would never lead troops into battle again. Li Yundong's pupils, engulfed in pure black, suddenly constricted, and his numbed heart twitched. You should worry about yourself. Wang Liming, now resembling a lifeless corpse, had lost his former vigor, suffering as the specters incessantly eroded his body. In the past, Zhou Yuan had little fondness for children, yet she now brimmed with anticipation and affection for the one growing within her, eager to learn how to protect them. In the next instant, Wang Liming appeared to have made a resolute decision, his expression eerily calm, yet laced with a strange intensity. Qianjun, the demon suppression body, phased out, revealing a giant over 10 meters tall, wielding a coiling dragon staff that surged towards the heavens. Li Yundong indeed harbored such thoughts. Having just attained the pinnacle of the Foundation establishment stage, he yearned to assess his strength, easily dispatching a multitude of Foundation establishment cultivators, save for one false stand-stage opponent with whom he engaged in combat for a time. This revelation sent a chill through both their hearts. It was likely that the malevolent spirits in the southern city ruins were not singular, as the frequency was too high. Moreover, this mission ranked 60th on the list. How could it possibly involve only one early or mid-stage Foundation establishment specter? It turned out that the transformation stemmed from a man's inability to control certain desires, drawn to the fragrance of wildflowers outside while the household's flag remained steadfast. Moments later, the grand hall could no longer withstand the encroaching shockwave, and the millennia-old structure began to collapse rapidly. The boy's fist did not pass through Uchiha Bito's body. Rather, it landed solidly, sending Uchiha Bito flying. The shopkeeper was understandably flustered, as this marked the first time in years that a fire had erupted on the mountain. Meanwhile, Conan on stage was becoming increasingly engrossed, entirely oblivious to the overwhelming impact of his singing voice, lost in his own reverie. Without such a figure to support him, the 3-year-old self could not immediately improve the family's fortunes. Any change in status would require at least a decade, but what would the family become 10 years hence? No one could say for certain. Zhao Guang's expression was unusually grave, his solemn gaze sweeping over the faces of each rider. Ma Cheng's face was flushed crimson as he struggled to contain himself, while Guan Yi could no longer hold back, tears streaming down his face. His home was gone. His family had been slaughtered by Peng Hui, and now he was utterly alone. The ferocious beasts varied in strength. The giant bear, for instance, had already reached the late stage of the celestial realm. Moreover, Jiro and Xiaoni, both popular candidates, found the outcome rather disheartening. Zhu Yan felt a pang of guilt as he bent down to hand the elder's token to Min Jian for delivery to Xiezhonghong. Dressed in black leather, Reina transformed into a radiant beam of golden sunlight, a tremendous wave of solar energy cascading towards the boys' dormitory, threatening to collapse the entire building. Had it not been for the armor mitigating some of the force, half the people present would have lost their combat capabilities instantly. I have no ties to the ancient clan. Out of gratitude for your assistance, I shall not toy with you any longer. Come with me. After all, you are an alchemist and may be of help at times. What is there to fear? Since the Nalan family seeks destruction, let me personally eradicate them. Notify the Butcher sect. We are about to seize new territory. Once we annihilate the Nalan family, our Butcher sect will reside within the imperial city. I am eager to see what they intend to do. Though Emperor Shirtian was unaware of Long Ying's origins, or whether she had a master, her ability to manipulate flames marked her as the foremost figure in the Central Plains martial world. Her flames could instantly reduce divine weapons to nothingness, far surpassing the terrifying power of the Fire Qilin. Amidst the overwhelming reports, Song Xing's heart finally found solace. Although it was the Wangfu Group that sponsored the event, the promotional focus lay on Zijin International. Coincidentally, he would soon be traveling to various other planets, having received an invitation from the Illusory World Company to serve as the chief judge of the Mecha Combat Masters. The wings of the vermilion bird struck Xu Qiao, leaving dark scorch marks from the Qilin's lightning power. The tail of the black tortoise pierced through the clouds, embedding itself into Xu Qiao's abdomen. Yet he seemed entirely oblivious, like a corpse at the mercy of the multicolored Xu Qiao. Following a series of loud crashes, the portly figure collided with 5 stout pine trees. Very well. Let me accompany you. The Nalan family's strength has diminished significantly. I've received word that their strongest member, Nalan Jia, is only around the 4 or 5-star Battle King level. Their family is the weakest.
Yafei declared.
As the two gradually fell silent in the approaching dawn, the only peculiar aspect was that no one would be gathering in the chilling night before sunrise, particularly not in a location where the sunrise was obscured. Suddenly, a pink fist came hurtling towards them, but thanks to Lucy's astonishing reflexes, he raised his arms to shield himself. Despite being a prince, Xiao Yuqi feared that upon returning, he would face severe punishment from Emperor Dongguan for such a blunder. Even if he remained a prince, it seemed unlikely he could accomplish much in the short term. Xu Yan observed her uncontrollable demeanor and tightened her grip on her hand. It was only then that Qiuning realized her own lapse in composure. Her resplendent robe bore several tears, and her face was smeared with dirt. Yet at that moment he thought of nothing else. Is there a problem? Not even calling me brother? Murong Yan's gaze carried a distinct hint of mockery, his tone dripping with disdain. Reflecting on the recent events, Long Ning's pregnancy was alarmingly brief, and the timing of the discovery raised questions. If there were complications with her pregnancy, could it be possible? Moreover, Long Ning had clearly rejected her proximity, as if fearing for her safety. Did this not indicate that Long Ning had something to hide? Luo Qingluan quickly signaled her to refrain from mentioning sensitive matters. Zhenju then realized her oversight, awkwardly covering her mouth and retreating, appearing quite indignant. Qiuning entered and noticed Xu Yan, cocooned beneath a thick blanket. Is it really that cold at your home? She remarked with a hint of exasperation. Lying beside him, she caressed his face, watching as he stirred awake, smiling gently before closing her eyes. This instilled a sense of fear within us. Could there possibly be something even larger lurking below? Internally, we prayed that nothing more formidable awaited us, for we might truly crumble under the strain. Who could withstand the torment of a bat that might be far stronger than the last?
Shubushuan Nari.
Promptly ascending the elevator and pressing the button for the executive lift, stepping inside as the doors opened. It was common knowledge that the situation was fabricated, yet thieves had long been seizing the opportunity to replace the county magistrate, remaining undetected for years. Yuan Qiao was unafraid of Yama. The Yen family had long since severed ties with the Prince Ping faction, lest they be branded as heartless. Qin Jinyu sat quietly in the room, her hair cascading around her as she opened the window just a crack to let a blinding white light spill in. She stared intently at the sliver of light, her expression shifting unpredictably. Ever since Qin Jinyu had transformed into a phoenix, she often uttered words he could not comprehend. He raised an eyebrow, studying her for several moments before decisively scooping her into the washroom and placing her on the toilet. Gu Shi, feeling helpless, neither opposed nor agreed, only wishing for those troublesome individuals to leave him in peace. However, raising them was acceptable, provided they did not betray him or become ungrateful. Yi Chu felt this was a reasonable expectation. Yuan Qiao, having run halfway, ducked behind a tree. Despite the drought, the tree had not yet perished, still bearing some vitality, likely providing a glimmer of hope to the disaster-stricken populace. She felt fortunate for her earlier decision to collaborate with Jiang Yi, deeming it the wisest choice she had ever made. Qinglong is absolutely correct. These flames do not attack humans proactively. On the contrary, they seem to hold a certain fear of Jiang Yi. As he approached them, they instinctively recoiled. Unexpectedly, as they drank, the beverage transformed into white liquor. Hu Cheng furrowed his brow, pondering that this amount of alcohol should not pose a problem for him, and thus continued to drink with Gu Man, exchanging toasts. However, to their astonishment, just as the giant puppet's hand reached out, the long-haired sword abruptly morphed into numerous black ropes, ensnaring the puppet's outstretched hand and binding its body tightly. This posed an extreme dilemma. Even if defeat was inevitable, it did not imply one could not defend themselves. Rolling my eyes, I shifted into a demonic form, my surroundings becoming clear as I spotted Yongyi not far ahead. To avoid detection, I slightly tilted my body, feigning an inability to locate him. Upon encountering Qinglong, the Nine Heavens Phoenix was taken aback. Qinglong helplessly reiterated his explanation, and the Nine Heavens Phoenix, more receptive than Zhuke, accepted it after a single mention. Furrowing his brows slightly, Sun Hongjiang hesitated to answer Su Tian's inquiry, lifting the pillow and tremblingly opening the envelope, from which a photograph fell. However, there was ample time ahead. He could afford to explore the effects of the Yenzhou Ding gradually. Earlier, I had heard Lu Bianqing describe the shedding process in grandiose terms. Yet now I found this truly a sorrowful threshold. Olin, why have those vultures transformed in such a manner? De Longda inquired of Olin. Your self-healing ability is astonishing. It's on par with the original fluid. Amos marveled as he observed Yang Xiao, who appeared utterly unperturbed despite having sustained severe injuries moments ago, now restored in an instant. The competition continued, with Luke Walton controlling the ball, Kobe maneuvering to create space, He Yiming moving to receive the pass, while Aldridge stepped up to defend. And Odin held the line inside. He Yiming initiated a drive, followed by a between-the-legs dribble, with Aldridge closely shadowing him. Bai Jiying's manager promptly took the album from Tion's hands with great politeness, retrieving several albums from his bag in return, offering them to Jin Zhonghua, Li Xiaoli, and Tion. Such is the significance of birth order. There are numerous in here. The means of their differentiation remains a mystery, as snow falls silently. Yan's ringtone is surprisingly the theme song from the legend of the Condor heroes Iron-Blooded Danshin, which I couldn't resist playing with. As you might have guessed, this is a Shenzhen counterfeit phone exported to Indonesia. In no time, Zhaoqi had cleaned them up entirely. However, it is regrettable that after searching every corner, he found no seasoning, not even a grain of salt, which left one feeling utterly helpless. This is not my first experience with such a situation.
I have somewhat adapted to it.
The sound came to a halt near us before fading entirely. Upon hearing this, Wu Qi was utterly taken aback. For Hanbin's tone and gaze were not those of a disciple addressing a master, but rather resembled a casual exchange between senior and junior. Wu Qi stared at Hanbin for a moment. Suddenly his expression darkened, and he inhaled sharply, stepping back 3 paces. When Lin Muyu awoke, the night had already descended, and the sparse twinkle of stars adorned the sky. It seemed tomorrow would bring bright sunshine. Gazing out the window, Lin Muyu stretched, realizing he had inadvertently slept into the night, feeling a pang of hunger. The 12 shadow angels below him changed their expressions upon seeing his face, abandoning their previous levity. Lowering their heads in a gesture of respect mingled with fear, exchanging glances and murmuring in hushed tones. Luo Yu, he was terribly frightened, as Chun Xianyu reminded her of many terrifying things. Mr. Xiao, feel free to speak. Perhaps I can genuinely assist you. Inui Wei understood that this was Xiao Yuanshan seeking favors again. Damn you, stand still. You filthy wench. I want to see how far you can run. An impatient voice came from behind. If one were to assert that he, a dignified leader of the eight-tailed fox clan, had ever feared anyone throughout the centuries, it would undoubtedly be the moon goddess. Very well. Luo Wanin clapped her hands decisively, beckoning the brat closer. Upon hearing this, Black Panther couldn't help but smile bitterly. Survival and death were trivial concerns. What truly constituted a significant matter? Elder, I can nurture and educate these children, but I have one condition. When they grow up, they must decide for themselves whether to return to their homeland or remain in my territory. Chang Lin spoke cunningly, awaiting the authoritative elder's response. After reheating the meals in October and July, Dayu finally relented, choosing a spot by the lotus pond in the West Garden with Ji Yun, instructing for the meal to be set there. Remember what you just said, all right? Although Mo still harbored uncertainties, he was willing to trust Han Jingxian, believing she would choose for herself. After speaking, Han Jingxian left the company alone, her lips curling into a triumphant smile, imitating An Xiang's previous vexation as she walked away arrogantly. And Hao Yan was naturally aware of her thoughts but followed suit, for once he decided to leave the hospital, no one could hinder him. Third aunt, do share. We are family. What is there to be concerned about? Luo Lingjin was infuriated by Luo Qingrong's nonchalance, secretly cursing the girl's audacity while maintaining a friendly demeanor in casual conversation with Jiang. During the season, all the tea houses were out of stock. If Xiao Yajie went out, it would be exceedingly difficult to procure goods. Wang Haitao furrowed his brow, recalling Liang, who had wreaked havoc in the tea house, and couldn't help but grip his phone tightly. In response to the old lady's words, my daughter sleeps soundly and will rise at dawn, kneeling down respectfully. Zhao Yang smiled at Shengguan Feng's words, yet her smile remained somewhat strained. However, it bore no consequence to her, as she was merely playing along. Just as the letter to Zhou Pan was dispatched, Su Yunjun calculated that Su Bangyan and Zhou Pan might not receive it for several days, only to be surprised that Su Bangyan had returned to the capital with Zhou Pan, accompanying the Prince of Linzi. Jay spoke in a subdued tone, as if he could not possibly assist Xia Yida in any way, his words revealing a deep respect for Fantasia. Yet, Xia Yida understood that this assistant teacher had invested considerable effort in her. Back when they were both spirit kings, Yang Tian had absolute confidence in suppressing him.
Now,
Due to their differing ranks, while not certain of defeat, he could not claim absolute control. Clearly, the Blue Star was also vast. Although Xianyuan Longer and the others were on the same planet, they had not known each other previously, which was entirely normal. In an instant, the golden energy dared not act recklessly, instead submissively absorbed and transformed into Yang Tian's primordial energy, gradually enhancing itself. Barrett discreetly retrieved the battle axe from his spatial ring, accurately catching the skeletal ring, tightly enveloping it, and then storing it within the spatial ring. His greatest secret was thus laid bare before others, seemingly known from the very beginning. Shi Yijian observed Shi Xiao and Yan Yujun, leaving the banquet simultaneously, pondering their earlier behavior with suspicion, whispering a few words to the guard beside him, who then exited. Other imperial players, due to the considerable distance, could not arrive, otherwise, the minor Xiangwu city would likely be overwhelmed by crowds in an instant. Outside, silence reigned. Shen Gui's heart burned fiercely. He pressed his thin lips together, finally covering his eyes with one hand and opening the door with the other. Tao Jin quickly approached to carry me, while Zhang Xinyao, hiding nearby, rushed to my side, repeatedly apologizing. After all, she was the direct descendant of the Southern Sect's Nine Feathers priestess. This girl had an immeasurable future ahead of her. A man with a face like a chiseled blade emerged from the room behind the smiling tiger, and an invisible aura instantly enveloped the entire room. Even I felt his formidable presence. Though our combat power indices were identical, my instincts screamed danger. Such bus environments are typically poor, filled with various odors, smoke, diesel, mingled with mildew. Ever since leaving for university, I had not boarded such a bus for many years, and now, sitting in one felt oddly unfamiliar. I charged towards Long Tian, employing my three-headed six-arm technique, wielding the dragon-slaying sword in one hand and the god-slaying sword in the other, delivering invincible punches while unleashing the ice-sealing fist. In the final moments, Wang Zhaoyuan had already realized I intended to exchange damage with him. He hesitated momentarily, slightly twisting his waist, but I did not grant him the chance. This was my sole opportunity, and I would rather sacrifice an arm than let it slip away. I began to worry about Lu Tianyu's safety and quickly borrowed Fong Lin's phone to call him. For a soldier, discipline is paramount. There is no good or bad, only obedience, with rewards for merit and punishment for transgressions. Above the outer hall, a rectangular platform held a gilded dragon-carved throne, while a golden phoenix seat sat to the right. Lin Tian immediately sealed the purple gold gourd, never expecting that calling out would suffice to deal with such a monster. Subsequently, like a torrential rain of pear blossoms, it cascaded from the void, fiercely meeting the adversary. A plethora of treasures hidden across all realms in this tier might not even amount to a few. Everyone noticed that Yi Xingqian bore another white ghost sword on his back. Aside from the longer and wider blade, the sword handle and patterns were identical in color. Hishong searched around while speaking, hoping to find the mechanism to the main tomb chamber. Didn't you return to Wujun? Chong Tian slightly turned his body, glancing at the other party, casually diverting the topic. The last time I was interrogated, it was under the jurisdiction of one king and 4 judges, with Judge Cui presiding. Assisted by the 3 divisions of rewards and punishments, the king of Chu merely attended as an observer. Han Shao and Yi Lin's expressions darkened suddenly. They felt a chilling killing intent pierce through the air, locking onto them from afar. Listening to Li Yunfeng's assessment, the team members were stunned. How could such a broken knife receive such high praise? Amidst Lin Mui's proud demeanor, Lu Rui also opened his eyes, surprised by the battle blade in Li Yunfeng's hand. Subsequently, Lin Tian returned to the imperial kitchen, detailing the complexities of the situation to Yonghe. As for other industries, they were to be transferred to local authorities, meticulously registered and awaited sale, as Jia Qing remarked with indifference. Song Jia and his companions were taken aback by the unexpected encounter with Yi Qiao, momentarily stunned until Yi Qiao exited with Chen Dong and others. Ma Zhe retrieved the weapons discarded by the 2 extraterrestrial entities and unleashed a barrage within the cabin. Afterward, Tang Yu, without lingering, subtly signaled Shizhen, and with a grand gesture, enveloped Tang Yu and the others in spatial power, vanishing from sight. Yet, as fate would have it, unforeseen calamities loom, and the arrival of danger is often beyond human foresight. Only those who have attained the realms of Void Dan and Golden Dan possess a slight inkling of impending peril. The holy son of Tai, consumed by rage, could only strike with diminished strength. Indeed, when the second pot of medicinal soup was served, Zhang Tai, who had initially prepared it merely to appease Jia Qing, was taken aback by a remarkable turn of events. Qin Fengming personally drove Ma Zhe to the hotel, while Zhao Haiyan and Qin Yun saw him off, insisting he return for dinner each evening, to which Ma Zhe could only vaguely promise. Have you been provoked? He chuckled darkly. I intend for you to witness Yi Qiao's demise before your very eyes, powerless to intervene. Ji Qinya spoke with a cruel edge. The Gem Mountain, facing West Lake, conceals much of its mass beneath the water surface. If Chen Teng's speculation holds true, the tomb of the Honorable Go Hong should lie submerged beneath the lake. The other 5 alien sanctified beings now awaited with gleaming eyes, poised for the moment the silence technique would dissipate. Su Weijue and Dai Hongtu entered the Xinyu Club, which had already made adequate preparations. Meanwhile, Popovich was contemplating substitutions, as Green's defense against Thompson had been inadequate. Thompson had already made 3 three-pointers this quarter, and if it continued, the Spurs would be facing a double-digit deficit. However, Parker paid little mind. After years in the league, such provocations were hardly worthy of concern. In the Admiral's office, Chang Fei was engrossed in a romantic interlude with Yamato when an unsettling chill crept down his spine, an ominous premonition taking hold. He picked up the phone, conversing with a tone of perplexity and surprise, exchanging views on the anomalies in the deep sea, suggesting the possibility of an upheaval, casually mentioning a deep-sea incursion, which left the other end in silence. I hope your strength matches your eloquence. Akaji's piercing gaze glinted coldly as he resolved to deliver a performance that would thoroughly impress the irate figure before him. With a thunderous shout, he flexed his muscles, attempting to reunite his form, only to find the severed wound enveloped in a suffocating aura of annihilation. Qin Tian had previously warned that his instincts were eerily accurate. Whenever anxiety struck, misfortune would follow. Could this time be no different? Then I shall remain your caged canary, deprived of freedom, will I not? Xianwan gazed up at Lu Jiang. Hearing this, Ninggang and Ninggang exchanged glances. This was not a difficult task, provided they kept Zhou Tu's identity under wraps. The cultivation of internal energy demanded immense dedication, requiring relentless practice to amass sufficient mastery. Aside from the locust tree leaves in the courtyard, the daily gentle breeze brought with it other troublesome debris. I trust you. It was my mistake to doubt you. You have treated me so well. I should not have cast suspicion upon you. The Prince of Li spoke with remorse. Li Yuanji found himself powerless against her, fearing that if she withdrew her support, his plans would collapse. After enduring the burning through the night, it was only when Feng Yuzhen sought out Dr. Liu, administering anti-inflammatory and fever-reducing injections, that Sanbao finally stabilized. Due to the exceedingly high IA of the original residents of Jianghu, they were nearly indistinguishable from living beings, now certified as such. What might transpire if all energy were to be absorbed? Chen Tian inquired. Indeed, hysteria is curable, yet Jiang Yang initially failed to recognize his mother's mental affliction. By the time he realized the gravity of the situation, the optimal treatment window had long passed. The crux of the issue lay in his mother's inability to adjust her mindset, resulting in a prolonged struggle without recovery. The sudden embrace caught Jian Yijuan off guard. Her instinctive words escaping her lips, a futile attempt to alleviate her embarrassment. She soon redirected her gaze to the stone door, contemplating how to unlock it, while her heart raced uncontrollably, verging on panic. The cave contained a bed fashioned from stones and straw, the ceiling adorned with bamboo baskets, and a row of game hung by their pelts. I shall not threaten you. I shall never dare again, he murmured, his voice low, wishing she might only hear his words and overlook his presence, allowing him to linger here a moment longer, perhaps to be scolded or hit by her in the next breath. Moreover, he had just asserted that this hidden figure possessed capabilities surpassing his own. While Wen Youheng was indeed formidable, it was an exaggeration to claim he surpassed him. Their origins and resources were simply not on the same level. As Gu Shi turned his back to me, I could not discern whether he had acted against Old Sun, whose smile seemed frozen in a moment of shock as Gu Shi stepped forward. It was entirely normal for Zhang Jun to attend a parent-teacher conference for Zhang Xiao. Why had Zhang Xiao fallen to the state of having no one to attend such a meeting for him? Wei Zhou, situated in the plains, was still blanketed in winter snow. Without predicting the opponent's path and laying ambush along it, it would be challenging to encircle them. Thus, despite Jin Yun's nimble team, they had yet to find a suitable opportunity to intercept. After all, he had already slain 2 black hole entities, establishing a deep-seated enmity with the black hole group. Gao Ziyu had an exceptional penchant for cleanliness. His refreshing masculine aura evoked a comforting sensation in Swan. Not being a disciple, he could not invite Shimin Linjia to provide guidance, leaving Mingxi with little to accomplish in the afternoon's practice. Whatever, I'll just eat it, he thought. Since there's no food or water here, dying from poison is better than starving. Yin Junfeng contemplated as he swallowed the ling fruit. Wait, the descendants of the Yun family? Does that include me? He pondered, fearing that upon his return, he might be dispatched to the frontier as well. Yin Junfeng refrained from retorting or responding. After a prolonged silence, he finally said, "In truth, I am quite lost myself. Perhaps life should unfold as you have described." He glanced at Liu, raised his cup, and took a drink. He merely lounged on the sofa, attentively listening to their conversation, and even in this casual repose, he exuded an allure that was impossible to ignore. The group engaged in a harmonious exchange, while Wang De maintained an ambiguous smile, eventually nodding. "Then why are you not hurrying along? With that, he even smiled, deliberately making way for the others to pass. Meanwhile, Swan pondered that not demanding payment was indeed wise. As it was too risky, perhaps it would be prudent to offer some form of reward instead.
Ha!
You will see deities. I have seen Buddhas, scoffed a burly man walking alongside him. Although the wooden arrows were not particularly lethal, they blinded the wild boar, rendering it akin to a headless fly darting chaotically about. I can have someone transport it from my hometown. Drones are somewhat troublesome, but they are available in Abit. Aren't you strategic partners? Forget it. You have a factory to produce it yourself. The specter smiled faintly. At this point, Xu Qiao was genuinely becoming impatient. At his core, he was a law-abiding merchant, unaccustomed to engaging in overly audacious endeavors. Selling warships and cannons across the 36 trades, even with the backing of the governors of Guangdong and the Navy, still left him feeling apprehensive, as if it were not a favorable undertaking. After meticulously preparing herself, when Shui adjusted her somewhat agitated demeanor and dialed Xiao Huang's number, one might question whether manufacturing rifled cannons from cast iron in the early 17th century Ming dynasty was a fanciful notion, to which the answer would be that it was not ahead of its time at all. In a city parking lot, the leader of Syndicate Number 3 parked his car, alighting with 6 subordinates, intending to seek a SBA for relaxation. This man was born to be in a position of power. A mere glance from him could instill fear in others. Having fished more than usual these days under the scorching sun, he would soon be pale when the weather turned cold. Hong Tao instinctively resisted such overly intimate gestures, but he could not express it. He could only change the subject, seeking out comments he knew would be unwelcome. When Su Linlin caught sight of Captain Zhou's gaze slicing toward her like a blade, she realized her predicament. By the way, this northeastern restaurant was actually opened by Wei Daikong, a capable subordinate of Han Tianxiong. True to his name, he was large in stature and quite righteous, though somewhat lacking in cleverness. A reward of 50,000 gold coins could indeed drive a mercenary group into a frenzy. Even for a large mercenary group like the Magic Tyrant Dragon, 50,000 gold coins would equate to 2 to 3 years' worth of income. Lianhua pondered this. Mo Huiying possessed a formidable aura. As she approached, I found my breath becoming somewhat labored, particularly due to her striking leather attire, which exuded an air of dominance. Yu Qian and Jiang Yuxuan exchanged playful banter, with Jiang occasionally stuffing some food into his mouth, momentarily disregarding the lowly who was eating. The celestial gourmet scroll had temporarily lost its efficacy. To gain strength, alternative methods must be sought. A term suddenly floated in Yan Zhen's mind: network of immortal cultivators. One must savor delicious food slowly, lest one choke. It is the mother's fault for not providing a better life. Zhao's voice was filled with affection. For Kelly, conventional persuasion would prove futile. Wang Chen was reluctant to resort to force, as doing so might further provoke her. Unless he revealed all his cards, he knew he could not stop Kelly, hence he preferred to avoid conflict, sometimes realizing that words could suffice instead. Fan Qingyin was momentarily stunned, her face flushing crimson. This lecher was infuriating with his remarks. After furiously striking the stone, Tu coughing gradually calmed down, her thoughts becoming much clearer. Ouyang Wudi, while engaged with the two adversaries, kept a watchful eye on Yan Zhen's battle, eagerly anticipating her victory over Yang Yanqing, after which he could swiftly step in to fill the gap. However, Yi Haochuan understood that with Xiao Misai's shrewdness and vigilance, having suffered losses twice at his hands, she would certainly not allow a third oversight. So, it is, Snake Qian Sui stated bluntly, you are indeed not a poison master. Thus, one regret before my death has vanished, leaving only the final regret of not killing you. Liu speculated that the Black Pearl could absorb his innate true energy due to its internal water element true energy. Utilizing the water element to illuminate the Black Pearl was indeed the correct approach. Unbeknownst to him, Liu was pioneering a novel instinctual cultivation system, which could also be viewed as a distinctive method of body refinement, destined to excel in combat with unparalleled fighting instincts and endurance. She had been by Chao Mo's side all day, and for the first time, she learned of the existence of this estate, surmising that this matter was orchestrated by Xiao Jun on Chao Mo's behalf. The carriage of the Duke's residence galloped recklessly down the street, causing pedestrians to retreat to the sides, making way for it. Hearing Lin Monrong's incessant requests to leave, Ji Zitian's mood soured further, his inner flames seemingly on the verge of eruption. Recently, a few newspapers, undeterred by danger, reported this incident on online platforms. That very night, those newspapers were acquired. I actually possess the 5 elements spiritual root. Mo Shueyong was quite sincere, finding no need to conceal this from his mentor. He bellowed, "Illuminate," as he landed before the first palace, then swung his fist forward with great force. Observing Guangu's pleading expression as if begging him to leave, Mei Jia pouted, feeling aggrieved, and exited the room. In such a state, one would either collapse or experience a significant spiritual elevation. Although Chun Rui felt a mix of concern and curiosity, he ultimately refrained from inquiring, politely nodding before taking his leave. To boldly speculate based solely on a sliver of demonic energy from the sacred Dragon Longevity Hall was rather frivolous. The old matriarch had long been aware of Xinyu's return. Although bedridden, she still had Granny Sun assist her in rising. As Xia Mingzhu's 16th birthday approached, Xia Shaosong and others carefully timed their return to Mingzhu Island. Mobile phones were left outside. Otherwise, calls could not come through. Xu Ying was still a student, having yet to put on her watch, while both were monitoring the timing device specifically purchased by Ming Kong. Though no one voiced it, they all felt immense gratitude for San Cheng's care throughout the journey, yet each expressed it in what they deemed appropriate ways, without considering whether he needed it. Bai Yu, take Lian Xing and hide further away. Tian Chu urged Bai Yu to keep Lian Xing out of the Black Caterpillar's attack range. Letting out a heavy sigh as he drew his sword to assist Duo Ling. All right, this must be arranged by my uncle. Otherwise, how could a newcomer receive such treatment? Thus, that afternoon, the attending physician cooperatively reassured Ming Tsong that as long as the patient rested well at home, there would be no major issues. He stood frozen, unresponsive, until the shadow guard nudged him forward. Momentarily disoriented, he stumbled but managed to steady himself. The remaining archery camp was led by 2 false officers. With units divided into archers and sword-shield soldiers, the leadership was suitable, and since the archery camp did not need to charge ahead, Jiang Qi and Guo Cheng were sufficient to command. After this experience, Yu Tong harbored doubts. He should have departed this place of turmoil immediately. Yet, thoughts of Ren Qingqing compelled him to linger, his heart troubled and reluctant to leave. Pondering, he casually lifted the cup of tea and took a sip. The nanny, seeing her gazing longingly at Qi Ruijia's silhouette and hesitating to enter, approached to inquire. The figure before her, clad in coarse cloth, was indeed my father, the one who had engaged in intimate acts with my late mother, thus creating this earthly vessel of mine. He was also the first to cradle me in his hands when I descended, a helpless infant with short limbs. That day, her life seemed to consist solely of 2 colors, the black of crows and the red of blood. After all, regardless of whether it was truly the demon's sacred palace, within this resplendent palace, there undoubtedly lay countless treasures and a plethora of magical arts. Let us not disclose the identity of the Silver Fox just yet. Following the lead of Inugami Junhiko will advance the storyline, eventually revealing who the Silver Fox is. Gazing up at the sky, Zhao Taizhu stood at the center, resembling a radiant sun. The captain of the guard, Zheng Dasong, brandishing a Thompson submachine gun and donning a steel helmet, led the way, followed by 100 Death Squad members. Upon witnessing the gaze of Lord Ruyang, Xue Tongling felt as though he had encountered a timely rain. Though this rain had ultimately arrived a tad late, uncertain of what expression Gong Sunji would wear upon learning that they had successfully dealt with Xue Yan, the master of the 5th branch of Hengyue, this indeed presented a favorable opportunity. Should she perish, Gu Liangsheng likely would not follow suit in mourning. If he were to find the antidote, Gu Liangsheng would similarly remain unperturbed. She reached out to nudge Su Yuqing, urging him to rise, yet unexpectedly, something within her stirred to life. Upon entering the gates of the Zhong family medical sect, Su Jinxiu encountered an individual who both surprised her and whom she had never envisioned appearing here. After hearing old Lu's words, Zhao Guiyang grasped the situation. In this era, smaller factories such as Hongda Machinery still relied heavily on manual welding rather than automated processes. The frantic sounds of a new robber's clumsy attempts were evident, with actions lacking any semblance of caution. The colossal ant wielded its powerful forelimbs as weapons, striking at the approaching skeletal undead, yet its attack was too predictable. Easily evaded by Wang Kai, resulting in two loud thuds as its limbs crashed to the ground. The holy jade's fighting spirit surged, enveloped in a violet radiance. Crackling energy gathering around him, transforming his surroundings into a tempest of electric arcs, reminiscent of a startled rabbit darting about. The two were not strangers, yet tonight, for reasons unknown, Si Yaya hesitated upon seeing this person. She stepped lightly to place some fruits and snacks beside Zhao Qin. After the cessation of Nomissima, European nations swiftly devised methods to convert their reserves into Venetian gold coins, subsequently investing heavily in goods throughout the Mediterranean region. It is imperative to note that, akin to the situation in Jiangdong, the mists obscuring Pingyuan City above the Yellow River could not be dispelled. This meant that, thus far, Yan Baihu remained unable to access specific details regarding Pingyuan City through the system. Outdoors, rustling sounds emerged, and Zhao Qin vaguely heard someone calling his name, the voice growing closer and clearer, startling him as if a thunderclap had struck his mind. No one dared to question Zhao Guiyang's viewpoint any longer. If he believed there was a 50% chance, it could only be more. At the very least, after a round of training matches, the overall skill level of the LPL Region S teams had ascended to a new tier. Upon entering the body, the various colored segments of the elixir seemed to coalesce into swirling clouds, dispersing throughout. For reasons unknown, under his gaze, Wang Yingjia's heart raced uncontrollably, feeling quite embarrassed. The soft figure of Dan Mo was abruptly caught in Ling Yi's embrace, and with a swift motion, he transported her 50 meters away. Han Lu gazed at the silver ring, squinting as she immediately sensed a peculiar connection forming between herself and it.
Goodness.
You've latched onto me, haven't you? Anzi thought to himself, exasperated. How absurd for one of such age to act so childishly. Zhang Xiao faced 3 opponents, utilizing only his feet to kick them, demonstrating a prowess akin to a warrior, and within a mere minute, sent the 3 boys tumbling in a heap. The 2, standing still for too long, felt a chill, and returned to their cave dwelling to enjoy a hot pot, eating while inquiring if any insights had been gleaned from the sword techniques. Mo Hanli felt guilty towards her beloved and shook her head in shame. After traversing through a wormhole, they returned to Hatian Star within a day. However, upon witnessing the state of the human base, the trio stood in stunned silence. Mud Wushang's expression darkened as he gathered dark energy in his hands, fiercely channeling power into the destructive magic sphere. Meanwhile, on the other side, there was no immediate awareness of the urgency. No need to rush. Speaking casually, Anzi set the table with food, eating while waiting, striving to remain relaxed to avoid mistakes. Upon hearing the deafening roar of motors, the experts present, all seasoned drivers, exchanged worried glances. This vibration indicated a vehicle equipped with powerful thrusters. Had they employed a master? Luo Habin was instantly invigorated, his blood racing with fervor, and just then, Yang Qingyao awakened, noticing his intense gaze fixed upon her. Perhaps due to the pain, his mind cleared slightly. He reached for the starry mark on his forehead, and the warm power of Jupiter surged through him, alleviating much of his bodily discomfort. Amidst the golden talismans, Tong Yen felt somewhat bewildered, yet suddenly, his eyes widened with realization, followed by a gentle smile.
Ouch.
Be gentle, my dear. My skin is rather delicate, he exclaimed. I merely intended to surprise you. Yet you discovered it. Luo Habin grinned. No matter how he pondered, he could not fathom why Yi Fan might come to the Zhao family. As soon as he finished speaking, someone approached from the adjacent area, bringing a wooden box and placing it before Third Master. The few sturdy men dashed forward without hesitation, launching into a flurry of punches and kicks against the 6-winged demons. The 6-winged demons, unwilling to accept defeat, retaliated with furious shouts. Tong Yen could only nod helplessly. Everything here was strange, and he truly wondered what kind of creature the so-called Lord of the Demons was. Gung Guoqing gazed into the nearby eyes, his breath quickening as he felt the weight of a formidable presence constricting his chest. Once this wretched selection meeting concludes, I shall seek him out, Hannibal declared earnestly. During the battle, this student's rare physique, the body of strength, was exposed, allowing him to defeat an opponent of third-tier fighting spirit without utilizing any energy. In an instant, two dark red fireballs erupted in Lorraine's hands, the searing flames intensifying the already stifling air. Shitzi continued his work without pause, nodding before discussing the changes in the rice grains, and with a flick of his thoughts, 4 or 5 grains flew towards Tong Mu for observation. At that moment, in the lobby of the corporate building, staff members busily attended to various business dealings, constantly moving about with purpose. Thus, he had to endure the discomfort caused by the heat, sweat pouring down like a fountain, while his peripheral vision occasionally caught sight of Hannibal's swinging feet, filling him with extreme displeasure. Indeed, Huilan remarked, one's mouth becomes soft when fed, and hands become soft when given gifts. Those unable to resist temptation, let them buy it. Several guards of the royal palace rushed down the steps directly toward El Tianci. His face shifted, and he recoiled. Two seemingly inconspicuous men beside him advanced, their fists and feet flying with agile movements. Before anyone realized it, 7 or 8 guards lay on the ground, groaning. Jinyu, the spring sunshine brings a moderate temperature, beneficial for the heart, brain, and digestive organs. It can heal ailments and strengthen the body without costing you a penny. You are mistaken. Master Shin did not seek the spiritual treasures, but solely aimed to refine his skills, earning our utmost respect, Duan Gang countered, shaking his head with a smile, admiration evident in his eyes. The ancestral witch's divine powers are nothing extraordinary. You who inherit Panga's bloodline possess such feeble strength. It is truly laughable. The upper clear sage laughed heartily, striking down with his sword repeatedly, each blow ensnaring Pangu in layers of illusion. Nowadays, Zhuangzi is not only well known throughout the Song dynasty, but has also garnered recognition across the entire Great Zhou. Any adult who has seen the world knows of Zhuangzi.
Yet,
After Han Xiao's declaration, he noticed that Jiang Yikong showed no intention of fleeing, and the surrounding demons had ceased their attack, merely pausing in place. Yu Wuxin sneered, his corroded black sword howling as it shot forth with a sudden burst. Particularly peculiar, he noted, was its odd shape, an octagon. In the sudden silence that enveloped the crowd, only Kaba responded. The two continued to observe, and there stood Gordon Moore at the forefront of the podium, his silhouette illuminated against the backdrop of the projector's glow. On the staircase, witnessing the warm scene created by Lin Tian and his companions, Zixia pondered that it was perhaps best to delay her descent, and so, she dejectedly retreated. The 4 swords of Zhu Xian were poised to reveal their brilliance. Whoever they were, they could only serve as sacrificial blades for this master. The long swords roared, as 4 beams of black, green, red, and purple light flickered like venomous serpents, lying in wait within the void. The killing intent in the eyes of the Taoist of Upper Clear was restrained. As if sensing something within, he rose and made his way towards the Jade Void Palace. Mrs. Qiuyu felt a surge of determination, a glimmer of eagerness flashing in her eyes, evidently wishing to visit the Yonghai Academy. Did she think she would be deceived by illusions? No, she was fully aware of her presence within a phantasm and ridiculed its crude design. Then foolishly wandered through the illusion in search of an escape, all while taking in the agricultural lifestyle of the farmers, believing she had successfully evaded capture. On the other side, Zhuge Liang led a dozen or so individuals, including Qiu Hu, down the mountain towards the Ba County. At this moment, Fa Zheng quietly returned to Chengdu and sought out his friend Zhang Song, where they engaged in conversation at Zhang Song's residence. Ruo Yun, startled, awoke to find a middle-aged man standing in the room, nearly tumbling from her bed in fright. Xiao Zi, who typically addressed Bai Ran as sister, now called her sister-in-law before Xiao Zi, leaving her puzzled by her own attitude towards Bai Ran. Ruo Yun did not refuse Lin Fang's protection, recognizing that his martial prowess made him a safer companion than traversing alone. Thus, Ruo Yun and Lin Fang strolled leisurely while inquiring about Chu Fengxi, gradually arriving in the desolate northern lands. Given the state of the cultivator, it seemed his lower dantian had suddenly dispersed, rendering him incapable of exerting strength. And he was trampled by the encroaching demon clan. Bang, 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 bang. Unfortunately, the bird gunner employed a 3-stage strike tactic. Consequently, several soldiers of the Qing army perished at the hands of their own comrades. When Shang Yu and Qiao Yangjia, accompanied by 300 cultivators, entered the square, it had already been largely occupied, with the square guards halting their advance, stating that the venue could no longer accommodate them, and advising them to register first with Ling Jian Tianjun. The evil spirits surged forth, filling the Black Wind Gorge 100 miles outside the main base, where all demon slayers congregated within the camp. Just look for yourselves. Previously, it was often said that rural life was too difficult to lead. Lin Huiyu, with her toes poised on the horse's head, darted towards the man, seizing him before swiftly returning, her form ethereal. If Tang Lingfeng could understand that Dongfang Wanyu's intense infatuation with him fostered a profound jealousy, he might accept it. However, to conspire against someone's life out of jealousy was something he could not condone. Yet, here they were in the vast and sparsely populated wilderness. Once Qinmu departed, they would be unable to locate him and would be at a loss for what to do. Just then, the rear car door swung open, and a young man dressed casually yet strikingly emerged. It was Dai Shuquan. Early the next morning, upon hearing a rooster crow, Lu Yao instantly awoke. Subsequently, she abruptly sat up, hastily rushing to the residence of Chu Xinghe without taking the time to wash away the scent of alcohol from her body. At that moment, she spotted a lake blue figure crouched in the corner and wondered to herself, is that Liang Qian? It appeared to be. But when had Liang Qian ever curled up in a corner like a wounded child? This was not the free-spirited and proud individual she knew. Presently, the Yin family was on the rise, with the family head, and Yaozu, advancing several ranks on the leaderboard. He only recalled sitting atop the Sword Inquiry Mountain, boasting a phrase before darkness enveloped him, rendering him unconscious. It turned out it was so perilous. When Xiao Mo and the chubby Chu arrived previously, it likely wasn't this terrifying. Lin Feng drove towards Lu Qingye's residence. Although he was already aware of their destination, Yan Qingxing still felt uneasy. The praises and adulation from the crowd hardly fazed the two. As core disciples of the Shieling Sword sect, they were privy to many insider secrets. And Chi-Chi, overhearing outside, was left speechless, who agreed to write you an IOU. Wasn't it you who was playing tricks, whining and crying? Fortunately, the walls were thick and infused with lime, making the space exceptionally sturdy. Even if the voodoo could burrow underground, it could not penetrate. Darling, call me Big Brother. Gazing at Morong Yenron's enchanting visage, Qin Feng suddenly felt a wicked thought arise, prompting him to speak up, his voice anxious, which only intensified the sensation. All the spectators, including the cheerleaders of Jinling Pharmaceutical, involuntarily rose to their feet, paying tribute to the wounded hero, and chairman, he even had tears glistening in his eyes. Gao Yuan entered the arena, nodding to several team members, and they shared a knowing smile. It was akin to the final strike of evil, where bones piled high, constantly crashing down amidst the sound of shattering. I ask you, why are the men in your families so superficial? Besides, I have insight. I am quite insightful. It's just that my attire today doesn't convey it clearly. Luo Qimo remarked, turning away while cradling a cicada. Musashi stood impassively, arms crossed behind his back, clad in azure, exuding an autumnal grace, yet his cold, piercing gaze emanated a hint of chill. Zhong Liu tried it out, struggling to adapt to this somewhat disabled lifestyle, finding it rather inconvenient. Naturally, this was to be expected. Lisa smiled sweetly, expressing regret for her previous actions. How did she end up here? Assistant Zhang was aware of Wang Ziyun's identity, but chose to remain silent. Observing the unfolding situation, Ajio turned her face away, recognizing that there would be no next time. Initially, when she saw others write about their first time with such heart-wrenching pain, she had scoffed, believing it to be mere exaggeration by writers. If it hurt that much, why were so many rushing to experience it? Liu Bei hastily supported Su's mother, smiling, "You flatter me, dear mother. It is Liu Bei's duty to prosper the Xia and secure peace for the people." Zhao Su glanced at Su Shu, noticing the faint blush on his face, clearly embarrassed, which caused Zhao Su to chuckle softly. Earlier, while watching television, she had seen that Lun Yeqing had numerous injuries, and now she was quite worried. Xia Siki obediently listened beside her, able to comprehend some of the questions and occasionally chiming in. Tang Tianze had always known this girl was exceptionally clever. Facing Gu Ziang's elders, Bai Li Rui was nothing short of a courteous child, rather than an aloof figure. Upon seeing this, Li Lei felt a slight sense of relief. Worried that the girl was recklessly climbing the mountain, prompting him to share stories he'd heard from locals, embellished for her benefit. Before the situation with the Zhou family deteriorated further, Zhou Baifei arrived at the company and, in place of his father, announced the bankruptcy decision. Personally escorting his father back to their ancestral home, Gu Lingze felt a wave of anguish surge within him, closing his eyes in despair, lamenting that the marital code was no longer upheld. "Brother-in-law, do what you must. I will call you with any updates." For his benefit, Jiang Guijin resolved to make efforts to reconcile his brother-in-law with his sister. Generally, zombies arise under specific conditions from the deceased. While living zombies are crafted into such beings during their lifetime, possessing formidable power and obedient to commands. "Alright, Yang, do not worry about Brother Bai Li." Though he verbally reassured her, Bai Li Rui secretly hoped Gu Ziang would show more concern for him. Ning Rong, however, harbored a sense of foreboding, suspecting that this future sister-in-law might be a restless individual, much like himself. "Brother Yu, it feels so comfortable here. Spending every day in such a place feels like it could prolong my life." After a while of basking in the ambience, Gu Ziang opened her eyes and turned to Chu Fengyu, stating earnestly, "Had this been the realm of Wang Tianxia in his past life, many would undoubtedly have shouted for a kiss." Song Hu and La Muer gazed silently at Wang Mountain, with hundreds of dark-skinned Somalian Jin beings standing rigidly behind them. Over there, Zheng Tan, who had attempted to flee, intended to return directly, but caught a whiff of a scent that felt somewhat familiar, yet not entirely so. Had it been completely recognizable, he would never have dared to approach, for Yuan Ji's company would not collapse due to the absence of such a potential major client. One by one, the slimes fell beneath the axes of their comrades, who displayed remarkable composure, a characteristic of dwarves. Without such calmness, how could they have accurately seized the moment when the sword ignited? This icy tranquility epitomized another trait of the dwarves. "Let us clear the battlefield." Murphy seemed to exhale a sigh of relief, as if a colossal weight had been lifted from his heart. Under the harsh reproaches of Chun Qingdi, He Qingguang did not flee. Chun Qingdi was willing to intervene, but alas, He Qingguang's selfishness rendered him unworthy of rescue. Although there were fewer civilians here than outside, the participants from the Advanced Soul Master Academy, upon entering, made the Shrek Academy team the focal point of attention. Despite their efforts to find a secluded corner, they still drew many gazes. Zhao Dongsheng, typically fearless, remained unfazed even in the climactic battle against the final boss. Thus, I refrained from exploding in emotion. Years of creation had taken a toll on my body, and I had begun earnestly adjusting myself for better artistic output. Two lustrous red ribbons cascaded down from above, gently fluttering in the breeze. Mo Ju seldom descended into the mortal realm. Shui Ran had thought she was fortunate enough to encounter a divine being from Mo Ju's palace, yet she never anticipated that she would meet the true Mo Ju. This was a talent possessed solely by great demons, allowing kin to communicate across entire plains, point to point. From deep within a nearby mountain range, a sound akin to a dragon's roar, yet sharp, echoed forth. Shortly after, colossal figures soared into the sky. At a glance, Lu Xian observed a dozen giant pterosaur-like creatures taking flight, not in retreat but charging directly towards him and his companion. Feeling the overwhelming power emanating from a massive hand, a voice trembled with astonishment and confusion. The stench of blood could not quell Su Xuaning's boundless hatred as she clung fiercely to Su Feiling's throat, feasting upon her flesh and blood. Despite the numerous blows raining down upon her, she refused to relent. "How did you discover that the Chui family harbored Siamese spies?" Unable to contain his curiosity, he whispered. Uncle Long, upon hearing Li Yu's words, produced the imperial edict and slammed it onto the table. Though he felt his strength was formidable, why did it wane upon arriving at Lingxiao Peak? The Yunxiao Tower, situated in the heart of Yuhua City, was a towering edifice of breathtaking grandeur. The next step was to send people to purchase land and distribute it to the common folk, alongside observing the station soldiers. Although the Qin family operated as clandestine arms dealers, they maintained a facade of innocence. Yet, there were always those seeking to escape the Qin family's influence. thus transforming this locale into a place for redemption and renewal. Hua and Mi Lu exchanged incredulous glances, each reflecting the other's disbelief. What on earth had transpired? Since she was certain that Peng Jiahong was an enemy agent and harbored doubts about her husband, naturally, the items they sent were not to be consumed. Yi Lan'er and Yi Xian disembarked from their carriage, only to see a stableman approach to take away the horses and carriage. Aunt Li led them to the location where she had exercised that morning, causing Tang Xiao and second senior brother to furrow their brows.
Bu fiyan remainet karefri.
While Lin, she fell utterly silent. Shimen Lungyu was rendered speechless, pained to the point of despair, yet she managed to smile and utter such words. Your plan was flawless and executed smoothly, yet why did Yangku Xian claim that your intentions changed later? After a lengthy pause, I inquired of Yi Xing once more. On the day of discharge, a middle-aged man unexpectedly entered the ward, kneeling before Qin Luo Fan and Chen Mo Han, repeatedly bowing his head. Mo de Xiu rode a snow-white steed, galloping across the training grounds, her silver mane billowing in the wind. After the departure of the heavenly demon emperor, within the world of vanishing flora and fauna, the most central fragment of the world disappeared in an instant, while the surrounding area shattered and exploded. I believe that Yi Xing's later approach towards me, marked by a redemptive quality, proves that fundamentally, he is not a wholly malevolent individual. Upon awakening, she felt a void in her mind, as if something was amiss, yet she could not recall what it was. The rule was constituted by a colossal cyclone, drawing in strands of spiritual energy which were frantically refined to eliminate impurities, leaving only the essence to become a part of Yang Xian. In that fleeting moment, Luo Yu gestured, unleashing a tenfold spiritual technique, a blinding white radiance nearly obscuring the luminous stars above.
Bitch.
What are you doing? The proximity felt uncomfortable, as this usually carefree man suddenly adopted such a serious demeanor. Considering that the stone formation was exclusive to the people of the Moonshadow Kingdom, how could Meng Hongtao and Bai Li Junqing possibly utilize such an array? The burning lamp Buddha secretly lamented while scanning the surroundings. The blood fiend pursued from the south, the nine heavens earth shield blocked the north, and the three divine beasts controlled by the good corpse were stationed in the east, leaving only the west as a potential escape route. At this moment, she realized that she had been ensnared by Gu Qingfeng's scheme, dragging Lan Qingqing down with her. Just as they were astounded, Yun Zhongzi's malevolence dissipated entirely, relinquishing all desire to fight, expending his energy to the point of discarding his sword. After bidding farewell to the elders of the Qiao family, she boarded a palanquin to the palace to find Jingyu. With the enrollment notice having been issued, an early departure would allow her to journey to the legendary, mysterious Darkland. Currently, the teaching method at Konoha Ninja School leans towards a gradual approach. The atmosphere within the ninja school, as depicted in the original text, is relatively relaxed, both in class and during breaks. According to the customs of Pingling Kingdom, the time for the wedding ceremony is approximately during the Chun hour. As she exited, it was still early, and there was about a quarter of an hour until the designated time, far from the moment for the ceremony. Simultaneously, Li Siyuanzhao's expression shifted dramatically as he beheld the iron carts emerging from the Wu army formation beneath the city wall, each mounted with dark iron tubes. These were indeed formidable weapons. The cacophony of cannon fire intensified as the Flying Tiger army was repeatedly blasted into the air. The Empress had spent the night at the inn, while old Lady Yang had perished in the kitchen of the safe zone. The general furrowed his sword-like brows. Defending Yi Qing Luo. General, while this matter is somewhat peculiar, I cannot evade responsibility for the total annihilation of the army. Please punish Bo Kong accordingly, he stated. An endless tide of corpses stretched into the horizon, and the command from Zhuijing had long ceased to be relayed, as everyone had only one objective: to break through the swarm of the dead. Many had already lost their way, drifting further away. Forget it. I have the utmost disdain for men who disguise themselves with the guise of love. I do not need him. Chu Luo rejected Gu Shicheng's proposal. For Yi Ziyi, this was an immensely significant matter. If she could not partake in the snowflake cake, even the celestial palace would pale in comparison to her own inn. Yet Nana remained blissfully unaware, continuing to dance with a smile, twisting her waist, casting flirtatious glances, and occasionally blowing kisses, while the green serpent remained coiled around her waist, immobile. His battlefield was to cultivate himself, ultimately relying not on external forces nor drawing from the vast universe. Within his own body lay an entire world, which, once awakened, would ceaselessly unleash potential, possessing boundless divine might. Oh, you actually know? Song Tian displayed a look of astonishment, with the disdain in his eyes somewhat subdued. There exists scant documentation regarding the entwined dragon vine, categorizing it as an exceedingly obscure spiritual plant. He had not anticipated that the young man before him would articulate its name so promptly. The demon lord nodded. Take this to summon the Fire King. With that, he bestowed a talisman upon the Eagle King. Yesterday, while purchasing a mobile phone, Wu Fan ventured into the high-end market of Iceland, where he encountered various brands beyond mobile devices, including photography and videography equipment, among which he recognized the apparatus on the nearby table, presumably for recording and live streaming. Where are you headed, Yu Fei? If you are feeling restless, I could accompany you on your training, suggested Tai Xu Qiao, following closely behind. Suddenly, Mo Ran bit down on his finger. Han Luo was startled, thinking Mo Ran had awakened. Yet, to his surprise, Mo Ran's eyes remained tightly shut as he gently nibbled on his finger. Hua Tian appeared composed outwardly, though internally he experienced a tumultuous stir. The name of the 12 celestial artifacts was inscribed in the tattered volume of the celestial and demonic records he possessed. Yet he was unaware of which 12 artifacts they were. Now, upon hearing Situ's words, he realized that his Tianya ruler was indeed one of the 12 celestial artifacts. Immediately, Zheng Weiqi and his companions stationed themselves at the Tranquility Pavilion, safeguarding the patrons, staff, and finances within. Apart from overseeing the pavilion's security, Zheng Weiqi also provided bodyguard services for Zhoutian. When Huabai could not accompany him on outings, Zheng Weiqi was responsible for his safety. If they did not inflict pain upon their adversaries or even eliminate them outright, these ruffians would swarm around the celestial emperor like flies, pestering him incessantly. Before them lay an altar enveloped in a golden light. It appeared that only the bloodline of the ancient void dragon, or the heavenly demon phoenix, could unravel it. The matters at hand were indeed pressing. Besides Zhao Yu, we had an even more formidable opponent, the Shadow Ghost. Manlulin retracted her smile, speaking earnestly. On the day Wu Jing sought out Li Wujia, he leveraged his brother Wu Bing's identity to gain entry into the former residence of the guard. However, as he approached the secluded quarters where Li Wujia was confined, the influence of his brother's status waned. Chao Jixiang, resembling an earthworm, retreated a step. Then with a swish, akin to an arrow released from a bow, he sprang forth, extending his hands to grasp the package, darting past Daoist Yukong like a mischievous raccoon. With a series of clangs, several blades struck the white circle, soaring into the heavens, flying out 10 stories high, one of the blades even severed in two, swaying momentarily in the air before plummeting to the ground. Over 1 million feet of film essentially indicated the staggering costs incurred by the film crew to capture these scenes. Once a film production commences, daily expenses can easily reach tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands of dollars. A sequence that could have been completed in 3 days took 6, naturally doubling the budget. The second gray shadow surged forward, but at a significantly reduced speed, its color gradually fading until it vanished entirely. Li Feng frowned slightly. The ruckus had encroached upon his face, prompting an immediate silence from the others upon noticing his displeasure. Very well, it is settled. Should Ding Yuan dare to withhold them, I shall personally confront him and ensure he pays for it, He Jin declared emphatically. In the back seat, Ning Wan was seething. Chen Yao could not even handle a single Tang Wanwan, failing to embarrass her opponent while instead becoming the source of great ridicule herself. Consequently, the following day, as Feng Tianqi traversed the halls of the Destruction God Academy, he found himself overlooked by his peers. Glancing at the delectable dishes on the table, Lung Hanshang expressed disbelief, turning to the young man. Did you prepare this? It is simply astonishing. Yan Lingfeng's expression shifted. Su Taiwei, he is as favored as Commander Xia and Hong Ziyuan. Soon, Ji Yao was enveloped in swirling green vines, exuding a palpable malevolence, her eyes brimming with intense hatred and murderous intent. For Zhou Xiaoqiao, these memories were particularly vivid, as she had once endured similar treatment. Fortunately, She had family by her side at that time, enabling her to persevere. The bustling come-again restaurant seemed muted to Jiang Feng's ears. He towered above Ding Tu, broad-shouldered and imposing. A glance into his eyes revealed a sharper intellect than his namesake. Initially, no one responded to him, as impatience crept across his face. Suing stepped forth to recount the earlier events. He extended his hand gently over Liao Chenxi's wound, and before long, the injury began to heal. The youth who had instilled fear as he entered the octagonal cage, deemed certain to fail, had arrived. He swung his blade. He emerged victorious. He departed. Su Shuanglu was about to elucidate the reasons to Wu Zijian, but was abruptly interrupted as Wu Zijian seized him and strode towards the courtyard exit. In the private room, the dishes had yet to arrive, and the guests were not yet assembled, yet Bloodhand had stealthily slipped away, casting Lin Yu a look of self-preservation before departing. Two forces erupted nearly simultaneously, colliding in an instant, unleashing an inexhaustible brilliance that soon dissipated. The Jiang clan had long since splintered into various factions, with the ultimate stronghold purportedly being their headquarters, the source of all Jiang clans. With unbridled ferocity, he charged at Yi Yan, intent on shattering him to pieces to assuage his resentment. Before them stood two factions at an impasse, among whom were Li Tian and the unsteady Zhao Chunyu, who was being supported by Li Tian as he suppressed his fury while conversing with the opposing group. To this day, Jia Hengxing and Luo Shaoshi had come to understand that Dan Taiyonian was a pawn of Zhong Nanshan, who truly sought to eliminate Yi Fei, orchestrating a series of deceptive maneuvers to thrust the Jia family into the spotlight, compelling them to summon the Hidden Alliance. The ever-cautious Xu Qiao refrained from answering Yin Hun's inquiry, instead respectfully posing a question in return. Within his body, Yi Fei perceived everything with startling clarity, as if his physical form were transparent. However, PDD, perplexed by the situation, felt a surge of irritation as he chided a rival during a live broadcast, contemplating a phone call to join as a guest himself. As the red-clad sword servant's technique Falling Sunset proved ineffective against the monster, Zhuge Lung swiftly altered his strategy, aware that this was the 7-kill sword technique once executed by Dugasisi. The previously stern and lucid Pure Yang sect master seemed to lapse into silence once more after Jian Chen's awakening. Upon departure, he notified his dear friend, who agreed to take over his shift, and informed Yang Ju as well. On the day of the funeral, over 1,000 individuals attended to bid farewell. Originally an unknown beauty, she was incorporated into his family lineage due to the esteem placed upon her by these individuals. With a crack, the steel rod shattered the zombie's skull, causing its neck to sink momentarily as its entire body recoiled several steps back. The formless sword, silently yet powerfully, harbored an overwhelming presence, its vigor fierce and unyielding, far surpassing that of the laughing monk. Minutes after Lin Chen vacated the damaged aircraft, two velociraptors appeared, inhaling deeply before detecting something amiss, pursuing the direction Lin Chen had taken. The wooden sword struck first, simply yet decisively aiming for the large man's wrist vein. Just inches from the skin, a chilling silver light erupted from the tip of the wooden sword. Thus, those seated at the table could gaze through the window bars, beholding a mirror-like lake, where slumbering lotuses lay half-reclined, accompanied by a few radiant red lotuses standing proudly. Sister Ziyu, are you practicing diligently for the upcoming competition? Jean Johnner inquired, just as Qinggur, with a nonchalant tone, interjected a question. The ancient structures of fire were predominantly wooden, and the temples were no exception. The raging flames posed significant challenges for Yi Tsong and Yi Kong. Yet, Yun hesitated to unleash his assault on the extinguishing of the pure Yin fire, refraining from allowing his flying sword to stray beyond Tenjiang, lest it provide his grandmother with an opportunity. Ji Qing also observed Hua Ziyu through the bronze mirror, sensing that she appeared different tonight, more beautiful, captivating to the point of being unable to divert one's gaze. The mystical beasts contained within the casting ring undoubtedly requires spiritual energy to be summoned. Without such energy, the beasts cannot emerge, rendering any fear of them moot. Above lies a clear blue sky, while below unfolds an endless sea of clouds, resembling a rolling ocean of white. From the perspective of the second party, The first is akin to the Wolf King, poised to eliminate him. Should the first be eliminated, the second would surely follow. It is akin to a dream, where contemplation is only possible in slumber, and upon awakening, one must yield to the commands of the esteemed Hao. As dawn breaks, emerging from slumber in a state of drowsiness, I reach for my phone, attempting to discern the time. After a fruitless search, I rub my eyes and focus, muttering a piece of traditional wisdom. Unless the fifth party reveals a kill card, the first party is assuredly doomed today. It is only normal for a civilian card to serve as a temporary shield for oneself against the spiritualist. After all, providing him with a kill card that pits two wolves against each other in identity is far more convincing to the virtuous than merely granting him golden water. As I ascend the mountain, I encounter several disciples from Wudong, primarily from the Lin family lineage, such as Ling Yue, Ling Chen, and Ling Jing. Upon seeing Qing Feng, they fall silent, ceasing their activities to gaze from afar as Qing Feng and company hastily proceed towards the Jinwu Temple, where they typically convene for discussions. Moreover, the exorbitant cost of these artifacts, when secretly resold, is often marked up several times. The remnants of the past need not persist in the present. It suffices that they left their traces behind. On the journey, I ponder how much easier it would be if our Black Dragon gang had the assistance of these individuals. Thereafter, we would have little to fear or concern ourselves with. After years of study and understanding, the awakening of divine domains in the divine realm hinges solely upon one's innate talent. Following a tempest of storms, tranquility envelopes the bedroom, broken only by the sound of heavy breathing. Indeed, Tang Ling is acutely aware that the Rome couple has raised her for Muwan's sake. Over time, everything has transformed into a habit. He has grown accustomed to the presence of He Qi, and she, in turn, has become accustomed to his constant companionship. I am compelled to witness how Qian Kuan compelled a ninja to dangle from the chandelier. With swift movements, I disregard the guardian's assaults and stealthily navigate towards the blaze. Several attacks narrowly miss my form. Had even one more struck, it would have been the end. Yet through sheer luck, I continue my descent. The audience is certainly astounded by Sun Yuxing's thunderous strike. In their eyes, he has emerged as the frontrunner of this contest. As I reflect on this, a tinge of sorrow rises within me. Such a vast and enigmatic organization, if not dismantled, will leave us living in perpetual fear. The overwhelming power of an organization capable of casual destruction worth billions instills a profound sense of helplessness. In hindsight, the causes of death are indeed riddled with doubts. It may be prudent to investigate further. Indeed, the title of sursuits any sorcerer noble save for kings. Higgins, seemingly accustomed to echoing sentiments, readily expresses his support. As the patrol leader, the lone wolf commands a considerable number of brothers. They understand that his words signify resolve, and further discussion is futile. They grit their teeth, clutching the sniper village chief who struggles to break free, while urging everyone to scatter. Li Jin remains silent, brandishing a bloodied baton towards another adversary. Just as my foot is about to connect with the door, it suddenly swings open with a flourish. The dragon god silence. Once this divine power is triggered, it will create a domain of forbidden laws, rendering all energy formless and dissipated. Suddenly, a towering figure clad in armor, wielding a colossal sword and shield, descends from above. Prepared, he retrieves a key from his pocket and opens the door, bolting southward like a runaway steed. In truth, for today's battle, Yue Chanyu has been preparing for quite some time. The sudden attack prompts the security personnel within the walls to seize their weapons and direct their attention toward the breached wall. The explosion sends a cloud of dust, obscuring the situation. Despite the ongoing grain shortages that have plagued Zhao for the past year, the autumn harvest is imminent, and once completed, the food supply issues will be largely alleviated. Lu Chuang rises from the ground, walking towards the Buddha of battle, stuttering, "Monkey brother, monkey brother." Lu Chuang genuinely wishes to join this cause. Here, he sees the potential to become a hero, as everyone harbors dreams of heroism. Should he fail to join, he would revert to a life of mere existence. Conversely, the Huaxia netizens, witnessing Feek being swallowed, are filled with excitement, inundating the screen with comments. While this remark holds little weight, in this context, it warms Zuo Li's heart, dispelling some of his fear. Moments later, as if Yemo is suddenly gripped by a chill, an indescribable emotion flickering in his eyes as he extinguishes the errant spark of fire within his consciousness. But does the secular world possess the strength or audacity to assault the ancient Shaolin? They likely cannot even ascertain the entrance's location. The decision remains undecided.
Today,
Yunjin inquired with Song Yan about any developments on his end and whether he requires her assistance. He raises his palm, enveloped in a thick aura of malice. His eyes turn crimson as excruciating pain radiates from his right arm, akin to having the skin stripped away or even the bones extracted. However, should that be the case? If it proves untrue, time will become scarce, leaving no opportunity for preparation. I disagree, said Shengguan. Within the shadowy heart of the course, a laugh of derision arises. Yet he remains oblivious to the disdainful glances surrounding him, as if he were a dung beetle. The pain comes in waves, yet in the absence of an episode. She still possesses the energy to check the news and remain aware of various matters. The Lord of the North, seeking to ascertain whether his previous ailment has healed, makes a personal visit to the Shinnong Hall. Do you know the person just now? Huang Shimei focuses intently on Captain Wang, having initially overlooked Li Xiaoying's words. Ignoring the recent depletion from casting the world-ending technique, he draws the abyssal demon sword once more, unleashing a terrifying wave of darkness, soaring into the air. Intent on rescuing his fiancée, Yi. The Longsu sect, as a prominent sect in the Feather Phoenix Kingdom, possesses a Buddhist altar. Many disciples within the sect adhere to Buddhism, and thus, the sect must consider the faith of its students. The remaining 20 or so individuals share similar sentiments, grievously injured, rolling on the ground as one coldly declares. The ones rolling now are you. If you seek revenge, come find me at the Heartless Gang. Those individuals dare not respond, rising to support one another as they vanish from the light. Unbeknownst to them, in such a filthy environment, retreating an inch invites encroachment by a foot, until one is entirely submerged. Yet, the arduous truths are only understood through desperate struggles, a comprehension lost on the likes of Madame Jinjin. As Long Yue approaches the threshold, tears blur her vision, and by the time she steps inside, she is inconsolable. The blooming flowers, under the care of Jean Lien, see her distress and offer gentle words of consolation. But how can one truly comfort her? To ensure the soap sells well, extensive networking is essential. Relying solely on the Ma family store is insufficient. The Gao family store's strength surpasses that of the Ma family and Gao Hongtao. Seeking opportunities that even Chen Wanrong cannot find, would never refuse. Green? Hua Rushu's heart leaps with joy as she hastens over, only to feel discomfort in her abdomen, sitting down heavily. Zhu Pu spends his days indulging in revelry, rarely taking notice of his soldiers or their actions, remaining utterly uninformed. Certainly, Steve Jobs understood that in the realm of business negotiations, the party with the heavier stakes holds the advantage. Thus, he would never divulge his inner calculations to Disney. Even if Disney were to deduce his intentions, he could not reveal his desires. Otherwise, Disney would easily seize the upper hand. Rest assured, once the grand array is unraveled, I shall promptly address the matter of the sheep's intestines. By the way, do you have any medicinal supplies for treating injuries? During Yinan's breakthrough in T Province, Sun Lin sustained grave injuries while providing cover for him. Although he did not vocalize his pain, it weighed heavily on his mind. Meng Jiyu, who had been secretly observing from a distance, witnessed Russell May being struck and hurled back into the wall, unable to contain herself any longer. The fragmented memories that Sun Ruodin obtained from Pandora resolved many of her doubts, particularly regarding the origin of her powerful exosuit. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lu fucking, despite being aware of the generous rewards, did not anticipate such a rapid elevation in status, leaving his mind buzzing and his speech somewhat disjointed. Two individuals had just entered the third unit when a sound of banging on the door echoed, presumably from a practitioner. The bathhouse was intermittently shrouded in white steam. While many patrons were engaged in communal bathing, individuals of moderate means yet not excessively wealthy, forced to share the bathing space. Golden elements? Do we truly need to venture out for that? Lin Zhong realized that the dragon team was indeed a place of miraculous occurrences, causing even his long stable heart to race unexpectedly. Wan Jinan swiftly caught up, pressed a pressure point on her, murmured an apology, and gently laid her on the bed. After tenderly stroking her hair and cheek, he smiled and released the pressure point. At this moment, Han Pingzi, having shed his earlier despondency, faced the obstruction posed by the soldiers of Lidu City as if ignited with newfound resolve. Just as Duan Lang raised his bowl of rice, the piercing cry of an eagle resonated overhead. Startled, he looked up to see Dafei swoop down beside him, clutching a piece of parchment in its talons. Upon opening it, a cold sweat broke out across his brow. Upon hearing this, a hint of indulgent affection graced Yun Xian's somewhat pale face. As he wrapped an arm around Lin Jiai's delicate waist and gently brushed aside a strand of her wine-red hair that concealed her alluring figure.
Boss.
Could you take this seriously? I'm discussing pressing matters. Someone has their eyes on your presidential seat. The more Jaeger reacted, the more anxious the first agent became. There are 12 types of people. Good ones never poison, while bad ones specialize in it. Yet the good are often falsely accused of poisoning, while the bad go unchallenged. There are wealthy individuals surnamed Jean, and the poor go by ergo. One can easily discern the good, the bad, and the hypocrites by their names. Yet, when his claws and fangs sank into that student, his pupils constricted in an instant. The defensive formations of every village were laid by the inhabitants of the Holy Temple. Indeed, without the Holy Temple, these 108 villages would not exist. As anguished cries echoed, each pursued vampire met a grim fate. With over a dozen carcasses strewn along the less than 200 meters from the village's end to its entrance, Maud also furrowed his brow, as if suddenly realizing something. Finally understanding how Junyang could effortlessly shatter the axe. If you cannot take action, I shall. The long-haired youth cackled ominously. Hearing this, Lin Jia's gaze swiftly turned toward the source. He had always believed the immobile old man in black had perished, only to discover he was still alive. Just as he was lost in thought, his phone rang. It was a call from Du Mengqing, catching him completely off guard, leaving him to ponder what this formidable woman from the police station wanted. Although Wang Hanzong possessed power and wealth, he remained a somewhat humble individual at heart, uncomfortable with anyone being above him, preferring equality in interactions. In truth, this marked their third encounter, and it was evident that Lin Ping had been holding back during the previous two. Given the circumstances, Lin Ping could undoubtedly execute a swift kill, even without employing any weapons. The scorching sun cast waves of heat across the desert, and a gentle breeze stirred the sands. Two disheveled figures lay upon the blistering dunes. From a distance, one might mistake them for indulging in a sand bath. Beside them lay two leather backpacks and a treasure chest crafted from rosewood. However, a bizarre scene unfolded as his long spear penetrated the ground without resistance, while the master of Sanhua appeared unscathed, like a shadow. With a resounding crash, the black dragon unleashed a torrent of raw energy, sending those surrounding it staggering back several paces. Observing the crumpled paper in Gu Jixi's grip, Li Li's eyes darkened, her heart sinking, and the hand that hung by her skirt clenched into a fist. This time, Lin Yun had issued another challenge, placing the position of the young master, Lin Mukin, in jeopardy, though it was of little concern. In the kitchen, Xian Lang sat quietly before a roasting stove, meticulously preparing a roasted chicken, seemingly oblivious to Chef Feng's words. Murongxi lightly waved her hand, enveloping herself in a shimmering veil of azure wind attribute spiritual energy. After offering a reminder, Gu Jixi closed the car door once more, leaning casually against a vehicle, hands tucked in his pockets, his toes absent-mindedly scraping the ground. Aside from you, I can find no one else to confide in, A Yuan remarked, tilting his head toward Yi Yang, who had opened up. What about the doctor in your video? As Ling Jiang spotted Ling Hua and Ling Li rushed toward Ling Jiang, gripping his shoulders tightly. The elder was aware of Yan Yan's formidable martial prowess and did not expect to eliminate him with mere pawns. A scar lay across Lu Cheng's chest, though healed. It remained a ghastly reminder, one she had previously overlooked. Beside her, Gu Linghan laughed exaggeratedly at the tension between the two, while leading Lang Xiu to change into high heels. Reality often falls short of expectations. As the man stated, this was his domain. After unleashing his full potential for so long, Ma Chao's golden spear no longer shone as brightly as it once had, while the crimson formations in the air multiplied. As Lu Qinxing reminisced with Qin Yuran, He noticed Ji Meiwei approaching them, her graceful steps resembling a mesmerizing dance, captivating all who beheld her. Both Qin Yuran and Lu Qinxing were entranced by Ji Meiwei's enchanting beauty, unable to tear their eyes away. Let us hope. For then I need not await the prize from the Jade Dragon banner to purchase a new blade, Zoro exclaimed gleefully. Without uttering a word, Zhao Qianzhong delivered a kick to Jiang En. The martial artist's prowess rendered Jiang En utterly defenseless, akin to a ball being kicked about, his expensive attire reduced to tatters, leaving him resembling a beggar. Disregarding why the scheduled exchange battle had been moved from 5 o'clock to 3, Wang Shilei hurried toward the main playground, only to arrive and witness Li Zidong's dire state. Yet, slow speed did not equate to stagnation. Indeed, after years of development, countless gifted individuals had emerged, resulting in the creation of numerous combat formations. However, she remained oblivious to the silence enveloping the square, with the crowd regarding her as if she were a foolish pig. Feng Manlu hastily arose to peer outside at the puzzled expressions of Yi Qingling and Xiaolan. Through the window, he spotted an MPV parked by the roadside. Its window lowered, revealing Jiang Yuyan smiling and waving at him. Thus, Qin Yuran pressed her forehead against Lu Qinxing's, her hands resting on his dantian, their postures strikingly intimate, causing a flush to spread across Lu Qinxing's face, while Qin Yuran remained undeterred, wholly engrossed in unraveling the secrets of the innate extreme realm. Confronted by the latecomer Li Li, Wang Shilei remained undaunted, unleashing a powerful blow with the black martial bull's strength. Knowledge acquired solely from books is ultimately superficial. The craft of acting necessitates practical experience. Over the years, child actors may have accumulated more film credits than instructors at prestigious film academies. Crafting perfume requires time and precision. One must not confuse the types of flowers, for doing so would result in a chaotic scent that is not only unpleasant, but also a waste of materials. Annie, filled with embarrassment and frustration, evaded the situation. Although Su Ming was burdened with sandbags and afflicted by several debilitating spells, his diminished strength still compelled her into a state of distress. Time and again, just as she found an opportunity to cast a spell, his relentless assault interrupted her efforts. The mages, excluding the necromancers of the Plague Branch, were diligently working, none of them shirking their duties, quickly pushing the prepared monkeys forward. What should I do? I adore each and every one of these blueprints. Annie lamented. Huang Zheyan emerged from behind the vehicle, observing with a smile as Han Bin was escorted away, exuding an air of triumph akin to that of a victor. The elemental pool technology is more suited for the Wizarding Academy. Once established, it connects to the elemental planes, drawing energy while simultaneously gathering elemental forces from the surroundings. On the journey, a saying echoed, "To enjoy the scenery is not to climb, and to climb is not to enjoy the scenery. Those who return from the 5 mountains should not look at other peaks, and those returning from Huangshan should not gaze at the mountains." Despite the excellent soundproofing, the commotion outside was still audible. A slight opening of the window made the voices clearer. The notion of towing a vehicle or incurring fines was merely a scare tactic employed by Niu Li against the male driver. Once Blueberry moved away, he ceased his harassment. It is no wonder that Ling Jueming treated a practitioner of spiritual mastery with such respect as the head of the sect. It turned out this individual hailed from the Thunder sect of the Qingming continent. Upon landing, Qin Yun and the elder surveyed their surroundings, while the young man remained suspended over 20 meters above, clinging to the rope. At the moment of landing, Zhang Wang suddenly inhaled sharply. Moreover, the astonished expression on Phyllis's face revealed that this encounter differed significantly from their previous entanglements. A series of inquiries arose, with nearly all accusing Wen Dao of being a murderer, as if this incident were indeed orchestrated by him. A smile graced her face, though separated by a mask. The mirth in her eyes stirred a sense of longing within Yunqing, evoking fleeting visions of ethereal violet scenes in his mind. After a brief conversation with Chen Xuaning, Weizi mentioned their plans to celebrate together that evening. Furthermore, I must express my gratitude to my parents, for it is their toil that has shaped the person I am today. Jean Yi bowed to his parents in the audience, while the camera shifted to capture the rather emotional expressions of Jin's father and mother. Yet, it was still insufficient. Corpse Zonghai remained somewhat weak, unable to compare with Corpse Tiantian. Among the messages, one private note, lengthy in content, struck him deeply, causing his thoughts to momentarily drift. With a surge of psychic energy, a house materialized above them, shielding the two from view as they disrobed. Hu Fei and Yuan Yu feasted heartily, while the cold and aloof Xiao Xiao sat nearby, eventually opening the oversized iron box in her arms, revealing that the rice had grown cold. Meanwhile, as the captain of the barbarian team led the charge, the disciplined Shi Quan and the eager Kuo flanked the two, ensuring the safety of Xia and Jeliuolai. Even though the bottom lane encounters favored Sky, it could not overshadow the fact that TL's duo was a world-class combination, with fleeting opportunities slipping away as Jiang Yingxue attempted to secure the first move, and Shui Yunqi barely passing through the triangular grass. The story of Shintu City and Liangshan is a hurdle that must be crossed, whether it be the original Song Jiang, Chao Gai, or the contemporary Li Junchen. However, the chaos did not last long, as the elderly man was swiftly carried away, and Xie Jili was escorted into a vehicle. Moments later, Su Chang'an approached with an umbrella, tapping on Cheng Mo's car window, signaling him and Athena to disembark and follow. They exchanged glances before ULS turned to draw the curtains, and the view outside was so blindingly bright that it felt as if a holy paladin had cast a detection spell on a lower realm, nearly blinding him. Humph. Second brother, you keep an eye on this young lady while I take a look inside. I wish to see who possesses such audacity, the youth declared coldly. Over the years, Lin Zhili had not been idle. He discerned that Lu Xi and Lian held no romantic interest in him. Guyan left the gathering without a backward glance, immediately immersing himself in the demands of his work upon returning to the office. Zhang Tailin, with both hands on Tao Hong's head, leaned in closely for a kiss, the intensity of his affection palpable, while the latter's struggles appeared genuine. The name Su Huan really is renowned throughout the martial world of the Central Plains. Xie Wu Wang, of course, would not trivialize the aspirations of the extraordinary Jun. Having not experienced what he endured, none possessed the right to critique his ambitions. Jin Dong Tian found himself overwhelmed by the extroverted elder sister, his face growing increasingly flushed, while she remained blissfully unaware, commenting on the peninsula maiden's shyness. Her elegantly arched eyebrows resembled crescent moons, framing a pair of expressive, sparkling eyes that seemed to harbor the essence of countless stars. At this moment, the film crew was nestled within a bamboo grove, adjacent to a wooden cabin, staging the scene where Lin Pingji encounters Ling Huchong. He was rather considerate. As Zhang Yu spoke, he casually draped an arm around Wu Xie's shoulder, exuding camaraderie, though his somewhat dirty fingers inadvertently brushed against her clothing. It was nearly noon, and the spring sun was radiant. However, once Qin Tian's talisman vanished into the sky, ominous clouds swiftly gathered, lightning flashing ominously, heralding an impending storm.
She réassure d'herself internally.
Convincing herself that everything would be fine. Once married to Lu Xinghua, she would deal with those two individuals. The general delivered a sharp reprimand to the third young master, stating, "If you disrespect your elder sister-in-law again, the consequences will not be so simple." Su Xing recalled seeing others complain in her previous life, her expression exaggerated as if attempting to pop her eyes out, striving too hard to project a heroic demeanor. This challenge was not one that even university students of the modern era could easily conquer. It was likely that even high school students could achieve commendable results. Although, even without his intervention, Song Yanyu and the others would undoubtedly fight to protect the emperor, ensuring he remained unharmed. Ultimately, Bai Meng managed to persuade his mother, citing that today was his father's birthday, which led to a truce between both parties. Jin Mao had taken a liking to the dragon-headed staff left behind by the one-eyed man, persistently requesting Inu to carry it, his eyes sparkling with excitement along the way. She also reassured Su Xing not to worry, as she only intended to place Su Xing's 3-year film contract with Weiss. Suddenly, within this space, innumerable magnetic lines materialized, converging to form a formidable celestial wheel. A fleet with nearly immortal-level strongmen stationed sought to eliminate the threat, requiring equally powerful adversaries to do so. This estate was quite exquisite. Zheng Ji casually glanced at the meticulous arrangement of the Celine Dion residence, noting the well-maintained courtyard and the gently flowing fountain, a clear indication that its owner was both tidy and appreciative of life's pleasures. Upon concluding his statement, his gaze fixed intently on Long Tianwei, his eyes filled with a hint of provocation. This song is truly captivating. May I inquire its title? Ling Fei asked with a smile, capturing the attention of the audience below, who leaned in with bated breath, eager not to miss a single detail. What have you poured in? How could it be so domineering? Old Master Long inquired, recognizing that his grandson was quite peculiar and could not be judged by ordinary standards. However, with the rise of the new shield generation of the Mafia Patriarch, his extraordinary strength and remarkable methods have led to an unprecedented diminishment of the 12 counselors' authority. Ever since New Shield ascended to the position of Mafia Patriarch 2 decades ago, the 12 counselors have become nearly nominal. New Shield's word is law, and they are utterly powerless to intervene. Much like Duan Xiao compelling his members to sign contracts, even if captured by enemies, it is impossible for them to divulge information about Xu. At this moment, Lu Ji's expression is focused, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the easel before him. Completely oblivious to the scrutiny of others and the peculiarities of Long Tianwei, as if he has entered a state of selflessness, where only the painting exists in his mind. The divine radiance is restrained, and Li Yan's aura returns to a state of tranquility, yet he emanates an aura of unyielding authority. Even now, the red python of 7 Absolute Mountain cannot fathom how the outsider Qin Fan could effortlessly produce hundreds of thousands of demon stones. An hour passes, and the fragrant aroma of herbs fills the air as a furnace of 5th-grade elixirs is completed, achieving a remarkable yield of 7 pills. Contribution points serve as the primary resource for most alchemist cultivation, and typically we, myself included, exchange contribution points for spiritual stones, though some opt to use them for innate magical artifacts. Zhang Zizai remarks. The Soul Demon clan is utterly astonished. Clearly, Qin Yu's cultivation is only at the 7th rank of the Emperor level, so how could his imperial soul possess such formidable strength, reaching the ancient Emperor realm? Everyone, we must strike together, targeting its head and abdomen, its weaknesses, full force, or we shall not escape. Li Hua, aware of the sword tiger's nature, advises the group, revealing the creature's vulnerabilities. If what you're doing now is merely to seize the upper hand in our forthcoming discussion, then there is no need for a handshake. Knight's Sacrifice remarks, casting a glance at Wei Di. Countless red crystal cores are swallowed one after another by Li Yan, the pure, warm liquid energy coursing through his body, transforming his blood, bones, skin, and organs. This behavior not only fails to raise suspicion but rather convinces them that this is precisely how Casa should behave. Yang Zhe remains unfazed. Having previously fought alongside Lu Feng in the Burning Sky illusions, they both emerged severely wounded. Jiang Hua chuckles, retrieving a magazine from a tattered bag. Pulling out a letter penned by Wang Shiji addressed to himself. Contemplating this, Manager Zhang sternly assures Lin Hao that he will provide an explanation regarding Manager Lu's attitude. He visits Zheng Ji at Meng Xian's invitation, both as a gesture of gratitude for Zheng Heng's past kindness and to observe Zheng Ji's current state. After experiencing a shift in identity, Zheng Ji, who may have lost everything, remains undeterred in spirit. He does not mind lending a hand to someone like him. If he collapses, then there will be no future.
What?
Lin Hao, have you lost your mind? You are merely an intern doctor, daring to perform surgery? Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? Zhang Jingzhong exclaims in anger. In recent days, Yunyang's gaze upon Yao has been peculiar, and Gu Yao is well aware. Her menstrual cycle is typically precise, yet this time it is delayed by 7 to 8 days. In that matter, there was no special interaction between her and Zheng Ji, but perhaps circumstances have changed.
Why?
I am selling equity. Not everything. It is written in the contract. Shi Dafeng exclaims, his heart pained with frustration. The bar countertop, made of large stones, suddenly cracks with a loud snap. This is under the firm belief that the atonement battle lacks any winning prospects. However, for Zhong Jujin, the stakes are different. She must survive. Jia cannot perish. Upon sitting down, she discovers a chessboard beside her, which, upon closer inspection, reveals itself to be a vast array diagram. At the entrance, Lu Zhongwei, seeing Ji Yin leave, rushes in and notices that the old leader's once aging visage seems to have regained a youthful vigor, his snow-white eyebrows miraculously turning as black as ink. You refuse to speak? If not, I shall take my leave. Xu Qiao rolls her eyes and turns to depart. The black dragon groom appears somewhat agitated. They must not have encountered humans for quite some time. Thus, it stands to reason that those who entered the fishing village likely met their demise at the hands of marine creatures. He strikes the table with a fist, lighting a cigar and exhaling thick clouds of smoke, his heart filled with pent-up frustration. Prior to entering, Yigua had preemptively severed all electrical lines in the funeral home, knowing that Director Wang would not be easily deceived and would verify by phone, so he left nothing to chance. Damn it, I stand to charge forward, but before I can even take a step, two ghosts swiftly restrain me. They are clever, locking my hands to prevent me from drawing symbols. Without gestures, merely relying on incantations is futile. Meanwhile, Manqing and the others have exited the marketplace, heading toward Donghua Gate to admire the scenery. One can imagine that aside from the four of them, many other families and disciples from the Hidden Door have also set their sights on this martial arts competition. All invitations have been successfully dispatched or delivered. However, Lao Kai has become unreachable. He was on a business trip, failing to answer calls or reply to messages. And though it has been heard that he has returned, he has yet to offer assistance. This is all thanks to Luo Qianfan, whose remarkable writing skills have borne fruit, attributing numerous achievements to the police force, which is quite generous of him. In pursuit of power, the sorcerer has developed a method for transplanting magical energy, a forbidden technique that usurps magical power from others. The villagers exchange glances, and although Ma Shiyu is reluctant to yield, he is nudged by a companion, swallowing his words. Lin Fei finds his limbs and spine incapacitated, rendering him incapable of continuing the fight against Lin Chen, thus declaring Lin Chen the victor. Lin Chen speaks coldly. At that moment, Lin Yuan is already marked for death. Regrettably, later on, Chongjin died and Wu Songgui's father was slain by Li Zicheng, ultimately forcing him to ally with the Manchus. Thus, Luo Misheng, without explicit instructions from Li Shaozi, directly calls Sima Nianzhu to his office under the guise of the company's higher-ups. He hands over relevant documents, instructing him to assemble personnel for the task. This marks his first encounter with the officers from the criminal division, who have rehearsed their performance to entertain him.
Indeed.
The actions of the officers from the Western District are somewhat understandable, considering their transfer. However, the gaze of the officers from the criminal division upon him is akin to that of a living deity. The judge leaps onto the makeshift arena, which no longer resembles a proper stage. He feels a touch of awkwardness, for the caliber of this match far surpasses any in the past 15 years. Should any unforeseen occurrences arise, even the four judges may be unable to intervene. Bastard, you infuriate me, you fool. Crystal Jia abruptly hangs up the phone. She feebly resists for a time, then surrenders completely, beginning to acquiesce to my whims. After much exertion, I lean back against the headboard, lighting a cigarette and taking a few puffs. Observing Raphael's furious countenance, he smirks, raising an eyebrow and asking, "You must know that within this white expanse lies the essence of all 5 elemental energies of Zhan Feihong. How shall we assist? Please, Lord Dong, state your terms." Gao Fei, aware of Dong's ulterior motives, smoothly inquires. Li Xiao chuckles, then pushes me forcefully, landing a punch squarely on Jiji's face. After millennia of growth, the divine tree finally bore fruit a millennium ago. In terms of form, flavor, and efficacy, the fruit of this divine tree is indistinguishable from that of the one in the Spirit Valley. Ling Xuewei has also had her fill. Propping her chin on one hand as she leans on the bar, her eyes slightly squinted, her alluring cherry lips curling upward with a hint of sweet seduction. Especially the 3 esteemed players of the Ancient Alliance, Cotton Candy, Yacha Su, and the Resolute Heart, on the eve of the unified battle. I deliberately brought them to the front lines to form a team with me, achieving a level of 10. With a resounding crash, we shattered the door of the Yinyang Society, and a Ferrari sped directly into the main hall. After much contemplation, he resolved to gather information about Jiao Huaying, who had arrived with Shui Air, and to wait at her current lodging. The underwater cave was approximately a person's height, making it easy to traverse. Although the passage was rugged and winding, it was not excessively deep. After turning a few corners, they arrived at the entrance of the stone chamber beside the chef's knife. Wasn't this akin to playing with fire? Zhao Zixian dared not engage in such reckless behavior, The stakes were too high, as this was the sole support for fulfilling his master's wish to establish the divine chef society, which could not be jeopardized. Xiao Song did not hear what he was about to say next. He only caught the words heart disease, which suddenly pricked her heart like a thorn, causing her profound pain. It felt as if she had experienced such anguish long ago, and even after a considerable passage of time, the mere recollection still bore lingering effects. Under that gaze, Xu Qiao felt a twinge of guilt, her mind grappling with those 3 words for what seemed an eternity, yet they remained unspoken. He then glanced at the swirling aura and 3 flames floating before him, contemplated briefly, and with a flick of his sleeve, directed them all toward Nailin Yanran. However, like raw jade, no instrument exists in this realm that can detect the presence of jade within without damaging its exterior. Thus, it all relied on fortune. Faced with a row of knives, Xiangyi found himself devoid of the courage to indulge in meat, only daring to sip the meat broth. At that moment, he comprehended why the white tiger refrained from assuming human form while dining, instead resembling a pet dog crouching beneath the dining table. In a certain light, Wang Shui's plight was pitiful. She yearned for a lifelong companion, longing for love and the sensation of being cherished, yet her desires remained unfulfilled. The unattainable in reality could only be experienced through a simple home-cooked meal prepared by Zhao Zixian, a source of deep sorrow and lamentation. Heavenly birds soared, azure cranes danced, white clouds drifted across the blue sky, and mountains flowed with streams, resembling a celestial realm. This startled Chen Su, who hastily washed his hands, neglecting to dry them before departing the restroom. The term points emerged as a novel concept in Mu Zifei's mind. Compared to the nurturing, caretaker-like approach of teachers, he found himself more suited to the predatory atmosphere of this academy. Thus, the evil lord and representatives from various sects, along with the elders of the life and death sect, focused their gaze on Han Sheng, awaiting his ultimate decision. The 5 primordial elements, gold, wood, water, proceeded smoothly. Yet the fire element remained in a state of gestation for years. Teacher, it was one thing not to help me earlier, but now you wish to mock me? Mu Zifei seethed, harboring a grudge. Earlier, Lafi had been aware of the impending events, yet chose not to inform him, even conspiring with that old rogue Anthony to witness his misfortune, which he could hardly forget. Is that so? Mu Zifei inquired with a penetrating gaze, then maliciously folded his arms, observing the crimson-faced Xueli with an expression of amusement. All right, old son, do not be too angry. Have a seat. At your age, temper should be tempered, Liang Zhenmin advised with a wry smile, tugging at Sun Yanjia's sleeve. The highest tier of the Qintian Bureau was occupied by the director, who oversaw 4 deputy directors, beneath whom were the various inspectors. Zhao Jingwen remained silent, her expression complex as she gazed at the leading man, who reciprocated her silence. His fierce demeanor, completely subdued, had lowered as if awaiting her command. Previously, the location had been too remote, and after the disappearance of the retro spirit, even ordinary spirits were scarce along the roads. He had rarely conversed with Sang Yi, often perceiving her as somewhat foolish, yet now he sensed something amiss. Is that Huazi classmate? Without responding to Jiu Ji's inquiry about beverages, and Chen squinted ahead. The disheveled old Taoist was preoccupied, with fortunes unpredictable. Now would be the best opportunity to rid himself of the 2. Rottenwood voiced his agreement and gestured to the 10 blades. As the portal leading to the outskirts of Seoul Street had opened, the 4th prince dared to collude with Mo Jingyue because he was born of the Central Palace, and many in the court believed he had a chance at the throne. The young Xiantian, with an unusual sentiment, slowly received the jade tablet, feeling the cool and smooth jade's subtle touch in his palm. In an instant, his thoughts drifted back to a distant past. He held his breath, crouched outside the long window, listening to the faint voices emanating from within. Enough, why are you all still here? What is there to see? Suddenly, Xia shouted angrily. The residence of Madame Lin Qingxian of the Twin Cultivation Palace remained unchanged, merely a wooden cabin. When Chu Nan and the Lin sisters arrived, Lin Qingxian was still watering her vegetables, as if her routine of planting and nurturing had become part of her cultivation, or perhaps that very act was her cultivation. In terms of physical attributes, Zhuge Dachang held a distinct advantage, while Feng Tianming faced slight disadvantages and Wu Ming was a compromise. However, they were all martial practitioners, each possessing strength, making it difficult to ascertain who was superior. Moreover, the matchmaking had concluded, although it was not the outcome they had initially anticipated, with Yu Wushuang present. This result should suffice. After a while, everyone redirected their focus to the lion, which could no longer be referred to as a lion but rather a sickly beast, weakly sprawled on the ground. What is the taste of love? Qiao Shirin had never experienced it. Her feelings for Chu Nen were likely merely a degree of fondness. Not quite love. Julia's voice resonated through the communication channel, announcing that she had entered the tunnel with a contingent of reinforcements, which alleviated Ling Ke's anxiety as she prepared to stall for time against the adversary. William finally regained control of the situation, while Ouyang Duo continued doing push-ups on the ground, and Field sheathed his throwing knives, the cold moonlight cascading through 3 bullet holes in the tin roof. The room where Liang Shanbua kept the evidence was guarded, and Zhu Yingtai was not concerned about anyone causing trouble. She closed the door, greeted the guards at the entrance, inquired about Liang Shanbua's whereabouts, and sought him out. The city's defense was not solely manned by foot soldiers and archers, but also a substantial number of cavalry. If they did not leave soon, they might face pursuit from the horsemen. After changing into clean clothes and entering the living room, Yining had already prepared a cup of honey tea and handed it to him. Wei He, with eyes closed, occasionally furrowed his brow or displayed joy, his expressions shifting unpredictably, making it hard to discern whether he wished to laugh or cry. Furthermore, when I emerged from the cave and was stunned into unconsciousness, the vague figure I saw was indeed Ma Xian. I just could not comprehend why she chose to act after we exited the ancient tomb rather than when she was at my home, or even earlier. As death approached, Rivis seemed to return to that banquet filled with clinking glasses, where a poised and elegant young man smiled gently and serenely at him. Mr. K beside me remarked that the people of Meteor Street could only survive in this manner. It was a unique path of existence for them, and they should not alter it. Observing the pious expressions of Gu Boshan and several elders from the clan, along with other clan members' excitement and pride, Gu Qingyun truly felt the impact of a scholar from ancient times on a family. As the greatest contributor, King Gaoyang replaced the former king of Rincheng, becoming the new leader of the royal family and ascending to the position of prime minister of the Wei Kingdom. Zhuo Yan, now grown, accompanied the lively atmosphere. It was time for him to experience independent living. Yi Kaicheng looked at Su Shiyun, directly striking at the heart of the matter. In their hearts, both individuals couldn't help but feel a sense of foreboding. The world was on the brink of chaos. And with such a character emerging from the Central Plains martial arts community, one could only wonder whether it heralded fortune or misfortune. Let me have a look, Su Zuiyan said, attempting to free himself from Gao Lingyun's grasp. In contrast to Mu Qing's rudeness, Mu Ling was quite pleased with Mu Shui's decorum, prompting her to cast a glance at Mu Qing. After all, even disregarding the exclusive attractions of the amusement park, taking a leisurely stroll here to cultivate one's sentiments was indeed a fine choice. Let me show you the power of talismans, Yi Wuchen proclaimed, producing 3 thunder talismans. Unleashing them all at once, golden light surged forth, chasing several dozen miles, as the terrifying thunder struck directly at the cloaked figure. At that moment, Su Zuiyan was idly scrolling through his phone when he recalled the photo he took that morning of Yi Kaicheng's silhouette. Let us sleep in my room and return together tomorrow. Yi Jintang did not inquire further. His curiosity about Yi Zheng was not particularly fervent, nor did he desire it to be. What? When did you do this? Madame Zhong was taken aback, turning to Yi Kaicheng with disbelief etched across her face. That was her last bargaining chip, and to have it seized without her knowledge struck her a heavy blow. I am unperturbed. Do as you please. Take your time. Fearless. One becomes indifferent, and indifference renders one apathetic to all matters. It was already past 10 in the evening. The corridors were not bustling with passers-by, yet occasionally, a few classmates crossed paths. Shin Fan greeted each one, as nearly all classmates, save for Lin Bitao, had visited him in recent days. An astonishing scene unfolded before the crowd as the wing and forward exchanged blows, seemingly a surreal spectacle. The bone-faced dominator soared like a kite with severed strings, flying far away. Yuzi blinked her eyes, gazing pitifully at Zhao Chu, sniffling as she lamented, "Husband, I feel quite distressed." She took his hand and pressed it against her chest. When York's attack was deflected by the wrist guard, Lin Hao marveled at the phenomenon. Now, witnessing another extraordinary event, he developed a newfound respect and an inexplicable sentiment towards the wrist guard. "Let us bury these and not leave a heap of corpses in our courtyard. It's bad luck." The queen's body would be taken back to the mortuary, and as soon as the mourning period passed, she would be buried. Mu Yuanmeng wrinkled her nose, displaying a disdainful expression as she stood at a distance, issuing commands. Angela and others turned to see the impassive Nangong Yuhan behind them, observing them intently, though they were unaware of his thoughts. Yun Zhe felt somewhat helpless. He resigned himself to the fact that he barely recognized the lettuce in front of him, glancing at the nearby vegetables, which were far too dark to discern anything. He found himself at a loss regarding her. This company was indeed quite large, with a decor that exuded elegance and sophistication, rivaling the Lin Shi group. After a satisfying meal, Xiao Yichen escorted Mo Qianxia to the company, where employees were chattering animatedly. When Mo Qianxia arrived with a handsome man, the atmosphere buzzed with intrigue. Just as Zhong Li Luo ground his teeth in fury, wishing to rend Su Jin to pieces, a knock resounded at the door. Muron Li spoke harshly, tears glistening in his eyes as he turned away, presenting me with a stubborn profile. Observing Su Yaren's expression and her incessant inquiries, Li Yilan was certain that she had left something unsaid. While many assumed that someone coveted the treasure, igniting greed, none would suspect that the root cause lay with the head of Kunlun. Qin Ge casually snapped off a dry branch as a makeshift weapon, closing his eyes to deeply contemplate the sword techniques rehearsed in his mind. Upon opening the menu, he searched for the dish named after the restaurant, a culinary creation one should not miss. After all, no reputable Western restaurant would jest with its own reputation, hence the dishes they crafted would surely be delectable. "If you say so, then. Very well," Ma Qingchuan murmured, half convinced, before hanging up. As military personnel from various bases mobilized, everyone understood that war was imminent. How shall I put this? I was indeed somewhat tempted earlier, unable to restrain my emotions. Of course, there was another implication. It served as a punishment for you. Li Zhen found himself at a loss for words, resorting to honesty. Just as Deng Gue Nian finished speaking, an ominous feeling washed over him. He then witnessed a swordsman in white, standing behind Wang Qian, cleave through an unknown poison with his sword. When Deng Gue Nian finally discerned what the swordsman had shattered, cold sweat broke out across his body. This was a curse sealed for countless years, now unleashed with a vow to ensnare all men in a web of betrayal. During the day, the one who had injured her, Yun Qingwan, incessantly questioned her about Xu Yihan's identity. Now, could it be that Xu Yihan had intruded upon her consciousness? Was there anything more bizarre? Although Zhu Hozhao had suggested otherwise, within the Eastern Palace, countless eyes were scrutinizing their every move, compelling Li Li to maintain appearances. The earlier spectacle of the 100 Ghosts had been so pronounced that even after the post was deleted, players in Qingmu City were well aware of the incident, fervently speculating on the identity of the mysterious player, the individual responsible for the 100 Ghosts' misfortune, and the deletion of the post. Is that so? I don't recall that.
Li Wiun feignat contemplación.
Dong Zhuo secretly harbored thoughts of deposing the emperor. Upon returning to the palace, he encountered Empress He, weeping profusely. Upon inspecting the palace, he discovered the imperial jade seal was missing. After Jiang Xinyan departed, Su Jiao summoned Duanzan, who was reveling in his first-place victory. Upon learning that Su Jiao sought him, he rushed over, excitedly anticipating a reward for his triumph. Thus, they spent the following half-year carefree. In the mornings, he practiced martial arts. In the afternoons, he honed his body technique, accompanied by Li Mingxue for sword training, and in the evenings, he studied the Southern Ming scripture and the indestructible golden body. Although the Southern Ming scripture yielded little effect, he dared not relax. Gongsun Jun's cavalry took the lead, while the White Horse Brigade charged ahead. The infantry marched in orderly formation, advancing steadily towards the mountain city walls, calling out kill every 3 steps, moving with a calm yet thunderous pace. Wu Enki sat in confusion until dawn. Yana Yi wouldn't utter such words without reason. yet despite his best efforts to recollect, he could summon no memories related to her. Ilo returned to his room, casually tossing Mei Lulu into a drawer, contemplating for a moment before locking it securely. Finally feeling at ease as he opened the door to head out for a meal, the shadow demon Neem and Wu Enki exchanged glances, their expressions far from friendly. Yet mercenaries and employers need not be friends. Now that he had finally found someone with whom he could converse, and who was willing to befriend him, Kaza no Oka Shiu cherished the connection deeply. Although General Hawk had expressed such sentiments, he was nonetheless nearly convinced of the validity of Qin Yan's words. As the family steward, Uncle Chun was obliged to heed only his commands. Regardless of the circumstances, he should report directly to the head of the family for decisions. Had it not been for the need to engage with Okazaki Kazuma, even if Li Yunsheng were immensely wealthy, he wouldn't squander such resources. Moreover, had it been any other military intelligence agent, such tactics would have been unnecessary. Su Manni nodded, resting her head against his shoulder, drifting into a peaceful slumber. At the very least, Lawyer Qiao would not impose excessive pressure on her. She intended to seize the opportunity to leave shortly. Hence, she could not afford to waste too much time. It can be said that the appearance of anyone here would not be surprising. Today, a Taoist priest has indeed made an appearance. He was in his 40s or 50s, exceedingly thin, yet adorned with a peculiar beard that rendered him strikingly unique. This Taoist priest carried a banner inscribed with the grand words exorcising demons and subduing evil. However, it was evident that she was incapable of even the most basic lightness of foot, let alone the fact that her senior brother was still in a deep slumber. And Nalen Luo, lacking martial skills, was also present along with 6 children. In those days, Wei Tsin, Tang Tua, Deng Ao, and even the eldest son Lung Yuhan had all been engulfed in a haze of confusion, their minds clouded with questions. Indeed, upon entering the realm of the light shield, Huang Jiawen exhibited a palpable fear, hesitating to approach. My heart surged with joy. It seemed my strategy had proven effective. The elder with a red face immediately grasped Naruto's intentions. The rivalry between Ling Yun and Naruto over Duanmu was already common knowledge in the Flame Palace, particularly after the competition, where even members of other sects were aware. The extent of damage to the mech was reflected in the battle damage values, rendering Tang Yun's statement utterly unreasonable. Although the methods of attack were similar, Paul took a shot while Sun Zhuo executed a powerful dunk. Just as I was lost in thought, Zhang Yi Bureau's Shen Shanggong presented a vibrant red chili pepper on a jade platter to the Empress Dowager and Bao Yuan, who inspected it in turn. Li Yang, the illusory light real man, and the carefree wanderer sat cross-legged, watching the iron pot real man concoct elixirs. Qi Tianlei furrowed his brow. Qi Yu's demeanor also unsettled him. Could it be that this young man, who evoked such peculiar feelings in him, had come to claim kinship for the sake of his fortune? In Zhu Youfan's eyes lingered an inexplicable melancholy, as parting sorrows flowed like the endless waters of the Yangtze, rolling eastward towards the gilded city of Nanjing from the 6 dynasties. He had often contemplated his mysterious origins, knowing that the day of revelation would inevitably arrive. Moreover, regarding the Yi family, he harbored a fervent hope that one day he would boldly declare to the world that he was the son of Yi Qingmei. With utmost caution and slowness, he employed his weary, slightly trembling right hand, channeling his inner spiritual energy to glide gently over the exquisite form of Lan Lingyue. Yan Hudai and his companions were all staunch allies of Zhou Hong, appearing as officials in daylight while engaging in heinous acts in the shadows. Once the imperial envoy arrived in Fuzhou, their misdeeds would be laid bare, and each would be deserving of execution. Thus, the moment Jing Li made a move, they all drew their weapons, preparing to charge forward. Indeed, as the situation escalated, both master and disciple recalled the 2 cunning old foxes in the capital. Fan Xian, with a hint of exasperation, bowed slightly and instructed his subordinates to arrange for a carriage. From the outset, there was no intention to let Rome Mama off the hook. It wasn't that Qin Lin lacked compassion, but rather, he had touched a forbidden nerve. That day, Fu Hanqing donned an ivory-white shirt, a hue that once reminded Xiao Xiao of a hospital, pale and solitary. Yet in Fu's living room, she gazed at the shade that had troubled her for so long, and instead of hospitals, she envisioned the white clouds floating in the sky, the man smiling faintly, captivatingly. As Xu Qiao settled himself, the enormous wings of the unicorn beast began to flap vigorously, gradually ascending until it reached the highest point of this space. Xu Qiao looked up and realized that this was an exit to the outside world. Listening to Tang Jing's narration, Sun Wukong had already formed a theory. It was likely an assassination stemming from jealousy in romantic pursuits, with a minor chance being a grudge from their professional lives. The instance of prostitution in Shenzhen was a prime example, was it not? Inside Prince Ning's tent, Wang Luan appeared anxious, sweating profusely, while Zhu Qinhao remained composed, sitting steadily. Thus, simply put, unless Lu Li believed she could withstand the heavenly tribulations and still defeat Wen Shui, she could not make a move. Conversely, the same applied to Wen Shui. The stars twinkled with dazzling brilliance, their light slowly coalescing into a dragon-shaped illusion. As the dragon-shaped apparition solidified, it vanished. And at that moment, the incantations of the white-bearded elder ceased, his gaze fixed on the distance. Here, it is important to clarify that in no way Oriheim referred to Uchiha Suki as mother because Rini had officially acknowledged in no way Oriheim as his sister, thus allowing her to call him mother without issue. Everyone, you arrived uninvited and harmed my servant. If you do not provide me an explanation, do not blame me for being impolite today. Nie Jingxiong coldly surveyed Yunfan and the others, his tone dark. Qianming transformed into the infamous consort of chaos. Alas, even more pitiable was that Zhang Taoho, who had always been her support, abandoned her upon the sudden turn of events, especially since the Empress was genuinely pregnant. The first day of the off-season provided a rare respite for the 16 teams that had secured playoff qualifications, as they understood the cruelty of the upcoming matches in 3 days. Furthermore, the timing of the graduation of Class S was closer to the onset of the Ninja World War, the terrors and brutality of which could be gleaned from this perspective. The giant yellow duck was once again provoked. Fortunately, this time it did not have water in its mouth, or else it would have sprayed Chuki's face. Zheng Zhong and Li Yan exchanged no further words, for since they were friends of Liu Yao, they naturally were friends of theirs as well. Zhao Lei, known for his lively personality and articulate speech, found himself at a loss for how to comfort his superior. Though Yi Bing spoke sweetly, Chen Xiao knew all too well that if he acceded to this request, future life would likely be fraught with uncertainties, and it would also sow a significant seed of discord in his relationship with Zhou Yuxuan. Chu Qing lifted her gaze towards Jiang Yuning, then glanced at Xiao Yu, contemplating as she placed a piece of fish into his bowl. In the video, Wang Qi lay on the bed in a perfectly normal posture, breathing steadily, without any superfluous movements. From this efficacy, one could discern its extraordinary nature. It was not merely the world's greatest treasure, but nearly so. However, it was exceedingly rare, having only appeared once in the mythical era and never seen again. When Suehua was in a state of confusion, Ouyang Ruju finally spoke from the heart. You all let go. I am not going anywhere. I want to return home. This decision had been on Ouyang Ruju's mind for half the night. Xia Boyang seemed to be in a slightly better mood, but soon tensed again, questioning Suehua's identity. Unpleasant memories surged forth. Prior to deciding to go to the Wang residence, many distressing and even despairing events had transpired. The bathtub was simply designed, a mere elongated basin filled with water, appearing perfectly normal without any strange odors, and the water did not bubble like slime, attempting to engage in unspeakable acts against Tong Lo. Yet, what Yoshiyuki had not anticipated was that the Tachikawa castle, held by Tachikawa Manami, could not contain the momentum of the Cebu Katsunari and others. The Shinfukuda family directly assigned the task of capturing Tachikawa Castle to Cebu Katsunari and Yoshizawa Manami, while they themselves led 900 troops deep into the heart of Murayama County. Of course, if you wish to cultivate, you may do so, provided you swear to leave these people behind and never oppose us again. In that case, we can also vow not to strike against you. The choice is yours. At this moment, Long Xingyu turned his gaze towards the divine emperor and those who clamored to cultivate. Meanwhile, the body of number 3 was ablaze, igniting a brilliant firelight that danced in the air, creating numerous afterimages that dazzled the eyes. Lu Xingji would naturally not explain that he had already subdued the overseas dragon clan and was in complete control of the Yangtze River. Recently awakened, Xiang Yuandong felt somewhat groggy, his thoughts still unclear. Yet, When confronting the supernatural, what was referred to as courage was merely the bravery to face others. Okachikawa Castle was not a stronghold. It was merely a minor outpost with little practical significance. Oda Masataka, after examining the map retrieved from the main keep, believed that the second line of defense for the Ashina family should be at Shing Castle, not Okachikawa Castle. A serene voice articulated the conditions demanded by the Celestial Punishment Gate, which could be deemed rather stringent for the average person. After settling into their cultivation, the likes of the Divine Lord of Infernal Fire and others began to immerse themselves in tranquil meditation, seemingly disinterested in the external circumstances. Observing their demeanor, the Divine Lord of Flames and the Divine Lord of Snowy Beauty also chose to disregard all other matters and commenced their own practices. Upon hearing the words of Huiju, the frail slaves gradually converged from the surrounding fields and ditches. Chui Meng's head fell to the ground, rolling 3 times. Yet his body remained upright, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the reclusive figure from the miscellaneous sect, his eyes wide open. However, it was Zheng Yi who wielded the imposing, malevolent 2-meter bone blade within the royal city. The relentless barrage of magical projectiles, emanating from a substantial expenditure of magical crystals, formed a dense chain of strikes, encircling a 100-meter radius of the beach, though it failed to inflict significant harm. Wu Fan, recognizing the tide of battle had completely shifted, felt no need to intervene further. After bidding farewell to Hong Meng and Li Chong, he proceeded towards the direction of the Qinglian Merchant Association. Assigning a role to Huang Bo had not crossed Zhou Bai's mind. It was not that he had forgotten Huang Bo, but rather that this film currently lacked a suitable part for him, and bringing him on board would offer little benefit. This marked a transcendence in his realm. As Chun Chen entered the domain of laws, transcending mere physical power. Although Professor Kai was a leading expert in the international mathematics field, Graham's status surpassed his. Hence the condescending tone directed at Professor Kai was laced with disdain towards the people of Huaxia. Very well. Let us prepare a magnificent ice coffin for him. With a gentle smile, Poseidon unleashed a continuous breath of cold air towards the space imprisoning Lucifer. He vividly recalled that this alternate dimension could not accommodate beasts of rank 6 or higher. Otherwise, the space would collapse instantaneously. Gong Luowan had not anticipated that Yu Qiao would suddenly embrace her. Seeing Yu Qiao in such distress, Gong Luowan felt a surge of panic and instinctively returned the embrace. Perhaps food truly has the power to uplift one's spirits. By the end of breakfast, Zhuang Xiyuan felt utterly devoid of anger, even losing the desire to confront Ling Tiancheng. If you can heal me, I am willing to pay you 100,000. Furthermore, I know several sisters whose skin has various issues. I can introduce them to you. What do you think? Li Xiulian urged anxiously. The talisman was hers to unveil. Hence it belonged to her. After all, she had come to accompany Qingyue, and Boss Zhang had already entrusted the items to her. Qingyue was her mentor. Thus what was hers was inherently hers. The arrow embedded deeply, almost piercing through her neck. Blood gushed from the wound, staining her front. Wang Zue did not dwell on the matter, for no villager dared confront him. Having initially intended to slay an entire family, what more could one expect? She partitioned the interior of the Confucian cuisine pavilion into 2 sections, one where patrons could order as they would in a tavern, with prices remaining unchanged. Who do you say is the watchdog? Speak again. The security guard's anger flared. He could not comprehend why Zhao Shui would risk the danger of being harmed by human traffickers just to rescue herself from their clutches, and later take him in as a guard at the town South King's residence. Yet, he could vaguely surmise the reason, though he could not definitively conclude it. However, the sensation of being watched intensified rather than diminished. The malevolent figure trailing him was surely capable of inflicting harm. A sense of unease overwhelmed him, prompting a hurried retreat to the emptiness of his home, the only refuge he could rely upon. Is there a new drama to shoot? Shinyu sat nearby, holding fruit, skewering a piece to feed her. Rising, he remarked, "All right, since you haven't seen it, I shall search elsewhere, or perhaps upon my return, I shall have found it." Yet, Yang Ke had not anticipated that as Wu Yuan departed, he would turn to the person beside him and speak. Li Liying was inherently beautiful, otherwise, she would not have dared dream of marrying Niu Sanhu, while simultaneously considering Li Aimin. Sure Yu is with child. And I fear she may not withstand the jolting on the road. Zheng Fan expressed his concern as he watched the departing procession. It turned out the rumors were true. He had been consuming the elixirs provided by the Misty Rain Tower, rendering his demise in the previous life a mere act of retribution. After returning from her travels, Xia Tian gradually found tranquility, accustomed to living alongside Sheng Yuntian, relishing his meticulous care. Beside the skeletal remains lay some gold and silver jewels, suggesting they had come in search of treasure, only to meet their demise instead. Shinyu smiled at the emoji sent, feeling a delightful sense of connection in this online romance. They sensed that consuming the fragrant delicacies would elevate their powers to new heights. At the front line of the Gongya Alliance, the officer approached with a dejected expression, speaking gravely. Before the corpses draped in black cloth stood a living individual wielding a gong, referred to locally as a corpse herder. These insects spread across the body of the Black Miao High Priest, akin to nanobots, infiltrating the blood-red thorns. What are you afraid of? Am I truly so terrifying? Shan Yi approached, his anger palpable, brow furrowed as if he were about to strike. Zhuo Zongtong immediately ordered his subordinates to gather supplies. The 1 million taels sent by the court had now dwindled to 500,000, a reduction born from their awareness of Zhuo Zongtong's formidable reputation. Gazing at the additional 70 million in his account, Jiang Chuan exhaled in relief, stretching comfortably. He had devoted considerable time to purging his negative emotions during his aimless wanderings across the realms. So, Brother Bai, you have been here for quite some time? He remarked in an unassuming tone, his emotions concealed. Yi Hua casually fanned himself, appearing indifferent as if nothing had transpired. As the team watched the treated patients resting peacefully on their beds, an inexplicable sense of accomplishment surged within them. Could it be that the person in the dilapidated building was indeed her? Did she know that from my position, I could see the ruins, intentionally igniting a fire to frighten me? Mu-in agricultural technology. Sasuke was compelled to suppress his power, allowing the overwhelming force to hurl him away. Upon reaching the door, Zhu Yuanzong and Zhu Biao finally ceased their discussions. Upon encountering Su Miaoyun, Zhu Yuanzong exchanged a few brief words before the conversation shifted back to the northern Yuan's Liangwang. Regardless of their meticulous efforts in handling details, contemplating unique pairings and dishes, in the eyes and mouth of this man, all culinary creations appeared trivial. The last time he had seen this girl up close was when she masqueraded as the courtesan Shi Xian, veiled. And he had yet to see her true visage until now. What's the matter? Poor signal? Quan Yi, after a prolonged silence without response, initially thought his subordinate was unwilling to answer, suspecting instead that the signal was faulty. What do you think of these last 2 blind dates? Bai Renzong endeavored to maintain a relaxed demeanor. She wished to inquire whether Fei Tong's divination had gone awry, yet feared that posing the question might embarrass him, concerned that he might take offense. After their meal, the two chose a film to watch together, cherishing the rarity of such moments amid their hectic lives. The amalgamation of demonic energy, murderous intent, and worldly essence exuded a nauseating stench, rendering the environment inhospitable to ordinary beings. Upon entering the demon realm, one would be instantly corrupted by the demonic aura, becoming the lowest-ranking servant within that domain. The blood god regarded the offering with disdain. He would neither kneel in submission nor beseech for favors, nor would he mourn. However, as the greatest among the deities, it was only fitting for him to accept this tribute. The routine blood god vanguard chanted praises in honor of the blood god, preparing for the forthcoming divine manifestation ritual. This scene was exceedingly common in the air raid shelters, within this region and throughout Kiev. Although Zhu Biao was not well-versed in commerce, he understood that the 30,000 taels missing from his soap business would be covered by the Blue House, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Despite the long passage of time since the Dragon Ancestor Emperor's existence, it was essential to remember that the Daoist Longhan Cataclysm marked the genesis of the universe. As she surveyed the surroundings, she noticed that those in attendance seemed to hold exceedingly high statuses, seated with an air of timeless elegance. What exquisite tea! After taking a delicate sip, Yi Liren's expression reflected genuine admiration. In truth, Lu Liufu had previously gifted some Ren tea to Yi Liren upon his return from the Song dynasty. Although the quantity was modest, it had certainly been savored.
Meanwhile,
Yun Song discerned that several of the beggars present were among those who had once cornered him and given him a beating. It was only after the soldiers of the 3rd Brigade crossed the fire trench that they suddenly accelerated, dividing into 2 flanks to encircle from both sides. These devilish vines were grim reapers on the battlefield, causing the guards to tremble and retreat, lest they become victims themselves. Report. Ahead we have encountered a foreign force, approximately 6,000 strong, half infantry and half cavalry. A scout returned to report to Kadala, raising his voice in urgency. In anticipation of the legendary war god 4th Young Master, the Chung family had nearly mobilized all their resources. Chung Feng, who spent most of his time in the military, had little opportunity to return home, and many of the new servants were eager to catch a glimpse of this 4th Young Master. As the praises of the crowd began to rise, Yu Weiyan remained with her eyes gently closed, humming a lullaby, as if only the distant sound of the zither could be heard in the night sky, with all other sounds fading into silence. After traversing the rocky path, they arrived at a vast cavern, the entrance shrouded in darkness, exuding a faint, sinister breeze. Upon witnessing this, Li Fengxian's eyes sparkled with realization, and with a soft smile, she placed the spirit tablet on the table before turning to leave. A beam of light descended, and Li Fengxian finally attained enlightenment, ready for ascension. Speak disrespectfully, and you shall strike yourself to acknowledge your error, Wang Yi admonished sternly, while Long Jun could only watch helplessly. The roasted lamb's head was charred to a frightening hue, its long tongue protruding and bulging eyes staring ominously, causing Xiao Yinging to recoil in disgust. She was perplexed, unsure why Xiao Yang would present such unappetizing fare to Shang Guanyun. Xian scoffed, heroes? Since time immemorial, the victor claims the throne, and in my view, you hardly appear heroic now. He laughed heartily after his remark. Let us give it a try, Xing Tianyu said excitedly. Mastering magic was, after all, the most desirable goal. The elder remained silent for a long time, stifling his tears before slowly recounting the tale of the Moonlight Dynasty. They understood that the demon king Qindong would not grant them mercy, while at that moment, Qin Yun and Oak had already voluntarily surrendered before Hui Yi. Upon hearing this news, a wave of shock washed over me, as if my mind had been struck with a heavy blow, leaving me momentarily stunned. The clinking of armor and weapons heralded Meng Ye's anxious entrance, so much so that he accidentally spilled the water from Guowei's hands, oblivious to the mishap. He pulled out his phone, intending to dial 110 to report the incident, but suddenly recalled the bizarre scene. Had he not lived through it himself, he would find it unbelievable. Would the police not consider him insane if he reported it? Tools that were damaged could be replaced at the meter clerk's office. However, those who lost tools must compensate at market value to discourage fear of damage or theft. The private school had broken for the holidays, and the 5 or 6-year-old children were all helping in the fields to sow seeds. Not to mention the older children, who were digging and burying pits. Every household had newly cultivated land, as if no one could be spared. Xiao Ran turned and opened the driver's door, climbing into the cabin to inspect the situation. He discovered that nothing was broken, it was merely a loose fuel line. Once tightened and the engine ignited, the vehicle roared to life. At that moment, Old Yu swiftly decapitated one of the corpses, the head exploding in midair. The Moscow princes gradually acquired significant territories from the Mongol Khan through bribery, turning the Mongols into mere pawns in the hands of the Moscow princes. These mercenaries ousted the legitimate heirs, expanding the Moscow prince's dominion and influence. As night fell, the urban skies sparkled with stars. Just past 8, Yuan Qin arrived punctually, yet she did not take a seat in the living room. Oh dear, what is wrong? Are you too tired? How about I help you with a leg massage or shoulder rub? Ouyang Qian began to flirt with Zhou Yan in a beguiling tone. Had he not been resolute, he might have succumbed to her charms.
All right.
I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Perhaps we can collaborate in the future. With that, Du Yan turned and exited the recording studio. Chun Fongping, if this is indeed a deception, how could you be so malevolent and irresponsible? The setting sun bled crimson, dusk approaching, 3 days having passed since the battle, and the wound on Xiao Tianxi's shoulder had begun to scab over. What price range are you considering? Upon realizing that the two genuinely wished to purchase a phone, Xu Qingqing immediately switched to the main topic, Selling phones came with a commission, and she was eager to engage. I just learned from the enemy commander that a significant stockpile of grain is currently hoarded in Tiandu City, ample enough to sustain the 200,000 enemies for several months. Moreover, the garrison is not particularly numerous. So, I plan to lead everyone for a bold strike and set fire to that granary, Yang Badeo explained. During the 35th minute of the match, Salakovich passed the ball to Xiao Qing, who, although presented with a less-than-ideal opportunity, felt confident in penetrating the penalty area. The third prince grew increasingly frustrated and was least inclined to converse with these soldiers, who could drive one to the brink of madness. "Commander, this is cornmeal. Make do with a few bites," an elder remarked, handing over a few steamed buns before retreating. Unconsciously, Chen Luo headed straight for the sales department office, entering without knocking. Meanwhile, in a house within Zero Province, a middle-aged man powered down his computer and stowed away the projector before standing to gaze out into the dark night sky. Si Chen had come to understand the feelings he harbored for his mother all those years ago. His current affection for her perhaps stemmed from some transference. In resignation, he could only return the money without alteration, painfully transferring funds while Night Monarch observed. Jingyu nodded silently and exited, though a lingering sense of unease gnawed at him. Yet he could not articulate why. "Never mind, it's of no concern to us. Now let us return to rest and prepare ourselves," Si Qinshan said, playfully tapping Qingxin's forehead. She smiled, saying, "It seems today Li Rujuan must be quite surprised. I hope she doesn't tease suspect Wenwen." After all, Wenwen was sent by them, always assumed to be aiding their cause. As she spoke, she considered Wenwen's circumstances. However, even extracting profits must be done judiciously. "Look at these children. This money is carved from their very flesh. Can you truly feel at ease taking it?"
Yezikwan glanjet at yezikwan insilence.
Wishing he could simply cast his sister away. "I refuse. He is my brother's only existence."
Muyuin kresolutele rejected Yenumu's request.
Jinmu raised his arm and abruptly snapped his own finger, the pulse in his waist surging once more. At a critical moment, Enzi suddenly issued a command, playing his final trump card. Before Fangzi could regain his composure, the nine-winged celestial worm surged forth like a famished ghost, disregarding all obstacles. Its newly formed sharp fangs bared in a thirst for blood. As the words fell, the great earthworm narrowly escaped becoming a whip, ultimately lying feebly upon the sandy ground. Zhang Qing took up the emperor's imperial sword and departed from the capital to oversee the treason of Princess Jilan's parents, the Jiang royal family. Tua Ba Shui felt embarrassed by her junior brother's remarks, but just as her elder brother came to her defense, she followed him to pay respects to their master, Zuoxiai. This area, distant from the Jialan divine mansion and outside the territories of the 5 major clans, was a lawless zone, allowing them to prepare vigorously for their endeavors. In recent years, rapid development had led to the recruitment of numerous outer sect elders and disciples at exorbitant prices, attracting countless wandering cultivators from beyond, thereby bringing vitality to Gulantan and indirectly stimulating economic growth. "Let us find a supermarket to procure some food. I have yet to dine this evening and must eat something," I whispered. After a while, as dusk fell, Lin Yi turned around, scanning the surroundings, only to realize he had forgotten the direction from which he had come. Even in the vast demon realm, Yiya and her companions believed their team's strength was formidable. At this moment, everyone sensed an overwhelming aura charging forth, unmistakably the presence of a nascent soul ancestor. The righteous side was thrown into disarray, while the demonic faction's morale soared. That formidable aura finally ceased its advance. Unlike himself, who was consistent in his malevolence, thoroughly wicked and unchanging. The soldiers guarding the estate recognized Xiao Yu and dared not impede the entrance of Xiao Yu and her companions. Feng Yu was rendered speechless, only able to gasp into the phone. He truly did not understand the law, believing that as a child's grandfather, taking the child was not illegal. However, upon hearing Zishan's perspective, he found some merit in her words. After all, entering the police station was not a favorable situation, and he could not let the villagers know of his visit. There was no need to go to other hospitals, as they would certainly be unable to resolve the issue. So he placed his final hope in Tian Lu once more. Not dwelling on the matter, Tian Lu gazed upwards, noticing how the sun had risen higher, seemingly intensifying the heat during their brief conversation. The previously tranquil space of the Fate Tower's 21st floor was now filled with the incessant sounds of explosions and the eerie roars of beasts on the brink of death. With the addition of Nuo Min, their travel pace slowed significantly. After nearly 2 days, they returned to the royal tent of Huqi Tuesday. This foolish brother would not spend the entire day pondering this issue, would he? Had it not been for the considerable distance between Jixian Hall and Jutang, he might have come over to inquire at noon. Another weekend had passed, and a new week had arrived. The signing ceremony with the Aolj company was scheduled for Wednesday, coinciding with Tian Lu's shift change. Around 7 in the morning, Fangya awoke, her head still aching, recalling that she had indulged in alcohol upon returning to the Red Mansion last night. However, when their marriage was first proposed, it did not meet with opposition from her family. On the contrary, the Feng family had treated Lu Yun with courtesy. The change in their marital prospects arose when Feng Daong, citing a declaration of property ownership, sought to reclaim assets transferred to individual names, leading to strong opposition from the family. Zhao Su was equally astonished by his son's words. During the presentation, Zhao Ran had merely whispered that he too wished to speak. Zhao Su had always indulged his children, so how could he refuse? He did not even wish to inquire what Zhao Ran intended to say. Lu had long surpassed the emotional threshold with Zhao Su. He did not perceive this as trust, but rather felt an impulse to slap Zhao Su for fear of his reaction. On the battlefield, he had witnessed too many tragic and heroic scenes. Nevertheless, this did not mean he relished such sights. On the contrary, he had always feared encountering them, which explained his desire to avoid the Wild Man Mountain. Initially, Jun Chun-yi had orchestrated his own imprisonment to lower the guard of the traitors in the Jun family, facilitating his grandfather and their allies in gathering evidence. He had wagered his reputation on this singular opportunity. It was not that Yun-yi was careless. Battle inherently involved countless unpredictable variables, and victory and defeat were commonplace for soldiers. Although he had sensed the danger posed by the Black Man, nothing in this world is ever guaranteed. Gains are proportionate to risks, and one cannot reap rewards without embracing risk. The Demon King? A chill coursed through Yun-yi, prompting a desire to retreat. This situation had escalated beyond his capacity to intervene. The remaining 10 consisted solely of shares without voting rights, distributed among all employees of Tomato Video according to management levels. Rong Ci felt a burning sensation in her eyes, and with a moment's inattention, tears threatened to spill forth. The 22nd Army was poorly equipped Sichuan troops, while the 59th Army had just earned a reputation for valor in the bloody battles along the Huai River. The Japanese forces were compelled to urgently dispatch the Saido Brigade eastward for reinforcements in Lin-yi. The third generation of the Zhao family mobilized collectively. Even Uncle Zhao personally cautioned her father, underscoring the family's concern for the safety of these 4 children. His words were eloquent, yet Guanhao found them peculiar. Did dog food truly differentiate between delectable and undesirable varieties? Yet now, a single phone call from Jiang Mo casually secured the components. If possible, he genuinely wished for her to unite with Wu Shizhou. At least he was a reliable individual, far more dependable than himself. Was it not reasonable for Mo Fei, as an investor, to possess voting rights? Yet, how did this uninformed elder qualify? Meanwhile, the 2 demon generals of the Black Serpent Yiksha found themselves in an awkward position, as their cultivation of ice-cold malevolence was insufficient to contend with the Black, rendering their efforts laborious and counterproductive, relying solely on their formidable cultivation to endure. Unexpectedly, she truly drank without hesitation. At that moment, Xia Yu Rant's eyes sparkled with excitement and panic. After speaking, he entered the bathroom, while Xin Qingyin exhaled sharply, pressing a hand against her chest as she crouched down. After completing her routine, she swallowed the contraceptive pill, finally feeling at ease. The following morning, Ji Lingjia had already begun his early shift, and the contraceptive pill had not been discarded, allowing her to fully relax. Qin Ran and Si Qi Nian glanced over, only to see Zhao Zifei excitedly waving at them from the arena. Xin Qingyin inhaled sharply as she covered her wound with one hand. She cast a glance at Tang Wannian. The elevator doors opened slowly before her. Before stepping out, she beheld an expansive, vacant space, which had subsequently been divided into several enormous areas. each a distinct filming location, fully equipped and seemingly poised to commence shooting. At that moment, the dying Xinwei Lai did not resist him as she had on previous occasions upon awakening from hypnosis. Instead, when she saw him, she must have let go. Which is why she asked him to find Qiyu. She did not intend for him to kill Qiyu, but rather to locate him, because Qiyu was his biological son, their son. Qing Yi's heart tightened, her body instinctively leaning against the door frame, her gaze fixed on the gap in the door. Feeling a sudden constriction in her chest and a tremor in her delicate hand, Lian Rong finally took note of their surroundings, recalling that they were in the Hotel Suite in Paris. Ming Nan nodded, arranging for someone to escort Cheng Yanhui back to the villa, for there were still matters to address, and he could not return directly. These inquiries would likely fall to him. Yue glanced at the elderly Li lying on the ground, only to see him close his eyes at an opportune moment, projecting an unwillingness to cooperate. Yue's frustration boiled over as she approached and kicked the old man several times. With a series of deafening roars, she raised her fists to gather strength, her body radiating an increasingly intense white light, which enveloped her like a cloak, gradually extinguishing the flames surrounding her. Upon entering the house, she had barely caught her breath before receiving a sharp slap from her mother. "Yang Shuhua, you still know to come back." In the midst of such torrential rain, it is unclear where one might seek shelter. Despite the reprimands, the prepared towels, hot water, and steaming dishes in the pot reveal her genuine concern. Undeniably, she possesses striking beauty. Her large, dark eyes resemble exquisite black gems, radiating a purity akin to a serene lake. A hint of lingering fear graces her face, yet it is overshadowed by her care for him. "What is it, Qiyu?" Ling Baolu inquired, turning to inspect her outstretched hand, perplexed by the unfolding events. Autumn had already arrived, and Ji Liunyan, clad in a loose black knit sweater, appeared slender and graceful as she blankly observed the departing vehicle of the Ji family, her heart heavy with sorrow. Guyan Huang, upon hearing, shifted his right foot forward and halted just shy of the entrance to the tunnel, glancing back at Gu Yun with surprise in his eyes. The two Black Bull Kings relentlessly struck Daongyu with their hooves, tossing him through the air like a ball. The Elven King, Carloso, sighed with a bitter smile, pondering whether he would truly enjoy such an incomplete sensation. If they could entirely vanquish the undead, even if the casualties were substantial, it would be understandable. No one would retreat before the final battle. Lin Su held little faith in Mao Changya's ability to see this project through to completion. The more he learned about Mao, the more he could shorten his investigation. Once Mao faltered, Zhang Wanhao's project would likewise meet its demise. Generally speaking, as long as a man is not excessively unattractive, donning a suit elevates his appearance. Fang Ling's looks were certainly not lacking, rendering him nearly godlike at that moment. With the overall planning of the farm yet to be finalized, adding a new building at this juncture would not disrupt the overall layout. The chilling gaze of 8080 swept over the officials, inducing a collective shiver. They dared not cause further trouble and retreated, clearing the way. Qi Hao's affection for Qin Yu was hardly surprising. Many men admired her, for she possessed that allure. Yet, this was Yun's prerogative. Why then did she feel such disquiet?
Elena mused internali.
Li Jingxian remained silent. The differing heights of the 3 points dictated that Jiang Ani would need to swiftly adjust his aim to ensure each arrow struck true. His archery skills fell short, especially considering the target was shielded by leather armor. He doubted he could penetrate 3 layers of protection. Time had elapsed, and Wan Jingfeng and the others must be growing anxious. Chenlin approached, opened the door, and stepped outside. The individual scaling the wall then bent down to assist the others in successfully climbing over. The 10 members executed their actions with remarkable precision and familiarity, indicative of their seamless coordination. Since the birthday banquet, Lu Yuhan and Chen Lin could no longer be regarded as mere teacher-student acquaintances. She was a relative of Xie Changnian, while Chen Lin was Xie's benefactor, establishing a bond that surpassed ordinary student-teacher relationships. Her inquiry transcended the bounds of a teacher's concern. From Zelia, Zeet and company discovered the reason behind the robot's arrival in this world. Had humanity truly reached a point where life on Earth was unsustainable? A thunderous crash resonated as the immense halberd sliced through the air, generating fierce winds that ravaged the beams and columns. uprooting even the grand statue at the center of the mountain god temple, casting it several feet away. You've awakened?
How do you feel now?
Noticing Qian Mo's pallor, she feared he might slip back into slumber. Just as Qi Ming prepared to act, a shadow darted behind the pale-faced youth, a hand resting on his left shoulder. Who is that old woman to you? Murongdi inquired curiously, pondering the connection between Shen Shi's affections for him. The guardians appeared at a loss. Meanwhile, other watchers nearby heard the commotion and rushed over, astonished to see the bull and horse in distress. They deliberated among themselves and resolved to report to the Mongolians. Wang Yan spat blood and collapsed before the Wang family, his body shattering several slabs of stone beneath him. The stream of blood, merging into a trickle, flowed from the woods onto the main road, coalescing under the vehicle into a pool.
Well,
it seems my master is magnanimous enough not to hold it against you. With that mouth of yours, you'd have cost several lives. The remainder of his words faded as the two figures walked further away, leaving only silence in their wake. After a lengthy pause, the noise subsided. Yi Shaoxian's garments were reduced to ashes, while Di Shi's face bore astonishment. Lu Chuan's excitement flushed his face crimson, and the other guards, having overheard the conversation, gazed at him with envy. Dong Zhuo's words undoubtedly served as a prosperous stepping stone for Lu Chuan's future. Leave 200 to care for the injured and clear the battlefield. The rest shall follow me to the passage. Casting aside his somewhat dulled sword, Lu Jin accepted a new blade from a nearby soldier, surveying the smoke-filled battleground before addressing the hundreds beside him. The flowers had wilted, the grass turned brittle and yellow. Gray clouds enveloped the sky, casting a somber shadow over the forest. Soon, snow began to fall, enveloping the earth in a white blanket. Jiang Quan removed his leisure cap, swaggering over to shake hands with Jiang Ro, an old acquaintance, naturally fostering a sense of familiarity. Sensing something stiff pressing against her, Chu Xiangxi's heart raced. She furrowed her brow, gently cradling Jun Wujin's handsome face. Come, Iha. This is Mr. Qin, a distinguished guest from Macau and chairman of a large enterprise there. Mr. Qin. This is my son Lu Iha, Lu Xianmin introduced. Lei Chen nodded and fell silent. The relationships among the 8 prominent families in the capital were intricate, with even differing attitudes among members of the same family. Zhao Jingshan was close to the Long family, while Zhao Ruiqing's relations with them were strained, which was hardly surprising. 5 kilometers might not seem long, yet at the pace of the zombies, they would reach the Nirvana camp in approximately 10 minutes. Amo, why are those people so detestable? Their words are so harsh. Spotting Lu Tangting nearby, Zheng Xiaoya yearned for Ji Yanma to take revenge, hoping to quell Lu Tangting's arrogance, ideally to the point of exasperation. Thunderstorm's grotesque, massive forms sparked with arcs of electricity, making it appear as if it were a Pikachu poised to unleash 100,000 volts. Oh, Chief Hai, what troubles have you encountered? Why did it take you so long to notice me? A figure emerged beside Hai, revealing Xiao Heng. In just a few minutes, the visitor count surged to 500. It was evident that Lu Yu's Weibo influence was at play. As she raised her hand, she inadvertently dislodged a button from her chest, causing her ample bosom to escape its confines, jiggling freely. Jean Qing chuckled. August. Who knows where you all might be then? Even if I did know, I wouldn't disclose it. That's a given. Surely, Qian Ai must be incredibly formidable. Trottily mused, feeling as though she had become a mere supporting character. The shift in her and Qian Ai's roles evoked a peculiar sensation, stirring an inexplicable ripple within her heart. Su Xuebin and his third uncle departed the latter's home empty-handed, taking their luggage with them. After several months, the news emerged that the third uncle's wife had initially been with the man who had cheated on her, but it wasn't long before he cast her aside. The subsequent events remained a mystery to all. Amidst further speculation and concern, the onlookers once more directed their gaze toward the path carved by the soldiers. P.S. I'm weary of excessive chatter. Feel free to shower this humble servant with flowers, monthly votes, and collections. After all, I ought to make the monthly rankings, right? As he spoke, Lian Chenjiao rose, assisting Ling Qing to recline comfortably, then covered her with a blanket. Casting a lingering gaze at Ling Qing, Lian Chenjiao finally exited the room. The searing energy within me once again erupted, enveloping my entire being in an intense heat that made the surroundings feel alarmingly warm. Even I found it somewhat unbearable, yet I pressed on. To cease would undoubtedly lead to being targeted once more. Cold Lingyun wore a perplexed expression. Having arrived late and subsequently taken away by Yun Yanjin after her alchemy session, leaving her without a chance to grasp the preceding events. In this continent, it had been far too long since anyone had ascended to the Emperor of Battle Realm, and the 9 provinces had undoubtedly become a beacon of hope for many. However, as she began to speak, a rush of heat flooded her nostrils, prompting her to instinctively close her mouth. This time, without the need for a cloth, she buried her face directly into Yun Yanjin's embrace, playfully rubbing against her in a vengeful manner. They, like other patrons, did not rise but instead knelt on the mat, prostrating themselves on the ground. Zhuang, indeed, proved to be astute. It was decided that he would make a trip to South Africa. Situ Tianhao nodded affirmatively. Lu's sharpness was evident. They recognized that should the second princess follow Su's side, she would undoubtedly become a source of ridicule. Why was this so? Despite her fish being prepared in accordance with Wen Jiaron's methods, it tasted utterly unpalatable. The crowd was taken aback to see their esteemed senior sister defeated so decisively by her peers, with the defeat occurring so swiftly that the techniques employed were nearly indistinguishable. With the support of this trade route, Dongyong's financial freedom would be significantly enhanced, paving the way for further development. Ultimately, both individuals coincidentally set their sights on a gilded jade Buddha statue from the Qing dynasty, valued at around 5 million. It was clear to all observers that Huazin harbored an inexplicable dependency on Shangguanwaner. Rumors suggested that when the Holy Emperor was young, he comprehended the significance of the unwritten sword steel and similarly grasped a level of the Jietian sword path. Unfortunately, following the confrontation with Yuancheng, it was validated that the Jietian sword path mastered by the Holy Emperor was not among the 5 sword intents known to Yuancheng. The Lingyuan sword emerged, shimmering under the sunlight, showcasing its extraordinary quality. Although the Lingyuan sword was a first-grade spiritual weapon, its materials were on par with 3rd or even 4th-grade spiritual artifacts, rivaling the opponent's long spear. Rest assured, young Master Zhang, any request you have, I shall fulfill, Chun Hao stated, hiding a smirk within. After Aaron closed the door, Hai Feng and Yilan instantly shifted their expressions to a serious demeanor. Before Intiana could finish her sentence, the faint sound of hoofbeats cut through the rain. Lele and Hailan began to playfully tussle, both having faced less than pleasant events earlier, but why should they trouble themselves over a petty individual? Unbeknownst to Hailan, her playful antics with Lele in the car ride back were a glaring mockery in the eyes of Qin Outyan. Long before, Lung Mei had already become involved with Qin Outyan. Thus, she did not return to the Dark Shepherd headquarters and consequently escaped the calamity that befell it at the hands of monks and specters. The crowd buzzed with speculation, most believing that Lin Hao's display of strength was merely to intimidate the sellers and others present, with no intention of genuine confrontation. Yet, despite such claims, their bodies remained still, reflecting the discord between their words and actions, much to Yi Zidong's dissatisfaction. However, she understood that if she allowed herself to be easily dismissed, it would not align with the temperament of this arrogant man. Jean Minheo spoke while advancing. Several minutes later, a horde of strange creatures appeared within the group's view. On a flat expanse amidst the ruins, 7 or 8 bear-like monsters roamed restlessly. If you wish to cook, you need not wait for your departure. Zhao Yang's words trailed off as he suddenly coughed. Given it was no coincidence and that no benevolent souls would assist, Lin Hao furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Struggling to rise from the ground, he glanced at his bloodied body, a surge of rage ignited within him. In an instant, waves of air began to ripple around him, creating the illusion that the very fabric of reality quaked. Thus, at this moment, within the bustling plaza of the Tang Dynasty's garrison city, discussions abounded regarding how to undertake the dungeon quest. Class? Qingchuan has already infuriated you to this extent. What is the point of attending class? Questioned Empress Changsun.
Hihi.
Within 100-mile radius, you are the sole delicate beauty amidst my brother and me. If I do not indulge you, would it not be a squandered opportunity? Shi Yan exclaimed, spitting as he once more tugged at Shi Qin's garments. Lu Ci, in a sudden burst of enthusiasm, had 2 large baskets of crabs prepared and specifically invited Stuart. Her nature was one of ostentation, and with too few guests present, she formally extended invitations to Wei Yi and Lady Betty. The long-silent Master Meng Huan promptly interjected, "Brother Jean Xuanzi, Tang has not interfered with the competition. Why do you speak thus? Furthermore, this matter was predetermined. Can you truly influence it?" With that, Master Meng Huan gestured to the heavens. King Li, upon witnessing the true form of the frog celestial, stifled a laugh, for its appearance was grotesquely repugnant. Li Luo sought to rediscover her former self, yearning to return to her true identity, while the demonic entity sought to rescue Long Qingyao. Each harbored their own obsessions to fulfill. Is it someone you know? Check the surveillance. It would be troublesome if it's a black fan. Bian Yuchen grew anxious, having finally settled into a peaceful routine for a few days. Fearing the disruption of unwelcome visitors would compel her to return home, which would indeed be quite vexing. Lost in thought, Ling Yao turned over, suddenly recalling Qin Shixing and Ling Wan. She felt assured with Ling Wan by Qin Shixing's side, yet was uncertain about the current status of the Amei sex affairs. At that moment, Qin Fan took a deep breath, and his eyes glimmered with fervor. He had awaited this moment. Without uttering a word, he suddenly stepped forward, striding towards the heavens. The cat demon opened its mouth to bite, while Chiyue tightly shut her eyes, resigned to her fate, only to hear a cat's mournful cry, as though someone had stepped on its tail. Upon opening her eyes, she found Yue Han and Yuling had arrived, though she could not fathom when. "Let us get in the car, I will take you home." Before Qian Xian could finish her sentence, he opened the car door, inviting her inside. Upon hearing Qin Fan's words, the Red Demon King instinctively narrowed his eyes, about to speak, only to pause and stroke his chin, lost in contemplation. However, the numbers were too few. Whenever they appeared, they were swiftly snatched up by the various prominent families, proving insufficient for exchange. This day was fraught with emotional upheaval, and upon returning home, both felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. They prepared instant noodles, making do with a simple dinner. Upon hearing this, Mu Bai nodded and suppressed his strength to the 9th level of the body refining realm, then stepped forward, charging ahead. From the helicopter, they caught sight of a trembling figure slowly rising. He calmly jumped down and landed. The brilliance above the golden core flickered incessantly, while Yang Chen's face glistened with sweat. His lips tinged with purple. Those days spent with the elite knife squad had faded into memory, and the names lost to the river of time. Who would remember them? Perhaps they were never meant to be remembered. Regardless of how Tianyan tried to intervene, Yi Shaoxian was resolute. Today, he would undoubtedly devour the dark energy, striving for greater odds in the impending battle against the sea toad. As they dined, conversations flowed freely, with Yang Chen interjecting occasionally, though his mind remained occupied with how to initiate matters. Gradually, he realized there was no need for haste, as others would be far more urgent than he. One was an enchanting beauty, captivating beyond compare, while the other was an elite in economic management, exuding confidence. Even the most appropriate actions could evoke peculiar reactions. Explode. The bald man gazed coldly at the nearby Qi Ming, issuing a sharp command. In an instant, his body transformed into dark energy, sweeping forth in a deafening explosion that resonated throughout the forest. Nevertheless, Qi Ming had no intention of striking first. If Qin Tong truly valued the Nine Thunder technique, he would inevitably seek him out. Accompanied by a cry of anguish, Li Zixiao gently kissed Qin Shiqian, who was biting her lip. "Elder? How could our elder assist an outsider? Especially when the elder instructed. Help him. Help him? What on earth is happening in this world?" Previously, during the collection field incident, Meng Beirong dared not challenge the two, and after escaping, everyone was in a state of unease, making it even more unreasonable to provoke Feng Yue, who had joined our team. Even in slumber, her delicate brows remained tightly knit, her body trembling as if she had experienced a severe shock. The reason for traveling at such a late hour was primarily Lin Yifeng's desire to conceal his identity. He feared that the other party might possess firearms or any means to threaten him. After all, this was not the mainland. This was Australia, where gun control was not as strict as on the mainland. By vanquishing the zombies that had occupied the gas station, we would become the sole masters of this place. When Rue awakened, her gaze immediately drawn to the opulent crystal chandelier. This sight jolted her awake. She was not in her own home. Sitting up, she first lifted the covers to check her attire, her mind suddenly blank as she realized she was clad in a bathrobe. "Are you alright? Your injury?" Meng Beirong was the first to react, glancing back at Sima Chung, who stood by the shelves. "Cousin, please remain calm. He is concerned about uncle. Let us wait until after today's meeting to decide our course." Seeing Chen Deng's hesitation, Xiao Yi spoke, deliberately using the term brother. In his eyes, Yuan Long's return to Guangling was indeed a brilliant strategy. Mo Shiza was well aware of what Xia Nian referred to and knew which news she had just watched. Yang Qing personally carried a wooden figure, recalling how amusing it was when they had previously checked on Sima Lin's progress with a wooden horse. Initially, both were troubled by how to draw Huang Xianling closer to them, but upon mentioning Wu Lingxiang, Huang Xianling promptly resolved this dilemma. When faced with adversity, he would spare no effort to retain a Yang while ensuring that Su Juanxi remained unharmed. A Yang possessed her own strong opinions. Even though Su Juanxi held significant weight in her heart, she would never be swayed by his thoughts. This, Zhang Nian firmly believed. However, they remained unaware that in this world existed the Yun family, an entity transcending all. When one's status or influence reaches such a level, one becomes a creator of the world's rules. His bright, keen eyes reflected fondness, even as this object lay upon him, yet he still hesitated to inquire. At that moment, the scarred man, having finally completed his incantation, suddenly bellowed, pointing his left hand at Mo Jiao. After a moment of hesitation, he declined the other's invitation. Fearing he might be ambushed midway, or that a truck might suddenly appear in the dead of night, crushing him and his family into oblivion. This scene was magnificent. 2 sturdy tree trunks lay on the ground, adorned with abundant golden mushrooms, blooming like flowers. How many individuals, to preserve their youth, would go so far as to wash their bodies with the blood of their own children? Those of higher social standing sought only to fulfill their family's mission, ensuring their lineage did not fall into decline under their watch. Tianzhong directly shook his head in opposition, accompanying so many pirates alongside Wang Guang. Not merely to seize a few benefits, but primarily to obtain the recipes for fine salt and monosodium glutamate from the stone stockade. People merely observed the scenery, still stunning, while the poignant sense of solitude and desolation of late autumn in the deep mountains enveloped them. As they spoke, Yang Qi made his move, placing his hand atop Di Baluo's head. Di Baluo instantly reacted as if electrocuted, and from the depths of his mind surged an overwhelming Buddhist power, repelling the invasion of the divine marks. Seizing the envelope, Ziyu hurriedly opened it, eager to understand why Ji Qing had hastily departed the capital. After waiting 7 years, why had he suddenly chosen not to wait for her return for a mere 2 months? Yet, what was she doing coming to me with this? I could neither resolve her dilemma nor dare to seek out Director Min for a cathartic confrontation. Her piercing gaze suddenly rendered the head of the Secret Manuscript Society as if grasped by an invisible hand from above. Her words were not intended to praise Ying Zheng in front of Zhao Ji. Rather, they were a reflection of reality. If not for Ying Zheng's unilateral decision, the souls of those 2 children would have long been lost. She merely hoped Zhao Ji could absorb this information and cease her resentment towards Ying Zheng for having slain Lao Ai. Her usually sharp mind faltered. As Mylan Shaw pondered from noon until evening without arriving at a conclusion, only to be roused from her reverie when Dinah came to call everyone for dinner. Ziyu brought tea to the stone table by the begonia tree, sitting across from Tang Yu. Although her tone was inquisitive, it unmistakably carried joy and delight. The peculiar man opened his mouth wide, drool cascading down, colliding against the iron cage above Tang Hao's head, producing a metallic clanging sound. Observing her child's steadfast smile, Dela and Dinah suddenly felt the realization of their child growing up, understanding that she must have formed her own beliefs. Mo Beiyan abruptly propped himself up, darting away in an instant, showing no signs of having just fallen. He leaned against a tree, gasping for breath, his complexion pale, as if he were about to vomit. A strange smile appeared on Zhou Tianlong's face. For some reason, the phrase lost in thought uttered by Lu Yuchen always struck him as somewhat awkward. Ha! Even if you are much stronger than before, you are still far too weak. The black flower chuckled, and the next moment, dark energy surged outward, causing the black space to retaliate against the white space, viciously biting off a significant portion. It turned out this fellow's banner was indeed useful. He was a rogue cultivator fortunate enough to acquire a flag and embark on the path of cultivation. Li Ming realized this individual was someone named Jiang Shui. However, after receiving Morong Yanyan's tears, Li Ming's body had accelerated in fusion, now having merged more than half. This situation evidently indicated that their previous master had not perished but had severed contact for some reason, thus they would not easily submit to others. "Stay closer to me," Fan Chen urged, concerned for the old scientist's safety, ensuring he remained close. The next dawn, Missouri Li was awakened early. But this time it was not to transport rocks, but to venture into the deep mountains to hunt beasts, and he promptly seated himself upon Ahei's back, soaring away alongside Mo Gong. "You are quite audacious, daring to annihilate my Taotai clan's kin. You shall ultimately pay a bloody price," the young man gritted his teeth, suppressing his inner fury. Moments later, the golden ingot atop Yuan Bao's head began to transform, gradually morphing into a layer of golden mist. "Hee, I know. I saw it during school," Xing Luo replied with a nod and a smile. Naturally, one must constantly observe their surroundings. Such vigilance had become second nature to Xing Luo. After refining for a day and a night, Xu Qiao finally completed the task. Although refining the immense corpse of the divine wind ape did not significantly enhance his strength, it did substantially bolster his physique, allowing him to control his power with greater ease. Upon hearing her words, Yu Hao contemplated for a moment before directly messaging Bai Lu. And soon after, Yang Shaoqing responded. Bruce Wayne let out a slight sigh. It seemed Rachel Dawes had already forgotten the whirlwind events on the highway. He had previously recounted this to her during their journey, and now found himself compelled to repeat it. Instantly, everyone was drawn in by the enticing aroma. At that moment, Xue Pei was also entranced, gazing at the clear drink before him. To be honest, since becoming a sommelier, this was the first time he had encountered such a fragrant corn liquor. The other party had long ceased to speak, still breathing heavily. Yet the more anxious Yichang became, the more silent the other grew, until eventually, even the sound of breathing faded away, leading to the abrupt end of the call. However, even if he could control the endless tribulations, he could not extend a hand to save those undergoing tribulation. It was not due to a lack of compassion, but rather an absence of justifiable reasons. Everything was merely a cycle of cause and effect. Su Sierra blinked her eyes, her pitiful expression vanishing, replaced by a radiant joy as she sweetly uttered, "Thank you, Daddy." With that, she planted a firm kiss on Su Zimo's cheek. Just as Yuan Xing's dagger approached, he raised his short blade, perfectly intercepting the dagger, and after blocking, he maneuvered the short blade in a circle, striking directly at Yuan Xing's hand that gripped the dagger. Consequently, many found themselves perplexed by this unfamiliar term, yet gazing at the dejected figure on stage, they suppressed their curiosity and listened intently. Meanwhile, Li Yao, who was slow to realize, observed the noticeably odd behavior of the two, baffled by why her roommate wore an expression akin to witnessing the most improbable of scenes. "Your Majesty, Xi has been completed. Please take a look," Lu Ji stated, stepping aside to reveal the freshly completed artwork to the audience. The sandbags sank slightly into the ground, and Lu Tian felt much lighter, relishing the lack of constraints. He then half-squatted, his toes pressing down forcefully, and his form shot forth like a powerful spring. Zhao Yuan, however, remained composed. Perhaps a year in military life had rendered him more steady. Ultimately, Zhang Ji acquired 58% of the Heart Sea Jialan property from Hua Yongfeng for 50 million, promising him a leading position in the real estate and construction industry in Huagua for the next 2 decades. Zhang Ji, lacking knowledge in jade, dismissed the notion of contention since Song Yu's value was negligible. Just as the elder was about to act, a cold male voice suddenly reverberated through the partition. Simultaneously, a thunderous explosion resounded. Huang Fu Yi swiftly reshuffled the rankings of the 17 Mingjing platforms in a matter of moments. Police motorcycles surged like unbridled stallions. Colliding with the vehicles of several drug dealers, a tremendous explosion ensued, igniting both the motorcycle and the car, sending several dealers flying. The youth in the yellow shirt stood with one hand behind his back, his piercing gaze reminiscent of an ancient beast, deep and fierce. If his gaze were a blade, it would undoubtedly be one that had claimed many lives. As dawn broke, they recognized it as a symbol of new beginnings. The dawn before them was the radiant light of victory. A trailing note resounded as the tavern keeper led dozens of brewers upstairs, each bearing exquisite jade plates, with 10 cups of wine awakening the senses within. Can he truly compare to me? This is for your own good. Jiang Huairan concocted a flimsy excuse, succumbing to momentary excitement. The second gunshot failed to fire. Jiang Yi swiftly advanced, seizing the handgun from Ding Hong's grasp, pointing it at Ding Hong's head.
Death.
The Grim Reaper swung the scythe of demise. This was an opportunity. The Grim Reaper cared not for the Elder's identity. To him, the Elder was merely another mortal. Tonight, SMOMO had indeed made quite the impression. Setting aside the mystery of how so much toxic wine was digested by MOMO, the subsequent willingness of Yang Sanyuan to depart raised suspicions. Reversed, the 16th knight laughed, though his eyes betrayed no warmth, only a chilling intent to kill. The ground bore a long whip mark, extending for dozens of meters, courtesy of Yi Fan's strike. However, the fervent individuals primarily served to bolster morale. As the tavern hall had become too crowded to accommodate more patrons, and they were hardly skilled in combat, wielding mostly farming tools. A few mercenaries could easily dispatch one and intimidate many. She truly could not comprehend how such a Yi Fan could ascend to the pinnacle of Jiangnan. As Elder Yao, Pan Hu, and others expressed astonishment at Yang Tianqing's retreat without conflict, they witnessed Yi Fan's fist crash into a white poplar tree, thick as a water barrel. Not far from him, the so-called Right Street was merely the broad avenue in front of the palace city, to the right of the 3 main gates, where the entire Jinkong Palace city boasted 12 gates, for in the front and back, 2 on each side. Look at your well-bred son, a master at failing. Yang Yueying pointed at Yang Guozhong, irate. Disengaging from Shiming Jinbai and lowering the teapot, Wang Hao also brought Yukino under snow to sit down, realizing he needed to thoroughly explain the situation. Countless bats transformed into droplets of blood amidst the hail of gunfire, and the blood-weeping Duke materialized not far away. However, unlike the first encounter where he expertly evaded the attack from the Celestial Star, this time the blood-weeping Duke stumbled upon his emergence. Since a decision had been made, it required immediate action. In his previous life, Chen Bozong was known for his impetuousness, and this life proved no different. Humans are a complex species, often too intricate to be merely classified as animals. I will assist you. The monk, unbeknownst to where he procured a shovel, began shoveling earth into the pit, awakening the crowd from their poignant sorrow. This is not acceptable for Mother. Should we find a way to inform Father, so he may show concern for her? Ning Jiahe reasoned, harboring her own intentions. Suddenly, Wang Ziming realized that the regenerative abilities of the demonized beings were not particularly advantageous in close combat, as the wounds inflicted by blades could easily cause extensive damage to the torso, injuries that even the goblin's meager regenerative capabilities could not mend in a short time. They then formed a battle formation, charging towards the mutated Vulture Legion of the Great Salt Demon Kingdom. Ever since the thought of separation arose in the Li family, they contemplated parting ways with Gu Datsai, resolving to remain unmarried thereafter. The leader also sought advice from Cheng Fu on the art of disguise, to which Cheng Fu responded to all inquiries. Editor, our beauty product feedback has been positive, Do Miao reported in Su Zi's office. Qin Jin said nothing, disregarding the derision from this individual, while Lu Xiaoyan, dissatisfied, attempted to retaliate but was restrained by Qin Jin. Had it not been for Li Shimin's intervention, Princess Pingyang would have decisively secured the Central Plains long ago, leading Old Cheng to massacre the families of the 7 surnames. Qin Jin's ears perked up as he sensed the group from earlier drawing near. Suddenly, he extracted a clump of yellowish-black, sticky mucus from his nose, savoring it before swallowing. You are not the real Yan Outyan? Dantai miming inquired calmly, devoid of any threat. Ying burst into laughter and flew away, having intentionally set up her master. As expected, as Weigij mentioned, the master was akin to an indestructible fly before the master. Lu Da and Lu Er followed a Xiao, and before reaching the village entrance, they encountered the just-arrived village chief along with Lu Laopa and others. Observing the emotional exchange, Yunhua remarked that a rocky wall, suitable for shelter from the snowstorm, had come into her view. As she spoke, Xu Qiao rolled up her sleeves, revealing the spot where Su Yixuan had just pulled her. Was that statement too blunt? Both Leng Yi and Tang Bingbing felt a twinge of awkwardness. Cheng Yuanbai merely chuckled, while the others pretended not to have heard, turning their gazes elsewhere. Just moments ago, Yi Yaozu from Longhua Capital had called me to discuss a collaboration. This matter could not have been arranged by you, could it? Tang Qiuxue explained while scrutinizing Chen Fan's expression, hoping to glean some insight. Sumi retrieved a long knife from her space. It was a blade she had selected after visiting several forging shops. Yu Yen, with blurred eyes, failed to notice a hidden presence beneath the table. He needed to block the door before things spiraled out of control. After all, he still relied on this system for amusement. If it were to be forced away, he would lose his source of entertainment. They would need to wait for the airing of the Xianjian television series, when Hu Ji's popularity would bring a surge of traffic to the Yunxi community and browser. Even if Shuangmu Group's current business did not involve milk tea, one could not rule out future developments in that area. The basin was shattered, the bowls were broken, and the table was smashed. Even the solitary cooking pot had been destroyed. This indicated that even if Chu Jinxia had some characteristics that could be deemed short, slightly plump, or a bit dark,
It was still noteworthy.
Master, the Chen and Chu families have just jointly announced that the wedding of Chu Yutong and Shen Hao will take place in a week. I have just received the invitation, Yi Yaozu reported immediately. Yi Tian nodded and called the matriarch of the Xia family aside to inquire about his biological father, Yi Tong, hoping she might have some information. This fool, Hu Xing muttered, gently waving his hand, releasing a surge of potential energy that halted Li Tian's ascent and gently floated him back to the ground. Huang Fusong turned to Zhu Jun and asked, "What about you, old friend?" Zhu Jun shook his head. After all, his son Zhu Hao had perished at the hands of their army while attempting to invade Jiaozhou alongside Liu Yao. How could he not carry a grudge in his heart? During this voyage, Simon had scrutinized the map several times. Due to the map's large scale, it only indicated a few significant cities without excessive detail. After glancing through it a few times, he had committed it to memory. Help! The two, terrified, cried out simultaneously. But upon sensing the oppressive sword energy, the moon god and others instinctively retreated, already having distanced themselves by several dozen meters. Who would come to their rescue now? In that case, you may stay here and watch, but do not make a sound, Zhao Yan thought, realizing that this old man must fear his outbursts. If he were to strike something and find himself unable to pay, he would have no choice but to rely on this master to cover the expenses. What would be the outcome of this war? Or rather, this battle? One could only hope for victory on the naval front. A middle-aged man sipped his bitter coffee, muttering with concern. Burdened with numerous speculations, she sighed softly, eventually coming to an understanding. The emperor would neither make a grand nationwide manhunt, nor coerce the Lan family into forcing her to appear. All he could do was send someone to discreetly investigate her whereabouts. Lao Wang Maozan remained unchanged upon seeing me approach. He did not wait for me to speak and kicked aside the guard, rushing forward. I was immediately hit by a gust of wind, causing me to choke. Xiang Shao naturally understood what Xiao Chen feared. They were at least several hundred meters underground, and if the self-destruct mechanism were activated, it would likely cause a catastrophic upheaval, making escape impossible. However, Sichuan could not withstand the pressure of divine power. Even the weakest divine emperor's aura was insurmountable. This was an irreparable gap. No federation could compare to the War Academy's understanding of alternate dimensions, nor could they match their strategic defensive experience regarding spatial passages and time-space portals. Whether they could counterattack the void dimension depended on their ability to secure this time-space portal. Zealous merely smiled. He knew his sister all too well. If she were to carry a weapon in search of a sparring partner, she would undoubtedly be thrilled, but if asked to quietly sit and study the map, she would struggle to remain seated for even 5 minutes. Show mercy, Qingyang concedes. Just then, the sword king Qin Taiyu could no longer contain himself. Soaring into the air and shouting, his voice solidified into a line, piercing through the formidable seal and reaching Gu Xian's ears. Among them, Zhao Lair and Pan Mei shared a particularly close relationship, so much so that Pan Mei could adopt the son of Chai Rong, Jiwang Chai Shijin, as her foster son. After all, It wasn't merely about emotional compatibility. Even Chen Hao struggled to achieve that level of connection during his first encounters with Xiao Mei, Lung Ninghuan, and Lung Ninggle. Entering the clinic's door, amid the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Chi Feng yanked the rope, forcefully throwing several bound woaches before Modin.
Indeed.
Some skills were evident. It was no wonder he was so arrogant. You may be a genius, but alas, you have encountered me. Prepare to meet your demise. Lung Xiaofeng had resolved to give it his all, refusing to let Lin Feng's momentum overshadow him. Zhang Ma hesitated before finally yielding to my words, slowly opening the box and retrieving a neatly folded piece of cloth from within. How can you be so ungrateful, insisting on staying abroad and starting a company? The young man thought it would be good for him to experience the hardships of entrepreneurship. The ghost wolf spider let out a muffled groan, and a layer of chilling ghostly energy enveloped its body, with the wolf head totem on its back glowing black, dispelling the residual electricity and flames coursing through its body. Yet, the pain from its injuries remained unabated. Luoyu hid in the corner, unable to see the situation inside the tent, but felt the atmosphere grow increasingly oppressive. This reality left us all in despair. Their hopelessness stemmed from the lack of profit, while I despaired because I had finally unraveled the master's scheme, only to discover that they had seen through everything long ago, knowing that someone would eventually enter, leading to an empty tomb. Send out scouts. The Emperor's entourage is within 10 miles. Please report back. Rescuing Liu Bei was possible, but not at the expense of Zhao Xu's current forces. Lin Yang had only brought back around 10,000 loyal troops to Zhao Xu. How could Zhao Xu exchange their lives for Liu Bei's trusted guards? Jiang Yi gave Yue a calming glance before continuing to promote himself and Yue to Huashan and Yu. For many cultivators, that level of achievement was nearly unattainable in a lifetime. Yet Xiao Yumiya had realized the dreams of 200 cultivators overnight. Ching-ching. Luo Hanfeng removed his mask and called softly. Luo Hanfeng always found the name Zijing difficult to pronounce and thought of the verses from the Book of Songs, Qingqing Zijing, my heart is at ease, thus coining a nickname for Feng Zijing that only he used. After sending a message over a long distance, Xiao Yumiya closed her sense and ceased to receive any external information. Su Yan had anticipated it might be extremely uncomfortable, but she did not expect the sensation during acupuncture to be so unbearable. This simultaneous pain and itchiness was not something the average person could endure. After holding on for so long, she ultimately succumbed. Tears silently streamed down her cheeks and soaked the pillow, unbeknownst to her. Hadn't she explained clearly enough last night? She and Ling Feng were not meant to be. What other tricks did he intend to play? After experiencing several days of fruitless searches for a second-tier creature, letting go of this easy meal was simply too difficult. The vast amount of knowledge stored in its mind was astonishing. Not even thousands of Zhou Yi could compare. Su Yan's abilities were exceptionally formidable. Even without the assistance of the Yen family, she managed to make her beauty workshop flourish, and with the Yen family's support, it had now become a well-known brand. The entrance to the ruins had now opened. How do you fellow cultivators intend to proceed? Will you leave now? Or do you wish to explore the ruins? Guanji Wanzi observed the insincere smiles plastered on people's faces, inwardly smirking while maintaining a facade of composure. With urgency at hand, he swiftly redirected the conversation, prioritizing the defeat of the source of countless corpses. Otherwise, all would be mere empty talk. His gaze sharpened as it fell upon a magnificent black stone tower at the center of the market, his eyes narrowing slightly, deducing that it must serve as the resting place for the sex masters stationed here. It is quite simple. What relevance do words hold when addressing the dead? Supervisor Yang remarked, as an elderly woman emerged from behind him, her hair as white as steamed buns. Though of a similar age to Yang Biren, she bore a conspicuous scar around her neck, her pallid complexion accentuated by her erratic gaze. In the subterranean corridor, Yan Ming was ushered into a private room by a waiter, who promptly delivered the ordered dishes before taking their leave. Nonchalantly, Yan Ming picked up his chopsticks to begin his meal. Moments later, he glanced beneath the table. In truth, bandits and rebels may not necessarily harbor the resolve to overthrow the government and the court. Jia Huan's murder of Jia Rong was already unforgivable, and compelling Ming Yen to slay Bao Yu, while plotting to seize the position of heir in the estate, was nothing short of heinous. He was indeed anxious. Perhaps even more so than I, residing on the 50th floor, Yan Ming, through the release of his mental energy, discerned the movements of the officials. Jiang Jiawei, Zhou Jian, Yu Li, Wang Hu, Zhang Yanyan, and some Lily observed the scene with incredulity, as they had all managed to seize these figures. However, they had merely gained control of the Meikamen. A full-scale battle had yet to erupt. If Meikamen chose to surrender at this juncture, it would not be too late. Lin Jiao's expression momentarily stiffened but quickly returned to normal as he cast a calm glance at the crowd before turning to leave. At this moment, the military utility of gunpowder had been recognized, prompting the court to issue a decree prohibiting the private manufacture of gunpowder. Anyone caught producing or trafficking gunpowder would face severe penalties, and even the production of fireworks had to be strictly regulated by the authorities. I feared even more than he did, worried that the fragile belief I had painstakingly accumulated might shatter once again. The last incident, during the upheaval at the Ji family, had relied on the copper coffin to contend with the Ji family's extreme weaponry. Su Jingqiu did not look at her, whether due to guilt or some other reason. He appeared quite agitated, lacking any confidence. The kitchen was in disarray, and he cautioned against getting in their way, suggesting that their uncle escort them home instead. Ruan Xue called out to her man outside. Lu's maternal instinct overflowed, wishing to bestow upon Du Rua all the love and good things she had missed over the years. The fragments of the main god from the divine realm were merely tiny pieces, although numerous. They paled in comparison to the substantial shard he had acquired from the plunderer's space. The steward accompanied her to the entrance, watching as her vehicle departed from the Mu residence before he returned under his umbrella. His reminder alerted me to the peculiar nature of the situation. The area was clearly sealed with iron plates, resembling a prison. But which prisoner would understand the mechanics of a lock, and why, after the door was opened, would they not escape but rather close it again? Upon hearing this, I found myself at a loss. He was expressing a stance. Yet what we needed was not a stance, but a discussion on how to resolve this matter. However, since he had spoken up, it could serve to undermine his enthusiasm. In the past, when Long Huapool bullied Long Qingmu, he had stood up for him, even though his cultivation was inferior to Long Huapool's at the time, resulting in mutual destruction. When he lost his cultivation, Long Qingmu repaid his kindness with treachery, attempting to seize his cave dwelling, leaving him feeling disheartened. Lu Fei cursed under his breath, knowing full well he was striking a stone with an egg. Yet, what other options did he have? In less than half a day, Li Bin rode to the cavern that served as the headquarters of the Green Forest's leader, Ge Jia, in the southern provinces. What lay within, aside from blood and bones? He chuckled, eager to investigate. Ziyunyi retrieved a long wooden stick from his belongings, preparing to stir the liquid below. All eyes were fixed on the lid as it opened, unable to blink in astonishment at the 3 5-pointed stars within, a sight unmistakable. Sun Yi had no inclination to engage him in idle chatter, offering only perfunctory responses before steering the conversation back to the matter of purchasing a boat. "It has been sufficiently gradual. I have already spent over 10 days with you," Yuchan remarked. Her teeth clenched in frustration before she removed her embroidered shoes and crawled toward him. Indeed, it was commendable. The proctor nodded, setting down his chopsticks and opening the ledger in his hands to record the details meticulously. "Yes, master," Qing Peng sighed in resignation, placing the alchemy furnace on the ground. The lord of Tianyuan City waved his hand, sending the furnace to an unknown location. The Buddha teaches, sitting is meditation, walking is meditation. A single flower encompasses a world. A single leaf embodies the essence of enlightenment. With spring, flowers bloom anew. With autumn, leaves fall gently. The boundless wisdom of the heart remains free, whether in silence or movement, embodying the essence of nature. Does this imply that the Black Commander holds absolute authority over the Black Armored Army? Han Yi inquired, his gaze fixed on the black hand. As the king's furious voice echoed, the atmosphere fell into a profound silence. With the current strength of the latter, even a peak martial sage would find it challenging to confront her. Those bearing gifts likely shared a common sentiment. The more delighted the recipient appeared,
the more satisfied they felt.
Should there be any refusals, it would surely dampen their spirits.
Han Tian pivoted,
heading toward the bustling hall while deliberately slowing his pace to coincide with the presence of that individual among his admirers. I never realized before that this broad bean curd was truly delicious. During those 2 years of hunger, I even used it to steam dumplings. And it was so delectable it nearly made my throat sore, Sister Xiangling praised. You are not merely cannon fodder, for you possess the authentic 9-tripod heaven diagram. Its defensive power is unparalleled. If we secure assurances at the last moment, we could consider encircling Zhang Sanfeng. Qing Wang articulated his utmost intention.
Jinglei.
You explain to him why. I shall take my leave. Rising from the tatami, he strode out of the private room. The mightiest Aolung and the Demon King were both gravely wounded and unable to fight. Many of the remaining experts were also injured. Though they persevered, their endurance would not last much longer. At this juncture, Mother Ling could not help but sigh, lamenting that the understanding and obedient Su Wan was born into unfortunate circumstances. Otherwise, the Ling family would have already severed ties with the Jing family. Having spent a sleepless night, Qi Hao took someone to the hospital upon falling ill. Originally, his social media should have been rife with lamentations, yet now, most opted for heartfelt blessings. Inside the car, a tuft of red hair danced wildly in the wind as Li Mian leisurely drove, casually turning on the music. The playlist filled with the trendiest tunes from bars and dance halls. The rapid thumping sounds overlapped, creating a resounding noise. However, the anticipated carnage did not unfold. In fact, his fist did not make contact with any tangible object. After what felt like 2 pots of tea, the plate of steamed fish liver finally arrived. The 3 of them each picked a piece, savoring its tender texture and exquisite flavor, devoid of any fishy taste. With no means to avenge herself, Su Nua had no choice but to leave the scene, seething with anger over the long road ahead. Indeed, those around her were already urging her to marry. Yet Su Nua did not wish to contemplate such matters at this time. However, the Golden Elixir's malevolent cultivator came from an extraordinary lineage, the sole heir of a great deity at the transformation stage, and Yun Feng's sword had drawn catastrophic trouble. Yang Tian's expression turned grave, his tone icy, as a chilling aura enveloped the air, particularly when he uttered, "I will not hold back," resembling autumn winds stripping leaves from trees, sending shivers down the spine. Let alone the simulated world of Dreamland, directly created through sealing techniques by Shuemu, its potential could even overturn and replace the shinobi world. There was no need for him to express that the entire team would strive earnestly. If they could catch the eye of the NBA, they would not merely gain a tenfold increase in wealth. Fan Jinjin is the most concerned about Wu Shuang, as she has been visibly troubled and distracted since returning to the classroom, which is quite heart-wrenching. Lin Xiao's punch landed squarely on his chest, causing a sweet taste to rise in his throat, as if a trickle of blood had escaped. Now that the 7 Kills God Monarch has been taken away and vanished from the star map, they must find him at all costs. I will inform you. We shall meet then. Popovich took his last sip of wine, donned his sunglasses, picked up the hat from the table, and turned to leave by lifting the curtain. Although the jade is exquisite and masterfully carved, it is likely that modern works will not fetch a high price. What was just said is not entirely true. Please stay. If you would. Nangong Mo spoke gently. Long Hao lowered his body further, stating, "The carriage's diversion is the greatest misstep. Although he has returned safely, the Dragon Guardian still bears responsibility. I humbly request the Elder's reprimand." His demeanor was respectful yet assertive. In midair, the Red Skull, under Kaba Yuan's command, suddenly opened its sinister maw, and in an instant, 3 beams of blood light shot forth, striking the protective barrier. As the 2 drew closer to the island's center in their search, a startled exclamation escaped Pan Tanzi's lips. In the extreme wilderness, the shout from Luo Tian halted not just 3 individuals, but several others as well, including a fair-skinned person with a doll-like face. While speaking, Yi Zhua extended his right hand over the hot spring water, his palm shimmering with a flicker of fiery light. The hue distinctly different from the pale yellow previously produced by Lai San, now intertwined with strands of blue. Zhong Jin was vexed by his own lack of resolve. Yet, he understood the root of his troubles, was his deep concern for honor. Among them were masters from Chaotian sect, experts from Zhao family village, and many independent cultivators. However, they all shared a common trait. Their cultivation and strength were comparable to Qin Feng's, with some even surpassing him. Although he anticipated that acquiring the precious materials within that jade tablet would entail significant danger, he did not foresee the challenge posed by a formidable beast rivaling the Xianling realm. Indeed, the assembled goblins nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Wang Ho and Li Hong halted their retreat several kilometers later. The six ancestors and Long Qingchen did not enter the Red Dust Immortal sect, as their presence outside was sufficient to prevent strong foes from disturbing the immortal maiden. Possessing an enchanted physique and a gas-dispersing constitution, further enhanced by artificial experimentation, did this Felicia not attain the peak prowess of a level 4 adept? Norman felt a surge of excitement. Yuan Mingtai cursed, "Damn it," before exiting the restroom, leaving a new deck of cards atop the toilet lid. Across the entirety of Huaxia, aside from the military clash with the subordinates of Wan Wang during their escort, which caused some destruction, the situation appeared remarkably favorable. This heralded Huaxia's emergence from the turmoil of war into an era of peaceful development. "I shall handle the formalities." Nai glanced at her surroundings, concocted an excuse, and turned to leave. Enough of this nonsense. Old Shen Drive. The party army, having heard Chai Wang's protective words, could no longer contain themselves and shouted at Old Shen. Xiao Xia was momentarily taken aback. When Brother Shen spoke, it left her feeling somewhat embarrassed, smiling foolishly, entirely unaware of how they had arrived, only aware that many were watching them. With the approval of the general, Tian Yu and Tai Zhulong took the lead, accompanied by De Taibao Bao Heizi and Heir Taibao Tongjiao, while selecting 200 experts to disguise themselves for a journey to Jiangnan. That evening, at the Chunji Sports Hall, Chunyu held his phone, beginning to read the day's news about the National College Basketball League to his teammates. As the three leaped out of the trench, they did not hesitate, rolling to the side. Though the maneuver was somewhat awkward, it effectively dodged the incoming bullet. "Let us get to work." Miku pulled out a replica 6-4 from his waistband, pushed open the door, and limped forward without even bringing his cane. Initially, she dismissed someone like Li Sinuo, but upon closer observation, numerous issues became apparent. As they spoke, Sun Xiao had already exited the kitchen, busily attending to work from the magazine agency upon her return. This was a DNA identification report. Understanding the complex DNA chain was not difficult for her, as she merely scanned it before glancing at the final result. "No wonder you suddenly withdrew the defenses." Ouyang Zhua chuckled ruefully at the entrance of the Luo residence. Luo must have discovered something, or else why would they retract their defenses so suddenly? He had indeed been careless, failing to notice such an obvious test. Regardless of celestial beings or river spirits, in the 3 years leading to the imminent obliteration of the journey to the West World, they were all lost in indulgence. And Flower Fruit Mountain was no exception. "Watch closely, I shall demonstrate," Su Wenchong said to Lin Jing, drawing out his sword and thrusting it towards Sanhezi. "The world is rife with unsolved mysteries. The light of reincarnation governs." "Huh. The light of reincarnation?" From a distance, the beacon, currently at an impasse with Kai Wei, sensed the situation and immediately changed countenance, his expression darkening significantly. This Chongqing Jinren truly posed some trouble. Most importantly, the Green Wild Fairy seemed to harbor some reservations regarding the Hunter's Gate, indicating the formidable strength of the opponent. It was indeed unlikely for an ordinary person to prevail. The group led by Xue Huan had all transformed their appearances and, after submitting their passes, followed the city guardian demon tribe into the council hall of the Mo King Palace. When the white-clad man appeared, Mei Lin frowned slightly, a flicker of disdain crossing her eyes. At the very moment that voice escaped, a terrifying black fist descended, as if the harbinger of destruction had arrived. With a tremor of that fist, it pierced the massive, icy flow in an instant. Otherwise, under the current circumstances, unless resources were seized through the means of battle, ascending to a higher level would be utterly impossible. At that moment, Ma Yukai feigned fear, piloting the mech to hide away. Observing this, a disciple of Louis Schubert smirked, deciding not to call for his companions immediately, but rather to charge forward and eliminate Ma Yukai. Ling Ace shyly nodded, being called by a boy's name. How embarrassing. But it's fine if it's Brother Tongno, right? Brother Tongno should also be my brother, right? The Blue Sparrow King raised its tail and swung the azure crane elsewhere, suddenly hearing a loud roar. Turning to the source of the sound, a black light shot towards him, and he had no time to evade. Upon hearing Yi Li's words, Ling Ace paused momentarily, then obediently nodded without further pleasantries. Soon, the carriage came to a halt, arriving at Qingting Garden. Li Tai lifted the curtain and stepped out, followed closely by Wen Yan, both advancing towards the assessment square. In close combat, Li Yuyun feared no one, for she placed great importance on her physical prowess. Master, please forgive me for not following your instructions this time. Lu Qi turned his head in frustration to look elsewhere. With Su Chu's protection, Liu Bei was exceedingly proud, seemingly flaunting his unmatched martial prowess. Watching the retreating figures, Li Er clenched his fist slowly, a stern expression on his face, clearly recalling those assassins. This must be what Zhao Haidang referred to, the collective effort of several bars to generate traffic for his and tomorrow's performance. Upon hearing this, Li Luo felt a wave of nausea, the image of retrieving the teeth from a corpse and placing them back into his mouth flashing in his mind, causing his expression to contort in pain. A stable signal was transmitted into the distance, while a location on the Huangquan base map lit up, dispelling a shroud of mist. Other major streamers, when they first emerged, would generally sign contracts with various companies and platforms, gradually gaining fame through collaborative promotion and operation. Chun Miao Miao gracefully settled in, her long black silk legs drawing closer to Xinjiang's direction as she fastened her seatbelt, creating a beautiful arc. After glancing around, he promptly removed the stick that was propping the door, took a deep breath, and dashed outside. The audience for pop music consists of the masses. Their standards are not particularly high. As long as the melody is pleasing to the ear, that suffices. The essence of the song itself is of no concern or comprehension to the listeners. It merely needs to be catchy. Just a few moments later, a sound of stones dropping onto the floor echoed through the corridor once again. Su Yun frowned in annoyance and turned around angrily, only to find Gu Yichuan standing behind the man. With a tri-layered protective armor and a brand new helmet, the safety and comfort were assured when the face guard was pulled down. This location, which was easy to defend yet not of great significance, saw the enemy's symbolic assault before ultimately retreating. For his father, the root of all issues lay with Pei Qin, yet he had refrained from taking his life all these years, perhaps out of fear of his own sorrow. Yang Tian, who trailed a position behind Yu Duo, was completely overlooked, drawing no attention whatsoever. A powerful surge of energy coursed through him, akin to turbulent waters suddenly rushing into a calm river, creating monumental waves. Lang Kuang hastily retrieved a series of spiritual herbs, refining their potency before slowly infusing it into Lang Yan, temporarily preserving his life. It was due to the car that I arrived so late.
All right.
Let us go inside and discuss matters. The two entered the artisanal perfume shop one after the other. One must understand that the feeling of heartache had been absent from her mind for quite some time, except for a few instances involving water. Wang Zheng did not wait for her to speak, releasing the mountain river seal. Upon witnessing the colors of heaven and earth once more, Jing Shu felt as if she had been reborn, reflecting that viewing the mortal realm was quite delightful. Tang Zheng sighed, not wishing to elaborate. The fourth brother truly was. I have no words. He is beyond redemption. The princess declared she would challenge Tang Li, promising to choose him should she win. Xiao Yu, are you truly certain this is the will of His Majesty? On the other end of the line, Wang Tingfei inquired, his tone unusually surprised. As Emperor Zhonglan appeared on the verge of being subdued, a sudden burst of purple light emanated from his hand, and a pyramid altar soared into the air, crashing down to block Wang Zheng's giant peak. Wang Zheng frowned, saying, Master, you cannot entrust the spear to Enqi. Her possession of such a treasure would only bring her trouble. Though he felt joy and concern over his master's affection for Enqi, Zhao Yun's decision to establish a happy day was rooted in their insufficient forces, facing thousands of Xianbei cavalry. He feared his soldiers would be intimidated and hesitant to fight fiercely. Yi Fan, feeling helpless, returned to the director's chair, preparing to resume filming when suddenly a call from an unknown number interrupted him. Su Qinghan nodded. Your Highness, we received the intelligence too late. If the Menggu army were still at Yanmen Pass, all would be well. Within 10 days, we could drive them out of Xiliang. Lu Man remained resolute, refusing to let go. When she deflected the bat demon's blade once more, she suddenly felt a tight grip. The demon's elongated red hairs ensnared her hand and knife, quickly wrapping around her neck and body. The bat demon raised its claws, bringing her and Xingui to its mouth, intent on devouring them.
Sun Yanjing furoret her bror.
Pondering the meaning behind his warning. Was he truly envious? However, betraying one's master was indeed a grave sin, and contending for the empire belonging to the master was even less forgivable. We must locate his skeleton. It is said that his skeleton can bestow upon us the power to turn the tables. The leading man proclaimed. Zhao Wudi felt grateful for the elders' concern and care. Yet he was bound to confront Dizizi, a battle that could not be avoided. No one and nothing could deter him. And how do you plan to proceed? Xiao Fan replied calmly, still uncertain of the prophet's intentions, thus he could only cautiously probe the prophet's stance. Xiaoyu did not pause, instructing an Yi to tally the numbers and check for any injured guards. Murong Su glanced at her in silence, and after a moment, the sound of weeping and the scoldings of a matron resonated from outside the courtyard. Can one still go to battle after heartbreak? He was genuinely worried. Unlike him, death would be a release for others. Though beautiful, the short-haired girl seemed rather intimidated by her, retreating to Monli's heels. Based on Zhang Qian's understanding of Yi Xian and Han Yun, it was reasonable to expect Yi Xian to be present, especially since he had been overseeing the shelter all morning and had vanished in the afternoon. She thought that as long as there was money, everything would be fine. Her dowry shop's profits should suffice. However, when her dowry shop encountered trouble, it felt like a rainstorm during a roof collapse. Thus, if the millions are already dead, then all is futile. If they are still alive, the forthcoming plan might not guarantee 100% survival, but at least 99% would perish. Through recent cultivation, the quantity of divine crystals in the system store approached 700 million. Yet, despite its seemingly vast number, Yi Yiming understood well that it was far from sufficient to elevate his cultivation to the peak of Hongmeng. I felt unwell, on the verge of vomiting. Yet I suddenly realized I had lost my physical form. Looking down at myself, I saw nothing but transparency, as if I were merely a soul, unable to resist or struggle, without limbs or tools. Initially, I regarded this individual as a nuisance. However, it was evident that I had silently transformed into a comrade in arms. Dorothy's words instantly reignited a headache for the file cutter, as they evoked a strong sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of a situation I had recently encountered. Yet, no matter how I tried, the feeling of resistance hindered my further exploration. The sudden shift in this scene left the Thunder God King bewildered, unsure if he should continue to intervene. Does it sound increasingly familiar? Indeed, it is the thunderous roar you have longed for, Your Highness. Are you still contemplating its secrets? Li Su remarked with a smile. Completely disregarding the financial gains from the sales of all booths at the exhibition, perhaps the madness of her thoughts surpassed comprehension. Evidence proved that both the Doomsday Truth cult and the Nazis had manipulated the technology that granted life to the organic beings. Yet their meddling exceeded everyone's expectations regarding the meaning of reproduction. Whether it was a public-funded trip or searching for the runaway Serjongni, he, as the leader, could not remain indifferent after a subordinate was slain in Japan. All right, no problem. Take me to the hospital. She handed Lin Ran a business card, which bore the name Wang who operated a clinic for injuries. Nonsense. This painting is undeniably significant, a masterpiece from New Year's Day. What is your life worth? Do you have any idea how many lives were sacrificed for this painting? How could you possibly compare to its greatness? What compensation do you propose? After speaking, he tossed the painting to Lin Ran. For the sake of survival, reproduction, and development, people are willing to wander far and wide, following the footsteps of fate. Yet, no matter how far they travel, they ultimately yearn to return home. Even if their hometown is on the brink of collapse, there will always be those willing to share its fate. Perhaps New Sangha, having frequented the brothels in Ruichang, has perfectly mimicked the tone of the courtesans. Lord Ruichang, lost in his elation, burst into laughter. Eighth sister felt a wave of nausea, nearly retching. May air remained meditative, unperturbed. Xiao Yaozi and the spirit snake poison dragon could not help but sigh, lamenting the absence of any power to reverse their fate. They soon came to the realization that death, whether gentle or harsh, ultimately yields the same outcome. It is merely the process that is cruel. No wonder she refers to herself as princess, for Princess Bailon is indeed a vision of beauty, yet her haughty demeanor, so dismissive of others, is quite off-putting. The remaining soldiers mounted a counterattack, firing machine guns and hurling grenades, with artillery support from the rear. Chang could discern that they were jesting. These villagers were solely intent on rescuing Zhao Fei, or perhaps they were still unsated from their earlier bloodshed. In that moment of distraction, Tang Yun seized the opportunity, cracking her whip against the horse's flank. The steed let out a deafening neigh and charged towards the black-clad figures who were still recovering from surprise. The ascetic had inscribed 6 pieces of defensive gear with mountain characters, giving him an additional 180 points of stamina. Given the ascetic's class growth, his health had increased by 1,800 points. How could this not be considered overpowered? Chen Haoyan eagerly anticipated the outcome, while Lu Tiancheng remained silent. Feeling that Zhao Fei was somewhat selfish, he ought to have met Lu Ying before proceeding with the plan. However, Zhao Fei knew Lu Ying would undoubtedly oppose it. The two who had fallen from the sky seemed unaware of the situation, but in the next moment, their faces lit up with joy. "All right, Director Li? No need to intimidate these people any longer," Lu Tian said with a frown, waving his hand. The gamblers, feeling as though a heavy burden had been lifted, rushed out joyfully. It was indeed a challenging situation, but the ordinary armed police before them were mere spectators. With a resounding boom, a vermilion handprint illuminated the scene. Amidst the flames, the massive rock was shattered into countless fragments. They could hardly comprehend why everyone bore such strange expressions, as though they had encountered a monster. Reflecting on it, people had shown similar reactions upon seeing the white whale a day earlier, their mouths agape as if to articulate their astonishment. The vast surface of the Qilin stone dimmed, retreating to reveal the crimson entrance to the Beast Tower. In just 2 short years, countless ambitious heroes had emerged from both the Four Seas and the Grand Line, causing the world to become increasingly tumultuous. The essence of heaven and earth nourishes all, and spiritual energy is but one manifestation of this essence. Though it is invisible and intangible, its existence is undeniable. Upon recognizing Qin Zhao's identity, the guard, who had just raised his taser, promptly lowered it and spoke respectfully to Qin Zhao. To be honest, Qin Zhao's current appearance astonished him, as he had never seen him like this before. During the war, the location was chosen for its proximity, resulting in a somewhat crude setup. Oriental Yu expressed hope that no one would take offense. The kiss was less tender and more akin to a fervent gnawing, bordering on violence. Sun Xuehui, upon seeing Xijia arrive late at night, immediately sensed something was amiss. Sitting beside her, she took her hand and gently patted it. The passionate gaze and fervent body were sending signals of affection. Bai Wucheng's words were laden with meaning. Firstly, they indicated his dealings with matters of the underworld, and secondly, it implied that since it pertained to the underworld, it was beyond Zhang Mingho's purview, indirectly rejecting his response. The boorish beggar showed no mercy, binding her hands with his belt and roughly tearing away her undergarment. Xiaoyu could never allow both children to be sent to Su Yanxin's side, for that would mean Su Yanxin could not have her meals. Tang Haoran stood atop the arena, hands clasped behind his back, his expression as calm as water. Yet a hint of derision flickered across his face. Mo Dai felt a bit awkward after asking Tang Qi a question that received no reply. But upon hearing Su Yanxin's response, she blossomed with a radiant smile. The wedding day of Enshiju and Lu Gaian was merely a month earlier than that of Gong Mashuan and Helian Yu. When I mentioned this to Ling Si, she recounted that on the day of her physical examination, she too had bought an authentic bottle, though she had given it to the person taking the test instead of drinking it herself. However, her mother seemed to have purchased a few authentic ones for her, commenting that the bottle was small yet exorbitantly priced. In the entertainment industry, there is also the element of hype. Although Zhou Libo's fame is considerable, it pales in comparison to Jiang Xintong's. To date, Jiang Xintong would significantly enhance his public profile, consequently raising his fees substantially. Everyone seems to be against us, as though we had slain their parents, and upon being revived, they immediately sent us back to the shrine. I too had just been revived when I heard the boss speak. "These damned people," Liu Ban exclaimed in anger. By the fire sat a paralyzed middle-aged man, Chen Daqiang, the husband of Sister Ho Hot, During the recent famine, Sister Ho-Hot had pushed him in a wheelbarrow. As the mayor of Maimo Nation, aside from his superhuman abilities, Qin also possessed a keen intellect. Upon hearing Qin Kuan's words, he immediately devised a strategy. Guojunki feigned a sudden change in demeanor, deliberately clearing his throat and straightening his posture. The director, infuriated, turned to see who was so oblivious as to ignore his commands, receiving no response whatsoever. He was now in a semi-retired state, not releasing new songs and barely appearing on programs, making only a couple of appearances each year to remind his fans of his presence. Sun Yan's eyes sparkled with determination, ensuring that neither Lu Ruzhen nor anyone else could escape to relay messages to the ancestral hall. Although I understood that 2,000 was insignificant to the big shots, for someone like me, it represented a remarkable achievement. As a result, Princess Rongin understood at first glance why her father favored Li Pin. Not far from where he had slain a man, Qin Qingze walked alongside Su Momo. Upon seeing Kong Iza, she immediately shouted out. It was hardly surprising that, despite being overshadowed by Mu Bai in combat, he dared to unleash his soul into the opponent's consciousness and engage in a spiritual battle. While Mu Bai pondered, a middle-aged man among the group approached Li Guangqin, his gaze lingering on Yang Xiao, revealing a flicker of inexplicable delight. Subsequently, Yi Qing and Zhang Sanfeng discussed martial arts, and 2 days swiftly passed. However, Yi Qing's gains were immense, as Zhang Sanfeng's martial experience was profound, along with his knowledge of the Jianghu. Gazing at the Taoist gates of the Baiyun ancient temple, Guoshouxin resignedly instructed the driver to head towards a secluded alley. Soon, the vehicle halted in the dimly lit alleyway, and Guoshouxin stumbled out, making his way towards a side entrance. The following morning, Lu Yashi stood in the base square, watching Yi Qing board the plane. Though her face was full of reluctance, she did not impede his departure, and thus Yi Qing successfully boarded the plane. Flying back to the capital, the gate of the underworld, Long Yichen trod upon countless skeletons, his feet stirring slightly. Everything turned to ash. She preferred chicken breast over skin, and Song Yiyan would remove the skin before placing it in her bowl. Du Heng received the neatly stacked men's suits and turned to enter the adjoining suite, leaving only me, Yan Yan, and the bridesmaids with my father outside. Alright, let's have lunch first. Shui leapt up as Mu Ziyu stood, suddenly jumping onto him. These individuals initially sought to exploit the chaos in Jinwu Alley to undermine others' power. Approaching her from behind, Su Junyi observed her bent over the bed, her expression fraught with difficulty. He reached out to lift her onto the sofa, wary of waking her. He gazed at Han Liani with a mix of grievance and sorrow, while Han Liani felt like an irredeemable villain at that moment. After speaking, she lifted her gaze, her eyes landing on Wu Miaofu, who was staring intently at her from a distance. Han Liani gazed at Lian Shua, gradually feeling weary as she leaned against the sofa, silently and quietly closing her tired eyes. Shen Yeding was aware that the police station, particularly the chief and his father-in-law, had some connections. With Qili now missing, the police would undoubtedly act with urgency and dedication. However, as his wife had pointed out, without any leads, it was uncertain when they would find her. It was as if those at the scene, like birds facing the police's firepower, failed to protect themselves first, showing a lack of awareness befitting the heir of the Qingyun sect. Yet, she enjoyed teasing Li Nanfeng, perhaps a testament to the mysterious bond of blood relations. He chose not to dwell on those memories, thus opening his eyes and escaping that dream. He reached behind him, finding no wounds. It was from this dark material that she had been incessantly attacked, ultimately leading to her being sidelined by the company and exiting the entertainment industry. Only Jieking held onto Nuya's hand tightly, genuinely remorseful, crying and blaming herself, tears cascading down. This immediately caused a commotion, as people hurriedly stepped aside, and the loud cries of despair fell onto the dusty ground, stirring up more dust. Although this did not hold much persuasive power, at that moment, if Jian Kong was given a reason, he would refrain from further violence against her. Jiang Pingju, known for boasting about how many he had defeated in Xinjiang, proved to be an adept fighter. Alongside two veterans, they formed a triangular formation, coordinating effectively and inflicting significant casualties on the pirates. Soon, 7 or 8 lay defeated before them. Yet, He kept this thought to himself, not voicing it aloud for fear of being misunderstood as jealous. Thus, she pouted in silence, her expression filled with righteous indignation. If they were to be encircled in this manner, aside from Su Mizi, the other saint-level beings would likely suffer injuries again, leading to a dire outcome where they would have no hope of continuing their existence here or obtaining fragments of the heavenly Tao. Seabass secretly observed Xu Qiao, recalling that it was often said in the south, there is Xu Qiao. In the north, there is Sai Lang. The man before him constantly gazed at his wife, while Xu Qiao subtly attempted to catch Linga's attention, yet the underlying disdain in his eyes was unmistakable. Media reporters, driven by the principle of not fearing trouble and seeking news, flocked to interview Lin Chen. Gong Zhuoxi nodded, remaining silent, as he believed that performing the script well was Lin Qianyu's responsibility. Bing Pe and Yuan Bao awaited at the city wall, while Nuya's heart was in turmoil. Fearing she could not control her emotions, she dared not speak and brushed past the two. The blade ultimately did not graze Luo Tian's face, as a sturdy piece of debris accurately shielded him. However, the immense pressure from the blade still sent him hurtling away. The altar for the ancestral ritual of the Yinyang Palace was situated atop a cliff that jutted out like an eagle's beak, ascending in layers. Zongyang curiously gazed at the imposing black dragon coiled around the palace at the summit. Just then, the anxious steward of the Yinyang Palace, upon seeing the Earth Emperor from the southeast gate arrive, hurriedly stepped forward to welcome him and quickly led him to the altar. Due to the force of the binding ring, Xiao Baizhu winced in pain and let out a muffled groan. He opened his eyes again, surveying his surroundings, and finally his gaze settled on Susan. He leaned down to kiss her forehead, whispering, "My dear, we shall remain together forever." After the performance, he would rest. Saying this, Jinyang gently kissed Lin Shenshin, his muffled voice floating through the dimly lit room, softly landing in her ears. Yuling nodded, determined not to slack off this time, lest she be cast out again. In that moment, everyone lifted their heads to gaze at the masked man on stage, attentively listening to each word he spoke. This made Wei Ro feel guilty, glancing at Bai Yulu, wondering if they had gone too far. He was the most self-preserving individual in the world. To take over the immensely wealthy Bo D group, he first had to learn how to remain unaffected by external forces and avoid unnecessary harm. After saying this, he did not wait for old Lady Lin to continue speaking, swiftly stepping towards the staircase. "I somewhat understand your intention now," Morong Ingzhu thought, not yet in the mindset to analyze whether it was good or bad, as she perceived things to be more complicated than Lin Chenxing did. The East Sea was vast, a mature first-tier city, where they adhered to their survival principles, firmly believing that only by not breaking their original rules could they progress further. Other lizards, witnessing Sha Du Tian's might, slowly retreated. Yet, Sha Du Tian pressed forward, wielding a spade, each strike claiming the life of one or several lizards. At the very least, the supreme deity Hao Yan need not worry about his demise, nor would the ancestor dragon and others fret over breaking through such material armor. Zhao Ruaji began to regret not bringing a weapon. Drenched and feeling a chill, he devised a good plan to light a fire, using the smoke as a signal, hoping others might see it. Moreover, fire generally frightened animals and would serve to protect him. Wan Yunbu spoke, glancing at Xiao Fei, who, having never experienced such a situation, appeared somewhat flustered. Although Blue Star had remote teleportation anchor points that could directly transport supplies to its satellite orbit, Hong Jun's mind stirred, and the Qian Kuind Ding soared above, releasing strands of mysterious yellow energy to suppress Luo Ho, rendering him immobile. Chong Liang, with a snake in his mouth and another in his hand, possessed the visage of a tiger-headed man with 4 hooves, embodying the essence of thunder. However, those who knew they were destined to lose were no longer inclined to open the competition channel and invite humiliation upon themselves. The 3 supreme beings were Taihao Fushi, the human emperor Jutishi, and Tai Shen. Together, they shielded him as he flowed downstream along the long river of supreme time, covertly crossing battlefields dominated by dark abyssal existences. To his left and right appeared 2 figures, the golden ancient ape roaring as it unleashed its might. Yet, no one noticed that several of his companions bore a striking resemblance to the attackers who had first assaulted the post station. From a high vantage point, The canyon's width appeared moderate, yet its length was unexpectedly vast, revealing that after the ambush of Yao Meng's 100,000 elite troops, a long stretch of canyon remained. After dinner, I secretly told my grandfather that I would accompany a classmate to his hut to help him with his homework, as he had questions he needed to ask me. I would return to the hut later and ask him to inform my father that he would not be attending storytime today. I believe the descendants of the Marquis of Huayin are by no means mediocre, and with your archery skills, you are more than capable. I hope you can drive back the Xianbei tribes. Lu Yu remarked slowly. When Phoenix passed by with him back in the day, the mountain had also collapsed. Yet at that time, no one was aware of its peculiar nature, making the danger they faced far more severe than now. Phoenix was buried beneath, eventually emerging thanks to an ice crystal wand.
You.
Lin Tianheng felt a surge of anger, and even Su Mingquan and Kai Chani furrowed their brows. The situation was not as simple as it seemed. Tang Ning knew that Ruida would undoubtedly have some means of counterattack, and with the speed of Ling Lai, if the royal army could defeat the church would not have remained on the eternal continent for so long. Then, I must thank the Supreme Haotian.
Today,
Our demon clan occupies 1/4 of the North Jilu continent. We hope the heavens will favor us. We, the demon clan, are also your subjects.
Lei Zenzi concluded.
Bowing to the heavens and earth. Suddenly, a large stone above the ground where Ji Yong knelt began to shift, slowly protruding outward. Chao Yong was tightly bound, securely tied up, and was led by 2 Japanese soldiers with guns into the county town. Bystanders looked on in fear, shaking their heads and sighing.
What?
This guy wants to advance to true godhood? Is that even possible? Beidou was equally skeptical, yet the golden barrier indeed blocked David's path, preventing him from advancing any further. Lin Ying and Zmo led the way, while Huang Yuan followed reluctantly behind them. The trio traversed through a dense forest until they encountered what appeared to be a naturally formed stone wall. Beneath the wall, however, there was a large door that matched the stone's color, tightly sealed, hinting at something hidden within. Lizette replied earnestly, and even Felix found it difficult to muster a smile after hearing her words. The truth of Yi Xiesian's claims could no longer be verified, yet it was undeniable that the individuals sent on a mission had lost contact. Before long, the couple was rescued, and a doctor arrived to check their pulses and administer treatment. Where to? Ling Jing's voice was soft and enchanting, whispering gently in Li Wuxin's ear. Before Gu Meng could respond, Guan Qinji had already picked up the phone. Song Shiming and Gu Meng exchanged glances, but did not stop him. Jin Shiqing hurriedly approached, disregarding their surroundings, and wrapped his arms around Lin Yu, stepping forward with abandon. As Qiu Xingchu's melodious voice rang out, the opening ceremony for Lin Yu technology commenced as scheduled. Qin Lan was indeed strikingly beautiful, her delicate features radiating a sense of spirited elegance, and her captivating eyes were enchanting in their allure. The flush on her cheeks sparked endless imagination. Releasing such news in haste may indicate that something has indeed gone awry, Gu Lian pondered. Song Yi pushed open the door, and everything in the courtyard remained unchanged, bathed in a tranquil moonlight that lent an extraordinary stillness to the atmosphere, devoid of any sounds of insects. Ignavi nodded, advising caution in Yacheng, where many knew him. Encountering family members could complicate matters further. Meanwhile, Luo Cheng remained unperturbed in the face of Lu Jin's blade, his raised Wuyin sword slowly descending. Master, do you have something to say? Qing Jing observed the silent master Ku Rong for a long moment, feeling a twinge of discomfort, and decided to initiate conversation. Hearing this, Chuan forced a smile. I understand. Drawing it is merely for your viewing. In any case, she should refrain from complicating matters for Zheng Yong and remain in Incheng to care for the children, utilizing her expertise to the fullest. A young man sat majestically atop Black Mountain, his gaze revealing an enigmatic brilliance, as if the secrets of the world could not escape his sight. Meanwhile, some reporters remained to capture the scene, as its sheer magnitude was awe-inspiring. Even American blockbusters dared not depict such a spectacle. Additionally, some hesitated due to fear, having never encountered such ferocious bandits. He wished to convey to Lin Wan that he no longer viewed her with disdain. The events in Iraq had altered his perception. No problem, just dress warmly, Rong Liang decisively stated, returning to his meal in silence. After court, old master Xiahou informed Dao about Ge Laodi's desire to rename Hongzhou, suggesting that Dao bestow a name directly. Was it due to the disparity in strength? Not at all. It was evident that the issue stemmed from Tang Qian's allocation of points affecting skill proficiency. C-72 transformations allowed designated individuals to perceive their current form. In the celestial realm, she transformed into Baimu's appearance, visible only to Tianqi. The plump individual had yet to post the information in the system's trading hall when a message from a stranger arrived, prompting him to smile. Upon hearing Wu Linger's words, Ming halted, turning to her but remaining silent. Ling Yan glanced over and nodded. Whatever is fine. In truth, he desired little. Merely wanting to see her tidy up, her diligent demeanor akin to work brought him immense joy. If she were to confront the opposing party and refuse to accept the elder's decision, she would not only face moral defeat but also be outmatched in strength, potentially incurring additional charges. Embraced by a fair maiden, he could not think of anything else, feeling as if he possessed the entire world, warmth enveloping his heart. Seeing his two good friends supporting him so wholeheartedly moved Zhao Fei deeply. Just as he prepared to express his feelings, a guard reported that cavalry officer Cao Cao requested an audience. Zhao Fei paused, then quickly invited him in, suppressing the emotions he had been nurturing while harboring frustration toward Cao Cao. The camping dinner was lavish, featuring an array of sausages paired with white wine, champagne, and even beer, creating an atmosphere of unimaginable delight in the open air. For the sake of a single meal, to lose a few dozen yuan seemed trivial to most. Yet some were unwilling to incur such losses. Ziyuan, my father has been melancholic and tormented every day. I truly do not know how to console him. Jiang Shuiyan lamented. Leng Yuro was taken aback, glancing at her father, her icy gaze softening as she anticipated by Yanan's gratitude upstairs. Simultaneously, the other four knights easily toppled their opponents using the same method, and with 5 beams of white light flashing, the match concluded with the knight team's victory. Consequently, the police chiefs from the aforementioned 5 provinces were summoned to Harbin, the capital of Binjiang province, where the experienced General Yedong Shand would instruct them and assign tasks. I know you are curious, but may I take a nap first? Duanmu Linglong looked at Chu Yan, wishing to clarify matters with him. Yet she had not felt such safety and stability in a long time and desperately needed rest. Roar. The sandstorm beast unleashed a furious roar beneath Uncle Nuako, as 3 towering stone pillars shot up, narrowly avoided. However, as he turned, a yellow sand wall erupted from the ground, and it seemed Nuako's head would collide with it. In just a few breaths, the members of the Purple Lily side were all injured. Had it not been for the exceptional quality of their treasures, they would have already been annihilated by the demonic apes. Emperor, he articulated his thoughts, and at the moment the last word left his lips, a powerful spell surged toward them. Gao Ji thrust his sword, the azure energy transforming into a frenzied dragon diving toward the Shura Lord, while his left hand executed the 10,000 spirit sealing spell. Their strengths were comparable, and if his 10,000 spirits' path touched them, even the formidable Shura Lord would undoubtedly be affected. Yun Feng sighed, questioning whether he truly resembled a weakling. He had only ventured out for firewood when he encountered 3 demon beasts, and now, adding this one, it made 4. To conserve diesel consumption, they ceased to separate for meals, resulting in everyone dining together upstairs and downstairs, creating a sense of unity. However, he felt awkward merely looking at them, his mind involuntarily speculating about their interactions, which felt rather uncomfortable. In this state, if Marigo Rude wished to eliminate Sonda Sonia, it would be exceedingly easy. Qin Tian opened other upper chambers and immediately spotted a sharp beam of sword light rushing toward him. As he spoke, Khalifa was taken aback. How could I inadvertently reveal my true identity? The middle-aged man wore a sinister expression, his brows furrowed, cold glints flashing in his eyes. His plain robe enveloped his slender form, and although he was not as robust as Wang Jun and Liu Yang, the intimidating aura he exuded made both feel a sense of pressure. Before him lay a vast pit, resembling a swimming pool, yet this pool was immense, with both sides shrouded in darkness, untouched by the firelight. Just as he exited the tavern, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the Reinhardt Manor and noticed a stranger gazing thoughtfully in the direction of the tavern he had just vacated. Zhou Dongyu cheerfully carried a bowl of noodles, sitting down at the table to eat, as he was truly famished. In the moment of tangled grievances in the heart of the Black Rabbit, Izaoi, having resolved to prepare for something, suddenly looked up. From Su Wen's words, I discerned the magnitude of the challenge I had undertaken. Yet, what does it matter? The events have transpired. Can time truly revert? Even if it could, I would still choose the same path. What difference does it make to retreat or not? I believed that everything was instigated by Xiaoyu's sleepwalking, only to discover that there lay a deeper layer of hidden truths, Wang Miao Miao lamented. You need not concern yourself with that. I merely require your answer. Will you attend the finals? Xi's voice was resolute, pressing for an answer. Take these pills. They will greatly aid your injuries. Xu Qiao retrieved some pills and handed them to the elder, who gazed at them wide-eyed. Jiang Yin nodded and expended 100 pretentious points to enter a soul state, selecting the 5 huskies. After a dizzying whirl, Jiang Yin found himself in a dim, nebulous space. Liuxing glanced back over her shoulder, her skirt billowing, revealing a radiant smile as she declared, Liuxing, I love you. After uttering this shocking confession, she dashed to join Zai Qudong, who was walking ahead. Lu Kuer and Wen Xiaoxian's cultivation progress was slow, remaining at the innate 9th level. Even with the fruit of the world tree, they could not ascend instantaneously. Subsequently, Xu Tian unleashed a series of palm strikes imbued with an even more terrifying heavenly fire, carrying the oppressive aura of slaughter, striking down with tremendous force, causing heaven and earth to tremble like a white rainbow cleaving the sky. A figure soared through the air, wielding a pitch-black longsword that exuded an intensely frigid aura. As terrifying demonic energy emanated from the 7 stars demon sword, beginning to reap the lives of the surrounding royalty. In that moment, Xu Tian appeared as if he had risen from the depths of hell, seemingly capable of grasping life and death. As for Jiang Yin, he moved in reverse without pause, requiring no contemplation. This was truly domineering, for even he needed to halt and think when cultivating, unable to maintain an unbroken flow. Gu Qinghan was lifted from the wooden tub, and the loyal subordinate of Li Zijiu changed his clothes before sending him to a side room to rest. In matters of reciprocity, if he wished her to feel warmth, she too must reciprocate to feel at ease. Thunder rumbled, and summer rain pattered against the black canopy, crackling like firecrackers. Han Gongqiu realized that, unbeknownst to her, the sky had darkened considerably. Once they were seated, and all extraneous individuals had departed, Shui Miao Miao directly posed the question that weighed on everyone's minds. At that time, she unexpectedly encountered the original owner of this body, initially unlocking the seals within, becoming an all-elemental supernatural being. The meeting concluded, and outside, the city's lights began to twinkle, casting a splendid glow upon the night. I found myself anticipating Mu Qiao's candlelit dinner. Lin Su and Fu Chenhui had long since conspired about this. Though 13 days sounded ample, it was insufficient for extensive travels. While it was termed a prison, it was not akin to the prisons of Earth. Their only commonality was their purpose of confining offenders, with no further resemblance. You are overly courteous, Zhang Mama remarked as she bowed slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips, leading the people behind her away. Spare him one hardship, and I shall spare you one as well. Jean Bai's lips curled into a smile, his demeanor shifting from the usual exuberance to one of gravity. Yet, it mattered little. Her persona would inevitably shatter. Old commander, what brings you here? When did you arrive? Qin Ma halted in astonishment, her gaze fixed upon Qin Zhenhua, whose expression momentarily betrayed unease before vanishing. However, Ji understood that this was not an error, but rather the rhythm of muscle, a manifestation of physical training to a certain degree. Upon finishing, I took the initiative to grab her bag, unzipping it to place the money inside, then zipping it back up. Despite its stature, this plush bear appeared slender and graceful, its well-developed features particularly striking. Is that so? Tang Xuer regarded him skeptically, then suddenly took his hand, leading him across the street to a hotel on the other side. Each time, Shen Guang undertook a challenging task. He would resign from all other duties, approaching his work with utmost seriousness and dedication, which was commendable. The Grim Reaper? Are you suggesting that those who have sought to harm the prince have all been sent by the Grim Reaper? Han Yen furrowed her brow slightly. Su Tang remained motionless, watching Shen Pei wander through the dining area. Upon his return, the plate set before her was indeed filled with her favorite dishes. Only by resolving these matters could he fully return, remaining within the country henceforth, with no intention of leaving. Qin Guanjiao felt her legs weaken in fright. Without a second thought, she tossed away the fragrant pear in her hand, her face a picture of panic.
Oh.
Adversity reveals true feelings? Tang Yuman, who had disrupted the entire training session, felt no guilt whatsoever and even jested with a light-hearted remark. You need not concern yourself with this. As your senior, I possess the ability to find evidence. Junior, what do you mean by asking this? Do you doubt me? Gu Hun, witnessing his naive junior's relentless inquiries, felt a twinge of irritation. Upon hearing this, Su Mianmian's smile deepened. She knew well that this proud princess, much like Feng Wan, was subtly offering her support, fearing that she might be bullied by the Qin family. One thing she wished he could understand was that she was not drawn to him for his wealth or family background. Suddenly, Su Shilling staggered, the world before her momentarily darkening, but fortunately, Ziyun was there to steady her. Perhaps, when it came to the beautiful, as long as they were useful, she would not refuse. Yet, in the face of Shi Ruoyan, even under dire threats, he found it difficult to turn her down. After acquiring their shares, Li Zhetian's holdings exceeded 51, granting him absolute control. Observing this scene, Leng Ma furrowed his brow once more, recognizing this familiar tactic, with the mighty Xuanwu mountain blocking him. Even his transformed attributes could not inflict mortal damage. The unique cultivation method and the dual cultivation with 1's innate spirit beast granted the spirit beast sect immense influence in both the cultivator and real worlds. Furthermore, they monopolized 90 of the spirit beast trade, resulting in a daily influx of vast quantities of spirit stones. President Bangzi nodded in satisfaction, regarding it as a promising start. As long as these national treasures could be retrieved, whether through expenditure or other means, he could simply increase revenue and taxes to recover the funds. The ground beneath trembled slightly as the rolling monks cried out in distress. Though they suffered no injury, a large pit had formed nearby, with spring water bubbling from its depths, indicating that had the staff struck them, they would have been reduced to a mere puddle of flesh. However, due to Yuan Shi's infrequent returns to the Yuan sect, most matters were delegated to Yuan Shi, and she relinquished her intention to visit. Quietly residing in the gu even in the depths of slumber, Xiang Qingnio's brow remained tightly furrowed, and the corners of his mouth twitched incessantly. It was unclear whether the excruciating pain from his injuries tormented him, or if he was reliving past agonies in his dreams. After Shi Yuan applied a few gentle touches, his suffering eased somewhat. Otherwise, he would have been unable to focus on what Shi Yuan had to say. The servants' hall had long been aware of Tang Yu's existence and had dispatched Feng Zhe to address the matter. However, Feng Zhe had already fallen victim to Jiang Fan, prompting them to send someone else to avenge him. Duke Yu recognized Liu Yemei's satisfaction with Meng Qier and was aware of his wife's temperament, causing him to feel somewhat intimidated as he glanced at his son. Qin Zhe and Wu Tian revealed their trump cards, but both had been replaced by Jiang Fan, rendering them unable to form any effective combination. The ground traversed by the withered snow bore a trench a yard wide, swiftly approaching Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan let out a furious roar, his bronze staff transforming into a yellow dragon to meet the swirling sword light. The recliner was something Tang Shuangxi had stumbled upon on the street, and in a moment of whimsy, he excitedly brought back 3, declaring they could lie in the courtyard under the sun during their leisure time with Qin Ergu and Wu Xingji. The essence of the earth vein acquired from the Demon Mountain had already begun to crack. It seemed they could only set up the formation one last time. Su Jiarong was resolute, laboring not only for herself, but also ensuring Su Xian maintained a proper distance from her. The essence of an army lies not in its numbers, but in its quality. He believed that with the wise assistance of Zhang Jie and the vigilance of the winged dragon and saber-toothed tiger, they would be sufficiently prepared. His pitch-black eyes radiated profound affection. He had never demanded much, merely hoping that one day she would understand he had always been there, waiting for her to turn around. This demon's actions were truly uninspired. Could we not even contend with that monk? Su, filled with compassion, suddenly felt a pang of sentiment akin to why should we be born with such talent if we cannot shine? The demons thrived in the crevices between mortals and immortals. A truly arduous existence. Your Highnesses. Li Zhu's voice suddenly interjected, interrupting the silent battle of gazes between the two. Though her words were humble, Ying Chun sensed the ill intentions behind Sun Rong's demeanor. Did the Sun family not know of her actions against Sun Xiaozu? The servants would not comprehend, even under duress. They would not believe such a thing. If the Sun family were indeed so disciplined, how could they permit a concubine to bear the firstborn son? The tasks assigned by the Western Queen Mother must have been of a clandestine nature. If they sought to silence her, they ought to have discreetly dealt with her. Yet now, this matter was all but common knowledge. What was the purpose behind such exposure? Su struggled to hold her head high. Why did she have this ominous premonition? Zhu Feng and Zhu Yun rushed to Yi's side, with Zhu Feng lifting Yi onto his back as Zhu Yun hurriedly followed towards the exit. On the other side, Neptune in the Dragon Palace also received news, and was taken aback upon hearing that nearly 700 pirates in the abandoned district had perished at the hands of the Red-Eyed. It was a call from Hua Pan, and as Lan Shi felt a warmth in her heart, she could not help but smile wryly. Who else besides her truly cared? After some contemplation, she deemed it unnecessary to be courteous, immediately nodding and charging forward with her sword. Though still apprehensive, life resumed its tranquil yet somewhat tedious pace after finishing her driving lessons. Fortunately, Lan Shi had grown accustomed to solitude and tedium in her past life. Due to the presence of Hua Shangxue, the matter of the stolen funds from the noodle shop was brought to trial, demanding that the Hua family return the seized silver. Otherwise, they would face imprisonment until the debt was settled. Just as she was about to refuse, she suddenly recalled that being a master came with a monthly salary, and seeing the decent treatment, her monthly earnings should not be too meager. If 10 taels of silver were merely a month's income, then let that detestable eunuch have it. Those who offended him would surely meet a grim fate. In her memories, he often visited her, offering the most precious warmth and affection one could find in the mortal realm. Yet, in her longing to see him more often and to bask in that singular warmth and affection, she frequently concocted various reasons to lure him over. Murong Shanshan tugged at the corner of her cloak, twirling around with a smile. Her posture bore a resemblance to the famed red leaves of Beijing, although hers lacked the same grace. The galaxy formation enveloped Diyu and Luo Qingjie as endless star cores began to collide with them. Luo Qingjie merely observed as he withstood dozens of star cores. When 100 star cores struck simultaneously, he was reduced to dust.
Minere meinet Quitli seatet, smiling serenely.
While only Fuer and Liener gazed at Yuer with wide, curious eyes, eagerly awaiting her answers, which Hua Shangxue provided to satisfy their curiosity. Surely, within a day or two, he would regain his 12th level if not higher. Thus, transforming was not a daunting task. Reflecting on this, Yi Qingxian let out a long sigh, realizing that her aim had still fallen short. However, she could not allow her reluctance to show, otherwise, Gu Yi would surely accompany her, and the back and forth would waste an inordinate amount of time. I am merely Aunt Qin. She found herself at a loss for words. Having not contemplated the consequences at the time, she had only intended to flaunt her connection to Empress Su Luoning, never imagining it would escalate to this extent. Ming Xian ceased to speak, following Qin Xing step by step down the stairs. After approximately the duration of a tea break, they arrived at a dark stone chamber, where Qin Xing's luminous pearl failed to illuminate the entire space. Ming Xian glanced ahead, catching a glimpse of light filtering through, though its source remained unknown. Let's take a look. Song Yuxiao was not a novice, especially considering her first marriage had been quite unsatisfactory. She approached everything with caution.
Hey.
I heard southern girls are skilled at being coy. Why not try it? Brother will give you some candy. Yi Yunqing stared at her intently. You there, answer the question. The elderly man above clearly displayed signs of anger, his voice stern. Within 10 minutes, dozens of police officers scaled the walls, swiftly subduing Gao Ming and Wang Lauer throughout the nursing home. Long Yi recalled that Shengguan Zimo had mentioned that a century ago. The Shengguan family was merely a guest of the Gu family, working for them. Perhaps she should feign ignorance like others, managing her household well once she left the palace. The guests gasped in awe. Such beauty and immersive presence were truly enchanting. However, the magical artifact did not function like the sun-moon star formation. which could withstand attacks while also resisting pressure. Heiyue Ji parked the pickup truck in front of an inn, tossing the car keys toward Qinlong. El Susu nodded and added, "In truth, senior brother Feng, you need not bear such psychological burdens. Wuzhizong is not inferior to our Qingmiao sect. Furthermore, Shun Wuchan possesses advantages in terms of age, experience, and cultivation." Yen He returned to an old residential building. The original owner had been an orphan, relying on the kindness of benefactors to reach her current state. However, Ji Shifeng considered his dwindling savings and the fact that Shun Lianxi was only just entering university, realizing it would take time for her to become formidable. After much deliberation, he finally spoke up. "By the way, did you send the letters to Lu Ping?" Turning back, Zhang Yuhang inquired once more. Not only the Luo family, but also the Rog family from the Ola Empire had their schemes targeting Lu Feiyu and his companions. They employed family assassins, each a 9th-level cultivator, forces that remained concealed from outsiders. The wild elephant sensed danger, thrashing about in panic, and let out a mournful bellow as one of its legs was brutally severed, its massive form collapsing to one side. This altitude far exceeded that of the American Global Hawk drone, placing it well ahead of the competition. The 5th section comprised the castle's outdoor area, featuring a pool, a garden, though the garden had yet to be constructed, and a training ground, among other amenities. However, Zhang Lin is different. He relishes engaging in direct confrontations with others, allocating his skill points primarily to melee abilities. In such moments, having a companion to assist him in executing coordinated attacks creates a remarkable spectacle. Human thought is inherently difficult to control. If I were to harbor some unsavory notions that you might discover, wouldn't that be rather awkward? Wang Baoyu jested to himself. He is the host inviting us to the banquet, Prince Philip, Li Qingsheng explained to Qin Luo in the Huaxiao language. When scheming against adversaries, one is devoid of psychological barriers, especially with the backing of external forces. However, plotting against one's own requires reliance solely on one's strategic acumen, while also guarding against one's allies discerning one's intentions. As time ticked away, the audience before the large screen remained utterly silent, all gazing intently at the health bar of the energy master displayed on the screen. A sense of urgency gripped Lianfeng's heart. The sovereign's words were undeniably significant.
What?
After all, is the significance of Miss Feng to the sovereign?
Ding.
The system detected that the host had an exceptional item unclaimed. As a consequence, it initiated a destruction protocol, threatening the host with an explosion in 15 seconds. She gently withdrew a sheet of paper, her gaze sharpening in astonishment. This potion could regenerate blood and flesh tissues? Her tender, affectionate eyes fixed upon Zili Shang, and he smiled slightly, as though the entirety of his world revolved around the person before him. Laika roared loudly, his form reverting to that of a human. After casting several acceleration spells, he charged directly towards Reno. It was no wonder that his elder sister, who had already married, spoke of her happiest moment being when her groom carried her like a princess back to their chamber during the wedding. First came a muffled thud, followed by the cracking of bones, and then the explosive force of the Emperor's fist erupted, sending both combatants reeling from the violent shockwave. What if he truly believed that during her absence of more than a year, he had wronged her? In martial arts, one emphasizes precision and strength, embracing the essence of techniques such as strike, assist, squeeze, lean, collapse, and shake. As a young formidable warrior, he naturally attracted numerous gazes. Coupled with previous extortion from traders and the spoils acquired from the 2 recent battles, Bai Haoqiang calculated that if he considered the price of weapons in this era, he had come here as an investor. How dare they oppose him?
That's it. Oui.
Aomori Ryoji squinted, a cryptic smile playing at the corners of his mouth as he swiftly concealed the card in his pocket. However, Liu Shua was fundamentally different from ordinary individuals. She felt no pressure from the imposing aura. Subsequently, the sky unleashed dozens of bolts of lightning, obliterating the existence around Yi Dong's neck. It turned out that the National Army's campaign against bandits was merely a formality, merely delivering some items to placate the situation. Amidst the cacophony, cries of "Come take a look at these adorable white rabbits, they are cheap," drowned out the noise of the crowd. You two do take care. Today is the Dragon Boat Festival. I shall deliver some rice dumplings to the children of the young master's friends, Linger stated. Each battalion retained an observer while the remaining troops took cover in artillery pits. Lin Dazhuang shouted loudly as the enemy forces retreated. This time, the enemy commander had shown a modicum of intelligence, dispersing the troops to avoid losing them all to a single landmine. No one knew that on this seemingly ordinary day, a youth, poised to embark on a path opposing the entire shinobi world, departed from his mentor's home with unwavering resolve. From the ice giant serpent, white tiger, and five-colored sparrow to the current dual-tailed white fox, Mo Qingqing truly felt as if she had fallen into a fantastical realm. Xiao Yi smiled slightly, dismounting his steed and casually fiddling with the long sword in his hand as he followed into the woods. As for the notion of avoiding the forest, under Xiao Yi's mental perception, it was but a jest. He observed that the four had halted in a clearing. Given the current circumstances, what was left to discuss? Speak freely. There is nothing that cannot be said.
Yuan Keskiviikko coldly remarked.
The valley was already small, and Chen Xian swiftly flew through, soon parting the thick miasma to arrive at a muddy pit, around 10 meters in diameter, littered with decaying branches and animal bones. Sister Qiao, what's wrong with Lele having an ice cream? Tianze remarked nonchalantly, pulling Lele toward the table laden with ice cream, while Qiao Xuejiao could only follow helplessly. That General Wei Rue from Pingbei has suddenly led a large contingent towards the palace. At the mention of Wei Rue, Lu Sengxian's calves trembled. The martial artists of Huaxia are akin to knights and rogues, yet they surpass both in prowess. How could they possibly endure? Sabi, first tell me, is our nuclear weapon secure? Could it be remotely controlled by the enemy? Trump glanced around at everyone before turning to Sabi with a grave expression. In a mere brief span, not long enough for a meal, the accompanying forces had suffered significant losses. None of the four factions maintained a numerical advantage. The allied sects had lost the majority of their members, with the Ice Palace barely surviving with 10, while the remaining three factions were left in a woeful state of 3 to 5 survivors. The malevolent wind uttered a single word, and Bao Jihua, witnessing this, could only swallow his words, looking at him with a resigned expression. Without a doubt, those individuals would analyze and speculate on every word he spoke, calculating their subsequent actions. Once shares are publicly issued, external speculation will inevitably follow. Rather than allowing chaotic external speculation to run rampant, it would be prudent to regulate it early on. The husband was unwilling to delve deeper into the matter. Luo Yuhong understood that he must have more pressing concerns he had yet to clarify, unable to make a decision. She herself had reservations about her father, believing that her senior's departure was significantly influenced by Lu Heng's actions. However, despite their extensive conversation, Zhang Tianyi had yet to discern who had thrust him into Yang Jianxiong's view from the shadows. Wanting to dissuade, Huang Xian had already struck Zhang Ren's horse sharply, causing the white horse to cry out in pain and bolt forward. Zhang Ren's riding skills were subpar. Now, with his body battered, he could only cling tightly to the horse's neck, incapable of uttering a word. At the very moment the malevolent wind spoke, he activated the Core's friend query function, adding the individual to his friends list. Although he appeared unharmed on the surface, his internal organs and meridians had yet to fully recover, and his mental energy had been severely depleted. Su Qi was genuinely anxious. How could Yi Qin have known such critical information and yet not mentioned it during their midday call? However, it mattered little. They were aware of their capabilities, and their intelligence was not lacking, so there was unlikely to be any issues. The entire nurturing process was fraught with peril. Any slight misstep could result not only in the destruction of the heavenly Tao Witch artifact, but also in dire consequences for the witch nurturing it. Having made his decision, he stowed away the blood-stained shield, stating, "Chieftain, to express my respect, I shall rely solely on my own strength, without invoking the power of the artifact." His gaze transformed, filled with unwavering determination, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Many species that had vanished from Earth had not actually gone extinct. Instead, they had evolved into different forms, such as various birds and the chickens commonly consumed by people, which may have descended from certain dinosaurs millions or even billions of years ago. However, Lin Feng took flight during the evening, and many witnessed the magnificent dragon emerging from the Tuka Royal Restaurant. Relying solely on the Yun family's combat techniques and energy, Yun Meng would undoubtedly be no match for Selong, prompting the use of the divine warrior energy within. "I will kill you," the blue-clad warrior bellowed, his aura rising to its zenith, hinting at a breakthrough to a higher realm. Yet, upon making contact with the Excalibur, Qian Su instinctively recoiled. In that fleeting moment, it sensed the annihilating aura emanating from the sword. Was this not the nemesis of spiritual energy? Some matters, once embarked upon, cannot be retraced, much like this tumultuous world, rife with grievances and vendettas that cannot simply be washed away with a mere declaration of withdrawal. Beside the ominous specter, two large trucks stood parked, procured today through the assistance of Wei looming from the construction and transportation companies in Jiangmen. Upon entering, the leader remarked, "I apologize, but as there is no designated area for receiving guests, you must endure a brief wait here." Zhong Mian appeared unchanged, though he seemed notably older, with white hair and beard that suggested he resembled a man of 90, as a man whose heart was perpetually filled with light and goodness. Lei's utterance of expletives indicated he had reached a considerable level of anger. His hands were yellowed and emaciated, resembling withered branches, and his teeth had turned blackened, a testament to his severe addiction to tobacco. Yang Xiao, evidently informed of the identities of those present by Ji Xiaofu, awaited Xian Han's elaboration. The demon leader's forceful abduction of Miao Zedong, coupled with his extreme coercion, incited Yang Feng's ire. Within the confines of the Qian Kuan Gourd, he resolved that the last refuge for his adversaries would be to gradually disintegrate into nothingness. With the blood demon whip in hand, supplemented by the innate abilities of the Yunma clan and the advantageous terrain of the demon abyss, even the great saints of humanity stood little chance against this formidable force. The overwhelming Crimson Claws, upon encountering the force of his finger, swiftly shattered and disbanded, dissipating much of the nauseating stench that had pervaded the air. After greeting the spectral butler, Field, Qin Ran followed suit, carrying his backpack. He acknowledged without denial and recounted the events that had transpired, including some of his discoveries. In business, the persuasiveness of a magnate is unparalleled, as their very presence indicates that the matter is of utmost importance, leaving no room for retreat. One must provide a definitive answer today. As the biting winter wind howled across the land, scattering snowflakes that danced mournfully in the air, the entire realm seemed poised to succumb to the chill. Commoners only perceived Li Shimin's aptitude for heeding counsel and his respectful treatment of subordinates, never punishing them for their words. Thus, as Tian Ergang knelt before Wei Zhongxian in apology, a procession of weary families emerged behind him, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. The remaining individuals began to turn away from the mulberry grove. At this juncture, they no longer required an assault, nor did they possess the capability to mount one. Their sole aim was to confine this Tang army within the grove and await reinforcements. To resolve this issue completely, perhaps the only recourse was to bow to the powerful clans, offering them a stake in the matter to draw them into complicity, thus eliminating their motives for sabotage. Good heavens, this man is truly terrifying. Had he known the extent of this individual's prowess, he would have refrained from provoking him. Alas, it was too late for regret. In the end, Yang Liang still awaited a guarantee of survival, yet as he perceived the avaricious glimmers in the eyes of those around him, viewing him as a mountain of gold and silver, he opted to surrender unconditionally. Otherwise, how could he impart any knowledge from textbooks to the three kingdoms? He had much to express, yet when it came time to pen his reflections, he found himself unable to write a single word. 60 days of emotional turmoil had stifled his thoughts, leaving him at a loss for where to begin. However, when the shadowy hand breached the shield, he beheld the desolation of the distance, where not a soul remained, not even the flung figure of Gui Ninghai or his remaining disciples. She gradually lifted the black cloth, covering the man seated in the chair, and gently draped it over the backrest. Peering down at the man's hands that still protruded from the cloth, she tenderly concealed them as well. Though Xu Qiao appeared to lack sentiment, once she opened her heart and recognized another's sincerity, she became protective of it. Zisun summoned all her strength to bite down, the imprint of her deep-seated hatred etched into her soul without reason, until exhaustion overtook her, reminding her of her purpose. He felt a searing pain in his palm, followed by a chill beneath his ribs, which escalated into a piercing agony. Zhang Cunjing bellowed, drawing the long spear lodged in his right side, and with a sudden surge of strength, he managed to unseat the Tang general gripping the spear's shaft. Carolyn nodded, affirming, Wu Ju is indeed correct. Unless absolutely necessary, avoid combat. Conserve your strength and energy for survival. Remember, your objective is to endure for 7 days. Survival is paramount. Do you understand? Presently, Mingzhou and Xizhou had succumbed to Li Qiang, with Li Xizhou stationed in Mingzhou and Li Hanji in Xizhou. While Li Xunqiao and Kong Juanli led the primary assault on Xingzhou, returning in disgrace. Yet, Li Qiang was unwilling to accept defeat, dispatching another valiant general, and Jin Jun, with 5,000 troops for reinforcement. Subsequently, Songzhou appointed a new governor, and Yiding's 2 prefectures continued to be known as the Wu Army. Zhang Xiaozhong, a descendant of the Xian tribe originally named Alao, shared a lineage with Wang Rong's ancestors, both renowned generals of the Qingde army, famed for their valor. Who? In the midst of his contemplation, Leng Xuanye suddenly sensed a piercing gaze fastened upon him, astute as he was. He discreetly seized the coffee cup on the table and hurled it towards the target. A thick fog enveloped the area as he returned to Mr. Having been away for merely 2 months, yet everything felt altered. This place cannot harbor me. I must leave at once. Rama Nu displayed an anxious countenance, though his frail body could scarcely support him.
Kill.
Tianzhong Songhong wasted no time, brandishing his katana to engage in battle with Nato and Kachiro. He drew an invisible boundary between himself and his counterpart. He treated me well, yet his heart remained entirely closed off to love. The essence within the vial erupted into a mist, not evaporating directly into flames, but rather enveloping the massive head of the fire Qilin in a shroud of blood mist. The flames that enveloped the fire Qilin suddenly thinned at that moment. The temperature within the cave dropped significantly. Upon entering through the grand entrance, one could see the gardens flanking either side, and a colossal statue with a fountain directly ahead. Is Akiyama here to receive guests? Truly, I am immensely grateful. Nakazuka Emi must have been introduced. I am Yuzuki Hitomi, and these 2 are Kita and Takami. I look forward to your guidance. Hitomi bowed with a hint of shyness. Whenever the subject of Jiang Yuer and Luo Yunxu arose, she would inevitably experience a sense of defeat akin to the light overshadowing the moon. Report to the Grand Commander. Li Yan's rear guard still possesses thousands of infantrymen armed with crossbows to thwart our advance. Our army has suffered heavy losses and can only retreat to the city. Shortly thereafter, he received an unexpected battle report. We need not stand on ceremony between us. We are all family. Jingjing Gaojing approached, patting Yuzo Chao's shoulder with a warm smile.
Hey.
Xia Qingluo. That shard remains unchanged. Are you deceiving us? What are you truly making us wait for? Jiang Wanwan could no longer restrain herself and shouted in frustration. Xia Shuli fell silent for a considerable time. Be wary of her. She is ultimately not a member of the Shen family. You have a son. As long as you guide him well, our branch still has a chance. When they laid eyes upon the young warrior clad in a blue robe, sword in hand, standing with pride, they were all momentarily taken aback. Li Cheng'an remarked. Sakura Snow Garden found the situation too embarrassing to make a fuss, but the families have exchanged betrothal gifts, and Sakura Snow Garden's father has already consented. Upon entering the spiritual medicine hall, Han Feng directly procured some spiritual medicine. The disciples of the hall, still disgruntled upon seeing Han Feng, had no choice but to relent under the orders of old Su. Mori, weakened, collapsed to the ground, disregarding the dirt beneath him, deeply bowing his head to the earth. The radiant sword energy rent the heavens and the earth, striking fiercely against the descending fiery hand. Throughout the journey, Xiao Yao had many friends. Yet the warmth derived from kinship remained irreplaceable. Jiang Yi appeared utterly astonished, directing his gaze towards my father before shifting it to my mother, who had just emerged from the kitchen, her expression as frigid as ice. Following the command issued by the master of Danfeng, the entire Danfeng began to stir. Alchemists worked tirelessly to concoct elixirs, while disciples busily transported these potions to the marketplace for sale. An unprecedented price war quietly ignited within the Qingshan sect. Yu Wuxin hastily reached out to wipe his palm, which tingled slightly. Yet, he could finally discern the truth. A swarm of venomous bees, resembling black cicadas, loomed before him, eliciting a look of disgust as he pinched them with force. Days later, Yi Chun personally bid farewell to Gu Yenji and the others as they departed in a container truck. However, just as his fist was about to strike the several-foot-long flying sword that transformed into Xiao Xian, the sword emitted a blinding flash of cold light, vanishing in an instant. Then, the sounds of the Tao resonated throughout the universe as a magnificent flower of the Tao, towering billions of feet high, blossomed in the void. The entire island of Sardinia cracked under Mo Wuqing's feet, yet the island, which should have split in two, remained stubbornly intact beneath the weight of his presence. You Taoists, your Zhuangzi, your actions, will be condemned by all, the great Confucian proclaimed, bowing down before Song Teaching Jun. We have seen our esteemed master. May your longevity be boundless. Yunzhongzi, Baizhe, Yulingzi, and the recently arrived Tian Muzi all bowed solemnly, their expressions grave. In the expansive living room, Jiang Mahai sat upright, observing with a serious demeanor as Shimin Qing and Guan Tianlong approached him, their expressions solemn. Once, the Song Emperor donned fiery red armor. Yet each time, foes were so intimidated by its sturdiness that they sought every means to breach it, only to be slain by the emperor in the process. After their conversation, they ascended to the summit of Mingwang Peak. Above, dark clouds relentlessly battered the golden barrier, yet there was no conflict. So they returned to the western side of the peak. Zhuang Zhou remained seated atop the back of a roe deer, deftly evading an opponent's grasp with a swift sidestep, following up with a powerful flick of his hand to seize his adversary's armor, pulling it with force. The game center's first to third floors housed the gaming city, while the fourth to sixth floors comprised internet cafes, each floor featuring 2 service desks. Bai Mingqi's designated area was on the 6th floor, and after settling Mao, Su Nua, and Lin Di, they took the elevator directly to the 6th floor. After enduring numerous instances of electromagnetic interference, Guard, with a heavy heart, resolved to develop a cost-effective communication technology that did not rely on electromagnetic waves. While quantum communication was flawless, its complexity and high costs rendered it suitable only for specialized equipment, diminishing its practicality. Humph! A flicker of disdain crossed the eyes of the sun god as he saw the crowd calmed, choosing not to waste words and transforming into a blaze of fire, departing in an instant. This plan was not straightforward. Neither Wu Yong nor those from the Dark Alliance would escape. The top-tier ordinary Emperor Ling X9 reached 3.5 million, a price only 2 million higher than the highest configuration of Emperor Ling X9. However, now that he had acquired the cosmic trading system, his perspective had shifted, and he found himself less averse to his sister's actions. Bu Jingyun was heartless, yet he was equally sentimental. Many things need not be expressed, for he only considered his own thoughts. Soon, brother and parents would be able to see him on screen, and he eagerly took out his phone to inform them. Ma Huan excitedly nodded at Zhu Jijia, a look of I didn't let you down on his face. Seizing the opportunity, he lured the primordial ancestor into the hall, unleashing a barrage of 5-colored annihilation needles directed entirely at Zhang Jiping, while simulating the voice of the primordial ancestor through celestial magic, causing Zhang Jiping to believe he had fallen into a trap. The common clan soldiers, fearless and relentless, surged forward, swords and blades raining down upon them, while others in the rear harnessed their chi to launch spear-like projectiles. Sang, I asked you to peel ginger. Why are you using garlic instead? Lan Jia's voice resonated from above. Firstly, you are in a marketplace where many matters are beyond your control, but I hope that in the future, your relationship remains free from entanglements caused by third parties. Xu Wanan gazed intently at Yiming Han. He observed Jiang Huan, whose Xianyuan sword, now fully charged, radiated an unparalleled brilliance as it struck towards the demon clan's 6th prince, Bai Lang. Little did we know we would sacrifice our beliefs in such a manner, chuckled Tian Zwichu, a look of satisfaction gracing his face. Not good. Meng Hailong shook his head without hesitation. He was no fool. Should he issue a check, what if it could not be cashed at the bank? That would be in vain. Given that her grandfather was interested in collaborating with Yuhan Company, she would undoubtedly have numerous opportunities to interact with him in the future. When Chulu reached level 4 first, without a word blossoming a circle of flowers beneath her feet, too lazy to even move. Taking advantage of the ultimate move to reduce cooldown time, merely tossing flower balls and executing basic attacks. After breakfast, Chen Xinghai, wishing to avoid further disturbances from his father, decided to retreat into the mountains for cultivation, falsely claiming he was seeking a master and asked him not to worry like last time. Later, Yuan Chang concluded his business by afternoon. On their return, it was still Li Chun who rode them back on her motorcycle. Although his swordplay was not particularly formidable, it was sufficient to counter the attacks of these prodigies. Furthermore, there was still the return of the sword after striking. Weary and dejected, they returned to the residence of the ancient academy, fully aware that those two fellows might have been dispatched to even more distant locales. "How is Qianer? Does she still blame me?" During breakfast, Han Xiao noticed Xu Qianer had not come down and expressed his concern. Xu Shi hastily accepted the bamboo slips, but upon hearing this, was frightened out of his wits, his voice trembling. Zhang Ruyan's words startled the drunken man, yet upon observing Zhang Ruyan's clear gaze, he realized he was not lying, and thus refrained from further speech. "Master, Miss Zhang speaks wisely. According to her analysis, this matter should not significantly impact our business." Zhang Lei interjected. The dishes had been ordered early, and just as preparations were underway for a delightful conversation, an unexpected phone call interrupted him, forcing him to abandon his culinary delights. This worthless affair had resulted in 2,000 people being thoroughly dealt with today. Such an act was nothing less than an affront to the dignity of my army. Bring him forth and execute him. At this juncture, it seemed that Li Xiao had no intention of sparing General Sunday, would stared blankly at the fallen broom, dropping his baseball bat in disbelief as he picked up the remnants of the broom. The crowd had concluded their search and gathered around. Some shook their heads, while others remained silent, clearly having found nothing of worth. It is well known that Paul is also a master passer, having delivered numerous splendid passes to the audience, which is why Yao Ming steadfastly guarded the basket, unwilling to grant him any easy assists. With a cold snort, the Tongtian sect, wielding the Qingping sword, sprang into action. He lifted his gaze to the heavens, the 3-foot azure blade sliced through the air, and in an instant, time seemed to shift, years flowed, and the ground trembled. After their conversation today, she felt Zhang Tiana should emerge, as the company's recent sales had plummeted drastically. Thus, rather than donning the cumbersome black crystal battle armor that hindered her movements, she preferred to remain unencumbered, allowing for greater agility. Regardless of whether facing the starting players or the substitutes, he exhibited formidable defensive prowess. Tang Sanzang received no response for a long time and, reluctantly, looked into the depths of the curtain, only to behold a breathtakingly beautiful visage. Ah, it matters not. The price has already been paid, and pondering further serves no purpose. Resigned to the futility of unnecessary thoughts, Ren Jia felt at ease. Why would I scold you when you have done nothing wrong? Of course, it is those who cause trouble that deserve my reprimand. The lady gently addressed her sister. In the skies, the souls of the fallen were stained with blood, merging instantly in the mist of carnage, their aura swelling as they transformed into a blood-red demon with twin horns and jagged fangs, wielding a bloodied blade that cleaved through the air, unleashing a tempest of blood and gore, aiming for the stars. Observing the revelry from this side, Giggs and Scholes also arrived to witness the final showdown, where prominent spectators and supporters gathered as the ultimate contest commenced. Yan Huaishui's eyes flickered with disdain. Having such an elder brother, the prince must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes. After Mei departed from the ancestral hall, the welcoming team discovered that all relevant data in the biological computers and other storage devices had been completely erased. Immediately understanding the implications of old man Zhuang's intentions, it sufficed for him to know, and he need not speak indiscriminately. Yuzha strained to retrieve memories from his mind, recounting Ayurta's performance in the ancestral hall. But the ordeal was far from over. The vice-captain turned, and with a gunshot, the sniper's throat erupted in a burst of blood, collapsing in despair. Subsequently, he pushed aside the fallen operator, repositioned the equipment, and re-entered the commands. Zhang Yunfei was innocent, entangled by her circumstances. Upon hearing this news, Lu Yan felt a pang of guilt in her heart. The descendants of Earth had come forth. their main force having crossed into the territory of the Sangboman Alliance. With a silver disc-shaped spaceship of the Vanguard fleet less than 500 light-years from Mountainhead Star. What is going on? At this moment, Han Feng